Dinosaur by Stephen Llewelyn and read by CHRIS Barrie. Chapter 1. I'll Leave You in Hell.
Do you wish us to acquire the item, sir?
The old man sat motionless behind his extravagantly carved desk, staring dispassionately at the academics. It was obvious that the balding, middle-aged man standing before him was desperately trying not to wring his hands. The woman, younger and clearly of sterner material, returned his gaze without emotion. The old man enjoyed the fear in the scientist's demeanor. He let him sweat a moment longer before shaking his head.
No, Doctor. Simply knowing of the artifact's existence is enough. For now. I authorize your project and whatever assets you require.
He raised a wry eyebrow.
We are attempting to save the human race, after all, are we not?
Yes, sir,
replied the petitioner, experimenting briefly with tucking his hands into the pockets of his lab coat, but removing them at once, hoping the action had not been perceived as slovenly or disrespectful. The old man scrutinized him once more, coldly feline. He wondered whether it would be more expedient to simply replace him immediately, or wait to see if he could pull himself together once the process began. His master's approval given, the fellow appeared more nervous than before. The woman spoke for the first time, interrupting his musings. A flash of annoyance crossed his face, but she continued undeterred.
We are 2 years away from a working prototype, sir, 2112 at the earliest. All of our tests so far have destroyed the drives completely.
He eyed her for a moment. Still she held his gaze. Eventually he nodded slowly.
Very well, doctors. In that case, I had better not keep you.
Slight pressure on a sensor in the arm of his chair made it rotate away from them and towards the view over the remnant rainforest around his fortress. The meeting was over. He watched with satisfaction as the scientists bowed before leaving, reflected in the curved glass of the window wall. After the door closed behind them, he waved a hand over another sensor in the chair's arm to activate an intercom link to his personal aid.
Yes, sir?
The woman's response was immediate, her voice projected from sound plates artfully concealed within the exquisitely carved jet wall paneling. The panels were inlaid with gold etching, the sound perfectly balanced to center upon him wherever he happened to be within his large study and inner sanctum. The vastly expensive electronics removed any trace of echo or destructive interference. He could eavesdrop on locations all over the world from here with equal clarity. However, the source of this particular voice happened to be in the next room.
I wish to see my granddaughter. Tell her to book a few days' vacation. I will expect her tomorrow, he stated peremptorily.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else I can do for you?
The old man considered.
Yes. Get me a full report on the boy. I wish to check his progress. That will be all.
At once, sir.
He closed the connection mid-salutation, continuing his survey of one of the last surviving pockets of the natural world. And it was all his. He nodded contentedly. A human being, unprotected, would be lucky to survive even an hour out there now. The creeping, crawling creatures of the forest became more aggressive each year. It was almost as though they sensed their environment being taken away from them, and nature had programmed them to fight back, turning normally dangerous creatures murderous. It certainly deterred visitors. Mother Nature abhorred weakness.
As I do.
The old man completed the thought aloud.
All is as it should be.
He considered the full ramifications of the project he had just set in motion for a moment longer, and then leaned forward slightly. Placing an elbow on the arm of his chair, he cradled his chin with a thumb and forefinger. Frowning in concentration, his thoughts turned towards the boy. AD 2112, England. It was a milestone in the life of Tim Norris. Recently turned 16, he was leaving school today. However, his mind was, as it often was, somewhere else, because in just a few days he would also be leaving Earth.
"Am I interrupting your daydream, Mr. Norris?"
His teacher broke into his reverie. Startled, Tim rallied quickly.
"No more than usual, miss."
Some of his classmates sniggered, and Mrs. Montgomery smiled indulgently at the young man.
"This is the last time I'm going to be able to say this to you. Pay attention." "And for the last time, yes, miss,"
he replied, returning her smile. He liked Mrs. Montgomery, which made her fairly anomalous to his general schooling experience. Regardless, he leaned back toward his windowsill, the one against which he had propped himself for the past 4 years, and slipped right back into Tim world. Taking a deep breath of recycled air, he could taste metal as he gazed out over the concrete and the smog, pondering the many little steps mankind had taken over the last 40 years, all leading up to the voyage he was about to make.
"Yes, it's for the best," he thought.
Over the last 18 months, Tim's adoptive mother, Dr. Patricia Norris, had fought tooth and nail to secure a place for them both on the next LifePod mission to Mars. Her dedication, driven by poverty and the need to provide a future for her son, had eventually been rewarded. As the date of their departure drew near, just a few more days now, the relief and gratitude he felt left him almost lightheaded. His teacher knew they were going. Tim had told no one. The media hype was intensifying towards a crescendo. Even the often cynical Mrs. Montgomery had not been entirely immune. The school leavers' lessons had officially ended, so the teacher used her remaining hours with them to fill the large screen built into the glass wall at the front of the classroom with images, statistics, and footage relating to the Mars program.
"I know it began a little before your time," she said, "but I'm sure you're all aware that human beings have maintained a presence on Mars since early 2095.
She pointed at a simplified map of Mars as an indicator appeared on the screen, drawing the class's attention.
"During the last 17 years, 4 small townships of modular interconnected life pods have grown up, managing the planet's atmospheric conversion to eventually support complex life. The 50-year terraforming program is being led by NASA, working alongside international partners in Germany, New Zealand, Australia, Italy, Japan, India, and, of course, us here in Britain. Now, as we all know, because the news feeds talk of little else these days, the mining and resource industries of the mid to late 21st century took massive leaps forward. They had to, as they were driven ever on by the combined pressures of scarcity and commercial requirement. It is perhaps ironic that this rape of the earth, as it was and still is seen by many, brought about and drove the very technology which now provides hope for Mars, the hope of resurrection from a frozen celestial grave. Tim could feel his excitement growing, his tummy aflutter with butterflies as he felt escape drawing within his grasp. Technically, he was now part of the Mars program, so he knew all this stuff anyway, had been following it long before their opportunity knocked, in fact. As head of the microbiology department, his mother would be a senior member of the mission. He was immensely proud of this, of course, but most importantly, it would give him first-hand access to knowledge and information. No more piecing together fact fragments, bagpiped through the media news ringer. He couldn't wait to fully immerse himself. Back in 2072, just a few short decades before he was born, mankind had stepped into a larger universe after the first ever successful manipulation of a wormhole. It had changed everything. As if following his thoughts, Mrs. Montgomery called up an image of the world-famous wormhole drive system on the screen. "After several false starts," she continued, "NASA, with wonderfully American belief and vision, in conjunction with internationally drained brains, managed to send a probe through an artificial wormhole all the way to the Oort cloud, all within an infinitely small fraction of a second real time. The project scientists worried and waited for several days for a return signal. Needless to say, the probe's message finally reached Earth and a massive party at NASA ensued. Indeed, the asset's secondary mission to scan a segment of the Oort cloud seems to have disappeared into the trash can of history. All anyone remembers is this. She turned back to face the class. That was the day science fiction became reality, and once the hangovers had been Alka-Seltzered away, a few of the teenagers giggled dutifully. They got back down to work. Further probe missions followed this astonishing breakthrough. Suddenly, our solar system was being explored within timeframes previously believed impossible. Crucially, these latter models were capable of piloting themselves back in the same way. Within a few short years of these successes, the Mars colonization program went from conception to birth to growth. Tim's head buzzed as the history drew him in, crystallizing the moment. Peripherally, he watched the clock creep closer to the final bell, which, as far as he was concerned, could not come quickly enough. He fully expected his classmates to cheer or dissolve into tears, promising each other that, "Of course we will stay in touch and always be best friends." He was already on Mars in his mind. His attention drifted again as he looked around his contemporaries, wondering if he might miss any of them. He noticed that the boy in front of him, a minor bully named McGovern, had dropped his smog mask again. He never secured it properly to his bag, and had been called back almost daily by the teacher to retrieve it. Maybe the extra smog he inhaled explained why he was so stupid? Tim could not help smirking as McGovern kicked the respirator under his desk without noticing. Surreptitiously, Tim nudged it just a little further out of sight with his own foot. While enjoying this tiny triumph, it occurred to him that he understood the millions of years dead more than the living always had. His focus switched to the girl, the one all the lads chased after. Her name was Trixie, and against all school rules she had several tattoos. Being neither sporty nor in any way cool, Tim had never caught her notice. Other than the occasional withering remark, he couldn't remember her ever speaking to him. Yep, they were all a whole nother country, these people. At least he always had the past. In a very real sense, it was his future too. It was his life. Paleontology was an obsession shared with and nurtured by his adoptive father, and a tool of rebellion against conformity for Tim. He revelled in a whole universe that none of them understood. Recent events focused his latest fantasy on the chance discovery of a fossil on Mars. What a splash that would make! Evidence of complex life from another world, locked in stone since before Mars lost its oceans and most of its atmosphere 2.9 billion years ago. He could already hear the headlines. That would probably put him right up there with Darwin. All that attention, he shuddered. Maybe not. His gaze was drawn toward the factory where his father had worked, until the accident. He could see it clearly from his 20th floor window. Ted Norris had been the only father he had ever known, and he would never forget that awful day. His emotions threatened to overwhelm him, so he tore his eyes away from that hated building and suppressed them as he had learned to do. Realigning his thoughts, he returned to the present and the extraordinary opportunity he had been handed. "Bring it on!" he said out loud, startling the young man next to him out of his own daydream. Distracted by past sorrows and future prospects, he had completely lost track of time, and when the final bell rang, it took him by surprise. In a surreal moment, this classroom full of freshly minted adults looked from one to another as if unsure what to do or how to feel. Gradually a ragged cheer erupted, closely followed by some tears. Tim wished a few people well as he waited for the room to clear. Eventually, he was alone with Mrs. Montgomery. "Thank you for not telling anyone, miss," he said. Seated on a raised dais at the front of the classroom, she looked down from her desk with a mixture of pride and sadness. "I think it would have been nice to let your classmates know you're going to Mars, Tim. You'll soon be famous after all." Tim shrugged shyly. "I don't want to be. I've spent years trying to stay off the radar of the bullies and popular types. I'd hate to blow all that hard work on my last day. I expected the school to be overrun with press this afternoon. They would have let your cat out of the bag, eh?" Her eyes glistened as she studied him. "I dare say, but there are bound to be loads of rich kids about to become part of this program. I'm sure they'll all be more interesting than me," he chuckled. "Anyway, I'm glad they didn't come. Montgomery sighed. Tim, you should have more faith in yourself. Your mum, Patricia, was brilliant too, an extraordinary mind. She didn't believe in herself enough either, but it appears she managed to overcome that particular obstacle in the end. Look what she's achieved now.
You taught my mum?
Taught your... How old do you think I am? She shook her head, adding witheringly, Don't answer that. No, we were here at the same time, although she was a couple of years below me. Some of our older teachers taught her, though. They'll be over the moon when word gets around of her success.
She's still broke, miss.
A transitional drawback. She's on track now and deserves everything she's won, after all she's been through. However, I think you might even surpass her. She stepped down, placing a hand on his shoulder. I've got high hopes for you, Tim.
My report matrices would seem to disagree, Tim could not help noting.
Your report cards have always said the same thing. A brilliant mind won't push himself. Tim shrugged again.
I just do what I do, miss.
Montgomery gave him a look of exasperation, but she could never remain cross with Tim for long. She had never acquired the knack. Softening to a kindly smile, she gazed at this young man, grown up in her care, quite possibly for the last time, as she said, Please keep in touch, will you? Our list of successful alumni is pretty thin in this place. It will be a joy to follow your life on Mars. I hope it will inspire some of these other kids to do well themselves too. What do you say? A hunted expression crossed Tim's face. An hour later, Patricia welcomed Tim home to their housing cell. 4 boxy rooms within a block of hundreds of cells, similar to hundreds of thousands of other blocks all over the planet. How was it, sweetheart? She asked sympathetically, remembering her own last day at school.
It was fine. Glad it's over, really, he replied bravely.
Were there any reporters?
No, Mrs. Montgomery was expecting them, but none came.
Seeing his mother's look of disappointment, he added,
I'm relieved, really. I didn't want to be grilled and photographed. You know me. Honestly, Mum, it's fine.
Never mind. That's their loss. Maybe they'll take more interest when yours are among the very first exam results communicated to Mars for the public record. Well, the time's here at last. Still sure you want to do this? She asked, referring to their rapidly approaching departure. Tim nodded enthusiastically.
Oh, yeah. You know, Mum, I just want to say thanks.
Patricia was slightly thrown by this bolt from the blue. For what? She asked cautiously.
For working so hard to get us this placement. I know how tough it's been. The 100-hour weeks and going without to keep up the payments for my education.
He grinned cheekily.
Of course, I always suspected you might be a genius. Nice to have some proof at last, though.
She cuffed him playfully and pulled him to her, amazed at how much she had to look up at him these days. Tim hugged her back. A very rare event since the teens had struck.
It's all going to be okay now, Mum, isn't it?
He asked quietly into her shoulder. She squeezed her eyes closed against a tear. I promise, was all she could manage, hiding in the hug. Cape Canaveral, USA. Across the world, it happened to be a milestone in the life of James Douglas, too. At 50 years old, he was certainly not leaving school, but he was about to leave Earth in a few days, again. The significance of the briefing scheduled for that morning could not have been foreseen. Although otherwise routine, it was actually to be his last, and, unlike previous mission briefings, was in no way preparatory for what was to come. Douglas was a Scotsman harking from Hawick in the Borders. His position within NASA carried authority and respect in measure, but having just awoken, he sat on the side of his bed as all men everywhere. He rubbed his face a bit, mussed his hair a bit, yawned a bit, and finally stood, stretching. He walked into the bathroom and splashed a little water on his face, dispelling the last vestiges of the dreadful hours. Looking in the mirror, he continued to greet the day, just like billions of other men around the world, with a shave, a shower, and etc. 15 minutes later, he was clad in a crisp, freshly ironed uniform, and reaching for one of his dress jackets from the hanger. He smiled slightly, proudly buffing his captain's insignia. The patch on the sleeve gave him a moment's pause. It was sewn onto the upper left arm, deep blue with a diagonal white cross stitched into the motif. Douglas allowed his mind to travel home for a few moments, before donning the jacket, lingering on a past life flying for the RAF. He had few regrets. Picking up his officer's hat, he gave it a jaunty little tap into place and checked his appearance one last time in the mirror. Content that his shirt was tucked in, his tie straight, he made for the door. Suitably suited, booted and abluted, he left his quarters to catch one of the runabout buses ever zipping around Canaveral Spaceport and Airbase. He arrived at Mission Control in minutes and waded through the security treacle, a necessary misery of modernity. It seemed there was always someone who needed to be kept at arm's length. For the Canaveral security staff, if it wasn't terrorists, it was activists, and if not activists, then tourists. Slowly, Douglas proceeded. Construction work meant that staff and military personnel were temporarily forced to wait in line with everyone else to enter the complex. Inching towards his scheduled appointment and trying to remain patient, Douglas noticed one of his oldest friends further back in the queue. He had known Captain Arnold Bessel most of his life. He caught Bessel's eye, making a forward motion with his hand and then miming a drink, meaning after the meeting they were both to attend. Bessel grinned, replying with a thumbs-up gesture. While distracted, he was hit from behind by a giant suitcase with a large I Heart New York sticker on the side. Bessel straightened his hat, turning to give the impatient tourist an earful. Douglas turned away too, his shoulders rocking with laughter. After a few moments, his thoughts returned to the appointment ahead. These briefings were a fact of life for men like Douglas and Bessel. But as with every humdrum thing we humans take for granted in our daily routines, there comes a time when we do something for the last time. It is rare that we recognize these little milestones. James didn't realize either. 1 week later, Canaveral Spaceport. Launch Day. The last life pod to leave for Mars saw Canaveral awash with families, well-wishers, spectators and press. All the passengers and many of the crew waited in the departure lounge. Most of the colonists attempted to steady their nerves, hoping to make good first impressions upon people with whom they might possibly spend the rest of their lives on Mars. Population 5,106. Theirs was not merely the last pod, but the last factory pod to leave as part of the first wave of colonization, and would boost the total permanent Martian population up to 5,208. Tim stayed close to his mother, observing the diversity of his fellow pioneers. He spotted a few other teenagers among the group and speculated nervously on whether this was a good thing. The group were very much multinational, and doubtless there would be all sorts of adjustments to make for everyone. Tim wondered whether all of them realized this yet. The good old English language appeared to be providing a reliable lingua franca, allowing respectable levels of communication among all parties. However, he could not help noting that the Americans and the Australians, whilst each speaking their own perfectly understandable version of English, seemed to have some difficulty in understanding one another. He had filed their dialect mashing under possibly entertaining, when he spotted a lad who seemed to wear a near-constant grin of amusement. He also wore a New Zealand shirt, and appeared to be about Tim's age. The other teenaged male among the group, perhaps slightly older than Tim, appeared subdued, as did the pretty girl who stood beside him. She was maybe 3 or 4 years the young man's junior. He assumed them to be American, although he had only heard the older male in their party, probably the father, speak. He caught his breath when he spotted his other contemporary. Forget Trixie, there had been no girls like that at his school. He would have noticed. Patricia caught him gawking and prodded him mischievously. "Nervous?" she asked. Tim's voice croaked. He cleared his throat, pulling himself together. No, of course not, Mum. You?" Slightly embarrassed, he willed himself to stop staring at the stunning blonde and stared up in admiration at the USS New World instead. This was the ship that would carry them to their new home. The day may have been grey, but to Tim's eager eyes she stood magnificent on the strip, despite the hellscape background. A technological marvel, waiting patiently to whisk them away to lives very different from the ones they had known. There were 5 ships in the fleet, all built specifically to carry the pods and materiel to Mars. Tim had read everything he could find about them, and now, standing before the new world, he could clearly appreciate her skeletal design. See how she and her sister ships carried their loads or pods, depending on the requirement, under their bellies for easy release and takeoff. The new world was the first of the fleet to be constructed, and she was Tim's favourite. He was overjoyed when he discovered she was to be his transport. He knew her specifications by heart. 550 metres bow to stern, she was as capable in atmosphere as she was in space, allowing total flexibility and utility. Yet despite her size, she carried a permanent crew complement of just 13. Best of all, the USS New World was under the command of Captain James Douglas, a man Tim very much hoped to meet. Seated on his bridge, Captain Douglas turned to his first officer. "Open the boarding ramps, Jill. Please supervise the arrivals." Commander Jill Baines acknowledged the order. "Let's hope they're better house-trained than the last lot." The captain's mouth twitched at the corners as he raised an eyebrow. "Book and cover, Jill, book and cover. Let's not judge." Baines saluted and left the bridge. She took her time as she strolled through the ship. This would be the last trip they would make to Mars and back for a while, unless some kind of disaster struck the colony. The New World's next assignment was transporting construction materials and equipment for the planned brand-new from-scratch Moon Citadel. The project carried the grandiose title of New Rome, but most of the British engineers involved called it Moonton Keynes, and the name had stuck. She was the first person ever to be born on the moon, more specifically, Moonbase, New Florida, in 2071. Her family still lived there, so naturally, spaceflight was in her blood. With no reason to suppose that this launch would be any different from the many she had undertaken, she sighed contentedly, grateful to be staying with Captain Douglas and, if that were not enough, she would soon be able to spend some quality time with Mum and Dad too. Her future looked exciting and positive as she entered the embarkation area of the life pod. The New World's two-man security complement ushered people aboard, checking everyone over slowly and methodically. The Mars pod had its own security team, who were helping to expedite things, but they came largely under the jurisdiction of ship security for the extent of the voyage. Baines waited patiently until most of the 102 boarders were seated and strapping in for takeoff. Sergeant John Jackson called for the last few stragglers to get themselves situated. All of the ships had mixed nationality crews, as befitted a shared endeavour. However, both security operatives aboard the New World happened to be ex-British Army. The second was Private Dowie Jones, a Welshman from Gwynedd. Baines watched people drift almost subconsciously out of his way. Jones rarely spoke, but being the size of a brick shed, he rarely needed to. Jackson was already at full volume.
"I am Sergeant John Jackson, known to my friends as the Sarge, and as you will all hope to keep my friendship," he added menacingly, "you may also call me Sarge."
Baines' eyes twinkled with amusement. The Cockney bruiser enjoyed presenting all the charm of a scrapyard dog, but she was not fooled by the rough edges. He continued,
"These are my 10 commandments. Heed them well. Number 1, you are free to move about all non-secured areas of the Mars pod as you will, but you will not for any reason set foot aboard the New World unless expressly ordered to do so by myself or a senior officer. Is that clear?"
A disgruntled mumble chunted around the room.
"Is that clear?"
"Yes, Sarge." A more spirited response along with several giggles of embarrassment followed.
Number 2, public areas, passageways and corridors will be kept unobstructed at all times, and no luggage, equipment or litter will be tolerated in these locations. How you people conduct yourselves when we dump you on Mars is up to you, but whilst your home is attached to my home, it will be a tidy home."
This drew another murmur of mostly good-natured assent. Baines tuned out, having heard this speech many times over the last few years as they ferried people and plant to Mars. She chatted quietly with Mary Hutchins, purveyor of all things treat-related, standing next to her trolley of delights.
"Is everyone clear on all that?"
The Sarge barked loudly, wrapping up his barrage of do's and don'ts. Another, "Yes, Sarge," staggered through the assembly.
Any questions? No? Good.
He closed suddenly.
I'll hand you over to Commander Baines for a few words.
And without warning, she was on. The Sarge strode to the front of the room and stood to attention behind her, wearing just the ghost of a smirk. Said Baines, caught off guard. "Thank you, Sarge. Thank you very much," she added out of the corner of her mouth. The Sarge merely saluted smartly, still eyes front. "Hello, everyone," she continued. "After takeoff, some refreshments will be served by our local gal from sunny Florida, crewman Mary Hutchins here. She is the New World's janitor and cook and is therefore quite possibly the most indispensable member of our little crew." She gestured to Mary, who was bobbing about to the side, waving to any newcomers who caught her eye. There were a few polite chuckles as several people returned Mary's waves. "You will not find anyone more committed to the well-being of this ship or its passengers and crew," she added kindly. "Captain Douglas will be along to formally greet you all once we have broken orbit and laid in our course. He will also explain what you may expect when we jump through a wormhole. I don't believe any of our passengers have experienced this before, so I'm sure it'll be very exciting. But for now, I welcome you aboard the USS New World and look forward to getting to know all of you over the next 3 days of our voyage. Thank you." Once sure everyone and everything was safely stowed and secured, Commander Baines made her way back to the bridge in preparation for takeoff. "Well, what are they like?" asked Douglas as she slipped back into her seat. "Still cowering from the Sarge's 10 commandments, so it's too early to say for sure," she answered, strapping herself in.
Good old Sarge,"
Douglas remarked as he activated the ship-wide PA.
Welcome aboard, everyone. This is Captain James Douglas speaking. Please make one final check that luggage is secured and all seatbelts are fastened. We lift off in 3 minutes. Douglas out.
Within the next minute, all crew reports came in green for launch, and at the appointed hour, the ship took off vertically with little drama, achieving orbit a few minutes later. Jim Miller was a senior member of the Mars mission staff, and this earned him a window seat for what promised to be an extraordinary view as they left the Earth behind. In his typical fashion, he gave up this remarkable privilege in favor of his daughter and the apple of his eye. 16-year-old Rose tucked a lock of blonde hair behind her ear and watched the airstrip recede as the New World climbed, blurring the details into minutiae. Once within the cloud layer, there was little to see for a few moments until the New World burst, Pegasus-like, through the top of the clouds into perfect azure nothingness, lit by brilliant sunlight. There was very little Earth left, just the vaporous envelope above, which allowed everything to work, and above that, the deepening void. Rose hunkered down in her seat, reliving all the attention she had so recently received as a Mars colonist. The massive publicity which naturally whirled around the first pod mission to the New World had gradually petered away for subsequent departures. She had been too young to remember the early launches, but to offer perspective, her father had pointed out that it is often more advantageous to be last than second. He was always telling her things like that, but as it turned out, he had been right. The media frenzy had indeed fully revived and redoubled for the last pod of the initial wave to depart for Mars, the very pod in which Rose now sat, holding her father's hand and looking out at the first stars pricking through the blue. It was all so beautiful. Exciting, too. So why did she have this persistent, nagging doubt? Her parents had had a blistering argument about the Mars mission a few weeks ago. Her mother, Lara, had won. She hadn't been privy to their second conversation, the pivotal moment where Lara had changed her mind and made up theirs for them, sealing all their fates. Rarely do teenagers consider what their parents have to do out in the world while they are in school. A necessary safety mechanism, allowing them one last hurrah before their turn comes. Rose had simply believed the subject closed until her last day in lower secondary education, where it became apparent that she had been mistaken. Leaving school is normally a wrench, a sea change in any young person's life, but Rose had barely noticed it amidst the uproar. Much more than her last day of school, it had been the day where she glimpsed her future, just moments before it hit the headlines. And now she was on a spaceship travelling to another world. Out of her window, the blue sky above gave her a feeling of ever-increasing depth. It was strangely like looking down into a perfectly clear, fathomless lake. Within moments, the new world made the transition to space, and with the last wisps of atmosphere behind them, their ride went from smooth to serene. Passengers began unbuckling their safety harnesses and mingling once more. Lara left her seat without a word and began prowling among the other colonists. Probably checking out what they're worth, Rose thought uncharitably. She kept her father's hand, preventing him from leaving his seat to follow her. Dad? Yes, sweetheart? Did you know that Mum forgot to tell me she'd changed her mind about leaving for Mars? Eh? Jim was clearly, honestly shocked. But I left you a message. You know, when I had to leave to be processed by NASA. Uh-huh. She forgot to pass it on. And with all her pressing concerns like shopping and ordering new outfits for us, she forgot she'd forgot. You know she always deletes everything from the house computer so it doesn't get too complicated for her. I actually found out when I arrived at school for my last day and was mobbed by the press. Wow, I'm really sorry, darling. When I didn't hear from you, I just thought you were on board with all this and simply busy preparing, Jim answered quietly, looking perplexed. Don't worry, Dad, Rose squeezed his hand. It is exciting, and we're here now, so let's just see. How did you change Mum's mind to let us join this mission anyway? She added tactfully, despite knowing who had really made the decision. Well, I didn't exactly. Later, on the evening I told you both about all this, your mum went out with... Barbara? And her friend Barbara told Lara she'd be famous? Jim looked surprised. I'm not sure it was exactly like that, but how did you know? Because she believes everything Barbara tells her. For God's sake, Dad, Barbara spends even more on shoes than Lara does. Rose rarely thought of her mother as Mum. Of course she takes her opinions as gospel. Jim did his best to look disapproving. Please don't call Mum by her Christian name. When Lara got together with Barbara, it rarely worked out well for Jim. He lapsed into a brooding silence for a while, wondering whether Mars would be far enough to escape the reach of Barbara's influence. He hoped his family would make new friends now, good friends, or at least ones who would have a less deleterious effect on his marriage. With the Millers' attention firmly focused on their future, the enormity of Lara's change of heart and what it would mean for their family was obscured. A happy accident of linear time, with the result held back to be produced suddenly from the bottom of the deck when they least expected it. Rose was watching her mother move among the passengers, a predator in heels and bling, when a nebulous feeling of dread descended upon her. At that moment she would have given anything to know the future, even if that divination showed that the future would soon be the very least of her problems. This whole affair had made her nervous when it was her father's idea, but now Lara had signed off on it, she feared disaster. Stealing a furtive glance up at Jim as they sat quietly together, she was pleased to see his face light up. As he caught his first view of space, the schoolboy glint in his eye, always at odds with the perfect suits and perfect haircuts Lara chose for him, sparkled to life. Poor Dad, she thought. The man who has everything but chose the trophy wife from hell. Do you think this new life will change us? The thought surprised her, and she gave it voice without censor. Dad? Jim, startled out of his trance, looked down at his daughter. Where did that come from? He asked, eyes full of amusement and the love he held for her. If it does, I say let it change us for the better, eh? His expression became more serious. Look, sweetheart, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. It's the main reason I accepted this position, actually. Rose listened, piqued. When the terraforming is complete, all the people involved in the project will be granted prime real estate on Mars. We're talking ocean views and eventually fresh air and wonderful wildlife, a lifestyle we can't even dream about on Earth anymore. I'll probably be knocking on a bit by then. But I want this future for you, and if you decide to have a family of your own, for them too. It may take time, but if there's one thing I want to give you, darling, this is it. A true future of health and happiness." Jim paused for a moment. "I love you," he added seriously. Douglas sat comfortably in his captain's chair and relished the view unfolding before him through the forward viewports. No matter how many times he saw it, the sudden explosion of light and colour that was the Milky Way always took his breath away. Second Officer and Helmsman Lieutenant Sandeep Singh laid in a course to Mars and activated the autopilot. Like Captain Douglas, he too was an Air Force man. Before joining NASA and the Mars fleet 6 years earlier, he had served 8 years in the Indian military, a serious power in the latter half of the 21st century, as India rose to dominance as the second richest nation on Earth, locked in a cold war with China over resources. "Course calculated and laid in, Captain. Autopilot engaged," he said, turning to Douglas. "Thank you, Lieutenant. Good to see that Cambridge education wasn't wasted." "Certainly wasn't, Captain. That's where I perfected my awesome fast bowl." "Aye, I know. I saw you take 3 wickets in that friendly a few months ago." "You're welcome to join me for a game in my holograph room, Captain." "I wouldn't stand a chance, Sandy. Now, maybe if you programmed a nice links course with a sea view, I could get behind that." "You know I struggle with golf, Captain. I just can't get the hang of the bat." Douglas chuckled. Singh turned back to his readouts. "We will reach our cruising speed of 50,000 kilometers per hour in a little over 2 minutes, and reach our 1,800,000 kilometer minimum safe distance from Earth in approximately 36 hours, sir." Douglas nodded. "Very good, Lieutenant. Right, I suppose I'd better go and meet our guests." Commander Baines looked up from her console. "Enjoy yourself, Captain. We'll be here, glued to the monitors for the next 36 hours if you need us." "Okay, Commander, you have the bridge," he replied. "I'll try not to wake you up when I get back." Singh chuckled and watched the captain leave before returning to his calculations. He always rechecked them one last time before fully handing over to the computer. Once satisfied, his mind drifted back to his NASA accommodation, the place he was calling home for a while, and his cat. Her name was Fang, and he wondered whether he should have let her out, but it was a hellhole outside. It was always the same when he had to leave her. At least this was only a short mission, nothing to worry about. And yet he always did. Leaving the automatic cat food dispenser set for 3 days, he simply accepted that upon his homecoming the litter tray might hum a little. He lived in fear of a delayed return. If he let her out and the mission dragged, he might lose her. If he kept her in, she might make a mess or run out of food. He sighed. The agonies of the cat father. "Do you think the captain might let me bring Fang on board, Commander?" he asked. "Commander?" Baines had disappeared stealthily into the small galley off the bridge. He could hear the coffee machine. Singh sighed again and returned to his worrying. Post-takeoff checks complete, the ship, her crew and passengers settled into the quiet wait of space travel, the hours drifting by. Just one man's heart pounded as he made his way to the forward bank of escape pods. Now they were underway. Security would be lax until they were on final approach to Mars. This created an ideal opportunity for the saboteur. He lifted a floor plate in front of the entrance hatch to Lifeboat 1 and very carefully extracted a component. Once removed, it would render the escape capsule effectively useless, but it would provide him with all the power he needed. "I'm hiding again," Henry Hank Bernstein Jr. muttered to himself, fuming. The walls and door were a bleak utilitarian grey, every surface so very wipeable. His nerves were frayed indeed, if the cleanability of the walls was upsetting him too. He waited stolidly for his tummy to settle, and for his bowels to perform to the accompaniment of plumbing. The young man raked his fingers through his hair in agitation. Less than 2 days ago, he had been all fired up for a skiing holiday at the new $1 million a day resort near the top of Mount Everest. Now he was flying through the stars in a giant tin can, whilst hiding in the can. As soon as the new world broke orbit, Hank had jumped out of his seat to get away from his father. It was not like there was anything to see. Hank Bernstein Sr. had taken the window seat as his right. Offering it to anyone else would simply never have occurred to him. Now Hank Jr.'s cubicle rang with the gentle splosh of solitude as he sat in the last remnant of every man's castle, barely surviving in the reduced circumstances of an overpopulated world. At least the gates were barred. If only he had something to read. He clenched his fists. Unfortunately, his stomach, which was only ever a problem when his father was around, did likewise. Memories of his life ending and a very uncertain new one beginning resurfaced. The day before yesterday, he had been completely oblivious to this new future on Mars. Recently turned 18, he had left his school for the last time, fully expecting to be drummed into a position within his father's multi-trillion-dollar corporation which sold something or other, toot sweet, whether he wanted it or not. But what actually happened had shaken him to the core. He had tried to get his mother to take a stand, but as always, there was no help there. He guessed she had lived in fear of his father and his lawyers for so long that she had no fight left. "There's nothing I can do, son, nothing but be here," she had said, "and I promise I will always be here. You and Clarissa are my reason, Hank, and I will never leave you or your sister alone, whatever happens to me." The brave smile for her boy's benefit caused a tear to escape down her cheek and broke Hank's heart. His father had paid every trainer and teacher he ever had to drill him with the knowledge that he would achieve something important and should be proud he belonged to the greatest nation on Earth. Grudgingly, he had to admit that without the US space program, humanity might simply be looking at its end in pretty short order. This much was true. He was proud of his country. They had achieved so much, but men like his father made him wonder if they had a future. The world's population, almost 50 billion now, was many, many times more than the planet could sustain, he knew. Virtually every problem human society faced stemmed from it. He had read somewhere that the net population growth was close to 250,000 people a day a century ago. It was simply outrageous now, and the world could not cope. Men like Bernstein Sr. had always seen this as a fantastic opportunity for profit. Of course, that was before he had jumped onto the saving the planet bandwagon. Now his father kept repeating over and over again,
"The Mars mission is the last and best chance to preserve our civilization, and God bless the US of A."
Hank could hear the booming voice ringing in his ears even now, nuancing the death knell for his own plans. He knew it was all hot air from a buffalo's backside. His father would only permit God to bless America if he had blessed Bernstein Sr.'s bank accounts first. There was clearly money in this Mars venture, and it looked like their lives on Earth were being offered in sacrifice to balance the payment. Hank's anger subsided a little, causing him to realize that he had been finished for a while now, so he flushed and washed his hands. Splashing water onto his face, he looked with bloodshot eyes at someone he hardly knew in the mirror, had never been allowed to know. "One day," he promised the stranger. A single tear brimmed, but did not fall. He wiped it with a finger. It was like saying goodbye to boyhood. However, some lessons can never be completely unlearned, so he washed his face thoroughly for the sake of appearances. It was time to lower the drawbridge and rejoin the world, or at least the new world. He had heard there was a bar somewhere aboard this crate. Maybe there would be a pool table or something. In the bar and restaurant, so new that no one had yet given it a name, 4 teenagers sat at different tables wondering who would make the first move. Woodsy looked out of a port-side window. He marvelled not only at the stars, but also the endless nebulae, visible without the obscuring haze of atmosphere. It was hard to believe he was here. Everything had happened so quickly. His dad's position had become available, been offered and been accepted. Before he knew it, he was suddenly on his way to begin a new life on another world, quicker than the death of a Christmas hit. He grinned at his reflection in the window as he sipped a cold beer. It was good to be 16 at last. With a bottle in his right hand, he lovingly stroked the short, fluffy blonde beard he was trying to grow with his left. Outside, the unadulterated starscape gripped him.
What a view,
he mumbled to himself with a single shake of his head.
This would humble a lesser man.
In his heart of hearts, of course, he realized this was no small thing. Such a momentous event, in fact, that he wondered if his mother was watching, if she was still with them somehow. Dr. Thomas Wood's invitation to join the Mars program had certainly been spookily unlooked for. Woodsy now understood that the offer had actually landed some weeks ago. His dad simply chose to wait until his last day of school was over before telling him, not wanting to load his plate with any further concerns. They were here because his father was an exceptional engineer, with PhDs in mathematics and structural engineering from Victoria University in Wellington, New Zealand. Woodsy knew his dad hoped he would follow in his footsteps and become an engineer too one day. He certainly had the mathematical aptitude, but Woodsy preferred to wait and see what called to him. Thoughts of home. Mum. The word came out as little more than a breath. Woodsy had lost his mother Sarah some 13 years ago. He tried not to think too deeply about that. Despite living with the ghost of her loss, his father had poured a huge commitment into his upbringing since. They never really talked about it, but Woodsy knew it was there. Being so young when his mother passed, he always thought of her as a hole in his life rather than an ache.
The stuff you think about when you're leaving your home planet behind,
he muttered ruefully. His ancestry traced back to Richard Wood, who had arrived in New Zealand during the 1840s as part of the early mass immigration, and now the Wood family appeared set to become colonists all over again. He breathed in deeply through his nose and out slowly through his mouth. Everything aboard the pod seemed to have that new car smell. He liked it. He sat up straight, coming back to the now with a wry smile. The Southern Hemisphere must have seemed like a long way from southern England to Richard Wood in the early 19th century. What would his ancestor have made of the 225 million kilometre average distance between Plymouth and Mars? Woodsy chuckled at the thought, suddenly feeling the need for a little companionship, maybe even a few laughs. The bar around him was almost empty, so he glanced around at the other teens once more, before standing and theatrically clearing his throat.
Hi, I'm Woodsy, and I'd like to welcome you to Woodsy Hour.
He caught their attention and continued.
For 1 hour only, you get to buy me drinks in exchange for me listening to you droning on about your boring lives and how you came to be here. Woodsy makes no promises to stay awake through the whole hour, nor that he'll remain if drinks are not forthcoming. Your statutory rights will not be taken into consideration. Come on down.
Tim Norris and Hank Bernstein Jr. grinned at one another, nodded and approached the young New Zealander with hands outstretched. A quick round of introductions ensued, and Hank called over to the bar for more drinks. Rose Miller studiously examined her tablet, ignoring the trio. She was writing endless messages to friends on her network, blogging a brag about how marvellous space travel was, what with all the stars and stuff, and how only the very cream of the top of the most exclusive set were here with her. Although she would not be able to send the messages until their arrival on Mars, it had been her intention to use the journey to work up an account that would make people back home seethe with envy. Yet somehow, now she stopped to think about it, it felt like going back through the motions of an old life. Did it really matter if her friends from school were jealous? She would probably never see most of them again anyway. Deep, confusing thoughts stirred. After a few moments' introspection, Rose realized that pondering her future was once again proving an uncomfortable exercise. What made matters worse was that she had just caught up on the latest download from a radical teen news feed she followed, called The Social Metronome. Suddenly, she could not help looking askance at these 3 teenagers hanging around in the bar. Also, the barman. Did he have a squint? The article read,
Today, as many as 75% of us suffer from some form of mental illness, a figure which has only increased by 5% in the last 100 years. So that must mean it's stable. Since our holding company was almost bankrupted by a lawsuit last year, following an article where we called a boy an idiot for hitting a snake with a stick to see what would happen, our lawyers have forbidden us from naming any examples. But you all know who you are, don't you? Deep down? Really? So, the world may have gone mad, but somehow humanity is still hanging on by a big fat 25%. That's almost a third, people! Hooray for the humans! Footnote. Unfortunately, the dramatic increase in population during the last century means that statistically you are now much more likely to be murdered by someone that you do not know. In summary, watch yourself. It's all gone bonkers!
Footnote number 1. The editor of the Social Metronome, a man named Fasto Legardo, was well known for spending more time in court than at his keyboard. Also for sailing dangerously close to the wind with his topics, choice of reporters, and irreverent editorial style. While he described his version of the news as edgy, his detractors maintained that he simply traded on the age-old truth that the less acceptable the material, the more kids would want to know it. If the subject were really nasty, they might even trouble to read about it. The backbone of his defence during his latest appointment with His Majesty's bench was a claim that his publications encouraged literacy in young people because of this. Legardo was also famous for spearheading the campaign to reintroduce swear words, also known as curse words, back into the dictionary on the grounds that removing them in Common Era 2029 led to the drastic disencouragization of many young children from wanting to learn to read. And anyway, removing them has not made them go away. It has not even reduced their use. It has simply led to them being misspelt on social media. He also rebutted the argument that 4-letter words were now considered 3-letter words simply because people have grown lazier. Rose was appalled by this latest social trend. However, born beautiful, popular and rich, one-upmanship provided her with a comfort of sorts, so she returned to mulling over her explanation of just how select her travelling companions truly were. As her hands hesitated over the keypad, a shout echoed across the mostly empty room.
Hey! Who's the Sheila?
Rose fixed the uncouth youth with a glare intended to spit him alive. "How did you 3 get accepted on this ship?" she asked snootily.
By pure ability, lady. I take it you're a paid seat? Daddy rich, is he? Slip NASA a few beer tokens and she'll be right, eh?
Woodsy retorted. "My father happens to be a genius at science," she blurted, suddenly realizing that she did not really know what Daddy did do, only that what Daddy did do was dull. Or so Lara had always told her. The 3 lads collapsed into laughter, and Rose strode angrily toward the exit. She had never known such treatment. "That went well," Tim noted.
Shh, shh, said Woodsy. I can see I need to teach you boys a thing or two about the fear of sex.
"Oh, this should be good," said Tim.
No worries, mate. You see, women are like little birds in the bush, Woodsy explained. If you go in loud and rough, they fly away.
"What, like shouting, 'Hey, who's the Sheila?'" mocked Hank.
Dude, that was a blind, the New Zealander expanded. I was flushing her out so she could be corralled this way. Then before she knows it,
he closed his hands to a grasping fist.
She's mine.
Tim laughed, and Hank prompted, "Well, go on then. Go and close the gate before she bolts."
All right, I will.
Woodsy stood up purposefully and marched quickly after Rose. He caught up with her just as she reached the threshold to the corridor. She stepped back inside for a moment, allowing the doors to close again. Hank and Tim couldn't hear what they said, but Rose's face reddened and she looked furious. She suddenly turned her nose up and stormed out. Woodsy looked very sheepish as he wandered back to them. He sat down heavily. Tim, already giggling, asked, "Well?"
I'd rather not talk about it.
Hank laughed loudly.
Well, why don't you show us how it's done then, genius?
Woodsy laid down the gauntlet. "Right," replied Hank. "So I can look stupid too? I think I'll pass." Woodsy turned to Tim. "Don't look at me," he answered. "The last time a girl spoke to me was about 2 months ago, and that was in the queue at a coffee stand." Woodsy scratched his chin, studying Tim with curiosity.
So what did she say, dude?
Tim looked away bashfully. "Will you get off my foot?" he answered in a small voice. After a couple of heartbeats, Hank threw his head back and laughed until the tears streamed down his face. When he eventually recovered, he admitted quietly, "Actually, it's me who's the paid seat. My dad put $200 billion into this program because he wants to sell condos on Mars or something. After the place is terraformed and the land stakes are divvied up, that is. He thinks he'll increase his money exponentially. I suppose he's right. He usually is, I guess." He tailed off.
And how did you come to be here, Tim?
Woodsy asked. "My mum's a microbiologist, a very, very good one. I'm riding her coattails," he answered, with a small, self-deprecating smile. "She worked so hard for this. I owe her everything." Woodsy glanced between them, giving both an appraising look. The princeling and the pauper, with himself somewhere in the middle.
Well, it doesn't matter how you made it,
he said.
Only that you made it.
"What about you?" Tim asked in return.
My old man's a structural engineer, a pretty good one too.
"He'd need to be to get on this crew," said Hank. "Unless he just happened to have a few billion to spread around," he finished darkly.
"Don't get on with the old man then?"
asked Woodsy perceptively. "What can I tell you? I only found out I was going to live on Mars a couple of days ago. I wasn't asked or even told about it. No choice. Bang. Thanks, Dad." Woodsy whistled softly. "I hardly know anything about what we're doing on Mars, other than slogans and the broad strokes," continued Hank. "You guys have parents who are scientists. What can you tell me?"
"Well, to tell you the truth,"
replied Woodsy,
"my dad was one of the last people to be employed on the project, so I don't know a huge amount myself, other than what's in the news feeds and the bits I've picked up on the ship."
They both looked at Tim, who reddened. "I know a bit about it," he confessed awkwardly. "My mum worked so hard to be here, I thought the least I could do was take an interest. To be honest, though, our efforts on Mars are fascinating. Would you like a bedtime story?" Tim ostentatiously checked the level in his almost empty bottle.
"Subtle,"
Woodsy noted. He grinned appreciatively and ordered another round. The bartender brought 3 bottles over to the young men.
"Well,"
asked the New Zealander,
"there's your payment. Where's me story?"
Tim lubricated his throat and began. "The first stage was simple in principle, but required a gargantuan, not to mention astonishingly complex and expensive effort to bring about. It involved kickstarting the static and partially frozen core with a planet-wide series of huge explosions. These detonations were created by ordnance being drilled deep into the planet to begin a super-enormous chain reaction, igniting the core and getting it spinning again." "Nukes?" asked Hank. "Big ones," agreed Tim. "A decade later, Mars began to stabilize. After the planet-wide shockwave and hundreds of massive volcanic eruptions, the magnetosphere began to re-establish itself. The magnetosphere's an essential element of the planet's natural defenses from the sun and other bodies spinning around the solar system. Phase 2 saw the construction of carbon dioxide plants on the surface of Mars to belch out greenhouse gases, further augmenting the effects of volcanicity in the atmosphere. What the scientists wanted to do was trap heat and bind it to the planet until a constant and reliable atmospheric temperature could be maintained. All this effort and work was designed to replicate the beginnings of our own world." Tim paused for thought there. "I suppose I should say Earth now, as our own world will soon be Mars." He stopped with his bottle halfway to his mouth. Have you considered that? I mean, really thought about it? The three took a moment to let Tim's point sink in. Eventually, Woodsy spoke.
Do you know you talk like a textbook, dude?
Hank snorted his beer, and Tim laughed in spite of himself. You asked for a story. I'm sorry, did you want Three Little Pigs?
Little Red Riding Hood if you can manage it, mate.
You can have Little Red Planet, if you'll shut up for a minute. Hank laughed again. Please, go on, Tim. I need to know this stuff if I'm going to be stuck there. Anyway, Tim continued, this all needed to be manufactured within a time frame which could benefit us. Mankind, that is. It's a pretty extraordinary achievement. Can't help thinking that it would never have happened if we weren't faced with our end in the fairly short term, or at least the end of the comfortable civilization we've all learned to enjoy. Just goes to show how close to the edge we must really be for even elected officials to pile this sort of money into a science project. I was feeling a little low, but wow, all better now, Hank remarked sardonically. Do you do parties? Now Woodsy laughed too. Well, I'll sort you a happy ever after if you let me tell it, Tim rejoined, playing into the banter and enjoying the attention from these new friends. Not really used to anyone actually being interested in what he knew, he was discovering he liked it. There is a silver lining to this rather noxious cloud, or there will be when we get to Phase 3 in a few years' time. That is, seeding Mars with bacterial and eventually plant and animal life in theory. That's where my mum comes in. We should be able to transplant life from home, hopefully before we kill it all off. Woodsy wet a finger and held it up in the air, looking around in feigned puzzlement. What is it?
Ah, nothing. Just thought I felt rain. Must be your silver lining has slipped again.
I can't help it if we've annihilated the natural world, can I? Asked Tim reasonably. From the very first moment he saw Woodsy, before the launch, he had observed that the New Zealander rarely stopped grinning. Woodsy added a very overtly indolent wink, too, just in case Tim failed to notice that he was being mocked. Hurry up, said Hank. They'll be closing. Okay, where was I? Tim muttered.
When your mum gets to third base,
Woodsy reminded him helpfully. Hank snorted again, and caught in the throes of a coughing fit, now had beer streaming down his nose. Eventually he managed to wheeze. He said Phase 3. Third base means... Woodsy and Tim stared at him quizzically. The young American cleared his throat. Something else, he finished weakly. All right, said Tim, holding his hands up. As it happened, Mars wasn't quite as dead as some of our scientists suspected. Deep core drilling revealed that many of the ice seams still contained some photosynthetic bacteria. These microorganisms have proved themselves to be extraordinarily adaptive. You see, hardwired into their genomes is the ability to survive freezing for millions of years, eons in fact, in the thin layer under the glaciers where ice rubs against stone. Similar systems exist in the polar regions of Earth. This pulverized rock acts like a fertilizer for these microbes that are waiting dormant for the chance to photosynthesize again. My mum leads a team of biologists who will study these microorganisms to see how they act and react with Earth-born genomes. She hopes that when Mars has a much warmer, largely carbon dioxide atmosphere, much of the ice will become liquid water once more, releasing these tiny miracles, as she calls them, in their trillions. This should allow them to go to work using photosynthesis to absorb the carbon and give out oxygen. As this process begins to replicate, Mars should slowly come back to life, metaphorically at least. Seeding life from Earth is kind of like a Noah's Ark approach. It was planned around the construction of 4 settlements. As I'm sure you know, 3 of the 4 townships were completed a while back. Only the 4th and final one is still missing one of its factory pods. As you've probably guessed, that's what we're sitting in.
The pub?
Asked Woodsy fatuously. Tim ignored him, speaking to Hank instead. The townships have full manufacturing capability, as well as pubs, for the building and proliferation of the atmospheric processing plants, which will continue to produce greenhouse gases all over Mars. Obviously, this process will largely be carried out using locally mined material. That's why we've got such a large mining and construction contingent on board. I expect Woodsy's dad is part of that team?
Woodsy nodded affirmative.
Tim continued. Other essentials will be bulk transported from Earth via ships like the New World. Their design makes them ideal because... My, what big eyes you have! And they all lived happily ever after.
Eh? Asked Hank and Woodsy together.
Just checking you were still listening, said Tim archly. He raised his drink to toast. Here's to new worlds and new mates.
The three young men chinked bottles together.
Cheers, said Tim and Hank together.
To Woodsy,
said Woodsy simultaneously, making the others laugh again.
And to new brews. I need another drink after that load, dude.
You liked it?
Asked Tim.
It was a hell of a story, mate. Pithy,
the New Zealander added sarcastically.
Shame about the pigs, though.
Hey?
That's right. When we get to Mars, I'm calling dibs on the house made of bricks in case there are any big bad space monsters there. We've all seen the movies.
They continued to laugh until a thought struck Tim.
Ooh. Talking of monsters, I got a movie I made when I was at school, which you might think is cool. It's got blood and guts, the lot.
He pulled his personal comm from a pocket and folded the screen out to the size of a small monitor, standing it in the middle of the table.
Is there any nudity?
Asked Woodsy.
Tim looked up, searching for the answer. Technically, yes, he replied truthfully. However, I'm guessing you're thinking of a different kind of movie.
Wrapped up in their own little world, the teenagers turned in surprise when a man in his early 40s approached them bearing a tray full of bottled beers. "G'day, lads. I thought I might find you in here."
"Dad!"
Woodsy cried, pulling up another seat.
"Good of you to open the gate with your knee. I'd better take those cold ones off your hands."
Setting everyone up with a couple of bottles, he dropped the tray on an empty table. Thomas nodded to the teenagers as he took the proffered seat. "Just thought I'd see how you were getting on. I've only got time for a quick stubby. You going to introduce me to your mates?"
"Sweet as. Pity you missed the recital."
"Recital?"
"Yeah, lads, this is me dad. Dad, these are me mates, chapter and verse. They go on a bit, and one of them has a tendency to leak beer from his nostrils. And on that note, fellas, I need to go and powder me nose. Tim, you better hold that movie, unless you want to pipe it through to the dunny."
Chapter 2. Disaster. Almost a day after launch, the engineering team had largely settled into their routines with the stresses of preparing the ship and taking off behind them. In between takeoff, the wormhole jump, and landing, they usually hoped for long periods of low excitement. On this occasion, one of them remained on edge. There were 4 engineers aboard the New World, headed by Chief Engineer Lieutenant Hiro Nasaki. Sensing movement out of the corner of his eye, he looked up from his console momentarily, just in time to see his second-in-command slip away, looking almost shifty. Hiro shook his head. Tokyo born and bred, he would be the first to admit that, although he could get by in Japanese and English, he only really spoke machine fluently. Indeed, he could compel the most sophisticated shuttlecraft to handshake electronically with a lowly toaster. But people, they were just so unknowable. Technically, Hiro's shift had ended a couple of hours ago, but the position he held was no mere job to the chief. He knew he was a first-rate engineer and wore his love affair for the New World on his sleeve, but until recently had never considered people skills particularly important. A deficit which placed him at a disadvantage when recruiting his engineering team a few years ago after a reshuffle. It was the primary reason he had ended up with the second-in-command nobody else in the fleet wanted. Despite his blind spot where people were concerned, Hiro was not an unkind man,
and often stewed over just what to do with Lieutenant Jeff Lloyd. He had tried to befriend him several times, but it had never gone well. Lloyd had a reputation among the crew for being embittered and almost wholly unlikable, but Hero simply saw him as an imposition. Yet he seemed to be stuck in this binary struggle with the man. He knew Captain Douglas would offer support if he needed it, but asking would feel like failure somehow. He sighed, staring at the door through which the impossible man had made his exit a moment ago. "What's he up to?" he muttered to himself. It was times like this he wished his father was still alive. He always knew how to handle people. He lapsed into thought. Lloyd has been passed over for advancement several times, even since I was promoted chief engineer, and quite rightly so in my opinion. Could that be his problem? Jealousy? Conversely, Hero's relationship with the other engineers, crewmen Giorgio and Mario Bacchini, was quite different. The young twins from Pompeii were almost identical, which led to occasional misunderstandings, but crucially, they got Lieutenant Nasaki's hands-on way of working. Being roughly of an age, the three fostered a healthy competitiveness, which Hero encouraged. His experience was not exhaustive, but he found that it made for an efficient department, despite Old Man Lloyd dropping the occasional spanner in the works. However, just lately, Lloyd had seemed even more irascible than usual. As a man who only ever dreamed of being an engineer, Hero did not always understand the desires of others. All he knew for sure was that his overtures of friendship had continually failed. Forced to admit that making friends was perhaps not really his forte, he had recently decided to try stealth, something about which he knew even less. In his innocence, it never occurred to him that, when dealing with human beings, small acts can have cumulative consequences, and by issuing Lloyd with tasks all over the ship, always carefully away from his own theatre of works, he was compounding a fracture which far transcended a mere generational gap. Second Engineer Jeff Lloyd made his way along the corridor on a personal errand, heading away from engineering for now. He was both anxious about something new and annoyed about something old. As he stopped by his locker, hoping to retrieve his precision socket set, his annoyance dialed up another notch. Gasping in frustration, he balled his fists. "Those damn kids have been taking my tools again! How the hell do they always break my encryptions?" he exploded, violently slamming the locker door. "Second Engineer!" he spat angrily to himself. "I should be in charge of this ship. At very least, Chief Engineer. Instead, I have to play subordinate to a kid who still has wet ink on his diplomas. As for the others, I know more about the ship, leadership, and hardship than all of them put together, including that damn Scotsman who's 3 years my junior. Nearly 30 years as a lieutenant. 30 damn years! I've put everything into this job. It even cost me my relationship with Audrey, and none of it was my fault. I could have been married and happy if it wasn't for the benighted nepotism within NASA. I could have... His rant ended abruptly, his rage honing to a cutting edge. It's time I made a change. Time I taught these people a lesson, he brooded silently. And today's as good a day as any. Crewmen Giorgio and Mario Bacchini ran advanced system checks on the wormhole drive. It wouldn't be needed until tomorrow, but Mario, whose responsibility it was, liked to run tests well in advance, so that any problems could be flagged up and fixed before the captain ordered a jump. Today was important to the brothers. This would be the last trip the new world would make to Mars for a while, and still they considered their options with no decision in sight. They could stay on for the moon mission or look to ply their talents elsewhere. Unwilling to be parted, they were equally unwilling to agree about it.
Hey Mario, if we don't decide soon, we're just going to have to stay here and that's all there is to it,
stated Giorgio in English. The Bacchinis often conversed in English even when alone to improve their skills.
Yeah,
replied Mario.
I think about it later. Of more immediate concern, did you return Jeff's socket set?
Giorgio's brows knitted.
Oops, he muttered.
Ha! He'll go pazzo, laughed Mario.
Jeff Lloyd dampens my bonhomie not at all, replied Giorgio snootily. Besides, he won't know if you don't tell him. I forgot about it. It's no big deal. I'd put it back if I were you. I thought he was going to have a seizure the last time you borrowed something from him without asking.
But he always says no, said Giorgio with frustration.
Well, I'm just saying.
Mario sniggered at the silly situation Giorgio had gotten himself into. It was commonplace for one or other of the twins to be in Lloyd's bad books. They were that sort, and so was he.
He always blames me, continued Giorgio plaintively. It always is you,
bit back Mario.
What? Why don't you remind me about the time you put his dirty laundry in the air vent next to his workstation? Hey, it stank, man. So what? You thought a couple of days of having warm air passed over it would help? He located them, eventually. He went loco, you mean? I thought he was going to see the captain for sure that time. I'm positive he would have too, if he'd known which of us did it. But don't worry, fratello. I would have helped you pack your belongings, maybe even played a few sad songs before waving you off, that type of thing.
Hey! Giorgio cried out as an empty food carton whizzed overhead.
I thought you never allowed food around the wormhole drive.
Mario looked scandalized.
You brought that in here. Me? You. Look, Georgie, I'm going to go to the captain if you keep leaving your crap in my workspace, okay? He'll kick you off the ship and you'll have to go back to correcting that plodding thesis you slapped together on temporal mechanics.
Giorgio blustered for a moment.
Plodding? It was more widely regarded than that derivative work you hashed up about wormholes. Hey, and what do you mean by correcting? Derivative? Sputtered Mario. My thesis got us our jobs. Oh, please, Giorgio replied witheringly. You press a few buttons here and there, give the drive housing a bit of a polish in between jumps, and drink filthy NASA coffee. I'm surprised you haven't shined the casing away.
Mario laughed at his brother's insults despite himself.
Mary the janitor could do your job, continued Giorgio, laughing himself now, in between cleaning the refectory and making drinks for all the crew. I do all the real work with Hero. And FYI, that food carton was yours. I saw you walk past the bin with it on the way here, in one of your little fetishist daydreams, probably.
Seeing his moment, Giorgio launched it back across the room. Mario went down.
Mario?
A pained voice came from the floor behind a workstation.
You got me in the plums, idiota!
Late that night, the hatch leading into the wormhole drive section of engineering slid open. The doors made very little noise, and the man stepped inside equally quietly. The whole engineering deck was deserted, its crew either on a rest cycle or running systems checks elsewhere on the ship. Subsequently, the wormhole drive was also left unattended. The man checked the system status. All of Bacini's diagnostics seemed to have been completed with no faults logged. Good, thought the saboteur. Even the fastidious Mario is unlikely to check on his beloved wormhole drive again until it powers down after the jump. He opened the drive casing and planted the device he had constructed, knowing exactly where to place it for effect. Once satisfied, he closed the housing and left. He knew the device was much more powerful than it needed to be, but he had been afraid of being caught with it. He did not like handling it either. Sweat ran down his face and neck. Sod it. It'll do. Now get a grip, he told himself, wiping his brow with a sleeve. He had everything worked out, escape and all. It was risky, but if timed accurately, he would make Earth orbit within 3 days, carrying the sad news of a disaster. Lifeboat 7 would be slower than the New World and more cramped, but he was being paid a lot of money, so these were small matters.
He paused to look carefully around a corner, having already confused the surveillance system in this area. However, you could never fully factor for passers-by. Content the coast was clear, he propped up his justifications and vacated the area, silencing his conscience as he tried to regulate his breathing. The USS New World was now a day and a half out from Earth, and on a heading straight for Mars. Her crew busied themselves, preparing to make their jump through a wormhole. Due to the relative infancy of the technology, the stipulated minimum distance of 1,800,000 kilometers was an agreed safety margin. Few of the scientists involved with its development could agree with any surety what gravitic effects a planetary body might have on a forming wormhole. Captain Douglas gave the passengers his usual 30-minute warning, asking them to make their way back to the embarkation area, a multifunctional space and in some ways the heart of the pod. At any time it could be an auditorium for shows, lectures or gatherings, but most importantly, with over 100 secure tiered seats, it made an ideal passenger seating platform while the ship underwent maneuvers. Passengers entered in small groups, taking their seats over the next 20 minutes or so. The atmosphere was electric, and naturally, excited chatter made everyone louder than everyone else. Apart from the new life on the new world which awaited them, this would also be their first wormhole jump. Within minutes of taking his seat, Tim Norris became fast friends with a four-legged passenger named Reaver, a beautiful long-haired border collie who happened to own a human called Dr. Natalie Pearson. Natalie was a young zoologist, consulting for the team of geneticists who would one day make Mars home for Terran invertebrates and eventually larger animals. Tim and Natalie rattled away happily, lost in the wondrous story of life on Earth, with occasional interruptions for attention from Reaver. Tim stroked the collie's head. Dogs always know an animal lover, and the border collie had latched onto him at once amongst so many. At that moment, Reaver hooked a paw over the top of the expanded screen on Tim's personal comm and pulled it down. It was stealing his attention. "Reaver! Reaver! No, boy!" said Natalie. That did it. His mistress was ignoring him too now, in favour of this glowing thing that made strange noises. He slapped his paw down harder, speaking an indignant, husky, "Toof!" "Reaver, sit down!" Natalie snapped crossly. The collie's ears flattened to his head. Whoops! He may have gone too far. He tilted his head to one side and laid it on Natalie's lap, staring up at her with a look of innocence so timeless that it may have predated Eve's apple. Tim burst out laughing. Play. Branches rustle and swish, a whiplash making it all but impossible to see ahead. Just outside the forest canopy, bellows of fear and anger cross the plain. The sudden daylight is dazzling, and the ground 4 meters below begins to move by much more quickly. It is time to run. It is time to hunt. The approach makes the reek of fear in the air almost tangible as the Maposaurus pack close, jostling and shoving one another, claws grasping in excitement. From the center of the charge, nothing can be seen but the flexing of powerful hind legs and angry tails through the dust. Surrounded by 14 killers, some as large as Tyrannosaurus rex, the view of the quarry is almost non-existent. After a 200-meter sprint, the enormous, plodding Argentinosaurus herd cast panicked shadows over the hunting pride. The Maposaurs scatter, tearing between their prey, separating them and attacking opportunistically until a victim is singled out. From their relatively small heads to the ends of their massive tails, the oldest Argentinosaurs are easily 40 meters long, their giant necks contributing almost half that length. At 80 tons or more, even the largest of the Maposaurs give them a wide berth, instinct and experience telling them that a strike from those 12-meter-long tails weighing as much as 20 tons would be devastating. The technique, honed over millennia, is to separate the young or infirm before focusing their efforts. And sure enough, the Maposaurs soon split an adolescent from the herd. The terrified creature whips its tail and rises up on its hind legs to stamp at the hunters as they come near. Even this smaller quarry is 10 meters long and weighing around 15 tons can kill by clumsy, terrified flailing alone. Undaunted, the hunters attack from several directions, hit and fade, hit and fade. The terrible serrated teeth of the Maposaurs slice the flesh of their prey, causing wickedly jagged lacerations. They cannot kill such a giant animal outright, but know that it will eventually succumb to blood loss and shock. Soon this huge and magnificent force of nature will be carrion, food for the pack and those who will follow down the chain. Fear goes to work, weakening the creature still further as it falls onto its front knees, crying mournfully for help, for a mother it has never known to save it from this horrific fate. The largest of the Argentinosaurs are unaffected either by its plight or the general chaos around them. So vast that fear is a forgotten memory, these ground-shaking sauropod dinosaurs simply continue their business of felling trees and stripping the branches of their bounty. Suddenly, having all the time in the world, the Maposaurs focus their attention on the weakening sub-adult. They run around the terrified creature, hind legs pumping, tails keeping them balanced through every tight turn and instinctively choreographed maneuver. One adventurous adolescent is so caught up in the excitement of the hunt that he fails to notice the shadow which falls across him, and the force of the tail whip smashes his 1-ton body instantly. The youth lands 10 meters from where he was struck, a pulped slab of soggy flesh and shattered bone. Before the motion of this deadly game of bat and ball is fully spent, or the young life even fully extinguished, a giant Maposaurus bull picks up the broken remains in its jaws and slopes off to feast on his own, in peace. The flicks of his tail an earnest warning to any who would barter for a share. The shadow over the pack's chosen prey grows as a second mid-sized Argentinosaurus cow swings her tail threateningly in the path of the hunters. Despite losing a lot of blood, the injuries are not fatal, and the wounded sauropod gets back to its feet, hiding among the females who instinctually answered its call. None of the individuals are its mother. It is simply understood that they all are. Slowly the giants return to the herd as a new battle commences over the corpse of the dead Maposaurus. For a pack this size, it is merely a snack. But the giant herbivores can never outpace their predators, so there will always be tomorrow. The lucky Argentinosaurus takes one last look behind at the squabbling carnivores as it limps away. Pause.
You made that film yourself?
Natalie asked breathlessly, clearly moved by the young dinosaur's plight.
Yes,
Tim answered, hoping his pride was not too obvious.
It was a project for traditional animation class. You don't think some of the subtitles were a bit much?
No way. I hope you got an A. It's awesome. I actually felt like I was running with the pack at one point. Tim cringed awkwardly.
Thanks, I played it to the guys last night in the bar, and they asked me that. Well, when I say they, I mean Hank and Woodsy's dad. Woodsy said that baby dinosaurs weren't the kind of naked chicks he was into.
Natalie laughed until Tim confessed.
Actually, I got a B.
You're kidding. Natalie was genuinely surprised after watching such a lifelike video.
How did your teacher justify that? Well, I decided to create a movie showing an attack on a herd of Argentinosaurus by a pack of Maposaurus, as you saw, but the assignment technically called for a short film showing the preparation or cooking of a meal. I got bored. I got sidetracked. I got a B. Of course, I argued that this was exactly what my film did portray, if you needed a meal in the time of the dinosaurs anyway. But despite my best arguments, Cretaceous cookery just didn't go over very well with my teacher. Still, I didn't mind really. He smiled ruefully.
My classmates did some quite difficult work, making virtual pastries rise and such, but guess whose film everybody wanted to see again?
Natalie grinned at the young man.
I'm not surprised. I was almost in tears at one point. I would never have forgiven you if the young sauropod had died.
Riva whined. He scented a change in the crowd's mood and, feeling left out, jumped onto the arm of the seat between them, shoving his nose into Tim's face whilst losing traction with his hind legs and sliding back, gracelessly, into Natalie's lap. Flailing to stop him from falling, she was rewarded with a lick which covered her nose and left eye as Riva settled into a cradled, upside-down position across her chest. All she could smell was her beloved pet's last meal. It could have been worse, a lot worse. Panting happily, the collie was indifferent while everyone else stopped whatever they were doing to listen, as a second announcement from the bridge echoed around the cavernous space.
Creating a stable wormhole in T-2 minutes.
The captain's voice boomed over the public address system. Previous journeys had demonstrated that the volume at this stage needed to be dialed higher than usual to compensate for the natural excitement among the passengers.
We will follow the wormhole, exiting 1.8 million kilometers from Mars. Please make sure all luggage is secure and all safety harnesses are fastened. Captain, out.
Most of the passengers' belongings had been long secured in their quarters, but there was still a shuffle as everyone gave bags and belts one last check. The captain's voice soon sounded again, unnaturally loud this time, as the passengers fell into silent anticipation.
We're about to jump and will arrive near Mars straight away. There will be no perception of time for us in the wormhole. Please remain seated and calm.
The official part of his message relayed, he continued with more of his natural warmth.
We've done this many times and there's nothing to fear. We'll be back in real space before you know it. Douglas, out.
The tiered seats of embarkation faced a large curved screen, some 16 meters wide by 9 high. When it lit up to show the view from a camera set into the nose of the ship, an audible gasp travelled around the auditorium. Mars, their destination, could be seen in the centre of the display as a slightly reddish dot among the heavens. Stars. The universe viewed from Earth is as through cellophane. The only way to truly see space is from space. No metaphor can truly carry the majesty. It must be seen. It must be experienced. And Tim was agog. Glancing back down at his comm, he scrolled back to an unfinished document. So this is what freedom feels like. Part of me feels selfish, like I've left everyone in hell. Save. He copied his first entry of the voyage to his private diary. Not wishing to miss a thing for the next few minutes, he folded his tablet back down to the size of a personal comm once more and slipped it into a pocket. He was glad he chose that moment to look up. Grinning, he considered his change in fortunes. Whatever came next, he would embrace it, would make it his own. He had to. Everyone was strapped into their seats for the last anxious seconds. Natalie held on tightly to Riva, hardly seeming to even breathe as she studied the view screen. In the top left corner, a giant number 10 appeared, frozen in place. Presently, the countdown commenced, and people began calling out, with others joining in like the countdown to New Year's. Suddenly, everyone in the place was roaring, 4, 3, 2, 1, yeah! Space appeared to distort slightly, followed by a huge bang from somewhere aft, but very definitely within the ship. The new world rocked once. Neither Tim nor any of his fellow travellers had ever voyaged through a wormhole before, so the distortion and far-off bang was unsettling, but not instantly terrifying. However, as klaxons and warning lights came to life all around them, someone panicked, and like dye in water, it spread through the group was fast and absolute. The view screen still showed space in front of the ship, but anyone keeping their wits amongst the chaos erupting around them would have seen the distortion replaced by stars which were
different. Few noticed as panic continued to rip through the passengers like a second wave of the explosion. Major Ford White, an ex-US Marine in command of pod security, uncoupled his belt and jumped out of his seat, calling his 10-strong team about him. Quickly, he charged his people with restoring order. White's composure was a balm of sorts, and they soon began reseating the passengers while he strode calmly but purposefully over to a comms panel to call the bridge. Although Tim travelled with his mother, for some reason which made no sense to him, their allocated seats were in different rows. He couldn't imagine why some soulless official would split them up for such a life-changing event, and subsequently, he was left all alone in a crowd, gaping. Even Reva had bolted, but worse, Mars was gone too. "I am cursed," he muttered. Mere seconds after Captain Douglas instructed Lieutenant Singh to engage the wormhole drive, calmly anticipating the usual ripple of distortion across space through the viewport, the bridge crew were shocked by an explosion from somewhere behind them. Douglas and Commander Baines gripped the arms of their command seats, sharing a split-second look of astonishment.
"What the—"
they said in unison before years of training immediately reasserted, and they got down to business. Baines scrolled through the ship's systems on her touchscreen, looking for the cause of the explosion, while Douglas demanded reports from all departments. She arrived at an answer just as a call came back from engineering, reporting the complete destruction of the wormhole drive.
"It's taken part of the hull with it, and she's venting atmosphere."
The voice sounded very young and very distraught.
"Seal the hatches!"
the captain bellowed. There was no time to consider anyone's feelings at this point. "We are on it, Captain." This second voice was unmistakably that of the chief engineer, Hiro Nasaki, and gradually the rumble felt throughout the ship quieted, eventually stopping altogether. "The breach is sealed, but we've taken heavy damage to the hull. It's difficult to ascertain the full extent of it yet. The wormhole drive is a smoking hole in a room that's mostly gone, sir." Douglas let out a breath that he had not realized he was holding.
"Secure everything you can, Chief. Do you have casualties?"
Hiro paused. When he eventually spoke again, his voice cracked a little. "Mostly cuts and bruises, but we've lost Mario, sir." "Oh, God, no," said Douglas quietly. "Is Giorgio okay?" Hiro spoke quietly, clearly trying not to be overheard. "Physically okay, sir, but I think he's in shock."
"What about Lloyd?"
"He's not here, sir. I don't know his condition." Douglas ordered Lieutenant Singh to get a medical team down to engineering, stat.
"Hang on, Hiro. Dr. Flanagan and his team are en route, and I'll be down myself as soon as I can leave the bridge. Douglas, out."
As he signed off, Baines gave him a fearful look. "Did I hear Mario?" Douglas nodded.
"Commander, can you get down to embarkation, please? Those people are likely to be frantic and will need calming. Lieutenant, hold our position here. I'm heading for engineering."
"And Lieutenant?" Singh looked around from his console. "Yes, sir?" Douglas pointedly looked out of the viewport. "Try and work out where 'here' is. There's a good fellow." Singh looked stunned, but nodded and bent to his task. Douglas turned to see Commander Baines already leaving the bridge, summoning the New World security team to meet her in embarkation.
"Chin up, everybody," he said. "I'll be in engineering. Or what's left of it," he added in the privacy of his own mind.
As the captain left, Lieutenant Singh answered the frantic buzzing from the comm system. "Bridge," he stated. A surprisingly calm American voice responded.
"This is Major Ford White speaking from embarkation. Things are mostly under control here, but folks are very concerned. We could really use a sitrep if possible."
Singh checked his readouts. "Yes, sir," he replied. "This is Lieutenant Singh. The ship has sustained damage to engineering. We suspect some kind of malfunction leading to an explosion at the moment, and are working to bring things back online as quickly as possible. There should be no immediate threat to safety. Commander Baines is on her way down to you with our own security team to help calm the situation, and the captain has left for engineering.
More as we get it, Major. Please stand by.
Thank you, Lieutenant. White, out.
Presently, Baines entered embarkation at the head of a trio with the Sarge and Private Jones. Quickly assessing the situation, she nodded her approval of White's efforts to restore calm. "Good job, Major," she said, approaching him. "I thought it would be worse in here, thank you."
White nodded acknowledgement. "Is it bad, Commander?"
"Bad enough, Ford," she replied bleakly. "Better get our game faces on for the passengers, though." She stepped up onto the small dais in front of the huge view screen, turning to address a century of frightened faces. The crowd were getting restless, as Baines held up her hands for a quiet which was not forthcoming.
"Silence!"
bellowed Sergeant John Jackson.
"Shut up and listen to the officer's report!"
Like a bucket of cold water, his commands snapped the passengers out of their agitation, and the auditorium fell still at last. Commander Baines toggled the microphone concealed within the dais so that she could speak calmly and be heard by all, without the need to raise her voice. Taking a deep breath to center herself, she began. "There has been an incident in engineering." "An incident?" Several of her nervous audience spoke in shock and disbelief. "An explosion," she corrected herself. Clearly there was only so much sugar that she would be able to coat this with. "Damage control crews led by Captain Douglas are working on the problem as we speak, and there is no immediate danger to your safety or the ship."
"Immediate danger?"
A booming male voice with an American accent cut across her.
"What the hell does that mean?"
Baines cursed under her breath for that slip. Composing herself, she tried again. "Please try to remain calm, sir. I simply mean that the ship is still flying, our engines are all in the green, and life support is unaffected. At the moment, it seems we've been fortunate."
"Seems?"
said the same man, raising an eyebrow. Baines grimaced slightly, feeling as if she was on trial. "Ship's systems are optimal. All we know for sure at this stage is that there was a problem with the wormhole drive. I also have to report, with great sadness, that one of the New World's engineers, 25-year-old Mario Bacchini, was killed in the blast, and another of our engineers is currently missing. A search is underway for the missing man, but we remain hopeful that he'll be found safe. Unfortunately, Mr. Bacchini was our foremost expert on the wormhole drive, so it may take us a little while to work out exactly what has happened." Before Baines had chance to add anything further, the American called out again.
"How far are we from Mars?"
"Damn," she thought. "There goes any hope of fielding that one later." "We're unsure of our coordinates at the moment, sir. The problem has necessitated a reboot of many ship systems, but we'll keep you all informed as we know more."
"Pfft,"
her antagonist scoffed. "I'm sorry, Mr.
"Bernstein! Hank Bernstein!"
I'm sorry, Mr. Bernstein. We have to ask you all to remain patient for now. The crew are working as hard as they can to find answers for us all, so that we can either continue our journey or return to Earth." A barrage of questions flew from all quarters, forcing Baines to raise her voice. "We will keep you appraised as we know more. Please, I must urge you to remain calm and be patient. Now, I'm sure you will all understand that I have critical duties. Major White will liaise with the bridge throughout the next few hours as more news becomes available. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen." With that, she stepped down and walked past the Major, making for the exit. "Oh, thanks for that," he said sardonically. "Sorry, Ford," Baines replied quietly as she passed. "We'll try and let you know as much as we can, as soon as we can. Hopefully I can get the man in the big chair to come down then. I think they might eat me alive if I try and stall again." White smiled lopsidedly.
"Until later, Commander."
Baines flipped a casual salute as she strode towards the Sarge standing near the exit. "Sarge, post the door. Ensure all the passengers remain in one place, and see if you can ask Mary to organize some refreshments for everyone."
"Yes, ma'am."
The Sarge saluted as Baines left. Douglas was full of trepidation as he approached engineering. He hailed the bridge.
"Singh here, sir."
The response came back immediately.
"Sandy, Can you stop these wretched klaxons and flashing lights? They're making me anxious.
The noise stopped, and the lights lowered in their intensity. Better, sir? Douglas nodded.
Much, thank you, Lieutenant.
However, the sight which greeted him as he stepped into engineering made his heart sink. The hatch through to wormhole drive control was sealed, but much fire and smoke damage was evident across the whole bulkhead, along with some twisting to the hatch itself. We were lucky, Captain. Douglas turned, surprised to find his chief engineer, Lieutenant Nasaki, standing right behind him, also eyeing the damage.
How so?
Asked Douglas. The hatch is twisted, but we got it to seal, explained Hiro, smoke staining his uniform and a smudge of grease across his brow. If it hadn't made a full connection, we'd have lost the whole of engineering and been left a dead duck in space, sir. Poor Mario wasn't so lucky, though. Douglas noticed Mario's twin brother, Giorgio, slumped in a corner with his head in his hands. A wave of sadness washed over him as he studied the young man, who hardly seemed to move or even breathe. Lieutenant David Flanagan, the ship's doctor, knelt by his side and spoke quietly, but he gave no response. Another man stood next to doctor and patient. Justin Smith, the ship's nurse, caught the captain's eye and shook his head sadly. Flanagan stood a little stiffly, and noticing Douglas, came over. "Bad business, James," he said without preamble.
"How is he?"
asked Douglas. Flanagan glanced back to where the young man sat, still unmoving. "Physically, he's fine. A couple of minor contusions, but psychologically—" He shrugged. "It's been a shock, James. Time will tell."
"Where's Dr. Schultz?"
Douglas asked. "I sent her down to embarkation in case anyone needed a Band-Aid or a handheld," Flanagan drawled. Douglas looked at him in surprise. Flanagan took his meaning. I know, but she would have been even less popular down here. This man has really suffered. The civvies can make do with Heidi. She is a brilliant doctor and surgeon. Anyhow, it'll be character building for them. At the very least, they'll think twice before calling by sickbay for no good reason." Douglas raised an eyebrow.
"Aye, her detachment brings a whole new meaning to the word surgical."
"Let's hope they survive Flight Officer Schultz's tender care," he commented wryly. "Well, I'm damn certain they won't complain about her looks," answered Flanagan. Replied Douglas, considering. "It's when she looks back at you you're in trouble." He glanced towards crewman Boccini, still crumpled in the corner, and any humour left him completely. "I'd be grateful if you'd take care of young Mr. Boccini personally, Dave. He's going to need our support. All right if I talk to him?" "Yes, in fact, it may be that what he really needs is to get back on the horse. He can grieve later, in his own time, at his own speed. Play it by ear, James." The two men nodded to one another and went their separate ways. Douglas approached to kneel beside the anguished young man. "Giorgio?" he inquired gently. "Georgie." With enormous effort of will, the engineer lifted his head to look up, bleary-eyed.
"He's gone, Captain. Mario."
He tailed off, choked. "I'm so sorry, my friend," replied Douglas kindly. "But I need you now. All the souls on this ship need you. Do you think you can help me?" Giorgio roughly batted the tears from his face and nodded as resolutely as he could manage.
"I'll do my best, Captain. Mario would expect me to get this ship home."
Douglas smiled sadly, patting the engineer supportively on the shoulder. "Thank you, Georgie," he said. Getting to his feet, he offered a hand to pull the younger man up after him, and calling Hiro over to them, faced both engineers. "Has anyone heard from Jeff?" he asked. Hiro shook his head. "No one's seen Lieutenant Lloyd for a while, sir. I put a call out just before the jump, but didn't get a response. As all systems were primed and we were about to open a wormhole, he faltered, suddenly realizing that an irritating breakdown in communication may have signified something more. "Should I have stopped the ship, Captain?" Douglas took measure of the two, apparently all that remained of his four-man engineering staff. How young they are to have to deal with all this loss and calamity, he thought.
but quickly brushed it aside. These were some of the best engineers NASA could buy, and as he put a hand on each of their shoulders, he poured his faith into them. Maybe, but let's move on from that for now. We're in the SH-1T here, boys. We need to know exactly what happened and what state we're in to continue our journey. He was encouraged to see Hiro and Giorgio straighten, the engineer's pride sparking to life in their eyes. Surprisingly, it was Giorgio who spoke first. Captain, I suggest we send an EVA team out to check the external damage and, if possible, get into wormhole drive control to see what happened. Douglas nodded his assent. He was about to speak when Hiro added, Among the pod passengers there's a Captain Gleason. I spoke to him in the restaurant last night. It was late and we were the only ones in there, so we shared a table. Gleason is an Australian Army explosives expert, seconded to the mining team on a 5-year tour. I suggest we get him suited up as part of the EVA team, sir. Douglas stared at the chief for a moment and blinked. Sir? Hiro inquired hesitantly. Explosives expert? Asked Douglas. Hiro, what are you telling me? Hiro hesitated, glancing at Giorgio next to him. The wormhole drive didn't blow itself up, sir, he said flatly. Giorgio looked at him sharply, also catching the chief's meaning. Hiro? He asked. Hiro looked from his junior to his captain and sighed. Gentlemen, Mario treated that drive like a baby. There's no way I'm ever going to believe that he messed things up or sabotaged it. Focusing on Douglas, he continued. The only other explanation is a bomb, sir. Douglas rocked back slightly as the enormity of this revelation hit him. But we checked the ship rigorously prior to takeoff, both before and after the passengers boarded, as policy. I don't see how... He tailed off, slumping a little as a second stark realization struck full force. You're telling me that we have a saboteur or even a terrorist on board as part of this mission? That would be my guess, Captain, agreed Hiro. You're saying he was murdered? Giorgio blurted out, the strain in his voice obvious. Someone killed Mario on purpose? Douglas straightened up, the ship's captain again. He squeezed the young man's shoulder in an attempt to reassure. We don't know anything for certain yet, but if that is indeed what happened, we'll find who did it and they will pay. That I promise you. If we're going to do this, I need you to stay focused, Georgie, huh? The Italian stiffened, eyes cold with sudden anger. I'll get the EVA suits checked out, sir, and we'll be ready for your team at Airlock 1 in 30 minutes. Saluting, he turned and left. Douglas and Nasaki watched him go with a mixture of sympathy and respect. I think you'll need to head the team, Hiro. You okay with that? It may be... He searched for the best words, but gave up and just spoke his mind. It may be that whatever is left of Mario is in that room. I know, sir. No choice. It has to be me. I can't put Giorgio in there. He nodded to the captain and left to prepare. Douglas opened a channel to Commander Baines on his personal comm. Baines here, sir. The response came back in a heartbeat. Jill, I need you down in engineering. Bring the Sergeant Jones with you. Also, can you ask Major White to spare us 2 trusted men from his security detail as well? Sir? That's the order, Commander. On the double, sir. Within a few minutes, Douglas heard running, booted feet on deck plates, and Baines entered engineering at the head of a 4-man security detail. Douglas nodded to her before speaking to Sergeant Jackson. Sarge, secure this room. No one saving myself, the commander, Lieutenant Nasaki, or crewman Bacchini is to enter. A question crossed Jackson's face. Douglas saw it. Sarge? And Lieutenant Lloyd, sir? He asked. Douglas stared the Sarge in the eye. Only the 4 names I just gave you, Sergeant. With the blank eyes front of the professional soldier, the Sarge saluted. Yes, sir. Also, I've another duty for you, Sarge. Get Jones and one of Major White's men to find Lieutenant Lloyd and bring him to the bridge. There are some questions which need answers. Organize Nurse Smith to go along with them too, just in case he's been injured.
He looked at Private Dowie Jones directly. Private, when you find Lieutenant Lloyd, make sure he knows that his immediate presence is required on the bridge, and that is an order from the captain. Tell him I'll brook no pouncing about, and you can use those exact words. Is that clear? Jones nodded. Understood, sir.
I'll call Smith back from the infirmary to join you, the Sarge added. Stay as a three-man team, don't split up, and remember, he's an officer and a gentleman until we're told otherwise.
Yes, Sarge, replied Jones, and the two men left quickly. Douglas and Baines also left engineering, making their way back to the bridge. The captain brought his first officer up to speed on what little he knew and what he further suspected. Get a three-man EVA team to join Hero at Airlock 1, please, Jill, and make sure an Aussie captain named Gleason is among them. He's our main man on explosives, apparently. Yes, sir, replied Baines. I'll see you back on the bridge when I'm done. Douglas was suddenly alone with his ship. He knew her every nook and corner like the back of his hand, yet she was somehow changed, subtly but intrinsically. She had been violated, and as her captain, Douglas felt it like a physical hurt. He couldn't help feeling that it was like visiting one of the New World's sister ships, where everything was familiar, but not the same at all.
Oh, damn it,
he raged, storming down the empty corridor.
It's not even been half an hour.
Suited up for vacuum, Lieutenant Nasaki led his four-man team outside the ship. Leaving Airlock 1, they travelled some 30 metres along the outer hull to wormhole drive control. It was not hard to find. A black rent had been opened along the side of the New World, the edges all torn metal and ceramic, blown outwards by the force of the blast. The extra vehicular activity suits the team wore were equipped with thrusters to provide manoeuvrability and to prevent anyone from drifting. However, Hero could not help dutifully drawing everyone's attention to the many external anchor points where an EV work detail might tie on to the hull for safety. This did impede their rate of travel.
Bloody hell, Nasso,
Gleason felt the need to comment.
I'd have brought me bloody camera if I'd known we were going sightseeing.
Hero frowned. Drifting in space is not like getting lost in the bush, you know. Hypoxia trumps alligators every time.
Crocodiles, mate. Lead on,
said Gleason, gesturing through the rip in the hull. The team pulled themselves into the ship. Bringing up the rear was a geneticist named Wright and another of Major White's security team, Drummond. Together they would inspect the area as a crime scene, searching for any remnant DNA or traces of explosive from the damaged surfaces. Wright was a leader in the field of DNA manipulation and was part of the team whose job it was to research the viability of Earth-based life on the Red Planet. Drummond, a recent addition to the NASA security force, had previously been a detective in Detroit, America. The four men moved further into the damaged drive room. Hero's engineer's eye immediately saw just how lucky they were to have successfully sealed the bulkhead. The wrist and helmet lamps on their suits threw shadows around wildly, adding to the horror of the scene. Hero cast about with dismay. The area had been decimated. He sighed deeply and opened a channel.
Bridge here, Lieutenant Singh answered.
Are you receiving pictures from our headcams, Sandeep? Asked Hero.
Clear as a bell, Hero. Picture and audio recording. We'll be able to run spectroscopic analysis on the hull damage and markings upon your return.
I think this is blood. Hero's voice wavered a little. Douglas's voice cut into the conversation.
Just inspect and record, Chief. We can analyze later when you're all back inboard.
Yes, Captain. Sorry. The damage is extensive. The tear down our hull must be 2 meters high and 7 meters long. I don't think we can fully repair it without setting down, but of course that will present another problem. Entering atmosphere with a hole in the ship will be detrimental to our aerodynamics, to say the least, sir.
Will it be within tolerances for a landing, Chief?
Asked Douglas. I can't answer that yet, Captain. I'll take measurements now, and when I get back inboard, I'll be able to run a few simulations. Please stand by, Captain. Gleason was beckoning the engineer to him.
Nasso,
Can you take a look at this? Am I right in thinking that the mountings here used to fix the wormhole drive in place?
The Australian was pointing at some badly slagged, heavy-duty steel brackets. Yes, there were 4 of them, Hero replied sadly.
I'm taking samples of this scorch residue, continued Gleason. I can't be sure without analysis, but I think this is some kind of plastic explosive. There's traces of metals too, possibly some kind of detonation device. My first impression is that this was surgical. The bloke was no drongo, mate. He clearly didn't want the ship to go down from this. Maybe he had an escape plan in mind, Captain?
If this was only meant to scupper our trip to Mars, Douglas replied over the comm channel, it would only be a temporary setback, newsworthy but not catastrophic. Had it not been for the brutal murder of a brilliant young man, it would have simply meant a week in space dock and another few cents on the income tax. Are we missing something? Captain, this is Wright speaking. There are definitely DNA markers here, around the bomb area and in the room generally. Most of them probably belong to the engineering staff, but we may have something. I'll know more when I get to my lab and compare what we've got with the crew and passenger records. Of course, he concluded with a sigh, it may be too badly damaged to tell us much.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Let me know what you turn up, said Douglas. Drummond, what does your copper's eye tell you? Anything?
Well, Captain, the American answered, I can't add anything that these tech guys haven't already told you, but my hunch is that you were on the right track when you questioned the motive. If all this was only meant to stall the ship, then there must be a second part to the plan. Obviously, we've seen plenty of crackerboxes over the years who wanted to blow themselves up to make a point. But if the guy who died did this, then his plan was unlikely to do much harm other than taking himself out. No, that just doesn't track. No finale. So, if we assume the bomber had reason to stall us, then it follows that he might have another goal before leaving the ship. Whether that's sabotage, theft, or some other criminality, I can't say. Either way, this distraction could buy him all the time he needs to do whatever he has to do and escape, under the cover of the chaos he's created. If this was a terrorist attack, getting away may not be part of his plan, of course, but I still recommend we get security to all escape pods and the shuttle bay ASAP anyway, Captain, just in case. Back on the bridge, Douglas massaged his temples, exhaling to relieve the pressure in his head.
Damn it, you're right. Thank you, Drummond. We can't take any chances. Lieutenant Singh, get Major White on the line, please. Hero, wrap it up down there and get your team back inside. Douglas, out.
Within seconds, Major White answered the comm.
How can I help you, Captain? Ford, we may have another emergency on our hands. Can you leave 2 good men guarding the passengers and lead the rest to the bow and aft escape pods? Check for any loiterers. The bomber may not be finished with us.
Bomber? White broke in quietly.
Aye, afraid so. Once you've secured the escape pod docks, please leave 2 men to guard them and begin a full sweep through the ship looking for anyone out of bounds. Do you have any explosive sensing equipment in your stores?
We do, Captain. Please stand by. Douglas could hear White barking orders to his security team as he transferred the channel to his personal communicator.
Okay, we're en route, Captain. I've sent 2 officers to the aft escape pods and 2 more up to the pods at the bow. I'm proceeding with another man to our equipment cache to get the sensors you requested. Thank you, Major. We're spread pretty thinly, so Lieutenant Singh and I will make our way to the shuttle bay. Between us, we should have all escape pods, engineering, embarkation, bridge, and the shuttle bay covered. Start your sweep immediately upon retrieving your equipment. Commander Baines will seal the bridge and remain in control up here to liaise and direct our efforts. Douglas, out.
Closing the channel, he strode across the bridge to a locked cabinet. Keying his access code, he broke out 3 stunning pistols. Giving Baines and Singh a weapon each, he tucked the third into his belt. Lock the door, Commander, and be damned sure before you open it. See if Jones has found Lloyd yet, and if he hasn't, route him to join White's scanning team. We've got a lot of ship to cover, and if we're right about all this, there may not be much time. Baines nodded acknowledgement. "Watch your backs, guys. I'll monitor you every step." Douglas ran full tilt towards the shuttle bay with the younger man barreling after him. They found it deserted. The captain opened the shuttle's passenger hatch and stepped aboard. Singh took up a position outside, facing the entrance to the bay. Once more using his captain's access codes, Douglas locked down the shuttle's controls, keying them a final time to confirm his instructions before running back to where Singh waited. "Nobody's nicking my damn shuttle," he spat, deadlocking the hatch from outside. Grinning acknowledgement, Singh asked, "Where next, Captain?" Douglas thought for a second. "We have to find Lloyd. He's a piece that just won't fit into this puzzle. I need him found, if only to rule him out."
"Do you think it could be him, Captain? I know he's not the most popular chap on the ship, but all this—"
The Indian lieutenant shook his head, scarcely able to believe such a thing of a fellow officer. "I know, Sandeep, I know," agreed Douglas sadly. "But we should try not to jump to conclusions yet."
"We know one thing, sir."
Something in the younger man's voice made Douglas stop. "Is this more bad news, Lieutenant?" Singh nodded uncomfortably.
"I'm sorry to drop this on you with everything else, Captain. So here's the good news first. I know where we are, and we're still in our own solar system."
"And the bad news?" asked Douglas.
"The bad news is that Mars and Earth aren't where we left them, sir."
When Douglas didn't respond, but merely frowned with confusion, Singh continued.
"What I mean, sir, is that Mars is on a completely different orbit around the Sun, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. This is almost an order of magnitude further from Earth than we have ever known. The Earth, miraculously, is currently only about 4 days' travel away at our maximum speed. However, that will change with its orbital velocity around the Sun, so we'll need to start back within 24 hours to keep the advantage. Thing is, sir—"
He paused, shaking his head in exasperation.
"Well, that's not the damnedest thing in all this."
"It gets worse?" Douglas raised an eyebrow, always a sign that his temper was fraying. The younger man rubbed a hand down his face, as if to revive himself.
"The stars, the local objects, everything is different, sir. Whilst everyone has been busy with what I believe we will soon come to think of as the smaller crisis, I've found a far bigger one. The only way I could plot the stars and make sense of their positions was to extrapolate for Doppler shift, sir. It turns out that what we now see out of the window are the stars as they were."
Singh paused, allowing the captain to absorb this information. He looked more anxious than Douglas had ever seen him.
"I'm struggling to believe this myself, sir, but there's no way to break it gently, so here goes. We departed from Earth on Thursday, yes? Well, it's now about 99.2 million years before we left."
Silence bloomed.
"I think it's a Tuesday, but I might be wrong about that."
Douglas let go a single, involuntary bark of laughter, which died as quickly as it had lived.
"Ah!"
"Seriously?" he asked.
"Seriously, sir," replied Singh.
He suddenly looked stricken. Closing his eyes, he put his head in his hands.
"Damn it! I knew I should have put the bloody cat out,"
he cried wretchedly.
"Oh, Fang, I'm sorry."
The captain leaned back slightly, drumming his fingers on a nearby surface. After a few moments, he shook his head. "No, I'm going to have to get back to you on all this," he said, and sprinted away.
"Captain!" Singh shouted after him in surprise.
"Get back to the bridge," Douglas shouted over his shoulder, "and make damn sure you know what you're talking about before we have to break this news, Lieutenant. Damn sure!"
He disappeared round a corner, leaving Sandeep alone with his mouth open. He closed it and ran for the bridge. Private Dowie Jones, Nurse Smith, and Pete Davis,
a member of Major White's security force, waited outside the doors to the bridge with a disorientated and ever disgruntled Lieutenant Jeff Lloyd. Surprised to find the bridge locked down, Jones pushed the communication button. Commander Bain's face appeared on the small screen to the side of the door.
"Commander," began the Welshman, "we have Lieutenant Lloyd here, as per Captain's orders, isn't it?"
"Understood, Private," she replied. "Please stand by while I calm the captain for further instructions." Captain Douglas was combing the ship with Major White's sensor team, looking for further explosives when the commander hailed him. The EVA team had also joined the search, and together they were making progress.
"Oh, I wondered why we'd no met up with Jones," he replied.
"When I contacted Jones's team," Baines explained, "he'd just come across Lloyd, slumped in a corridor. I told him to continue with his original instructions and to bring the lieutenant here to the bridge, sir. You know, in case he disappeared again. He looks like he's had a beating."
Good call, Commander.
"Has Jones hit him?" Douglas asked, mildly surprised. "I don't believe so, sir. He's still breathing. Looks like he may have lost an argument with a bulkhead, though."
Has he? Douglas responded stonily. We've searched the New World top to bottom. I'm sending the teams on to search the pod now, starting with the reactor core. I'll make my way to you. Put Lloyd in the meeting room off the bridge and keep Jones's team with him at all times. There are just too many imponderables at the moment. Douglas out.
The scanning team hit pay dirt almost immediately upon entering the pod's reactor room. Their equipment began beeping frantically, and White placed a hand on the shoulder of one of his men.
Paolo, go down to embarkation and find the engineers who look after the core. Bring them back here on the double.
The man saluted and ran from the room. White toggled his communicator.
This is Major White to Captain Douglas. Douglas here, came a slightly breathless reply. What do you have for me? We've found a device, Captain. Gleason is looking at it now, but I've sent for the core engineers too, just in case we mess with something we shouldn't. Gleason doesn't think it's doing anything, but the countdown could be silent, or perhaps waiting for a signal from a hand remote. So it's possible our man has a remote detonator in his possession. Thank you, Major. That's helpful. I'm about to have a wee chat with our missing engineer. Maybe he can fill in a few blanks. Please keep me informed. Do you want Gleason to try and deactivate the device, Captain? Asked White. Does he think he can? After he's checked with the reactor core guys, yes, he thinks so. Okay, replied Douglas. If he thinks it's worth a shot. We may have no time to waste, but Major, I've one order for Captain Gleason, and it's vital that he obeys it to the letter. What's that, Captain? Asked White. Don't balls it up.
Commander Baines stood as the captain entered the bridge. Lieutenant Singh was completely engrossed in a screen full of impossible equations and didn't look up. "Lloyd's in there with Jones's team, sir," she said. "I sent Justin back to the med bay to pick up some painkillers for him."
Let's hope for his sake they have time to take effect, said Douglas deadpan as he strode towards the meeting room.
"Captain?" inquired the commander. He stopped and turned.
Put it this way, Jill. If Lloyd gives me the wrong answers, he's going to get some very bad news, he said menacingly.
Tim, Hank Jr. and Woodsy sat in 3 adjoining seats, excitedly discussing the turn of events. Reva repeatedly brought them a rope toy, dropping it hopefully on each lap in turn, until the young humans worked out what to do. His long coat rippled like black silk as he moved under the bright white lights overhead. "Did you notice the view screen before they killed the feed?" Tim asked his new friends.
Well, I saw it go all wobbly, said Woodsy. Then it went back to stars.
"I thought the display jumped," said Hank. "But I guess that was just the explosion. Then all hell broke loose, so I'm not really sure what I saw next." Tim nodded sagely. "Yes, I think you're right, Hank. Although my guess is that it wasn't the picture that jumped, but the ship." Woodsy frowned.
Are you saying that we entered the wormhole after all?
"If we did," Tim replied, "then it clearly didn't take us where it was meant to." Hank looked concerned.
Why do you say that? He asked.
Well, if we were still near home or had arrived near Mars, that commander woman would have been only too keen to tell us so. Just to stop us all from flapping like big girls, replied Tim.
Hey, I don't flap, said Woodsy, trying to look stern.
Is that a fact? Tim mocked. You were sat just 2 rows in front of me, remember? For a minute I thought that someone had strapped a rather large, gaudily dressed, flightless bird to a theatre seat.
A raucous laugh burst out of Hank. The New Zealander glared at him. Lucky you had your titanium strides on, mate, or we'd still be mopping out the aisles after the way you jumped.
Hey,
Hank retorted, still laughing and struggling to get his words out. I wasn't allowed to jump in such close proximity to my dad. Might have creased his $500,000 suit.
Tim looked at him in surprise. Didn't your old man jump out of his skin like the rest of us?
Hank sobered slightly. He wouldn't show himself up. He'd say, "If you're taken by surprise, only jump on the inside," or something tough like that, he replied, giving an impression of his overbearing father. Well, I reckon even Captain America had a few new stripes under his star after that bang, added Woodsy. Ha ha ha! The 3 lads buckled with laughter again.
You know, said Tim, as the amusement subsided, this could be really serious, like life and death serious.
Your point? Asked Woodsy.
Well, Tim continued thoughtfully, it just goes to show how crap our lives were before, if this is fun. Speaking for myself, anyway.
That's pretty pessimistic, dude, said Woodsy.
Well, I have to offset your overwhelming optimism, Tim smiled wanly.
However, the thought did give them pause. Hank nodded slowly, considering Tim's words before saying, When are they going to tell us anything? I'll just be happy to get the hell out of this room. It seems like hours and nothing at all is happening.
Captain Gleason opened the bomb's casing with a precision screwdriver and a pair of tweezers. Removing the lid, he was relieved to see a very simple, if sneaky, little detonator, a device which relied on stealth rather than any microelectronic genius. Taking a pair of electrical snips from his tool case, he cut a couple of cables and removed the detonator from the explosive with one economical and entirely undramatic gesture. Dropping the entire assembly into a bag, he sealed it for forensic testing and got to his feet, handing it to Rick Drummond. There you go, Constable, he grinned at the detective. See what the lab rats make of that. Drummond nodded, accepting the bag with an appreciative nod.
Is that it? Asked Major White.
The Australian looked at him askance. You were hoping for more? He asked eventually. Fair go. Still got another pair of pants that need road testing, have you?
Ford White and several others chuckled. You gotta admit it, Bruce. It looks a lot more impressive in the movies, he ribbed the Australian.
Actually, the name's not Bruce, said Gleason, and then gritted his teeth, immediately regretting drawing attention to this fact. Are you sure? Asked one of the engineers. Of course I'm bloody sure.
But all Australians are called Bruce.
Ha ha!
Not all of them,
said an engineer from New Zealand called Burton.
Only the women. I think the blokes are called Sheila.
Gleason fixed his tormentor with a stare. I wouldn't expect a bloody Kiwi to know much about being a bloke, and still less about women.
Burton laughed, and the mirth spread relief as they all took a breath. So, what is it then? Major White tried again.
What's what? Asked Gleason.
Your name, shouted several people at once.
Gleason tugged at his collar and looked uncomfortable.
It's, Elvis, Percival,
Come again? Asked Hero, enjoying payback for the Australian's badgering of his safety talk along the ship's hull.
It's Elvis bloody Percival Gleason, okay?
A roar of laughter echoed down the corridor, causing the guards manning the doorway outside embarkation to turn in surprise. Chapter 3. Revelation?
Jill, get the computer to scan Lloyd's vitals while I grill him. I want to know if he's lying to me.
Yes, Captain. Baines fed the parameters into the computer as Douglas strode into the meeting room, trying unsuccessfully to control his agitation.
He carried a list in his head. A crewman dead, his ship heavily damaged, and they were all lost who knew when. He was angry, very angry. A rather dishevelled Lieutenant Geoffrey Lloyd sat at the large table in the centre of the room. He was slumped in his seat, with a lump on his head and dried blood on his face. 2 security operatives levelled stun rifles at him. Nurse Smith rejoined them, looking concerned. The captain acknowledged the younger man.
"If he needs a horse pill, give it to him now," he said abruptly.
Smith shook his head.
Dr. Flanagan told me not to give him anything until he's checked him out. He suggests this should be soon, Captain.
Douglas pulled up a chair, sitting across the table from Lloyd. He stared intently at the man for a full minute. Lloyd, still looking rather dazed, didn't seem overly perturbed by the scrutiny, so Douglas piled straight in.
"Lieutenant, there was an explosion that seriously damaged our ship a couple of hours ago, killing one of our crewmates. Know anything about it?"
Lloyd struggled to focus for a moment, tried to speak, coughed, and tried again.
"I was running final checks before we entered the wormhole. I was knocked out," he said blearily. "Surely your engineering checks should have kept you in engineering, not hovering around the escape pods where Private Jones's team found you," Douglas asked roughly. "My duties take me to every corner of the ship, Captain," Lloyd replied, some of the usual asperity returning to his voice as he continued with deliberate contempt. "That very young officer you chose for chief engineer sends me all over the place tidying up after him."
Douglas felt his dislike for the man raise another notch. "Lieutenant Nasaki is chief because he's an extraordinary engineer. He's also your direct superior, and you will speak about him and my other officers with respect in my presence. Is that clear?" Lloyd wore the expression of someone who had swallowed a wasp. "Yes, sir," he answered completely without sincerity. Douglas hailed Chief Nasaki over an open channel.
"Chief?"
"Nasaki here, sir."
"Chief, did you order Lieutenant Lloyd to check the escape pods prior to our jump?"
"No, sir," Hero replied.
"Gotcha,"
thought Douglas. "I ordered him to do that yesterday, and he told me it had been completed, sir."
"Damn!"
Douglas stared at Lloyd for a moment.
"Well?"
Lloyd seemed to lose focus, taking a moment to return.
"I can't remember. There was something...
He trailed off again, confused once more. Justin, the ship's nurse, spoke quietly. "Sir, I really think he should see Dr. Flanagan now." Douglas considered for the briefest instant before shaking his head.
"In a minute,"
he said, turning back to Lloyd.
"That explosion killed crewman Mario Bacchini. What have you got to say about that?"
"Killed?" Lloyd rubbed his head. "I don't know about any... Killed?" He fell forward, catching himself at the last instant. "Captain..." The nurse did his best to disapprove as politely as possible. Douglas held up his hand.
"One last question, Lieutenant. Chief Nasaki put out a call for you to return to your station just prior to the jump. Why did you no answer?"
"I must have knocked my comm off in my pocket when I..." Lloyd slumped onto the table, his answer incomplete. "Captain, please," Justin prompted, urgently now.
"Oh, all right, take him down to sick bay, but I want him under guard around the clock." He looked at Jones. "Help Smith get him down there, Jones. You're to stay and take the first watch. Ask the Sarge to work out a rota with Major White. He's not to be left alone for a second, clear?"
"Yes, sir," replied Jones, helping the male nurse lift Lloyd to his feet. Between them, they hauled him away. Douglas turned to the security officer seconded from Major White's force. Reading the name tag on his chest, he said,
"Thank you for your help, Davis. You can get back to your squad."
"Sir."
Davis saluted and left. Douglas summoned Commander Baines into the meeting room.
"Did we get anything from his readings?"
he asked, waving her to a seat. "Not much. A jolt when you said we'd been damaged and we'd lost someone, but anyone might have been shocked by that news. We got another spike when he alleged that he had been running final checks. He may have been lying. The rest of the conversation, though..." She shrugged helplessly. "His vitals were up and down like a yo-yo. He's probably got concussion. It's impossible to say for sure whether he's confused, lying, or both, Captain."
"So we've got nothing, then?" Douglas asked angrily.
"Even if we had, he didn't know we were scanning him, so it wouldn't have been admissible in court."
"What court?"
Baines opened her hands apologetically. "Fair enough, but that aside for a moment, all we can be sure of is that he seems to have been the only one in the corridors during class." Douglas nodded.
"Have you spoken to Sandeep?"
"You mean have I heard the bombshell?" "Yes. After that he buried himself in calculations and I could barely get a word out of him."
"I don't suppose by some miracle he's found that he was wrong?"
Douglas tried hopefully. Baines shook her head. "Sorry."
"What the hell am I going to tell these people, Jill? This was supposed to be a taxi run."
"Not your fault."
"I'm the captain. Everything's my fault."
"James." She leaned over and squeezed his arm. "We'll get through this. Together. Just like always." She gave him a lopsided grin, and Douglas smiled in spite of himself.
"So stop being a grumpy old sod and feeling sorry for yourself, is that it?"
"I would never say that, Captain," Baines replied with a chuckle. They shared a comradely moment as they tried to push back the growing fear of their situation. Captain Douglas and Commander Baines entered embarkation together, striding straight up onto the dais. Baines stood to the left and just behind Douglas. All the passengers and crew were gathered in anticipation of the captain's address. He took a moment to study the faces before him, and nodding more to himself than anyone else, he began.
"Welcome, everyone. This is what we know so far. We have been damaged by a bomb placed in wormhole drive control at some point after we left Earth orbit."
Shocked murmurings filled the auditorium. The captain held his hands up for calm, and the crowd, desperate for news, quieted quickly, hushing one another.
"We've not yet been able to ascertain who's responsible for this atrocity. Some of you have been working on the forensics we've collected, so we remain hopeful that the culprit or culprits will be found soon."
Douglas looked around again, trying to gauge the mood in the room.
"It's entirely possible, even likely, that the perpetrator is still hiding among us."
This time, the swell of concern took far longer to die away. Some passengers looked angry, some afraid, many both. The captain raised his hands and waited for silence again, fully understanding their fear and agitation.
"It is vital we remain vigilant at all times. We are all in danger, as long as this person or these persons are free upon our ship. As you've already heard, one of our engineers, crewman Mario Bacchini, was tragically killed by the blast. Murdered."
He banged his fist on the console.
"Now, I'm telling you, we will find who did this. However, I'm pleased to report that the saboteur has not had it all their own way."
Douglas summoned Gleason up onto the dais.
"A couple of hours ago, a very brave and completely successful attempt was made to disarm a second bomb discovered attached to the pod's reactor core. Some of you may already know Captain Gleason here. He's an explosives expert working with our miners. He's also the man who quite possibly saved all of our lives today. And I would like you all to join me in giving him a very grateful round of applause for his courage and commitment."
Douglas stood back and applauded with everyone else before stepping forward to the mic once more.
"Very workmanlike, Captain, thank you."
He leaned over to Gleason and spoke quietly.
"Don't worry, we haven't had the time for a speech today." He winked.
"That's a relief," said Gleason, and meant it. He was already red to the roots as he stepped back down.
"Now, back to business," the captain continued. "The ship is in good health apart from the wormhole drive, and we're in no danger at the moment. We are, of course, running rigorous checks to every system, and therefore will not be moving for at least 24 hours.
So settle in, people. The good news is Earth's only 4 days' travel away. Once we're sure we can engage the engines again safely, we'll be on our way. Also, please remember that we have plenty of provisions, so there's no need for alarm. Okay, Douglas thought. I've bought a little more time. On with the next. I require all department heads to talk with your teams and collate any and all possible information which may help with our situation. Once you've spoken with your people, I'll expect you to join me and my senior staff in the bridge meeting room 2 hours from now. We will then examine what you found and consider our options. A public forum will be convened tomorrow to discuss the matter further. Thank you. Douglas walked away with Baines in tow. Always leave 'em wanting more, hey, Captain? She commented once they were back in the corridor. He raised a wry eyebrow, pointing a thumb back the way they had come. I don't have to tell them anything I don't want to. That's one of the perks of being captain. You can stay and answer their questions, though, if you want to, Commander. No, sir, she said, raising a snappy little salute. That's one of the perks of not being captain. Douglas snorted, wagging an admonishing finger. You'll get your chance. They walked in silence for a little while, each lost in their private thoughts. Actually, James, when you consider the new reality, maybe not. We may be all we have, forever. Still, seeing as I have the only boss, and therefore the best boss in the universe, who am I to complain? Oh, Baines pulled up suddenly outside the doors to the bridge. What is it? Asked Douglas. I've just realized that I must have the worst boss in the universe, too. Douglas aimed a mocking backhand at his first officer, who dutifully ducked underneath to enter the bridge. Now do me a kindness, will you, Jill? He asked. As Mary's being run ragged looking after the passengers, make one of those special coffees for the old man. Actually, scratch that. I'll have a cup of Earl Grey, please. I could do with a little taste of home right now, and Northumberland's close enough for a borderer like me. He rubbed tiredness from his eyes. They were all coming down from the adrenaline of the last few hours. We've bought ourselves a couple of hours to work out how we're going to tell these people about the big problem. And you're not getting out of that conversation, Commander. Baines squeezed his shoulder warmly as he sat, and went off to prepare a captain's special in the bone china set he kept specifically for his northern beverage. Ship time still respected Pacific time, and it was late in the afternoon as department heads began arriving on the bridge. They were greeted by crewman Mary Hutchins, drafted once more to keep the gathering fed and watered. Despite the tension of their situation, Mary was still jolly, ever trying to put people at ease. Even on their usual trips, she always managed to offset the strangeness of the passengers' new surroundings with her down-to-earth friendliness. However, continuing to do so under their current circumstances marked the true strength of her character. Douglas watched with admiration. No matter where she is or what's going on, she's still Mary, he thought. With one or two exceptions, this is a hell of a crew. He allowed himself a brief moment of pride to count his blessings before studying his notes one last time ahead of the meeting. Last to enter was Lieutenant Flanagan, the ship's doctor. Douglas nodded a sombre greeting. Still favouring that left knee, Dave? Flanagan shrugged. It'll need another new one sooner or later, he replied. I knew my days of running around battlefields fixing up a bunch of crazy green berets were coming to an end when I hit 40, but when I got my knee shot out, it was time to get the check. He made light of it, but Douglas was deeply respectful of Flanagan's highly decorated U.S. Army career. The USS New World would normally have required only a medic, but given the importance of the mission and the average size of the passenger contingent, policy called for a medical complement of 3 for all Mars carriers, comprising a doctor, a junior doctor, and a nurse. Still, continued Flanagan, that's all ancient history now. Aye, 7 years you've been on my staff for our journeys to Mars, Davy, and I've never been more grateful for it than today, stated Douglas seriously. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a heads up before this meeting,
but when I ordered you to bring sickbay up to the highest state of readiness, I wasn't joking." A shadow passed over Flanagan's normally cheerful face. Douglas sat at the head of the long conference table, facing 5 people seated along either side.
"Right, is this everyone?"
he asked through the hubbub, calling them all to order.
"Yes, Captain," replied Major White from Douglas's far left, "although there was another guy who demanded he be included in this meeting."
"Demanded, did he?" Douglas inquired in sweetly Scottish tones. "And who might that have been?"
"A guy named Bernstein. Apparently he paid for half of this pod, or so he claims. He said that no decisions could possibly be made without consulting him first, and tried to bully his way past the guards."
"Oh, I remember him," said Baines. "What happened, Ford?"
"Well, your security sergeant asked him to calm down, there's a good little chap. Bernstein lost his shorts at that point, so the Sarge laid him out because he was upsetting people."
He grinned as he recalled the episode.
"It was beautiful to behold.
"Is Jackson a boxer?"
Only on a Saturday night,"
Douglas quipped. White chuckled, gesturing towards Flanagan.
"Anyhow, when Bernstein came to, the doc here was called, but told me that—"
"Unfortunately, I was way too busy in sickbay," Flanagan interrupted, his cheerful demeanor returning. "After I was told what happened, I sent Dr. Schultz back down there, Captain."
"You were really laughing,"
said White, looking puzzled. The crew of the New World shared a knowing look. Baines spoke up. "Dr. Heidi Schultz is brilliant, but not exactly known for her patience or tolerance, her gentleness, sympathy. I could go on. Bernstein will have something to cry about now. He was probably better off with the Sarge."
White nodded, understanding. "Some of the kids are already calling him Captain America."
This comment drew a few sniggers from individuals who had already sampled Mr. Bernstein's company.
"Anyway," said Douglas, "we'd better get down to business. Bernstein may be the richest man aboard, but no amount of money will help us at the moment. Let's start with introductions. James Douglas, captain of the USS New World, as I'm sure you know."
He pointed to himself before leaning forward to introduce his senior staff up the table.
"This is Commander Jill Baines, my first officer. Lieutenant Sandeep Singh, my second officer and ship's pilot. Lieutenant Hiro Nasaki, my chief engineer. Lieutenant David Flanagan, my chief medical officer. And Major Ford White, I already know."
Glancing up the table to White, he added,
"And by the way, we're very grateful for your help over the last few hours."
He gave the Major a nod of gratitude before sitting back.
"So that's the military," he concluded. "Forgive me, I don't know the pod science team, so, beginning with the lady to my far right, I'd be grateful if you could introduce yourselves, please."
"Hi, Dr. Samantha Portree, USA. I'm Chief Engineer of the Mining and Construction Team."
"Thank you, Doctor,"
said Douglas, nodding to the man sitting to her right.
"Another Sam?"
he said.
"I'm Dr. Sam Burton, New Zealand, Chief of Operations for the pod. I'm responsible for resource allocation, maintenance and repairs, that sort of thing."
"Doctor?" Douglas nodded again. The next man introduced himself.
"Dr. Satnam Patel from India. Astrophysicist by trade, but on this mission I head up the new environmental team controlling the greenhouse gas-producing factory machines and other mechanical elements of our terraforming efforts."
"Thank you, Dr. Patel."
Douglas looked to the woman to Patel's right.
"Dr. Patricia Norris, England. My field is microbiology, and I've been given charge of the team who will be seeding Mars with life."
She looked directly at Douglas.
"I work closely with Dr. Wright, who I believe you already know, Captain, the DNA specialist."
"Indeed I do, Doctor. Do I understand correctly that you will be working together to forensically examine the material we've collected from the bomb sites?"
"Yes, Captain,"
Patricia replied. "And last but by no means least," Douglas prompted the last man with a smile.
He returned it and introduced himself.
"Dr. Jim Miller, England. I'm a chemist and manufacturer, and lead the team who will be working on turning the material Dr. Portree mines for us into more greenhouse factory machines, tools, and, well, anything else the mission and Dr. Patel's team may require, hopefully."
He gestured appreciatively towards the American woman seated at the other end of the table.
"Thank you, doctors. Just being in the room with such a heady group makes me feel more positive about what we face. Douglas acknowledged respectfully. Now, before we get started, do we have a list or at least an idea of the other skills we may have at our disposal amongst the passengers? I must apologize here, but we were only meant to be a taxi service to Mars and weren't required to know each individual on the roll or their assets and skill sets. All that was organized by the brass hats back at NASA, and there simply hasn't been an opportunity for us to examine the roster. Everyone pooled their knowledge, offering what they knew of their fellow passengers. "Do we have anything useful amongst the paid seats?" asked Douglas at last, using the colloquial slang term for anyone who got to Mars via financial investment, rather than as part of the science team. "Sorry to be blunt, but we need to cut straight to it," he added, softening his question a little. "Well, we've got Mr. Bernstein," offered Major White. "Yes, at least there's him," added Baines dryly. "He's got a $500,000 suit," White moderated reasonably. "Fancy," she replied. "I was talking to a man earlier called Derek Bond, who really wanted me to call him Dell," said Chief Nasaki, looking perplexed. When no further information followed, Baines prompted the engineer. "And?" "Oh," Hero continued. Well, he said he was some kind of preeminent philosopher, apparently." "No terraforming expedition should leave home without one of those," Baines muttered. "If he's rich, I suppose he can afford to philosophize all day," continued Hero, unfazed. "I think he might be an idiot," he finished, innocently matter-of-fact. Baines snorted her coffee and began to cough as she tried not to laugh. Douglas sighed gently. "Remember, we've talked about people skills, Hero." Baines got her control back, taking another drink to ease her throat. "Sorry, Captain," said the engineer, "but he kept following me around. In the end, I had to tell him to go away."
"And what did Dell the philosopher say to that?"
Singh asked, fascinated. The engineer looked slightly confused. "He said, 'Why?'" Baines coughed again, slapping her chest as she fought for breath. "Stop it," she pleaded, choking and laughing at once. The engineer appeared completely bewildered by the jocularity his statement seemed to draw, which in turn drew a few smiles of endearment around the table.
"I was talking to a Catholic priest before the explosion,"
said Patricia Norris.
"Maybe a chat with some of the crew would make them feel a little better," she hazarded.
"Is he a scientist also?" asked Douglas.
"Actually, he is a she," she replied. "No, she's on a paid-for ticket."
Douglas looked impressed. "A priest could afford to be here?" "Thinking about a change in vocation, Captain?" asked Baines innocently. "Why wouldn't he have a prayer?" He winked.
"Actually, it's all paid for by the church," continued Patricia. "Apparently, they want representation on Mars, so they sent Mother Sarah. I have to say she seems lovely."
"The Catholic Church has sent a woman priest to Mars?" asked Baines. "That's pretty progressive."
"Being seen to be progressive sounds about right,"
commented Burton darkly.
"Fire and brimstone is all out of fashion these days. The modern church is all about apology and capitulation."
A few eyebrows rose.
"Sorry, my father was a fair-weather believer," he explained. "A hand-wringer,"
he finished weakly. People in the group cleared their throats and shuffled uncomfortably.
"I think there are a couple of historians on board,"
Jim Miller chipped in brightly, speaking into the embarrassed silence.
"And I even spoke to a spiritualist medium. Good for staying in touch with where we've been, perhaps, but of limited help where we find ourselves now, I expect."
"There's a retired chap who used to be a high-flying psychiatrist," said Patel. "Or did he say psychologist?" he added, frowning.
"He could be useful in the long term,"
commented Singh, thinking aloud.
"Long term?"
asked Jim Miller.
"Ah,"
said Captain Douglas, eyeing Singh. "That would be the sound of the cat escaping from the bag." Singh winced.
"Sorry, Captain."
"No, it doesn't matter, Sandy," eased Douglas. "We've been collating and fact-finding, but ultimately this was always what this meeting was going to be about."
Samantha Portree leaned over and looked down the table.
This is the other bad news, isn't it, Captain?
I take it this is about the stars being shifted? Added Patel for good measure. Douglas was impressed. Well, we weren't going to be able to keep much from you guys for long, he said. Sandeep, tell them what we know. Lieutenant Singh seemed to take a moment to gather his thoughts, when suddenly he blurted, "We're 99.2 million years in the past." A short silence greeted this statement, followed by an elongated silence just ahead of a protracted one. "Thank God you broke that gently," Satnam Patel said eventually, speaking in rich accented tones to his fellow countrymen. "I might have panicked otherwise." "Say what?" Flanagan burst out, absolutely flabbergasted. Douglas gave Singh a look which asked, "Seriously?" He cleared his throat. "Sorry, folks, but that is pretty much the size of it. Sorry, Dave. Now you see why I needed sickbay on high alert." Flanagan appeared thunderstruck, but nodded slowly. "I think I'll let my ears do the talking for a while, James," he muttered. Douglas's expression softened. "Good man. It seems that the It's a Tuesday, I think," Singh mitigated quietly. Douglas glared at him once more, drumming his fingers a couple of times on the table. "As I was saying," he continued, "the explosion at the moment the wormhole formed seems to have had an unexpected and rather serious effect." "I feared it was so," admitted Patel. "You'd already worked it out?" asked Douglas. "That's very impressive, Doctor." "Just guesses and surmises, Captain, whilst desperately hoping I was wrong." "Can you shed any light on this?" pressed Douglas. "Can we reverse it?" "You mean recreate the effects of the explosion and return back?" "Unlikely, Captain. But we should gather every bit of data we can from the locus where the wormhole briefly existed in space. Hopefully, we can correlate it with the information gathered from the explosion site. With time, research, and experimentation, we may be able to calculate the effect on the wormhole and recreate it in some way. But I must stress," Patel looked around the gathered professionals, "the chances of being able to exactly recreate the incident which sent us here are extremely poor. At this stage, I would have to say negligible." "Well, use whatever resources you need to collate your information, Doctor," replied Douglas. "We'll only get one chance at it." Patel nodded acknowledgement, while scribbling a few notes to his electronic pad.
Are we really only 4 days from Earth, Captain?
asked Dr. Portree. "We are, Doctor, more or less. Perhaps more like 4.5 days now, as we've been drifting without power for a while. We've told no lies, but we thought it better to hold a small meeting before completely spilling the beans to the larger group, if you follow me. I'm guessing we're all shaken up by this news, so who knows what effect it might have on the people down in the pod. We need some kind of plan or strategy, something for them to cling to and work towards, or we'll have a total collapse on our hands if we're not careful." Nods of agreement followed his conclusion, everyone looking thoughtful and anxious. Major White leaned forward. "I take it we have no choice but to go back to Earth? No point in sticking around here?" "Unless anyone here can give me a better idea," said Douglas, looking around the table. "I can't see what else we can do. It's the only place we can breathe outside this ship, after all." "Forgive my lack of a scientific background, but when we get back to Earth, aren't we going to find it full of dinosaurs and who knows what else?" asked White. They took a moment to process as the reality of his statement dawned. "Does anyone know what we can expect?" asked Douglas eventually. "Not just the flora and the fauna either. What about the climate?" The people around the table looked from one to another in growing concern.
"I guess NASA didn't think we'd need a paleontologist,"
commented Samantha Portree sheepishly. Patricia Norris raised her hand.
"I may have some answers for you, Captain."
Douglas looked relieved. "Thank you, Doctor. What can you tell us?"
"Not me. My 16-year-old son, Tim," she answered.
Douglas looked unrelieved. "Your son?" he asked weakly, trying to remain polite. Norris smiled indulgently at him.
"I know what you're thinking, Captain. but you would genuinely struggle to find anyone more knowledgeable about Earth's history in any museum or university across the world. I'm not just saying that as a proud mother. It's his passion, along with his lifelong love of animals.
Douglas exchanged glances with his senior staff. Baines shrugged.
Maybe we should get him up here, Captain.
If he can give us a heads up before we try and land.
Any knowledge would help us at this stage. I don't want to be a T-Rex tuckbox.
Hero snorted. Imagine a T-Rex's lunchbox. Do you think it would have a sticker of a human on the side? He chortled to himself, oblivious to the stares he received. Engineers rarely have time for the whole appropriate-inappropriate thing, and Hero was a one-man case study in that regard.
That's precisely it, Captain, added Norris. I mean, not the lunchbox thing, but Tim. He will be able to give you a good idea of what types of animals and plants we're likely to encounter wherever we put down. He's got an encyclopedic knowledge of this type of thing, along with untold terabytes of information on his personal storage drives.
Douglas clicked the communicator built into the table. This is Douglas to Sergeant Jackson.
Jackson here, sir.
The barked response was immediate. Sarge, can you organize for Mr. Timothy Norris to be escorted to the bridge, please? He's Dr. Norris's son. Tell him that Dr. Norris thinks he may have some information which might help us.
Right away, sir.
Jim Miller put his head in his hands, exhaling a huge sigh. Are you okay, Doctor? Asked Douglas, concerned. Miller looked up.
I'm sorry, everyone. It's just that I expected to be manufacturing parts for our terraforming machinery on Mars by this time tomorrow. Now I'm on my way back to Earth and about to be given a talk about which dinosaurs I can eat and which ones I need to avoid. My reality's on shuffle.
Nervous agreement greeted his assessment. I'm sorry, people, said Douglas. I really am, but we simply don't have the luxury of an adjustment period. We need to plan and go. When we land, we will be faced with challenges that no human being has ever experienced. However, I've got every confidence in the people here and elsewhere on this vessel. We have some of the most brilliant and brave that mankind has to offer, and I refuse to believe that we will lose ground to a bunch of animals, however big they are. Douglas looked to his second officer. Sandeep, from the scans you've taken of Earth, have you calculated our best approach vector, using the least amount of fuel? For the benefit of the others, he added, although our power core is nuclear, our thrusters are still chemical rockets, so saving as much fuel as possible is vital if we mean to or need to take off again. He checked back with Singh. Where is our best landing opportunity, Lieutenant? I've calculated that the coordinates providing the leanest burn times, replied Singh, checking his notes, are in Patagonia, South America, or what will be South America one day. Naturally, the scientists began tentatively discussing the merits of this course of action when the door chime sounded. Come, said Douglas, clearly above the chatter. The Sarge strode up to the table with a nervous-looking teenager edging into the room behind him.
Mr. Norris, as ordered, Captain.
Thanks, Sarge. Jackson saluted and left. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Norris. Douglas welcomed the young man warmly. Mary, would you be kind enough to organize another chair for our guest, please? Tim watched Mary open an adjoining door, which turned out to be a storage cupboard, and returned to him smiling kindly.
I'll put you next to your mom. Thanks,
he replied, sitting down a little more heavily than he intended. Please, relax, Mr. Norris, said the captain sympathetically. Do you mind if I call you Tim?
No, that's fine, Captain, the young man answered nervously.
Patricia also smiled at her son, crowning his anguish by squeezing his hand in the sort of motherly way calculated to embarrass any almost man to the point where he questions whether he wants to live long enough to make it all the way. He moved his hand off the table immediately, his face stoplight red. Tim, continued Douglas, oblivious to the young man's agony, we'll have a full, open session tomorrow in which everyone may take part. However, for today, I have to ask you to keep everything you hear in this room absolutely secret. Can you do that?
Yes, Tim's voice croaked. Clearing his throat, he tried again. Yes, Captain.
Thank you, Douglas continued. As you already know, an explosion has destroyed the wormhole drive. But more than that, it affected the wormhole which was created. Instead of propelling us through space to near Mars, it left us where we were, but... He stalled out, studying the youth in front of him. Douglas hated having to inflict something so horrifying on the lad, but what choice did he have? Sighing heavily, he tried again. Basically, Tim, the damaged wormhole sent us back in time. He awaited the young man's reaction. Tim merely frowned, leaning forward slightly.
How far back in time?
Well, that's why you're here. Not to put too fine a point on it, continued Douglas encouragingly. Your mother has told us that you have an exceptional knowledge of Earth's history. Tim leaned further forward, completely piqued.
How far back?
He asked again. Douglas rubbed a hand across his jaw, feeling the beginnings of stubble. The better part of 100 million years, give or take, he answered quietly. He expected a meltdown, and leaned forward himself in a consoling manner. Look, Tim, it's all...
Whoa! Shouted Tim. Awesome!
Going to be all right. What? Asked Douglas, dumbfounded.
Seriously?
Asked Tim, ecstatic. Douglas looked to Patricia for help, but she was looking at her son with an expression somewhere between exasperation and pride. Baines leaned back, putting her hands behind her head, grinning. Hands up, guys, who feels like a big girl's blouse now. Most of the other adults in the room chuckled or smiled, shaking their heads ruefully. The kid took it better than I did, said Major White, giving Tim a nod of respect.
So, how can I help?
Asked Tim, glancing around the group with interest.
You're probably the only person on the ship with any idea of what we'll find when we get home,
Patricia answered her son. Actually, you're probably the only person in the universe, Singh added, to his mind, helpfully. No one else will exist for about 98 million years. Baines leaned over and fixed Singh with a look. You're on a roll today, Sandy. I was afraid you might say something inappropriate for a minute there. Singh looked sorry again. We need to know what you know, Tim, Douglas soldiered on, pulling himself together. As much as possible, anyway. For example, where would likely be the safest place to set up a base? Tim took a few moments to think.
At this point in time, near the end of the Albian stage of the Cretaceous period of the Mesozoic era, if memory serves, there are dinosaurs, other large reptiles and amphibians on virtually every landmass. There are extraordinarily dangerous animals in every ocean, he pondered some more. I suppose near the poles might be a little safer, if only because the animals there, so far as we know, tended not to grow so huge.
But wouldn't living on an ice field make it more difficult for us to live and gather resources? Asked Jim Miller.
The poles only ice over during the winter months in this period, Tim countered. As far as we've been able to ascertain, anyway. However, you may still run across one-ton predators even at the poles, descendants of Allosaurus, for example. Even early tyrannosaurs in the north. God help anyone running into one of those.
Would it be any safer back home?
You mean Britain, Captain? Historically, our wildlife has been a little more manageable, true. But we are a long way back, Captain. There are some real terrors around in this period.
Tim took a pull from the mug of tea Mary had set before him, to calm his nerves. He grimaced.
What the hell is this slop?
His expression made his thoughts plain, the realization increasing his self-consciousness still further.
He spluttered. Baryonyx, for instance, was a very dangerous predator of the mid-Cretaceous. The very first dinosaur known to science, in fact, was found in Britain, a 10-metre-long killer named Megalosaurus. We also have one of the earliest ancestors of the infamous Tyrannosaur line back home too.
Proceratosaurus and Megalosaurus were more than 60 million years further back in time than where we seem to be, though, so there's a good chance they've really upped their game by now.
Of course, that's if you can even find Britain in the post-Pangean breakup.
Tim realised he was rambling and stopped.
Our own time has seen nature decimated, but at this stage, life on Earth knows no bounds, and we'll get to see it all again, he finished, almost breathless in his anticipation.
Yes, Douglas acknowledged, fervently wishing he could feel so positive about it all.
So we're not looking for Albion in Albion, then?
Baines quipped.
Eh?
Douglas gave her a look, one of his succinct ones.
Sorry, Captain,
she mumbled.
We'd do well to stay away from North Africa,
Tim continued, almost to himself, trotting across a prehistoric globe in his mind.
China would be lethal too.
Another moment of reflection, and he added,
We should also try to avoid Patagonia.
Just as Lieutenant Singh blurted,
But we need to land in Patagonia.
Everyone looked at Singh.
What's Pangean? He asked.
Before Tim could explain, Baines groaned, putting her head down on the table and covering it with her hands. Chapter 4. The Council of Del Bond. James Douglas, captain of the USS New World, sat alone in his quarters, legs hanging over the side of his bunk. He rubbed his eyes to dispel sleep from his mind after a lousy night. Proper sleep had eluded him, despite his utter exhaustion. 23 hours had passed since the explosion. Not even a day, he thought numbly. Today he faced a meeting with the entire ship's complement, and this gave him cause for concern. He knew very little of these people and could only guess how they would react. His first meeting, with a small group of Mars Mission Department heads, the previous evening, had gone about as well as he could have hoped. At least no one freaked out. The scientists seemed to cope with their predicament well enough, even trying to offer constructive help where possible. However, their meeting had revealed one undeniable and uncomfortable truth. The only person on board with any real answers was a kid a few weeks out of school. Douglas did not hold the lad's age against him. He was clearly exceptional. But how would the rest of the crew and passengers respond to this? He was fairly sure of the military contingent. They would respect his rank as captain. However, the civvies, especially the paid seats, might be bad news. They, could not afford a free-for-all right now. If they went round the houses trying out every ridiculous idea about how we should all live together, they would, in very short order, find themselves as extinct as the dinosaur? Wow, he would really have to wrap his head around that one. His comm chimed. Douglas, he answered automatically.
Morning, Captain, said Baines. Sorry, did I wake you?
No, I was already up. Morning, Jill. What can I do for you?
Hero has finished the ship-wide checks ahead of schedule, she reported. He says that as far as he can tell, we're good to go.
My God, does the man no sleep? Remarked Douglas, his voice cracking with tiredness.
Baines chuckled.
I just think he plugs into a socket for a couple of hours here and there. You know how he is. He wants to know if we can power up the engines for a short hop to shake everything down. Okay, Commander, but not till I get to the bridge. I'll need 5 minutes, so make sure he waits. I didn't want to be bounced off a wall and swallow me toothbrush. Douglas, out. Good morning, Douglas greeted, taking his command chair. Once seated comfortably, he sniffed the air. There was definitely something aromatic wafting about his bridge. He looked around to query his first officer, only to find her patiently proffering a mug of his favourite coffee. How did you know? He asked rhetorically, accepting the beverage. He took a slurp of the drink and grimaced. Whoa, that's a wee bit strong, he said hoarsely.
I know. I gave myself the same sentence. Can't have any droopy eyelids today, Captain, Baines answered. I expect you slept about as well as I did. Possibly not even that well.
Oh, I'll never sleep again if I doon this coffee, Douglas chunted to himself, forcing down another gulp. Thank you, he wheezed. Baines smiled at him. What? He asked. She leaned in close, speaking quietly. I love the way you sound more Scottish when you're tired or cross. It's very sweet. Douglas snorted in spite of himself. Has Hero found a way to warp us back to the 22nd century yet? Unfortunately not, but he has sent another request to try a short jump towards Earth, Captain. She arched an eyebrow. Anyone would think he had to be somewhere. He recommends a quick burn-up to speed and then coast while he runs more checks. On another subject, Hero also reported back about the simulations he ran last night before bed. Despite the bomb damage, we should be able to, his words, put down on the planet with care. We'll be in for a bumpy ride then, eh, Sandeep? Asked Douglas.
Quite probably, Captain, replied the pilot.
So, shall I order him to begin his engine tests and move the ship? Asked Baines.
Yes, tell him we're ready when he is, replied Douglas. I feel so wired now, I could get out and push. This coffee doth murder sleep.
The Scottish play, Captain? Asked Baines.
Aye, my favourite. He winked.
I think we're all going to have to roll up our ravelled sleeves today, she muttered.
Very good, Commander, complimented Douglas.
Let's hope so, James.
Aye, he sighed. Still, it will feel good to be moving again.
After a short dialogue between the bridge and engineering, Douglas announced the impending manoeuvre across the PA. The engines powered up smoothly, propelling the new world on her 4-day journey back towards the old world. The very old world. Baines was in her quarters freshening up, ready for the general meeting with all passengers and crew when her comm chimed.
Commander, Sarge, sorry to disturb you, but there seems to be a large, well-attended council going on in embarkation. This is well ahead of the meeting scheduled for 1500 hours. Some geezer calling himself Del Bond appears to be chairing it, ma'am. It's getting a bit rowdy. Shall I break it up?
No, I'd better see what's going on first. We don't want people any more upset than they are already. Just keep it contained. I'm on my way. Baines clicked off her comm, leaving her quarters at a fast walk. She came upon the Sarge, Jones, and a couple of the major security team outside embarkation, watching the proceedings obliquely through an open hatch from the corridor. Any idea what this is about, gentlemen? She asked.
I'm not really sure, ma'am,
Sergeant Jackson replied with a shrug.
That Dell bloke seems to be firing everybody up to get answers about what's going on, and when anyone says anything, he asks them why they need answers at all. Why do humans need to know things? Some people are getting pretty cheesed off, and when they say so, he just asks them why they're angry. What is anger? Does it help? Do we need anger? That type of thing. Someone said, yes, we would have never survived as a species without fight or flight, to which he said,
Why? Baines interrupted.
Oh, did you hear the discussion, Commander?
Asked the Sarge. No, Baines laughed, but I did try to read a philosophy book once. It seems that to be a philosopher, you have to think about impossible scenarios that no one else would waste time on. After 20 pages, I considered handing it into a charity shop, but in the end I recycled it, deciding that the charity had enough problems without driving their customers crazy. The Sarge nodded.
Some of the people in there are getting quite agitated, Commander. I think most of them only came down here to get a good seat. They weren't expecting this. They're wound up enough already without this little Herbert upsetting them even more.
Yes, I suppose we better remove him from the podium before someone throws a chair at him. They looked at one another. Neither moved. The moment dragged. Jackson looked at her quizzically.
Maybe we can afford to lose one chair?
Baines snorted. Come on, Sarge. He nodded to his men, who fell in behind them. The commander listened to the proceedings for a while to gain a measure of what was taking place. The passengers appeared to be split into factions. Some were ignoring the arguments altogether. Others were trying unsuccessfully to talk sense into Del Bond. Another group were on their feet, hurling abuse at the philosopher for wasting their time and upsetting everyone further, fairly stating that their situation was worrying enough as it was. His response was calm and infuriating.
Why do we get upset? What is upset? How do we know we are feeling upset? Is it real? How do we know anything is real?
Naturally, this did very little to quiet his gainsayers. However, a small gaggle of young children were clearly having the time of their lives, shouting, "Why? Why? Why?" Baines made her way to the front of the auditorium with the intention of supplanting Bond. She passed a couple, the woman sobbing into the man's shoulder. He fixed her with a glare. "Is this your idea of a warm-up band, Commander? What the hell is going on?" There was anger in the air, and she could feel it rising. The security team knew they had to prevent the situation from escalating and immediately set about restoring order. Presently, the captain arrived to give the speech he had been so dreading. He was rather taken aback by the riot which appeared to be in full swing.
If we ever need to sacrifice anyone to appease the dinosaurs, I choose that man, Douglas shouted. The afternoon had passed into early evening, and he was once more addressing his senior staff and group leaders in the meeting room.
"I think that was King Kong, sir," offered Lieutenant Singh.
The offer's still on the table," replied Douglas sourly.
"Once we'd removed Bond and calmed everyone down, it didn't go too badly, sir," Baines added encouragingly.
"I wouldn't call it a success, Commander, just because discussing the terrifying insanity of our situation was deemed preferable to continuing a debate with that man. How the hell did it degenerate into that riot? What was he even doing up there?"
Douglas could see that no one had any answers, so he took a deep breath and let it out slowly to calm his anger before continuing.
"We have a little over 3.5 days until we land on Earth. In that time, we need to develop rotas for everyone and build teams, possibly even break up some teams for a more balanced skills allocation." He counted on his fingers. "In no particular order, we'll need to set up a defensible base and source fresh water. We'll have to find a way to feed ourselves. We've excellent seed stocks, but who knows what dangers we'll face trying to plant them. Also, I'm pretty sure we'll have to refit our vehicles for life on Earth, so we can send out survey and reconnaissance teams to map our new surroundings and search for natural resources."
Douglas paused to glance around the faces at the table.
"Comments and suggestions, please," he concluded. Dr. Patel leaned forward, saying,
"We have reasonable stores of components, but only limited supplies of bulk material. We have the capability to manufacture, of course, but we'll need to mine for iron ore, aluminium, various silicas, etc. for building, precious metals and other elements and materials for circuitry, plus anything else we may need, if we can find them. Plastics and ceramics are going to be in very short supply at first. As the captain stated, we will need to adapt our plant and machinery, certainly, but we may also need to build new vehicles, not to mention the farming equipment we will need for the long term. Otherwise, we will all spend our every waking second in the fields just to feed ourselves, like peasants from the past." He stopped himself, shaking his head. "From the future, I mean. Some people may welcome a fresh start in the open air, but food production is only part of our survival strategy. And survival is what we're talking about here, my friends. Even with our technology, humanity has never faced such dangers as those which await us on prehistoric Earth. Our numbers are also against us. There will inevitably be losses, but we are so few we can't afford to lose anyone." "I could probably stretch to doing without Del Bond," Baines commented bitterly.
"Seconded," said Douglas.
"If he can use a shovel, we need him, Commander," Patel answered seriously. The other department heads nodded in tune with the astrophysicist's appraisal.
"Dr. Patel, have you been speaking with young Mr. Norris?" asked Major White.
"I have, Major, and our conversation was at once enlightening and frightening." White nodded.
"I agree. I know I'm a military man, so forgive me if this seems predictable, but we're gonna need more and better weapons than we currently have."
Douglas turned to White.
"What sort of arsenal are you carrying, Ford?" "Not much more than a few hand weapons, stunners, and crowd control, Captain. According to Mr. Norris, we're looking at some seriously heavy game. 100-ton, 40-meter-long herd animals, not to mention 8-ton, 15-meter-long predators, to name but a few. Tim says there are some pack killers alive at this time that are even bigger than T-Rex. He held up his hands, placating. But don't worry. He's also assured me the T-Rex was probably still more dangerous, and luckily he's not due for another 30 million years.
Oh, that's all right then,
said Baines flatly. Precisely, said White. The kid's knowledge is going to be crucial to our survival, though.
There may be one or two other things we should discuss before we do anything.
Dr. Patricia Norris joined the conversation.
I don't want to sound like our friend Derek Bond, but there are some rather big philosophical, or at least ethical questions we need to ask ourselves. Questions about how we proceed as a people. More importantly, as a people out of time.
Douglas groaned. You're talking about disrupting the timeline, aren't you, Doctor? He asked. And we'll go with ethical, shall we? I've had enough philosophy for one day.
Norris nodded in agreement. Just for starters, before we even think about how we're going to live, do we assume that the timeline has already been disrupted by our presence here? Which leads to the question, do we start again now, as humanity's last and perhaps only chance, or do we touch the Earth lightly, hoping the future will continue along the same path and we are simply forgotten?
Looking at our own time, isn't it clear that we've made a hell of a mess of things?
Put in Dr. Jim Miller, the chemist.
Whatever we do here, it's hard to believe we could make things worse.
But we could make things never have happened at all, Singh noted, cryptically. They pondered for a moment in silence.
I know that Dr. Patel's team have begun to think about how a return may be possible, however unlikely, said Baines. She paused and spread her hands on the table. Firstly, we should agree or not as to whether getting home is our primary goal, after survival, of course. Surely we could cause all manner of changes to the timeline just by trying, if we're poking around with time travel.
Another silence.
So what, do we take a vote, the 11 of us here?
Asked Samantha Portree.
And in doing so, are we setting ourselves up as some kind of government?
Oh my God, said Douglas. We'll have landed before we've even decided what to call ourselves if we're not careful, let alone how we define our responsibilities. I think we're going to have to grab the bull by the horns on many issues here, and quickly.
Don't you mean the Triceratops, Captain?
Asked Baines innocently. Thank you, Commander, he glowered. Firstly, we need to elect somebody, or a panel of somebodies, to take charge. This clearly needs to happen before we talk any further. Well, you're the senior man here, Captain, White stated. No, said Douglas flatly. I'll remain in charge of this ship, but that does not empower me to control a mostly civilian population.
Maybe we should elect a triumvirate then,
offered Jim Miller.
Then there will always be checks and balances on the very top-level decisions made, but without too many opinions in the way, yes?
There were a few nods of approval.
It worked for Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, after all,
he continued hopefully, gesturing over his shoulder with a thumb.
Back in Rome.
But were many Romans happy with that situation, I wonder?
Asked Patricia Norris, looking mildly concerned. She frowned as a memory surfaced.
And didn't all that end in a bloodbath across several continents, after the triumvirate was destabilized by the untimely death of Crassus?
That's settled then, said Baines. As long as we don't elect anyone named Crassus, we're good, yeah?
You see, we just need to use our heads, a little bit of application, she added, tapping her temple with her index finger. Yes, but use them for thinking, presumably, not as props in a play, retorted Patricia Norris, unable to resist.
Look! Douglas brought his hand down, palm first, onto the table with a slap. If I could just bring you forward 23 centuries for a minute, he growled acerbically and then stopped, looking thoughtful for a second. Whilst dragging you back 992,000 centuries into the past, he added, for the sake of both clarity and his chief engineer's OCD, if we are going to suggest this, it needs to be a decision ratified by a majority vote. We need everyone back in embarkation again, so we can put this to the whole complement and proceed from there.
How?
asked Patricia Norris simply.
Do we choose candidates and then ask people to vote? Or do we ask them to suggest people, or even themselves, perhaps?
Do we want anyone in charge who wants to be in charge?
Asked Sam Burton.
That's never gone brilliantly before, has it? Back home or in Rome,
he added for good measure. Again, more silence as they pondered.
We'll just have to see what the people say,
stated Portree. The atmosphere in embarkation was charged once more, despite the lateness of the hour. Most were still in the dark regarding the larger crisis facing them, philosophical differences having derailed the meeting to fully reveal their situation. All they knew was that they were headed back to Earth after surviving a terrorist attack. Captain Douglas stood on the dais once more, studying the worried faces in the crowd. "I'll be glad when I can kick this responsibility upstairs to someone else," he thought darkly. "Hello, and thank you everyone for attending. We find ourselves in a crisis." Douglas explained about the bomb in the wormhole drive and its effects upon the wormhole as it formed. He explained all they knew and where it had led them, to a surprisingly silent crowd. Whether this was due to the need for news or just shock, he couldn't tell. His tale of the last 30 hours disappeared into a silent vacuum. No reaction. Any second now, the tidal wave of panic will come, he thought. But what actually happened surprised him. Hank Bernstein Sr. stood and called loudly over the heads of the seated passengers.
As I have experience in running corporations employing millions of people, and I practically paid for this pod, I should be the new president until we get back to our right time and place.
Douglas's prophesied tidal wave arrived at last, but it was less of panic than of angry incredulity as the silence erupted to the sound of 100 people all chuntering their disapproval at once. Another male voice travelled clearly over the drone.
Bloody hell, it's the new Messiah!
Some of the people sitting around Captain Gleason broke into appreciative if nervous laughter. Order, order, people, please, yelled Douglas into the storm.
Shut up!
Bellowed Sergeant Jackson, and the room quietened by several notches. Thank you for your input, Mr. Bernstein. We'll take that under advisement, Douglas went on. However, Mr. Bernstein does have a point. We do need to elect some sort of governing body to make the necessary decisions which will allow us to work as a cohesive unit, if we are to survive the coming months. And we need to do this quickly.
When you say unit, are you really saying military?
Someone asked out. The voice was American and female. No, Douglas stated firmly. Forgive this old RAF man for his turn of phrase, he added more gently. We are not suggesting a military state, nor any kind of autocracy, he added, glaring meaningfully at Bernstein.
What are you suggesting, Captain?
The same woman asked reasonably. This time Douglas pinpointed the voice to a woman dressed as a priest, dog collar and all. It's Mother Sarah, isn't it? He asked gently.
Yes, Captain,
replied Sarah, looking pleasantly surprised. What we're suggesting, continued Douglas, is a triumvirate elected by all of us here, and that everyone cast 3 votes, 1 for each individual we believe should lead us. The 3 chosen will have the right to accept or refuse, but should they accept, they will be the panel of 3, simple and hopefully effective.
What if the 3 chosen by the numbers suit no one?
Asked Mother Sarah again. That may be so, and we're not suggesting that this be set in stone, but if this works, and the people chosen are acceptable to the majority of us, then we can at least proceed. Make no mistake that we have an awful lot to plan and organize, Mother Sarah. The priest smiled at his slip and attempt at courtesy, nodding her agreement. Does anyone else have any suggestions or issues with this before we proceed? Douglas asked. It's a good principle, Captain, another male American voice called from the crowd. But I've been thinking,
Wouldn't it make more sense to choose some candidates and for us all to vote on them? Or maybe the first vote could be simply to name the candidates. Then we could take a second vote to select our final 3 out of the, say, top 10 named.
This suggestion seemed to garner much approval throughout the assembly. Its source was Chief Medical Officer Dave Flanagan. Douglas smiled his appreciation.
That sounds wise and popular, it seems, he added, looking around the nodding heads in the auditorium. Thanks, Dave.
Who's going to be allowed to vote?
Another voice interrupted him. Douglas recognized the voice and singled out the face of young Tim Norris.
That's another fair point, he conceded. I recommend the age of majority is set at 16 years. Does anyone else have anything to say on this point?
Someone shouted out that it should be 21, 18 at the very least, as these young people did not have enough life experience to be able to make these kind of decisions, and another free-for-all developed where no clear voice could be heard. Douglas appealed for calm, to little avail. So, putting a finger in his left ear, he gave the Sarge a small foppish wave to signal that another call for order was required.
Shut up!
Jackson obliged.
Thank you, said Douglas to the room at large. I agree 16 years is young, but in my opinion, not too young. We are in very unusual circumstances, and if 16 is old enough to marry, have a family, and go off to war in normal times, then surely it's old enough for our purposes in the here and now.
This point was generally accepted, but with a few complaints.
Shall we say 16 to vote then, people?
Overwhelmingly, the response came back, yes, and so the motion carried. In the privacy of his own mind, Douglas thought that this first principles of democracy approach was going to take so long that if they weren't careful, they might crash into the earth before deciding anything. He had to increase momentum and foreshorten these little niceties of civilization if they were to survive even landing, let alone living on ancient Earth.
The first vote will basically be names in a hat for candidates. We'll each choose 3 people from the crew and passenger roster who we feel would do a good job of leading us. As the passenger lists for the Mars mission were established some time ago, we'll assume that most of you have a fair knowledge of your fellows' files. As leadership is an absolute prerequisite, I put forward that we set the bar at 25 years and over for candidates.
Douglas singled out Tim Norris in the crowd again, giving him the merest ghost of a wink.
This is not to say that we don't have some brilliant younger people on board, who have skills and knowledge essential to our survival. This is simply a command readiness decision. So please think hard on whom you would like to vote for, and we'll reconvene in 2 hours. I'm sorry it's not much, but it's all the time we can afford at the moment. We'll set up a box at the front here into which each voter may drop their 3 choices. After that, we'll simply call out the names and set up a public tally on the screen behind me, so that everyone can see the count and witness the full process. Is this acceptable to us all? Douglas asked in conclusion. Yes, the vast majority responded. No, Bernstein called out,
but the captain affected not to hear him. Douglas and Baines made their way back to the bridge after the conference. The time was 20:30 hours, and as the evening strolled away, so did they. Their pace leisurely, after the panic and rush of the last couple of days. "That was well done, Captain," said the commander genuinely. "Although I was slightly disappointed you didn't lead with 'Friends, Romans, Countrymen' after our staff meeting."
Douglas looked down at her. "That's kind of you to say, Gilia," he said with a glint in his eye.
"You're welcome, Jamesius."
Douglas stopped, looking back the way they had come. "But what if they all vote Bernstein?"
"Well," Baines replied slowly, "in that event, I guess we'll have to pin a 'Kick Me' poster on your back." They both laughed, feeling a little lighter simply because they were doing something, rather than having things done to them. In that spirit, they continued onto the bridge, hoping for a couple of hours' peace to shuffle through candidate files. Lieutenant Singh, still at his post, stood when the two officers entered.
Captain? Commander? He nodded respectfully.
Everything okay, Sandy? Baines asked, taking her seat.
Everything's fine with the ship, Commander. Hero reports the engines checked out perfectly, and all systems are working well. He's also cut all power to wormhole drive control and reinforced the damaged bulkheads to further secure the area.
His initial report discharged, Singh suddenly looked uncomfortable.
Is there something else?
Asked Douglas.
Yes, Captain. Another message came in just after you left for the conference. This one's a little more difficult.
Difficult?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Lloyd is now fully recovered from his concussion with a clean bill of health, and Dr. Flanagan has 2 questions. He asks A, what is he to do with him? And B, when will you get your damned soldiers out of his sick bay, sir?
Douglas and Baines looked at one another. You know, I'd almost forgotten, with everything, said Baines, tailing off as thoughts of the young and ever-smiling Mario Bacchini flooded her mind unbidden. By the look on Douglas's face, she judged he was having similar recollections.
Sandeep, tell the doctor to stand by. He'll have my decision directly.
He nodded for Baines to join him in the meeting room off the bridge. Douglas waited for the door to seal behind them.
We haven't a damn thing on the man, he blurted angrily. I'm glad Dave didn't bring that up during our meeting or at the conference, but what should we do with Lloyd?
Baines nodded, but remained in thought a moment longer. Do you think he did it, Captain? She asked eventually. Douglas sighed.
I don't know, he admitted. Yes. Well, probably. Maybe. If I'm honest, part of me wants it to be true because of the way Lloyd makes me feel. I'm genuinely concerned that it's colouring my judgment on this one, Jill. What do you think?
I think he's our man, but it's just a feeling. His motive is hidden from us, and we can't put the smoking gun in his hand. Yet, she said. The trouble as I see it is this. Locking somebody up on a suspicion could get us into hot water, even here. We have to be careful what precedents we set, possibly now more than ever.
Agreed, said Douglas, and then reflected for a moment. Or perhaps not.
Captain?
I hear you, Jill, but we have a responsibility to provide safety and a chance for life to every soul aboard. This isn't the early 21st century. We can't afford a terrorist, even an unproven one, the chance to run freely around this ship, this last piece of our world, unchecked and wreaking havoc. He's an engineer, for God's sake. Who knows what he might get up to next?
I'm with you, James, honestly. But we're trying to give birth to a new democracy down there, whilst discussing human rights contraventions up here. Whichever way you choose to jump, I'm with you. You know that. 100%. All I'm saying is this needs to be handled with care, and either way I think there will be fallout, she concluded seriously.
You're right, admitted Douglas. I can see that. This could be used against us down the line. But my way, we live to carry the can for what we've done.
This is it, Jill. The entire human universe in a bottle.
If we make the wrong decision, it could cost us everything. Everything. So what I'm saying is, I can't afford to be lenient. I need him made safe.
Baines nodded thoughtfully. So, we chuck him in the brig?
That's all we can do for now. But we keep a lid on this until the voting is finished and we've got our governing body. Later, we can spin it that he's in the brig pro tem, pending the completion of our investigations. That ought to keep the bleeding hearts off our backs for a wee while at least, whilst hopefully buying us the time we need to land this bird safely, before we face the next task. What do you think? He asked finally.
What if the investigations turn up nothing? There's always the possibility we're wrong and the real bomber is down there, she gestured, waiting to vote. Douglas adjusted his collar uncomfortably as he considered.
Let's build one bridge at a time, eh? He said at last. More than ever now, we can't guess what tomorrow is going to bring us.
So why second-guess ourselves today? Baines agreed tiredly. You're right.
we might get hit by a bus.
Not anymore, he replied deadpan. Baines chuckled at that.
The lesser of two evils it is, then. I'll get the Sarge to escort Lieutenant Lloyd to the brig in order to help us with our inquiries.
2 hours later, almost the full complement of the New World assembled once more in the embarkation lounge. Only Lieutenant Jeff Lloyd was left furious and impotent in his cell, under the impassive stare of Private Paolo, a member of White's security contingent. The Major visited Paolo, following the first meeting, to explain the developments in embarkation. Shortly after, he left with Paolo's proxy votes and Lloyd's remonstrations ringing in his ears. Douglas invited the people to vote for their preferred candidates by dropping their slips into the box on the stage at the front of the auditorium. Once all slips were in, they were removed one at a time and the nominees transferred to the large overhead screen. A tally of votes slowly grew against each name. Douglas watched morosely as the tally next to his reached ever higher, leaving all the others behind. Damn, he thought. When complete, the list showed 21 candidates. The 11 at the bottom of the list were congratulated warmly on their nominations before being deleted, leaving the 10 highest scorers for the final vote. Douglas was dismayed to find himself by far the most popular. With a sigh, he climbed back onto the dais. Thank you, everyone. Now we select from the top 10 candidates here, and the 3 with the most votes are it. He stepped down, allowing everyone, including himself, to scribble their preferred choices. Once again, people walked forward through the aisles in ones and twos, posting them into the box. Captain Gleason could not help feeling anxious. He was astounded to find that he had accrued 18 votes in the first round, putting him in the upper middle of the herd. Defusing that bomb and saving the ship probably had something to do with it, he surmised sourly. The problem, as he saw it, was that he was much happier sticking it to the man. He most certainly didn't want to be the man. He exchanged a look of unspoken commiseration with Douglas. Even more worrying, Bernstein had 17 votes, and Gleason stewed over this too. Some people really just need to be told what to do and where to sit by someone with absolutely no doubts about their right to be in charge, he thought darkly. 40 minutes passed before all the votes were in. The names appeared on the board again, with a tally growing alongside each. After the untimely death of Mario Bacchini, there were 114 people aboard the New World. Excluding Lieutenant Lloyd, who had not been invited to vote, and the 5 younger children, this meant there were 324 votes cast. The table of candidates reordered itself automatically as the last vote was counted. 106 votes. James Douglas, Captain. 48 votes. Satnam Patel, Doctor. 42 votes. Jill Baines, Commander. 29 votes. Sarah Fellows, Priest. 28 votes. Ford White, Major. 28 votes. Patricia Norris, Doctor. The last 4 positions shared the remaining 43 votes, with more than half of them for Hank Bernstein Sr. Douglas looked up at the screen with consternation. Absolutely everyone on the ship had voted for him, except for Lloyd, the 5 younger children, himself, and 1 other. Probably Bernstein. The man's not a complete ass, then, he thought, as he climbed the dais for a final time to address the waiting crowd. Thank you, everyone, for taking part in this vote. However, I must say that as a military man still holding a commission, I don't believe I should be a member of a civilian governmental institution, however small and fledgling it may be. I must suggest that my place be reconsidered. This was met by a gale of no's, so he tried a different tack. If that is indeed the opinion of the majority, then may I suggest Commander Baines take my place on the Council of 3 as the military representative. She is clearly popular with you all from the votes cast. This would leave myself as senior officer in charge of the ship only, and thus prevent too much power being delivered into any one pair of hands. To his great relief, this actually prompted some approval. Even a few yeses could be heard. He dared hope that he might yet escape his predicament, when Baines stood and spoke before the assembly. "Actually, Captain, I believe I should stand down." Douglas's heart sank. She continued, "I agree that we do not want a council weighted towards the military, but it is also crucial, now more than ever, that there is no confusion in the chain of command and responsibility. If I was part of a governing body telling the military what to do, it could muddy the waters aboard ship." She looked from face to face in the crowd. "I thank you all for considering my candidacy and the captain for his confidence in me. However, I think I speak for us all when I say that we need the best and most experienced leadership we can get right now." She turned back to Douglas. "And that has to be Captain Douglas." She smiled a sad apology towards the captain as she sat back down. Douglas tried to smile too, but looked rather like he had bitten into a nettle sandwich.
"Okay, if it is the will of the majority," he began again, "I accept."
As an afterthought, he added, "Thank you." Glancing back up at the screen to find the next names, he searched the crowd for Dr. Patel.
"I also call on Dr. Satnam Patel. Will you serve, sir?"
Patel stood and bowed slightly. "I will, thank you," he said simply, sitting back down. His demeanour was less than ecstatic too, which raised Douglas's spirits slightly.
"As Commander Baines has stepped down, that leaves Mother Sarah in the next place."
Douglas looked to where the priest had been seated earlier and found her once more.
"Will you serve, ma'am?"
Mother Sarah stood to acknowledge him.
I will, and I'll do my very best for you all. I know we have people from many faiths and belief structures here, so I say, respectfully, may God bless us and protect us all in the difficult days ahead."
She, too, bowed slightly before retaking her seat. Many religions were indeed represented by the people in the crowd, but most appreciated the sentiment behind her words, even the atheists. For Douglas, there was just one more thing to ask.
"Before we proceed, does anyone wish to speak on what has transpired here? Is everyone happy with this result?" "No!"
exclaimed Hank Bernstein Sr., jumping to his feet.
"I've chaired bigger board meetings than this gathering. It's a farce, damn it! Who here has more experience of running things than I do?"
"You mean I have?"
shouted Gleason unashamedly in his deep Australian accent.
"Why don't you put a bloody sock on it, Bernie?"
he added, his colour rising.
"We need folks in charge who know how to do stuff, not just how to pay some other poor bugger to do it and then stiff 'em on the payment."
Bernstein went puce, but Gleason continued unabashed.
"Besides, being proficient at firing people after a quarterly review won't be worth squat when T-Rex is biting the ass off your favourite shorts, mate."
Douglas covered the lower half of his face with his hand, his shoulders rocking as he fought for self-control. Catching Patel's eye, he saw that he too was fighting to keep a straight face, and despite their best efforts, they both snorted with laughter. Turning away from the crowd for decency's sake, Douglas looked to Commander Baines for support, but she was grinning, so he gave up. He turned around fully until he felt he could trust himself once more. After taking a moment, he raised his arms for calm. The room was full of laughter and jeering.
"Well," he thought privately, "we're probably the first government in human history to start off with a huge round of laughter. At least there's that. Let's just hope we don't turn into a bad joke like so many before us."
Waiting for the hubbub to die down, he spoke once more.
"Thank you, everyone. The votes are cast, and in accordance with the principles of democracy, we must now proceed along this course. Let loyalty, diligence, and honour be the glue which binds us. Because we're alone now, people, and it's the duty of each of us to work together to the best of our abilities. Our very survival depends upon it."
A few seconds passed as the assembly processed the gravity of his words.
"Okay, if anyone has any comments or wishes to raise any further points, please put them in writing and ask one of the security team to deliver your notes to the bridge," he added. "I would also just like to ask if the department heads who attended our previous discussions
would please be kind enough to join us in the bridge meeting room at 0800 hours, please. We've a lot to go through. Now, it's already past midnight, and so on that note, we thank you again for taking part and wish you all good night.
As people began to shuffle, he called across to his fellow councillors. Mother Sarah and Dr. Patel, would you accompany me, please? With that, Douglas strode out, Patel and fellows following behind to begin a whole new epoch in human civilization, in more ways than one. The brand-new triumvirate sat around the table in silence, whilst Mary Hutchins, burning the midnight oil, poured them drinks.
I'm ever so glad it's you guys, she said. I'll just get you some cookies, then I'll leave you to talk.
Douglas smiled warmly at her. Thank you, Mary, he said. I haven't had the time to ask how you're holding up with all this. Most people on this ship knew they were turning their backs on the world, although this is a little more drastic than anyone could have guessed, I'm sure. But you were expecting to be home in a few days. How are you? The ship's cook, janitor, and dog's body stopped her fussing for a moment. Looking across the table to the captain, her face crumpled slightly. Douglas got up from his seat and walked around to her, putting a comforting arm around her shoulder. I'm so sorry about all this, Mary, he said gently.
It's not your fault, Captain,
she sniffed.
I'm just worried about my mom. Her health's not bad, thank the Lord, but she's alone and getting on in years. I do as much as I can for her around my shifts. I'm just worried that if I never get back, there'll be no one to take care of her. My sister is never around, you see. Her career takes her all over the world.
She wiped a tear away. I'll never give up trying to find us a way home, Mary. None of us will, said Douglas, looking to Mother Sarah and Dr. Patel for support. Of course not, agreed Patel kindly.
If you ever need to talk, my door's always open, Mary,
added Sarah.
You're such good people, I couldn't ask for any more,
replied Hutchins. Choked with emotion, she took a shuddering breath and smiled bravely.
Now, about those cookies.
She broke open a packet from her trolley and piled them onto a saucer in the centre of the table.
Bless you all,
she said as she left them, following her trolley out of the room. As the door sealed behind her, the three were alone for the first time. But despite the enormity of all they had to discuss, none of them could find a single thing to say. Mother Sarah shook her head, smiling ruefully at their condition.
Let's use this moment of silence,
she said, putting her hands together as if to pray.
To eat a chocolate cookie,
she finished quickly, her hand darting out to retrieve the largest from the saucer. The two men chuckled with both humour and relief before following suit. Well, it seems we've proven that deep time is real. We're now part of it. Are you okay with that, Mother Sarah? Asked Douglas with genuine concern. After scrabbling for a way to break the ice, he realized as soon as the words left his possession that they were astonishingly tactless. He winced slightly.
Please, just Sarah will do,
she said before he could apologize. Noting Douglas's discomfort, she grinned mischievously.
You mean, am I going to fall apart because of a crisis of faith?
No, of course not. I mean... The captain stuttered through his embarrassment. Sarah let him off the hook with her laughter.
Don't worry, Captain,
she replied.
If you believe that God is eternal, as I do, then what's a few million years here or there? The earth towards which we are headed may not be ours, but it's still His, and He will find us. I truly believe that. The real question is, who would want to be lost here, alone, and in such peril without Him? Not me.
She smiled again, infecting the others.
Thank you for your concern, Captain, but I will do my best to remain in the real world for you.
She patted his hand across the table.
Whenever that is.
Douglas smiled back. Sorry, he said, still a little embarrassed. He could feel a respect growing for Mother Sarah that he had not expected. Religion aside, he thought, she may provide a useful perspective for the future. Captain, Patel interrupted Douglas's thoughts. Based on the points we touched upon before recessing to elect a new leadership, I have put together a mental list of priorities for us. Although not exhaustive, I hope this will provide a framework for our thinking.
I know it's already very late and we'll discuss the details in conference tomorrow, but one thing I thought we should put into effect immediately, before we can even get back to Earth, is rationing. I have no doubt that growing and catching food will present us with significant challenges. Even collecting water is likely to be extraordinarily dangerous. Watering holes in India and Africa can be the most deadly of places. One can only imagine what they will be like in the Cretaceous period.
I wholeheartedly agree, Doctor. I'll speak to Sam Burton and the pod's quartermaster first thing in the morning, said Douglas. That is, if we're all agreed. He looked to Sarah for confirmation.
Indeed, Captain,
she answered thoughtfully. Are you okay, Sarah? Asked Douglas.
I am, Captain, thank you. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about what that colorful Australian guy said, about T-Rex biting the rear out of our pants. It seems regrettable, but inevitable, that many among us will see this as a military threat. If I'm honest, I can't really argue with that assessment.
She turned to Patel.
When this conversation comes along, Doctor, would it be possible to have a plan in place to make weapons that warn first? Maybe make a bang or something? Leaving kill as a last resort? I know we're in a crisis here, and I don't want to be too heavy-handed about the sanctity of life and all God's creatures and so on, but we do also, if I understood the captain's talk correctly, have to consider ways to achieve a low-impact presence when we land. I'm no scientist, but I'm guessing that our usual Uncle Sam approach of shooting and blowing everything up may affect this. Could even alter the timeline itself?
She let the question hang.
Patel nodded. I believe you're right, Sarah. In fact, we have already discussed this, albeit briefly, and I've been thinking along similar lines. When I have the details worked out, I'll lay my ideas before you both.
Thank you, Doctor. May I call you Satnam?
Asked Sarah.
By all means.
And please call me James, Douglas invited his co-governors.
Patel took a deep draught from his mug. He lapsed into silence for a moment, studying the half-eaten cookie in his hand intently.
You look 1,000,000 miles away, Satnam,
prompted Sarah kindly. Forgive me, said Patel. I was just considering this biscuit. Have you ever really thought about what a small treat like this represents? I fear our soft, pampered lives are... He sighed, giving Sarah a half-smile. What is the phrase you Americans use? Coming to a middle? Douglas nodded solemnly. We are indeed incredibly fortunate that our pod is one of the manufacturing units, continued Patel. Things would be far worse otherwise. The odds may still be stacked against us, but I would say that without the pod and its equipment, we would have virtually no chance of surviving the Cretaceous world at all. The reptiles rule the earth absolutely, and there is no room for man, at least not in our minuscule numbers. Like most of the creatures with which we'll be sharing our world, we'll have to eat whatever we can get for a time. Or perhaps I should say, their world. Interlopers that we are.
Interlopers?
Sarah repeated the word as a query.
Perhaps. We're certainly people out of time. Clearly for us aboard this ship, Earth was always meant to be our forever home. Leaving's not an option now. Let's hope she won't reject us. And that brings me on to the question of how we should live when we get back.
The two men gave her a questioning look.
I guess what I'm getting at,
she pressed on,
is how do we go forward as a people?
What are you suggesting, Sarah? Asked Douglas.
Well, as you know, I only found out what has happened to us a few hours ago. But whilst we took that 2-hour recess to choose candidates, I wandered around and talked to folks. It seems to me that people are already discussing our impact on the timeline. I suppose that when you have a shipload of scientists, they will inevitably jump ahead to the big questions, whilst the rest of us are still wondering what's for dinner. It seems that camps are emerging on how we should proceed. As far as I can tell, some folks are saying that as soon as we land, the timeline will be irrevocably disrupted, and every single thing we do after that will only make the changes bigger and more wide-ranging. They're basically saying that the future we know may no longer happen. So we may as well start to colonize as if this is it, humanity's last and possibly only stand. There may never be a human race after us now. Someone even started to theorize about how we could devise a way of surviving the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous. You know, the one that helped bring about the extinction of the dinosaurs 32 million years from now? Scientists,
She chuckled good-naturedly.
Another camp is suggesting we live as lightly as possible. They're talking about a pastoral, harmonious existence alongside nature, even if those lives are short. They believe this will minimize the damage, allowing time and evolution to take their natural course and hopefully everything to play out as it should.
She drained her cup.
Others were talking about devoting all our efforts and resources into getting back to our own time, simply taking whatever we want along the way to make this happen. Ironically, this group didn't seem to consider that if we undertook this approach and actually managed to get back to 2112, would it be our 2112 if we messed things up in the past? Still, it's a point of view, I suppose. I noticed that you were shaking your head there, Satnam.
Yes, sorry, said Patel. I just think it is very unlikely that we will be able to get back, as you put it. But I hope I'm wrong. Please continue, Sarah. Forgive me. Sarah took a moment to absorb his words.
Well, interestingly, a splinter group from the last set were talking about rebuilding the wormhole drive and using it to get to another planet altogether. Apparently, there are several Earth-like planets in our computer's database, all relatively close, galactically speaking. These folks thought that one of those might be a safer option when compared to living in the age of the dinosaur. They also suggested that the shorter the time we stayed on Earth, the less damage we could do. Of course, if these planets are Earth-like, who knows what could be living on them?
She raised her eyebrows.
The last group I came across thought we should stay on the ship and were actually calculating ways to continue living aboard the New World. They thought it might be possible for our society to survive for centuries with strict population control and maintenance. We would simply trip down to Earth from orbit to get what we need now and again, like going shopping, using the shuttles and lifeboats we have on board.
She looked at the two men.
Well, that's what folks are saying. What do you think, gentlemen?
Thank you, Sarah, said Douglas. That's some really useful insight I may have missed altogether. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, feeling impossibly tired. Now I'm wondering, how can we possibly make these kinds of decisions? Deciding a way forward for the 115... He stopped, a haunted look in his eye. For the 114 souls aboard this ship is big enough all on its own. But we could be deciding the fate of humanity itself here. Not to mention the untold billions of species that will rise and fall over the next 100 million years, every one affecting the world in a billion tiny ways. Anything we do, however small, could change or even erase everything. He spread his hands on the table, eyeing his fellow councillors seriously. This feels like playing God to me, and I dinna feel qualified. Perhaps that last group have it right, and we shouldn't even land. Patel looked very uncomfortable and, for the first time, unsure of his own mind. Mother Sarah, however, merely smiled slightly. She reached across the table and took both men's hands in her own.
You know I believe that God is with us. It goes with the job,
she said lightly.
But we must all have faith, gentlemen. Faith in ourselves. We have to make these calls so that the men, women, and children aboard this ship get a chance to live. I know you may not agree with this. You may even think me foolish for saying it. But for myself, I think that Jesus Christ was always meant to be born and always will be born. No matter how weak we are as individuals, I believe our destiny to be less flimsy than we might imagine. We should also have faith in our companions in peril, if you will. Just look at how much we've achieved already. In a whirlwind, we've gone from a terrible act of evil intent and a brutal murder to a new democracy with the hope of survival. Furthermore, Just look at the people's choices. What started as a vague numbers game led to our companions choosing us to lead them. A scientist for knowledge and intelligence, a priest for comfort and conscience, and a soldier for protection and action. Still think we're alone? Was this really all just blind luck or coincidence? She asked, smiling broadly now. Humanity, our destiny, and our beautiful world will survive, gentlemen, as will we.
Chapter 5. The New World Order. 3 weeks earlier, and 99.2 million years later. Patagonia. The old man watched the rain clouds move in over his forest. There was a storm coming. It was almost as if the weather was tracking his mood. He was incandescent, but as ever, he served his fury cold.
"How dare they disrupt my plans?"
He scathed in silence, alone in his study.
2 years of planning, and they changed the rota just before launch. Someone has tipped them off, and when I find that someone, I will ensure that it takes them 2 agonizing years to die.
He quirked a sickly smile, pleased with the sentence he contemplated. Now he just needed to find an offender to whom he could apply it. Getting out of his seat, he turned his back on the storm outside and began to pace.
"This can be no coincidence,"
he muttered, shaking his head. After a few passes, he stopped suddenly in his tracks.
"Yes, her. It has to be. Some misguided revenge for the necessary purification I ordered. She forced me to order. Yes, Elizabeth, of course."
He strode purposefully back to his seat, sending out a call for his aide.
How can I help you, sir?
Her response was prompt as always.
"Has Lieutenant Hemmings left for her special assignment with the fleet yet?"
Yes, sir. 3 days ago, sir.
"I want her recalled, right now."
I'll get on to our contacts in the Middle East immediately, sir. But if she has already taken her station, she will have gone deep undercover and will observe the comms blackout you ordered, sir.
"Then don't waste any more time."
Yes, sir.
The comm link closed, and the old man stood once more in front of the huge, curved window which filled an entire wall of his study. He clasped his hands behind his back and glared out over his private remnant of the rainforest. Just moments later, the intercom beeped again. He waved a hand over the arm of his seat to answer it.
"Yes?"
he snapped peremptorily.
I'm sorry, sir, but she's already taken her post and will no longer be contactable.
The aide's anxiety was obvious.
I'm very sorry, sir. Sir?
Taking a deep breath, he forced his rage to subside. He couldn't afford distractions now.
Sir?
The aide asked again.
"Do we have the new Mars mission personnel lists yet?"
He spoke very slowly, enunciating every syllable as though he had a grudge against them.
I'll check, sir. Please stand by.
30 seconds passed.
Yes, sir. The information has just been received by our contact at NASA. I'm sending it to your terminal now, sir.
He sat and spun the chair to face his desk. A keyboard glowed to life within the surface, and a screen rose from the back of the desk automatically. He glanced down the list quickly, scanning to see if it contained any assets he could use.
Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
"Yes. Send a secure copy to my granddaughter, and tell her I need to see her straight away, tomorrow at the latest."
Of course, sir.
He cut the link. Still glowering over the new list, he slammed his fist down on the desk.
"Damn!"
Surrey, England. The tube ran under almost all of Britain, even offshore. Jim Miller's wealth, derived from successful businesses in the chemicals industry, provided gold-class travel permits for his family. Rose Miller was about to make her usual tube journey home from school, her gold card placing her in a queue very much shorter than the one endured by most. The endless lines of unnotables who spent much of their leisure time travelling between work and sleep each day watched morosely as she and her immaculately turned-out friends boarded their car. High-speed tube cars made the journey to her stop virtually instantaneous. She said goodbye to her classmates and disembarked. The platform was at the end of her street in Surrey, just a short walk from her family home. Trains stopped every few minutes, continually disgorging drove upon drove of masked strangers, all eager to step back into a controlled environment where the recycled air was filtered and they would be safe from the violent unpredictability of the weather. Rose was no exception, and she left the busy station quickly. The overwhelming majority of people now lived in the giant concrete cubes which covered most of the world's landmass not given over to industry or industrial agriculture, each packed with hundreds of housing cells. By contrast, Rose's family owned a 1995 three-bed semi-detached house. Built over a century ago in the old-fashioned street layouts, the property came with a garage, front and rear gardens, fully landscaped with synthetic lawns and plants, and was about as decadent upper middle class as it was possible to get in 2112. The white picket gate opened automatically for her, and she dragged her feet to the front door. The heads-up display inside her latest model lilac Lady Breathe smog mask automatically called up a retina scan as she neared the building. With a sharp look down and left, she confirmed the action, and a small hatch opened in the door for her thumbprint. Her personal comm, linked via the mask, provided her code to their home security system, and the door swung open. She stepped in and blinked through the menus to disable the poisonous gases app as the door closed behind her. "Welcome home, Rose," said a friendly, enthusiastic voice. She rolled her eyes as she removed her smog mask. That stupid application on the house computer needed deleting. It was so cheesy and she hated it. Not only did it log when she was late back, it also announced her arrival when she was late back. One of the boys in her class had already disabled his for those exact reasons. She sloped off to her room, making a note to ask him how he did it in the morning. It was a warm, stifling evening in July, which promised to be no different from so many others. But when Rose's father returned from the office looking pensive a few hours later, she sensed possibilities. He brought with him, to his mind, the nuts and bolts for a very different future for them all. Just how different, he had not the faintest idea at that point. Unusually subdued throughout dinner, he eventually raised the subject of the Mars mission with his family. He explained how the threat of terrorism had forced a personnel reshuffle close to the deadline, leading to new positions becoming available. Rose had the feeling of a wave curling overhead, almost feeling the need to duck before it crashed. Lara did not seem particularly interested, and so, risking chronic indigestion, Jim dropped his bombshell at the table. "Because of my background in advanced chemistry, NASA have offered me, us really, a place on the Mars mission. It came in a couple of months ago, but I wasn't sure how to... it's a big decision. And now time's caught us up, and... He tailed off. Fearing the sudden pregnant pause might birth a monster, he quickly plunged into further explanation of the socio-political situation behind the reasoning for the changes. Unfortunately, this passed Rose by as she zoned out, struck almost insensible by the thought of leaving everything behind. Her favourite dessert went virtually untouched as Jim confessed his hopes, dreams and concerns to his family. After his words ran out, there remained only the smell of warm chocolate in the air for a long moment. During the course of the row which followed, Lara rejected the idea out of hand at volume. Jim was a man petrified of his wife's displeasure, had been for as long as Rose could remember. He usually just agreed with Lara, that he was very lucky to be able to afford her, and once again it seemed his latest big plan had not begun well for him. Rose's shock at her father's announcement ebbed slightly,
leaving her with mixed feelings about the prospect offered. She wasn't sure, but it felt like something new was stirring within her. A chance for adventure, perhaps. Her life had always seemed as if drawn along a golden thread, but this, terraforming, space travel, who knew where this could lead her? Lara was naturally mortified.
Lara, darling, Jim placated, we'll be giving birth to a new planet, a new world. Not to mention we'll be well and truly in the history books.
It didn't seem to be working for him, at least not at first. Lara's response was blunt.
Who ever heard of anyone who mattered being in history books? Who even reads that stuff anymore? And how can I stay fashionable on Mars? Really, Jim, you're such an idiot. You just tell them to keep their job in whatever it is, or I'm leaving you.
Rose always cringed when her mother trotted out that tired old line. However, the devil inside her always wondered whether the same trick might actually work for her one day. She had mixed feelings about that too. Would she want a man who always caved in? It usually worked on Dad, though. Even as she was considering it, this time proved no exception.
Okay, sweetheart, I'll refuse it tomorrow.
Ha! See that you do!
The opportunity to join the Mars program may have ended right there for the Millers, but for an unexpected change in their fortunes, triggered by Lara's night out with her friend Barbara. 3 weeks later, Jim walked along the corridor leading to his family's suite of rooms within the life pod, pondering whether Barbara, a woman that for his wife's sake he had sincerely tried not to loathe, had not turned out to be the best friend he had ever had. She had nudged Lara into making the decision he wanted, and in the process cut herself off from Jim's life altogether. He felt excited, happy even. Of course, intellectually, he understood that they were lost millions of years in the past and faced a disconnected and very uncertain future. But these were abstractions, so important that they didn't really matter. In the right here and right now, all he knew was that these people needed him, and he had a purpose. His old life had been full of people who wanted things from him, certainly, but if not him, then they would have surely got those things from someone else. Not so here. Suddenly he felt alive, and couldn't wait to see his family, to hold them and tell them how great that felt. Keying his access code, he walked into their apartment whistling cheerfully, but was forced to duck as a flying cup exploded against the door, closing quietly behind him. The hello died on his lips.
I can't believe you got us lost on the other side of the universe!
Lara Miller screamed at her husband.
What?
He tried.
Don't give me that!
Lara snapped.
But
you told me we'd be in the history books. Famous, you said.
She continued, throwing a small makeup bag at him, which, after a clumsy juggle, he was able to catch.
Who will ever hear about us now?
Well,
Don't try and get out of it,
she bellowed.
I want to go home. It seems like forever since I saw a shop.
It was only 4 days ago.
And I want to know what you're going to do about getting us back. What?
Nothing, darling.
Look, we haven't moved across the universe, Jim tried gently.
We've been thrown back in time.
What difference does it make? Don't try and confuse me with your scientific gibberish. I want to go back to Earth right now.
Jim opened his mouth and closed it again, deciding on a different tack.
We'll be back on Earth very soon, sweetheart. Any day now, he tried.
Promise?
Promise.
Jim was a man who firmly believed in clearing one hurdle at a time as far as his wife was concerned. Lara seemed to calm a little.
I knew I shouldn't have let you talk me into this.
But you called me from your club with Barbara and insisted that we accept.
The volcano erupted again.
Don't you dare blame me for this.
No, darling, I wouldn't. Of course you're right.
I wish you'd come on your own, so that you could be lost in space or time or whatever, and I could have stayed with my friends, the people who really cared about me. You've never cared about me.
She snapped again. The usual waterworks came on cue, and Jim fell for it, like always. He tried to comfort the centre of his world, which only led to another overreaction. Lara stormed out of the room, and Jim was about to run after her, following in the well-rehearsed steps to the familiar dance, when Rose caught her father by the arm.
Dad, please stay and talk with me,
she said.
I will, sweetheart, as soon as I've made sure your mum is okay,
he answered, but Rose refused to let go. She is okay, Dad. Don't go after her. It doesn't do any good. She's been working herself up to this all day. I knew you were going to get it when you got back. Rose gave her father a sideways look. You know she's bonkers, right?
eh?
Was Jim's lightning riposte. He stopped trying to pull away, noticing something different about his daughter, something about the way she was scrutinizing him.
Now, sweetheart,
he said at last, sitting down next to her and trying to pull himself together. That's no way to talk about Mum. So, what did you want to talk about? He looked nervously at the door through which his wife had departed, clearly desperate to run after her. Rose's brow furrowed. Dad, I've been thinking, after everything that's happened, and the fact that most people are saying there's no way back for us, well, everything's changed, and I've realized that I'm worthless here.
darling, Jim comforted. Of course you're not worthless.
No, Dad. In a very real sense, I am. I have no skills to help me, or anyone with what's coming next. She shook her head sadly. I don't know what to do. Her voice shook and she gulped tearfully. When I was at school, everyone wanted to fit in with me because I was rich and pretty and popular. None of that matters anymore. The other kids on the mission all seemed to be really clever and making friends, but all I could think to do was write down how I was going to brag about what we're doing to the people back at home. Her tears came in earnest now, and Jim moved to hold his daughter in his arms.
There, it's okay. You'll always be the most important person in the world to me, he assured her.
No, she said, pushing him away slightly. You've always given me the daddy's little princess speech and let me get away with everything for as long as I can remember, and now I'm useless. Like her! She pointed at the door through which her mother had departed. Jim was speechless. He had never seen this before. You've always done everything for us, Dad, she continued, hammering her points home. You let us spend all your money without ever getting cross, no matter how much we yelled at you or took you for granted, and now... Temporarily out of words, she sniffed and wiped her eyes. We need to change. I need you to teach me, please. Jim sat back, taking a deep breath.
I never wanted to get cross with either of you because you're everything to me, he said with bewilderment. Have I somehow done you harm?
Without meaning to, I think you have. Rose sniffed again. And your kindness has ruined Lara.
That's Mum, sweetie.
Huh, when it suits her. Did you know she makes me call her Lara when we're out shopping so that people, particularly the men, think we're sisters? Or used to, I should say. Jim looked a little discomforted.
Well, we all like to feel young and attractive.
No, Dad, stop it. Stop making excuses for her. You remember when we voted for the councillors? She voted for the captain and that Gleason man who stopped the bomb going off because she thinks he's a hunk and so brave. The final vote she cast for some other bloke who was giving her the glad eye when we were in embarkation. I asked her why she didn't vote for you, Dad, and do you know what she said? Jim shook his head, looking crestfallen. She said, and I quote, "Oh, I didn't think about him, silly me."
Well, it was a shock, he replied in a small voice. I'm sure your mum was as confused and upset as the rest of us, and it probably just didn't occur to her.
He tailed off, all too aware of how pathetic this sounded. Dad, she didn't think about you, the man who does everything for her and always has. Well, it's all changed now, and this family needs a shake-up. We need you, Dad. You're the only one of us who is worth anything to these people, and I need you to teach me. Is there someone you know through your contacts who can train me on how to do things? Outsidey type things? She finished hopefully. Jim smiled. Her courage added an ache to the sorrow he was feeling inside.
Well, I'm sure one of Major White's security people will be able to teach you a thing or two about survival outdoors. And I understand that Captain Gleason is something of a master at bushcraft, as well as being a hunk, he muttered sourly. However, I would suggest you start by making friends with young Tim Norris, Dr. Norris's son. He's a little shy, or at least seems so, with us old-timers. I reckon he'd be glad of a friend in you. Tim knows a great deal about this period of Earth's history. I'm sure he'd be delighted to tell you all about it, although I doubt he's had much attention from girls, and certainly not ones as pretty as you, so go easy on him.
This brought a smile to Rose's face, and Jim held his daughter close to hide the hurt in his eyes.
I love you, Rosie.
I love you too, Daddy.
Lieutenant Jeff Lloyd looked up sharply as Commander Jill Baines strode into the brig. Nodding to the security operative guarding their prisoner, she walked to the center of the room and stood directly in front of the bars to Lloyd's cell.
It's about time,
he bit out.
I demand to be let out of here immediately.
Let the wind out of it, Lloyd, she retorted. You're going to answer some questions about the murder of Mario Bacchini.
I already told Douglas I don't know anything about that,
he answered crossly. That's Captain Douglas to you. Or have you decided you like it in here or something? She asked with ill humor. Lloyd seethed in silence. We now have incriminating evidence back from the bomb site putting you in the frame, Lieutenant. I want you to tell me why you tried to destroy your own ship, your colleagues, and all of these innocent people.
Colleagues?
Lloyd mocked.
You haven't got a shred of evidence against me for any of this.
Why would you say that? Asked Baines, her face a mask of puzzlement. I have a full file of evidence in my hand, and you're already in jail. You're an engineer. Surely you can bolt those two circumstances together and make them run. Lloyd looked uncertain for an instant, and then smiled nastily.
You're just bluffing. Never kid a kidder, Commander.
Baines pulled up a chair and sat down, thumbing through the file. Firstly, she said casually, perhaps you can explain to me why your DNA was found on the wormhole drive mountings, or what was left of them.
Engineer? Lloyd answered in a sarcastically questioning sing-song voice. I don't doubt that I've touched everything in engineering at some point.
Yes, continued Baines unperturbed. But can you explain why only your DNA was found on the remnant fixings and none of Mr. Bacchini's? He was, after all, the man in charge of the wormhole drive, was he not? Despite what the explosion did to him, he left not a trace on what little remains of the drive chassis. Odd that, don't you think? Lloyd sat back.
No idea. Please do enlighten me,
he said, crossing his legs and making himself comfortable. Disgust settled on the commander's face as she leaned forward. We know well how fastidious Mario was in the cleaning of his equipment. If anyone so much as left a coffee cup in the WHD room, they would be in danger of having it bounced off the back of their head. So it almost looks like you were the very last person to touch the drive before it exploded? Even the man who was murdered hadn't touched it before it blew, she stated, again with affected puzzlement. Her expression hardened. You'd better start cooperating, or things might get very bad very quickly for you, she added menacingly. A brilliant and kind young man has been brutally murdered, and I think you know something about it.
Brilliant, huh?
Lloyd scoffed.
He was just a mediocrity like the rest of this crew. No great loss.
There are a few things you need to know, Jeff. She spat his name.
Like what?
He sneered. Like the fact that the law you think will protect you and pander to your every little tantrum and whim is all gone, she confided with satisfaction.
What are you talking about?
The commander smiled again. That bomb, the one you can't remember anything about, has sent us all back 99.2 million years into the past. That's right. Let that sink in.
You're raving, woman,
he snapped arrogantly. When we get back to Earth in a few days, you may find yourself cast out and alone in a world full of flesh-eating monsters if you don't start talking pretty sharpish.
You wouldn't dare,
Lloyd shouted, getting to his feet.
I know my rights. You can't do anything to me without a fair trial, and there is no death penalty, so don't try and scare me with your ridiculous stories.
Baines merely smiled as she leaned back in her seat, taking her ease in response to Lloyd's obvious distress. Lloyd sat once more.
I don't believe you,
he mumbled sulkily.
It's just one more conspiracy to get me out of the way. Everyone knows I'm the most competent and experienced officer on this crew. If it wasn't for all the nepotism and playing golf with people like us that everybody does at NASA, I'd be captain of the New World, and I'd run things properly, I can tell you. Then you'd see a new world order.
Baines continued to smile. Unfazed, she ignored his outburst. No more law, nor trials, nor due process. If I don't like what you tell me, you're out. And there's more. She leaned forward again, grinning savagely. I've been swatting up on Middle Cretaceous South America, which is where we're going to have to put down, by the way, thanks to you. As I understand it, an adult Giganotosaurus or Maposaurus could easily swallow a man whole, but please don't let that scare you too badly. I have it on very good authority that the smaller predators are likely to be even more dangerous to us. They can apparently run at speeds of up to 70 or 80 kilometers per hour and have serrated teeth and terrible killing claws on each foot. She shook her head with mocking sadness. Oh, I doubt they will give much consideration to your rights, Jeff.
I've told you I don't know anything,
he repeated brittly. Okay, let's leave the scene of the crime for a minute. Tell me why you were hanging around the escape pods when everyone else was either in embarkation or at their stations. See if you can remember anything about that, Baines asked sarcastically.
I've already told Doug, the captain. I was asked by Nasaki to run some checks.
Those checks were for the day before, she interjected disdainfully. You had no reason to be there. No legitimate duty, at least. She gave him a hard stare. You set the first bomb to stop the ship, creating havoc, so you could make your escape via a lifeboat just before the second bomb went off in the pod reactor core. What was your plan, huh? Get home after a few days' discomfort, looking a bit disheveled, and then go bleating to everyone about the tragedy you'd miraculously survived? What next? Get pensioned out on compassionate grounds due to the terrible trauma you'd suffered? And finally, of course, you're free to collect a fat payment for your handiwork from some terrorist organization or other soon after. How am I doing so far? Lloyd looked away.
You haven't got a scrap of evidence to support any of that.
He rounded on her once more, adding,
And if I was trying to escape and blow the ship up, why didn't I have the detonator on me then, eh?
He sat back, a victorious grin on his face. Baines placed her elbow on the arm of the chair and rested her chin upon the back of her hand, scrutinizing him. Eventually she asked, Who said anything about a detonator? Dr. Thomas Wood sat in his office pondering the task before him. A frantic drive was underway to adapt all of the pod's vehicles for life on Earth, and as part of the construction and mining team's contribution, Dr. Samantha Portree asked Thomas to throw the full weight of his engineering experience behind the effort. His specific brief: design and modify lightweight structural reinforcement for their plant and machinery. The vehicles and equipment were designed to cope with very little external atmospheric pressure and the lower gravity of Mars. Upon their return, some would be heavy and perhaps underpowered when subjected to the greater atmosphere and gravity of Earth. Balancing the machines for equal internal-external pressure was a small matter. The greatest problem they faced was adapting them to withstand the potentially huge shock loads which might be thrown against them by enormous and in some cases vicious Cretaceous creatures. Thomas massaged his temples as he struggled with the enormity of their predicament. Not really sure what they would face once on the ground, he was just grateful for a knotty engineering problem with a ludicrous deadline to distract him from his other worries. At least his son seemed to be coping well, and even making some interesting friends by all accounts. That lad falls on his feet no matter what, he thought proudly. The memory of his first conversation about joining the mission with Christian, known to everyone else as Woodsy, resurfaced. What a mess. How could I have been so stupid as to bring my boy into this fiasco? He felt that he had really screwed up, but what made it worse was the fact that his son didn't seem to blame him at all. Thomas sat back and stretched. Despite his guilt, a genuine smile of warmth spread across his face as he recalled Christian's last day of school. It turned out to be their last day of normality, too. Thomas returned home from work early.
The Woods property was near the top of a lane which wended its way up a small hill. From this vantage point, he watched his son's group of friends divide and divide further as they passed various homes, eventually becoming a band of one. His heart nearly burst with pride. His boy's last day of school. He was a man now. Drifting away from the window, Thomas gazed longingly at a portrait of his departed wife. "Where have the years gone?" he asked her. Lifting the picture from the mantel, he held it to his chest and closed his eyes. He was in danger of being overwhelmed by his feelings, so he returned the picture to its position on the shelf, smiling bravely. "Today's no day for sorrows, is it?" There was a slam and several bumps and scrapes as Woodsy entered the house. He dragged his bag into the lounge, seeming to knock into everything along the way, and was momentarily surprised to find Thomas home early.
"Hey, Dad, you skiving?"
he greeted, casually dropping his school gear on the sofa and pulling his comm from a pocket to begin scrolling in one easy motion. Thomas chuckled. "Nah, I just didn't want you to have to come back to an empty house after your last day. I remember how it is, saying see ya to your mates for the last time."
"They only live down the road, Dad."
"You'll be surprised, mate," replied Thomas, a glint in his eye. "How'd it go, anyway?" He suspected his son might be upset, or perhaps a little nervous of the big wide world opening up before him.
"Cool, yeah,"
Woodsy acknowledged, bored. Thomas eyed his son with a mixture of respect and amusement. Most kids live for the day they will leave school, but upon realizing the dream, get all maudlin for the place. Not his son. "Thanks for that detailed description. Anything in particular stand out for you?"
"Nah, yeah, well, you know."
"Right," Thomas acknowledged, grudgingly letting go any hope of getting a breakdown of his son's last day. "That was a fascinatingly monosyllabic description, thank you. I can only imagine that your English essays were a highly anticipated source of delight, enveloping your teacher's evenings in warm glow."
"Yeah, well, you know, English was never my thing."
Woodsy spoke distractedly, dutifully filling the gap in the conversation whilst waiting for his dad to continue or give up. Either would have allowed him to carry on scanning the social media feeds open on his comm. "Yes, I well remember your last report in which your English teacher described your attitude and aptitude for the subject. I also remember having to look up the word contabescent. Anyway, I've got a small piece of news myself, as it happens." Thomas knew he was throwing good irony after bad, so he simply laid the NASA proposal before his son and waited for the fallout. When it didn't arrive, he tried a different tack to provoke reaction. "After the initial surprise, I reread the communication, and our comfortable, predictable future seemed to judder like a locomotive at a set of points, you know? Naturally, I was in two minds. We have a good life here in New Zealand. Our home and my work are in one of the few beautiful places left on Earth. How many of us can say that these days? It's hard to see a reason for leaving when so many have so much less. What do you think, son?" he asked, realizing he was rambling. After a long moment, Woodsy finally asked,
"So, I've just left school, and now you want me to leave the planet. Is that it?"
Thomas tried, not sure which way the teenaged psyche might jump with this news.
"Okay, cool."
Woodsy eventually let him off the hook with a shrug.
"Why not? Let's see what's there."
"That's it?" his father sidled cautiously.
"Yeah, of course."
To Woodsy's way of thinking, it just made sense to bend and sway with the world. Getting riled was for losers. Of course, this was big news, but he would never have blown his cool by admitting as much to the old man. Instead, he teased his father by casually adding,
"Yeah, sounds great."
Thomas's response was not so slick. "Well, we'll need to go and spend some time at NASA first. You okay with that? I don't want to leave you here alone, son. You see."
"Yeah, she'll be right."
"Well,
Parents have always repeated themselves.
Is there anything you want to ask me about it?" Woodsy considered for a moment before providing his answer as two questions.
"Can we have a party?"
He asked firstly.
Thomas rubbed a hand down his face, feigning strained patience, but secretly hiding a smile, as he always did.
I suppose so, he agreed, mildly exasperated.
Also, Dad, well, it's about my allowance.
Thomas's eyebrows shot up.
Your allowance?
Parents often repeat other people's words too.
Yeah, nah.
Woodsy continued down the home run, all youth and hope.
I assume this big NASA number comes with a raise?
Alone in his office, Thomas laughed out loud at the memory. Anxiety about their situation notwithstanding, his son often had this effect on him. It was just one of the reasons he loved him so dearly. Which reminded him, Christian was in fact meant to be helping him with this work. Where had he got to? Almost as if summoned by thought, his son strode into the shared offices of the construction and mining department's technical arm just moments later, chatting animatedly with another young man Thomas recognized. He remembered Tim from their first meeting in the bar soon after leaving Earth, but more lately knew him as Tim Norris, Dr. Norris's son, unofficially known as the Dinosaur Kid by the senior staff.
You remember Tim, Dad?
Asked Woodsy.
I thought he might be able to help you.
I certainly wouldn't turn help away, replied Thomas.
Tim's got some animated footage showing the kinds of creatures that'll be trying to rip open your vehicles like food containers,
confided Woodsy with a wink. That's a comforting way to put it, Thomas acknowledged. I'd be interested to see them, though.
Good to see you again, Dr. Woodsy,
said Tim, offering his hand. You too, Tim, Thomas replied, taking the proffered hand. And it's Wood, by the way, regardless of what my son likes to call himself. He chuckled lightly at the young man's slip. Please just call me Thomas, or Tom. I'm not precious. We're all in this together, after all. Tim smiled back, reddening.
Sorry,
he said, playfully punching a cackling Woodsy on the arm.
Hey, he was 3 sheets to the wind last time he saw you, Dad, remember?
Woodsy added helpfully.
I'm surprised he remembered you at all.
Tim nodded sarcastically at his friend whilst unfolding his comm to the size of a small personal computer. He placed it on the desk, the fold lines quickly disappearing as the screen lit up.
Maybe you could play with some building blocks over there in the corner while I work with your dad?
Both Woods laughed.
Right. These are obviously best guess indications of the animal's structure, size and movement,
said Tim, making inverted comma bunnies in the air to emphasize his point.
I also have some 3-dimensional mathematical models which might be more down your street, Dr. Thomas.
Compiled with the aid of paleontologists and anatomists, they've been used to calculate how powerful the creatures were theoretically and how much force they could bring to bear. The 3 men grouped around the small screen. That sounds ideal, said Thomas. The scientists, engineers and construction personnel worked around the clock, preparing their equipment for the USS New World's return to Earth. For her part, Mother Sarah made endless rounds of the ship, tirelessly propping up the crew and passengers' morale, offering support and encouragement, or even just a kind word here and there. Douglas commented that she was probably the first non-wartime official in history to do that after she had been elected. However, the only person to seek her out during that time had spiritual problems of a different sort. Sarah's door chimed. Not recognizing the stranger, she invited the young woman to take a seat in her lounge. Offering a drink, she began.
Forgive me, but I don't know everyone's name yet. Miss?
Mawar, the visitor replied.
Rebecca Mawar, but most folks call me Beck. It's good to speak to a fellow American,
replied Sarah with a welcoming smile.
Where are you from, Beck?
L.A.
Kansas,
said Sarah. Beck nodded. Mother Sarah, I'm sorry to call on you like this, but I just don't know who else I can tell.
It's fine, really, Beck. My door's always open day or night if you ever need to talk.
Someone to talk to, Beck mumbled, almost to herself. To Sarah, it appeared that the young woman tuned out for a moment, as though lost in memory. I don't know if you'll understand what I'm about to tell you, she elaborated, but you're the only other spiritual person on the ship that I know of. Beck looked down into her cup for a long moment, visibly struggling to pull herself together.
Sarah could clearly see that her guest was distraught about something.
What is it, child?
She asked, leaning closer. I'm a spiritualist medium, Beck stated. Sarah sat back slightly. Although not sure what to expect, this was certainly a surprise. Rallying quickly, she asked,
We've got all kinds of folks on this ship, Beck. What's troubling you?
I know the church frowns upon people like myself, what we do, replied Beck. I find that endlessly ironic, as most people think that we both talk to imaginary friends, she added archly.
The church has always enjoyed a good frown,
Sarah responded encouragingly, smiling at the truth of the statement.
I can give you a really good one if it'll help.
Beck laughed, a small, fragile laugh which dislodged a tear. I hoped I would like you, Mother Sarah, and I do.
Please, just Sarah will do. We're not in church.
Sarah, Beck repeated. I have, almost by accident really, made a good deal of money from helping people with my gifts. That's how I could afford to be here. People used to come from all over the world for my readings or to appear on my network show. I've always been guided by spirit, more precisely by my spirit guides. I have several, we all have. Some take the form of people, others animals, and they guide us through our lives, even if we don't realize we're being guided. She looked intently at Sarah. It's hard to explain, but have you ever braked for a blind corner for no reason, only to find something in the way that would have hurt you if you hadn't slowed right up? Or have you made a choice that seemed crazy but worked out real well? We usually say something like, wow, that was lucky. These are often the situations where one of our guides steps up and holds our hand at a crucial moment. Sarah nodded, thoughtful.
I believe that God guides us in the ways you describe,
she said at last. Do the two beliefs have to be mutually exclusive? Asked Beck seriously. Wouldn't God show us things in a way that we'd understand? But I didn't come to you to debate theology or spirituality, Sarah. I came to tell the only person on the ship who I thought might understand what has happened. She took out a tissue, wiping her eyes. All my life I've been able to see the spirits, my own personal guides and family passed on, but also other spirits. There were many watching over the people on the ship when we took off. In fact, I was relieved and exhilarated when I realized that they were still with us, even after we left Earth. They're truly amazing. She smiled at the memory.
That must have been a great comfort,
said Sarah kindly.
I believe that no matter how far we run or when, God will always find his children.
Do you really think so? Asked Beck, earnestly and urgently. I need you to understand that ever since I was a very young child, I've never truly been alone.
It's a great gift that God has given you, Beck.
The young woman nodded absently. Then we entered the wormhole. The explosion occurred, and everything went wrong. I thought that with all the stress and the panic, maybe we were just a little off kilter, but things haven't righted themselves. She began to cry. Mother Sarah moved to sit next to her unusual guest, trying to ease her distress with a comforting arm around the shoulders.
What is it, my dear? You can tell me.
Sarah, Beck sobbed.
They're all gone.
An hour later, Mother Sarah sat with Douglas and Patel in the meeting room. Commander Baines, having paused the recording of her interview with Lieutenant Lloyd, stood to face them from the far end of the conference table. Clearly he tripped himself up there, she said, or so I thought. But his attitude is so awful it's hard to tell if he's the bad guy or just a completely unlikable one. What came next, I just couldn't believe. But I'll let you judge for yourselves. She restarted the footage. Who said anything about a detonator? Continued the Baines on screen. Lloyd visibly twitched. Don't bombs usually require one? He countered. Not necessarily. Some have timers. How did you know we were looking for a remote detonator? Pushed Baines. Lucky guess, Lloyd answered flippantly, settling back, his composure in place once more. You need to start questioning the other people with access to the engineering systems of the ship. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Baines. There were 4 people with access to the engineering systems in that area, not to mention the bridge crew. For all I know, you could have placed the bomb. Oh, please, Baines retorted witheringly. I've heard some desperate stories from people caught out in my time, but that takes the cake.
Relax, Commander. I don't seriously think it was you. I wouldn't credit you with the intelligence to be able to pull this off, he added nastily. But I would look more closely at the affiliations and agendas of the other engineers on board before throwing your accusations around.
Baines audibly sighed. What are you talking about now? She asked, bored.
Young Mr. Nasaki has some very colourful associates back home, for example.
He leaned forward and stared.
They certainly might have given him the motive. He has just about enough ability, I'd wager, and he certainly had the opportunity. He's forever sending me all over the ship away from his work area. His way of making sure that no one with any serious know-how ever sees what he's up to.
He leered spitefully.
Have you never wondered why he has me running left and right doing this demeaning task or that, when I should be handling the most intricate and vital systems?
Baines leaned forward slightly. Stroking her chin, she spoke thoughtfully. You're right, now I come to think of it. Why would he do that? Lloyd sat back, pleased with himself. No, wait, she continued. I think I understand now.
Finally seen the truth, have you? As to why I've been sidelined all this time? Lloyd asked, hopefully.
Indeed, I think I have. Could it be because the chief is up to some nefarious business aboard the New World? She asked anxiously. Lloyd nodded excitedly. Or, she added thoughtfully, is it because Hero thinks you're an incompetent, arrogant, interfering half-wit that he really can't trust with anything more critical than making sure that the toilets only flush after you've waved your hand? Lloyd glared defiantly.
Just ask Hero about Sargo Lemelisk if you don't believe what I'm telling you. Then you might want to check his quarters instead of victimizing me.
Baines stopped the recording, turning back to the Council of Three. After that, he clammed up and wouldn't say any more.
Who's that he's referring to? Asked Douglas.
At the moment, I don't know. There wasn't time to find out before this meeting. She looked at him directly. I didn't think I should get anyone else to look into it, Captain.
Douglas nodded. Aye, but make it a priority, Commander.
He turned to his fellow councillors.
For myself, I wouldn't put any stock in Chief Engineer Nasaki being involved with this.
Would you have expected it from Lloyd?
Asked Mother Sarah.
Well, no. At least nothing this bad, admitted Douglas. But the man is an unpleasant fellow.
And Hero is a nice fellow?
Sarah asked again.
Well, yes, but that's not why...
Douglas tried, but Sarah interrupted him.
We can't afford any favour, Captain. Until this is resolved, it may be necessary to suspend the chief's duties, perhaps,
she suggested with a hardness he had not suspected in her.
But we've never needed him more,
retorted Douglas anxiously. That would make it the ideal time to strike at us, don't you think? Suggested Patel quietly. Douglas opened his mouth to speak and then closed it again. But we're in a totally unknown situation, tried Baines. No one could have foreseen what has happened. And if we were dealing with a purely financial reason for destroying this ship, that may be an end to it, Commander, Patel responded. But we know that terrorists come in two main flavors, the seekers of power and the seekers of glory. The second can be far more unpredictable, as they often wish to die for their cause. This brought a thoughtful silence down upon them. Eventually Douglas broke it.
If we turn against each other,
he said, looking hard at the other three people in turn,
then whoever was responsible for all this won't need bombs. We'll tear ourselves apart.
This brought an uncomfortable silence down upon them. I refuse to believe that Hero had a hand in this, said Baines.
That goes for me too, agreed Douglas belligerently. But clearly it has raised a question that requires an answer.
Sargo, what was his name? Lemelisk, supplied Baines.
Right, said Douglas, standing. Jill, please give my apologies to the department heads, but the meeting scheduled for... He checked his antique wristwatch. 10 minutes' time will have to be put back to 1 hour and 10 minutes' time.
Captain, may I ask where you're going? Asked Baines.
To interrupt an incredibly busy man who is working to save our ship and our lives just to ask him a load of almost certainly pointless questions.
He snapped and strode from the room.
I hope I didn't upset the captain.
No, I think it's the situation that's upsetting him. He also has a lot of respect for Hero, but by the same token, He can't afford to take any chances with our lives. I just hope he gets the right answers," she added thoughtfully. Douglas met Hero at Airlock 1. Giorgio Bacchini was in the process of helping the chief out of his spacesuit as he approached. Hero smiled at the captain. "Hello, sir," he greeted. "That ought to help a little." Douglas had lost touch with the engineer's schedule. Realizing he had no idea what the younger man was referring to, he asked, "What have you done?" "Sorry, Hero, I've been tied up." "I've cut all of the rough edges away from the gash in our side, sir. There was a memo," he said gently. Cutting and welding equipment was being dragged into the corridor by 2 pod engineers seconded to Hero's team since the sad loss of Mario, and Lloyd, of course. "I was worried about further tearing under the extreme pressure of atmospheric entry, and didn't want to risk any more of the hull being ripped away or fire damaged. I've also welded a curved plate coated in silica ceramics at the front of the hull, oriented to improve our aerodynamics, sir. We keep a good stock in the hold in case we lose some of our re-entry protection tiles."
Douglas was impressed. "Will that ease our re-entry, Chief?"
"Hopefully, sir. It's not like I can test it in a wind tunnel or anything, but theoretically it should deflect much of the atmospheric resistance, and with a little luck, the heat, around the tear in our side rather than into it. Bit like a spoiler on the cab of a truck. I'm confident it will help us to get down in one piece, sir, so I can repair her properly on the ground." He shook his head, adding, "Doubt it'll be a smooth ride, though. Actually, I was rather fortunate, Captain. Twice."
"Why? What happened?" Douglas asked with concern.
"Well, working on a vessel moving at 50,000 kph has its risks, even in vacuum. Obviously, I too was moving at the same speed as the ship. But when relocating my tether, I accidentally pushed off too hard and began to drift. I just about recovered myself and managed to lock on before I zipped off into space, never to be seen again."
He confessed with a grin, but he was clearly shaken by his experience. "What about your suit thrusters? Were you no able to maneuver yourself back into position?"
"No, sir. I didn't realize at the time, but whilst removing the sharp edges, I must have snagged the fuel line in my suit. The tanks are very small, and I was probably trailing a tiny stream of hypergolic fuel all over the place."
"And after that you still managed to weld that heat deflector in place?" remarked Douglas.
"Yes, sir, that was when I was lucky for the second time. I believed the thrusters to have malfunctioned. I didn't know about the ruptured line. If the leaking fuel had come into contact with the high-energy electrons at the weld seam, I would have gone up like a bomb, further damaging the ship."
Douglas's expression softened as he tried to hide his amusement at the chief's skewed priorities.
"Nevertheless, I completed my task," the engineer stated proudly. "Was there something you needed to see me about, sir?"
Feeling awkward, Douglas quickly reached a decision. "No, it's okay, Hero. I just thought I'd come and see how you were getting on." Embarrassed, he changed the subject. "How are you feeling today, Giorgio?" he asked instead. "Sorry I've no been able to check on you." The young engineer looked up from unbuckling Hero's air tanks.
"I'm okay, Captain, thank you," he answered quietly. "There's talk about the ship regarding Lieutenant Lloyd, sir."
Douglas sighed. "Aye, but despite our efforts, we still don't know anything for sure. His DNA was found around the wormhole drive, but as a senior engineer on this ship, that's hardly proof. He was hanging around the escape pods when it all hit the fan, but again, he stated that he was meant to check on them, but was a day late in doing so, despite telling his immediate superior that the work had been completed." He nodded at Hero. "He was also injured in that event. We haven't found any trace of the detonation device and nothing linking him to it. Basically, it's all circumstantial. We've no hard evidence at all."
"So we need to give him the benefit of the doubt for now, then?"
asked Giorgio. "I'm finding that difficult after everything that's happened to us, and with how much danger we're still in," replied Douglas.
"But if there is nothing linking him, then we are holding him in the brig simply because we don't like him, sir?"
For a second time, Douglas felt awkward. "You think we should release him? You, of all people? Wasn't Lloyd always horrible to you and Mario?" he asked, rather surprised. Giorgio Bacchini looked at the captain keenly before agreeing with a nod.
He's not a very nice man, and forgive me for speaking ill of a superior officer, but I don't think he's a very good man either. That doesn't mean he's a murderer or a terrorist, though, sir. I want more than anything to find my brother's killer, but I know Mario would not want the wrong man to pay the price for it, Captain, especially now. We've all lost and need each other so much.
Douglas smiled sadly. You are a very good man, Giorgio Bacchini, and I'm very proud to serve with you. No decisions will be made either way until after we've landed safely. Then we can look at everything again in meticulous detail. I won't let this turn into a witch hunt, Georgie, I promise, and I'll take on board what you've said. Hero was out of his spacesuit now, and Douglas waited until both men were standing facing him. He felt ashamed for even having a moment's doubt about Chief Nasaki. Reaching out, he grasped each of them by the upper arm. I know the New World couldn't be in better hands, gentlemen. Thank you. He threw them a quick salute, turned on his heel, and strode away. Douglas entered a bridge where everything seemed so normal. For the first time in what seemed like a long time, there was calm. Klaxon-free, non-running around shouting, honest-to-goodness calm. Baines worked at a console in silence, while Singh plotted minor course corrections at the helm as he synchronized the ship with the Earth's movement around the sun. The New World's captain took a moment to burn this peaceful image into his mind, because who knew what they were heading into next? This was the way it had been just a few short days ago, and he couldn't help grieving for the loss. Are we on course, Sandeep? He asked. Singh looked up from his console. Aye, sir, he replied. Less than 2 days until touchdown. Lieutenant Nasaki has just reported successful alteration to the outer bulkhead of the ship. I know, Douglas interrupted. I've just seen him. At this, Baines looked up, caught the captain's eye, and motioned towards the meeting room. She closed her screen down, and they walked through together. How'd it go with the chief? She asked as the door closed. It didn't, Douglas admitted. But before we get into that, there's something I need you to know. Something that was brought up earlier, but I couldn't comment on it at the time. Baines gave him a questioning look, but kept her silence. In the meeting with Sarah and Satnam, you said that we're in a totally unknown situation, he said. She nodded. Well, that's pretty inarguable, he continued. But you also stated that no one could have foreseen what's happened to us. Now Baines looked at him askance. Where's this going, James? She asked quietly. Douglas nodded too, understanding her apprehension. This information is quite old now, although no one below the rank of captain was meant to be told. He exhaled sharply, somewhere between an exasperated snort and a sigh. As we're all that's left now, I need you to know, just in case anything happens to me, or it has some bearing on our future. He looked at her intently. Some years ago, a paleobotanical project was funded by a university in North America. I forget which one. May have been Princeton. Anyway, the students came across something quite remarkable whilst digging amber deposits. They were working in, wait for it, South America, he said sardonically, and very close to where we are proposing to put down. Found what exactly? Asked Baines, completely rapt. Well, that's the bizarre thing, because amongst all the insects, seeds, and general natural debris, one piece of amber contains something man-made. Do I need to tell you how old the seam was that they were digging? He asked. 99.2-ish by any chance? Asked Baines. Hole in one, agreed Douglas. Circa 100 million years ago was the verdict. What they found was a ring pull from a tin can locked in a lump of amber. And because of the preservation, they were able to scrape samples from the back of the tiny piece of metal. They believe it was, of all things, a beer can. Wasn't Australian beer, was it? Asked Baines in horrible fascination. Douglas smiled. Let's not jump to conclusions. Needless to say, the whole complement were silenced and treated to a little chat at governmental level. Not one word was to get out on pain of imprisonment in a very dark hole, never to be seen again.
They didn't feel that freedom of speech and of the press was in our best interest then? Asked Baines.
Not so much, he replied. Obviously, many of the shadier elements within the US government were all over this in a heartbeat, in case it represented a threat to national security or, more importantly, in case there was anything in it they could use, what with talk of time travel being bandied about. This information eventually found its way to the senior staff at NASA, and someone, up on high, reasoned that if anyone was likely to cause a cock-up that ended by sending people back in time, it was likely to be us with our shiny new wormhole ships. He shook his head ruefully. I guess it was a fair cop, eh? So you're thinking that the ring pull off the beer can was or will be down to us? Asked Baines, struggling to take in this latest twist. Well, Douglas posed the question, how likely is it that this has happened twice, and both parties just happen to be sent back to the same time and place? Baines had to bow to the logic of this. Part of me is hoping that someone else has been there first, so this isn't on us. So do we need to talk to people about littering, or... She tailed off, more than a little confounded. Don't know, Douglas admitted. Haven't even thought about it for years. Not everything deemed top secret seems of any particular use to us plodding foot soldiers, to be honest with you. I suppose it should have come to me earlier when we worked out where we were, but it didn't. It was just a fascinating conundrum long forgotten about until you struck a chord with what you said earlier about the situation being unforeseeable. I didn't want to mention it in company, and none of this may even be relevant to anything. I just think it's likely, probable even, that the artifact will be left somewhere on ancient Earth by this crew. Just log the information in case it becomes useful later. So NASA and the US government knew that this was a distinctly possible outcome to our mission to Mars? She asked in disbelief. No one knew anything for sure as far as I could tell, said Douglas. Everyone was baffled by it. We were simply the most likely people to cause it, so the captains were all told as a precaution. Would it have made any difference if everyone had known? We still need Mars. Earth is still sickly and overcrowded. We had to press on regardless and act on our best information and intentions. Baines thought for a moment. Yeah, I suppose you're right. There would have been no other choice. At least the Mars program is well underway, and the last pod which we have will be replaced soon enough for them, I'm sure. Exactly, said Douglas. So now you know. File it away. At least it looks like we survived the landing anyway. Baines was still thoughtful. True. All right, that's food for thought for another day, she said at last. Back to the now, and at the risk of a second bout of indigestion, what did happen with Hero? Douglas explained how Hero had spent the last perilous hours, and how he had almost been twice lost to them. I just couldn't bring myself to ask him, Jill, he said, his native Scottish dialect becoming more pronounced with his emotions. The guy had just risked his life again for us so that he could give this ship the best possible chance of landing safely. How could I accuse him of sabotaging the mission and murdering the brother of the man he was working with? A flicker of emotion crossed Baines' face. How is Giorgio? She asked. Giorgio, my God, Douglas exclaimed. You'll never guess what he asked me to do. He asked me to release Lloyd if there is no direct evidence against him. The man's a saint. And I was there to accuse the other man, who could have just been killed trying to save us, of being a traitor. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. And are you? Going to release him, I mean? Douglas took a deep breath and puffed out his cheeks slowly. No, he said flatly, tying down his anxieties. I can't take the chance. Not until we've landed safely and we can put things in place. All I know for sure is this transference of guilt Lloyd is trying to get us to buy is not working for me. Hero is worth 10 of him, 100 in fact. Baines looked concerned, chewing her lip, as she was prone to do when worried. What? Asked Douglas, with a sinking feeling in his heart. I looked up Sargo Lemelisk, she said. And? He's a known terrorist. And, Baines looked Douglas in the eye, it turns out there may be a link with Hero after all, James. Chapter 6. The Dinosaur Kid. Dr. Thomas Wood
whistled softly. They're really that big? Hang on a second. He waved a hand over his desk, causing a keyboard to light up within the glass top. After typing a short prompt, the large monitor built into the laminated glass wall of the office also lit up and began searching for Tim's comm. Within seconds, the devices synced, and the dinosaur suddenly filled much of the wall. Thomas moved closer to study the detail.
Ah, that's better, said Tim. Actually, there may have been much bigger animals than we know. The examples you see here are reconstructed from semi-complete fossil remains, representing some of the largest sauropod dinosaurs known to have lived in South America during the late Albian stage of the mid-Cretaceous. Some titanosaurs, Argentinosaurus for example, could have grown up to 40 metres in length with an estimated weight of 80 tons in life, possibly more. They could have stood easily 9 or even 10 metres tall at the hip too. Interestingly enough, or should I say worryingly enough, the largest and most complete individual found so far was not even a full adult, so who knows how big they could get? Scientists have been unable to agree on that one. I suppose we'll find out soon enough though, eh?
A comforting thought. I assume by the comparative smallness of the head and the lumbering posture that these were herbivores? Asked Thomas.
Correct, Tim replied. But there are hints in the fossil record of similar animals much larger even than these. For example, Amphicoelius fragmilius. Only a single vertebra of that animal was ever found, but its vertebra was 2.7 metres tall.
Despite his workload, Thomas was fascinated. And how does that compare with our friend Argentinosaurus here?
The comparable vertebra belonging to Argentinosaurus was about 1.5 metres tall, Tim supplied with obvious relish. Yes, he continued, noting their expressions and nodding slightly. Amphicoelius scales up to an animal some 60 metres in length and is what's known as a megasauropod. Although this animal was probably of lighter build proportionally than Argentinosaurus, the sheer size of the animal would have probably weighed in at well over 100 tons.
Were they of the same family or genus, is it?
Asked Woodsy. Not exactly, answered Tim. Although they were both part of the generic sauropod family of dinosaurs, you know, the long-necked, long-tailed types, Argentinosaurus was a titanosaur, as I said. They were massively built eating machines, able to pick from the treetops 15 or even 20 metres up, all the way down to the ground, left and right, and swallow any vegetation they came across whole. And they ate a lot. It's believed that most sauropods let the bacteria in their guts break down the tough plant fibres during the digestive process so they could shovel it in at a prodigious rate, without the need to waste time chewing. It's likely they even swallowed stones to act in tandem with their enormous stomach muscles, like a grinding mill for tough plant stems, etc. Back to your question. The Amphicoelius fragmilius is believed to be of the diplodocid family, like the much more famous Diplodocus. Although spectacularly huge animals, they were lighter in frame than the titanosaurs. A Diplodocus of similar or even greater length than the Argentinosaurus would probably weigh no more than 20 tons. As luck would have it, one of the ways in which sauropod dinosaurs can be identified is via their vertebrae. This single piece of evidence is far from the whole story, but it does at least make some kind of basic comparable supposition possible.
20 tons? Is that all?
Mocked Woodsy.
So are we going to see any diet dippies out there?
Diplodocids, or their progeny possibly, but not Diplodocus. As far as we know, they've been extinct since the end of the Jurassic period. That's about 40-odd million years ago before when we find ourselves now. The Jurassic period ended about 145 million years ago in our own timeline, Tim added for clarification.
I would say I'm reasonably qualified as a mathematician, began Thomas modestly.
I'll say,
Woodsy butted in.
You've got so many letters after your name, it has the consonant consistency of a Welsh shopping list.
But the numbers you're reeling off are quite extraordinary. The mathematics involved in calculating how they carried their weight and how they moved must be completely engrossing. The forces at work.
Thomas ran out of words, shaking his head ruefully.
Mother Nature. The greatest engineer of all, he said at last. This would be incredibly intriguing if we weren't stuck here and about to start living next door to these awesome creatures.
Tim frowned, staring at Woodsy. How do you know what Welsh looks like, shopping list or otherwise? He asked.
The evening we left Earth, I went to the gym to try it out, and Private Jones was in there. I asked him how he got so big, and he showed me the workout charts he'd drawn up.
It was Woodsy's turn to frown. They didn't look like words, but Dowie assured me they were.
Oh.
I'm more surprised by consonant consistency, remarked Thomas dryly. I thought you were expecting to flunk English. Or is it simply that Mr. Norris here is having a positive effect on you? He turned back to Tim, smirking at his son's look of annoyance. OK, you've shown me the biggest. Now show me the baddest. Somehow I've got to remake these trucks and diggers so that their cabs at least can take a smack from these guys.
Tim bent over the computer to call up adult Giganotosaurus carolini, Maposaurus rosei, and Irritator chalengeri. In the late Albian, early Cenomanian stages of the Middle Cretaceous, Tim began, the supercontinent of Pangaea, which literally means entire Earth and included most of the world's landmass during the early Mesozoic era, was well on the way to dividing into the continents we're familiar with. The world in front of us still looks quite different from the one we've left behind, but there are recognizable features beginning to emerge, like the Atlantic Ocean, for instance, although ocean may be too grand a title for the sea that exists in this period. Very simply, Pangaea split into Gondwana in the south and Laurasia in the north throughout the Jurassic period. The Gondwana, where Lieutenant Singh wants to land, is made up of what will be South America, Africa, Antarctica, India, and Australia. Subsequently, Laurasia is where we'll find what will be North America, Europe, and Asia one day, excluding India, naturally. We believe that by the Middle Cretaceous, Gondwana too was split or splitting up, leaving South America disconnected. This means that the animals there share common ancestry with other creatures, but have been alone long enough to begin evolving separately. However, and I can't stress this strongly enough, this is all conjecture. Highly sophisticated and well-researched by some extraordinary minds over the last few centuries, but conjecture nevertheless.
So what you're saying is we may find these animals there when we land? Asked Thomas.
Partly, yes. Tim turned to face the engineer. But, as I've already briefed the council, there are likely to be huge gaps in our knowledge. We may even find a land bridge still extant between Gondwana and Laurasia, with animals passing to and fro that we didn't even know of. It's less likely, but the fossil record is just too incomplete, too fragmentary for us to be sure of anything. We may also be out on our dating information.
I had the same problem when we moved to the States,
Woodsy interrupted, nodding sagely.
I met this one girl, and she had a... well, never mind,
he said, remembering that his father was standing next to him.
No matter how sophisticated,
Tim emphasized, talking over his friend,
our carbon dating technology, we have limited fossils in the record, so any dating can only really be a guide at best. Sometimes even the geology can make accurate dating difficult. Sandstones, for example, can be difficult and notoriously expensive to date. Also, who can say how long a species has lived or will live? All we can do is use the fossil record, correlating as best we can against known systems from our own time. Or at least that's all we could do until now, he added with satisfaction, considering the opportunity before them. Anyway, what I mean is there must be thousands of species we've never found any signs of amongst the larger fauna alone.
Do you remember those grab-a-granny nights you used to go to in Wellington, Dad?
Interjected Woodsy, nudging his father boisterously as he grinned at Tim.
He could teach you a thing or two about carbon dating.
Dr. Wood grabbed Mr. Wood roughly around the neck, tousling his hair.
Ah, Dad,
Woodsy protested in a muffled voice.
You're messing me hair up.
You mean it was meant to look like that? Asked Thomas, grinning. I thought you'd left your hairbrush back in New Zealand, mate. Father released son, and the three men bantered as the teenager checked his do in the reflective glass of the office wall.
Perhaps we could get back to the end-of-the-world crisis we're facing? If that's okay with you, Woodsy?
Tim asked innocently.
My point, I think, was that science has made some astounding discoveries over the last 3 centuries, but we still don't fully understand our planet or the creatures that live upon it in AD 2112. So what chance do we have at accuracy in 99,200,000 BC? We just don't know.
You're a real comfort to me, do you know that?
Chided Woodsy.
So, what do we know? Who are these guys you've pulled up?
Giganotosaurus and Mapusaurus lived, as far as we can tell, in South America more or less contemporaneously, roughly. Well, now, I suppose.
Tim called up animations of the beasts running side by side.
Giganotosaurus is one of the biggest flesh-eating dinosaurs that have ever been discovered. At around 15 metres long, they may possibly have weighed as much as 8 to 10 tons. About a century ago, people interested in paleontology, or dinosaurs anyway, went through a phase of trying to out-T-Rex the T-Rex, and this guy was a contender. Of course, calmer heads, less interested in sensationalism, thought that the largest of breed were probably fairly comparable in size. As we've only found a few dozens of individuals from even the best-known species, we're far from knowing the full story, especially if they vary as much as, say, dogs or humans. Tyrannosaurus rex seemed to have had a much larger brain, likely providing it with stronger senses and faster reflexes, as well as greater intelligence, or at least instinct. The encephalization quotient, or EQ scale, estimates the size of brain to body mass of T-Rex at around 2.4. To put that in context, our EQ is around 7.5. All right, 0.6 for Woodsy.
Hey!
A dog is around 1.2, although I think Reaver might weigh in at an 8.0. Don't ever think you can outwit him by hiding his rope toy. You will merely look foolish. T-Rex has about the same EQ as a chimpanzee. Now, consider that for a moment. T-Rex also had one of the most extraordinary olfactory systems in the fossil record. Excellent hearing and binocular vision equal at least to that of an eagle. Binocular vision, like our own, is essential for 3-dimensional depth perception. Indeed, it is possible that tyrannosaurs had the best eyesight of any terrestrial animal ever. All those characteristics would have made those animals lethal hunters, or fighters for that matter, although it's doubtful that any predators from any period set out to find the strongest adversaries they could. Chances are that, like lions for example, they would have preyed on the old, the young and the weak. There is certainly a lot of fossil evidence to suggest this, and it makes sense because injury can prove fatal to any carnivore living wild. If you were a tyrannosaur's prey, standing still would not have saved you. All those senses, allied to the possible intelligence of a higher primate, would have been a devastating combination. I don't think throwing him a banana would have helped either. When compared to the Carcharodontosaurs, the family Giganotosaurus belongs to, the tyrannosaurs must have been extremely formidable, or will be, 20-odd million years from now and 30 million before we see a Rex. The tyrannosaurs had a much bigger and more general-purpose set of crushing and cutting teeth, with a bite maybe 3 times more powerful than Big G. Its skull was a lot broader and much more solidly built in terms of bone mass. Crucially, and we believe this to be an exclusively tyrannosaur trait, the nasal bones were fused to give the skull immense strength, and perhaps adding to the evidence that they were built to tackle struggling prey that were very much alive. Luckily for us, we won't meet any tyrannosaurs. Tim paused thoughtfully. Actually, that might not be strictly true. Their lineage may well go back further than we first believed, well into the Jurassic. There's evidence suggesting so, although that far back they wouldn't necessarily be obviously recognisable as tyrannosaurs. Thinking about it, their early lineage might also give them wider continental dispersal than we thought too. Only merest hints have been found. They could be in Patagonia. Tim had a faraway look in his eye as he imagined finding new species of hitherto unknown to science tyrannosaurs. He stroked the wispy teenaged whiskers on his jaw contemplatively.
Ahem.
Woodsy barged into his thoughts.
Remember us?
What? Oh yes, well, let's just go with
We shouldn't see any advanced tyrannosaurs, hopefully. You never know. Dr. Patel might find a way for us to jump forward in time, skipping past the late Cretaceous altogether, Tim added, grinning.
Yeah, right. You'd love to see one really, though, wouldn't you? Asked Woodsy accusingly.
Okay, busted, Tim admitted ruefully, turning back to the screen. Tantalizing evidence has been found to suggest that Maposaurus, also a Carcharodontosaur and slightly smaller cousin to Giganotosaurus, may have been a pack hunter. I may have put the mighty Tyrannosaur on a bit of a pedestal just now, and perhaps deservedly so, but for the love of God, don't underestimate the Carcharodontosaur. They were huge apex predators, dominating the southern hemisphere for many tens of millions of years. When we meet them, they will be more terrifying than anything man has experienced before, at least terrestrially. There is one thing that we should all know about these large theropod animals before we set foot outside the ship. It has to do with the middle toe on each hind foot. Basically, the metacarpal is fused, literally squashed between the two outer metacarpals.
Wow, I'm glad you let me in on that, Woodsy acknowledged mordantly.
Tom would, realizing just how important anything relating to a structure built to carry heavy loads might be, waved his son down.
Go on, Tim.
Tim nodded. It's a feature known as the arctometatarsalien condition, and is usually associated with, and you'll see why I think this is important now, fast running. This arrangement removes practically all the movement between the bones. When we run, our metacarpals move within our foot, and this costs us energy. Now this is significant. Many of the predators we will face down there on the planet will likely be fast, yes, but they will also be very efficient runners. Good for the long haul. It is entirely likely that these predatory dinosaurs I've shown you could outrun even the fastest human over the 100 meters. But worse. Far worse. They'll be able to keep up that speed, possibly for a few miles. He looked at Woodsy. Now are you glad I let you in on that? He asked dryly.
I think glad might be a little strong, mate,
Woodsy accepted, paling slightly. Giganotosaurus and Maposaurus may both have been social. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out.
Social?
Asked Woodsy.
I find it hard to imagine them streaming social media or sharing a cup of tea and a bit of a dance.
I don't mean they messaged one another, you numpty, Tim shot back, laughing.
Do you remember the Bookface centenary? Woodsy rambled on. When they unveiled that they would henceforth be known as Hollow Face? Because most of their users didn't know what a book was anymore, leading to serious concerns that this made them less social, remember? They were raked in the press with that headline, How the Hollow Will Follow. Well, it's nothing like that, actually. Sorry, forget it. Carry on.
Tim and Thomas exchanged a look and raised an eyebrow apiece before turning back to the computer. When I say social, Tim tried again, I mean they hunted and killed together. It's entirely probable that the younger, quicker animals ran the prey beasts down, while the older, larger members of the group provided the muscle and devastating bite power. There's actually compelling evidence among large flesh-eating dinosaur remains that their leg proportions may even have changed with age. In essence, the lower leg of the younger animals, the bit that would be from the ball of the foot to the heel in a human, could be proportionally longer than in the same breed at a more advanced age. They were also lighter too, of course. When we encounter them, the adolescents may lack some of the awesome power of their elders, but they are likely to be rapid. Tim chattered away excitedly. Picture yourself as a large herbivorous dinosaur being chased by these terrors. They catch up with you, shocking you with bite after bite, bleeding you to bring you down. Then you hear the slower thud, 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 thud. Tim marched the words out with his fists for emphasis. This is the sound of the pack elders running more slowly towards you in order to deliver the colossal death blow. Just imagine the terror of those final moments.
You are way too into this stuff, dude,
mumbled Woodsy, shaking his head. Tim didn't hear his comment, lost as he was in the vision he had conjured. They almost certainly fought with one another too, he continued, as predators from our own time do. Many fossils have been found with teeth marks from their own kind on their faces.
Sounds like a Saturday night out in Wellington,
mused Thomas, thinking of his home in New Zealand.
What's the third animal there?
Woodsy pointed at the screen.
Ah, this handsome devil is Irritator challengerii, of the Spinosaurid family, Tim explained.
Irritator? Did he have eczema or something? Tim gave a look of sufferance. Woodsy grinned.
Irritator, Tim continued, was probably an opportunist predator, but with a preference, indeed a specialism, for catching fish. A piscivore, if you will.
Does that mean he couldn't help?
Woodsy tried to ask.
No, it doesn't,
Tim interrupted him, thrusting a thumb towards his friend.
I'm sorry, Tom. I'd better pick up the pace because the children are clearly getting bored. Irritator challengerii was named for Professor Challenger, a fictional character in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's classic novel The Lost World. I think we should rename him Irritator Woodsery. Anyway, as I was saying, this chap was a lot smaller than his cousin Spinosaurus, but was still 8 meters long and over a ton in weight. So in summary, best avoided.
So that's the worst of it? Asked Thomas hopefully.
Yes and no, replied Tim ambiguously. In terms of knocking hell's bells out of your machinery, that should be the worst of it. Apart from the crocodiles, of course. However...
There's always a however,
said Woodsy.
Well, yes,
said Tim.
And in this case, it will be very important to any people we send out on the ground. The small predators are likely to be, in a way, much more dangerous.
How so? Asked Thomas.
Dromaeosaurids have great speed and agility, said Tim simply. Deinonychids and raptors are probably the most widely known, but predominantly lived or will live later in the Cretaceous,
he added for clarification. It did not clarify, so he tried again.
These animals are famous for their North American origins, but they will almost certainly have had cousins or sports with shared ancestry, at least in the South.
Who doesn't have cousins in the Deep South?
Quipped Woodsy.
Sport.
Not cousins like these, believe me, Tim spoke seriously, as he called up images, statistics, and animations to reinforce his point.
These are the ones any people stepping outside the ship will have to watch out for. At least our improved vehicles should offer protection here, though, so it's horses for courses, I suppose.
The men watched a simulation showing a pack of late Cretaceous Deinonychids brutally attacking a much larger hadrosaur, an animal 100 times their mass. It was a short animation, but the shiver down the spine remained for a while.
It's believed that Dromaeosaurids trace their ancestry back all the way to Pangaea,
before the breakup, before there was a Gondwana or any other specifically southern continent. If that's correct, then there must surely be raptors where we're going.
I know for a fact that Buitreraptor remains were found here. They were found in a rock strata laid down, well, roughly now. If we see one, Buitreraptor will be small but extremely fast and very likely shorts-soilingly vicious.
Tim shook his head. His passion for dinosaurs was all-consuming, but even he looked momentarily afraid.
And where there's one raptor, there will almost certainly be more. Still, maybe I will get to discover and name a new species of raptor too, eh? He said, brightening slightly.
Let's hope that's not the last thing you do.
And what do you mean, too? Asked Woodsy.
Oh, I was just thinking about Never mind. There is some good news, though, Tim added cheerfully, trying to dispel the atmosphere.
Or one could say atmosphere.
There should be plenty of smaller herbivores which will provide us with meat. Animals like Hypsilophodontids, young hadrosaurids known as duck-billed dinosaurs, and the omnipresent iguanodonts. These must have been among the most successful families in the later Mesozoic, and although there's not an exhaustive record of their presence in South America, I wouldn't be surprised if we find them in good numbers. Of course, they're still likely to be aggressive when threatened, and most will be able to easily outrun us on foot too, or run us down depending on how annoyed they are. There will be very few easy meals for us when we land, I'm afraid.
But plenty of fast food.
Woodsy could not resist. Thomas exhaled deeply, trying not to imagine his son being caught by these nightmares. Did you mention crocodiles as well? He asked.
Yes, replied Tim seriously. In this time they are diverse and, in some cases, huge. Well over twice the length and many times the size of the largest saltwater crocodile.
I would suggest the drivers of your altered vehicles stay away from any river shores, beds, or deltas.
Thomas nodded slowly, wearing a look of concern.
Thanks, Tim. At least that gives me some idea of what we're up against. I think I'd better get back to adapting this plant and equipment, he said. I need a nice maths puzzle to take my mind off these clips you've shown me, or I won't sleep tonight. Maybe you'd like to see what we're working on?
Yeah, definitely, Tim replied eagerly.
Right, said Thomas, breaking the link between his wall monitor and Tim's comm.
Take a look at these technical schematics. This is one of the people carriers we have on board. Now, I'm thinking that if we keep the structural rigidity of the cabin, but lighten where possible, we should be able to make them less lumbering.
Engineering puzzles eased Thomas's mind of real-world concerns, always had. Whenever the walls were closing in, he could always disappear into a realm of equations, where all was beauty and balance. He smiled slightly without realizing, as he drew Tim into his world.
Obviously, this will be a quick fix, and we'll probably need to develop new vehicles over time, but it's a start. We're going to need the diggers, lorries, and personnel carriers first. So, we've a lot to do.
Has a strategy been devised for when we land, then?
Asked Tim. Thomas nodded.
You'll hear more about it at the council meeting tomorrow, but in a nutshell, this is the plan.
Later that evening, Tim sat alone in the bar waiting for Woodsy and Hank to show. He had thoroughly enjoyed his afternoon spent with Thomas Wood, and now passed the time refamiliarizing himself with the suspected climatic conditions for the late Albian stage of the Cretaceous period. He had collected so much information throughout his childhood that he felt sure he could build an advanced picture of the world they would soon call home, hopefully before they had to face it for real. Digging a little deeper, he was able to localize the data for Patagonia specifically. Tim felt sure he had read somewhere that geological and paleontological evidence suggested temperate conditions and, as far as 22nd century understanding was concerned, he seemed to be on the money. He read on. They would likely encounter wide prairies covered with ferns, cycads, and myriad scrub. Also, there would be broad forests in what would one day be Argentina. They should also find deciduous and even early flowering plant life. If he understood correctly, Lieutenant Singh had chosen a landing zone well to the south, so they would probably be close to where the South Andean Mountains would one day stand, as the landmass narrowed towards the southern tip. This latitude may be slightly warmer than 22nd century Patagonia, but should nonetheless provide fairly comfortable living conditions. The continent would become more tropical the further north you travelled towards the equator, as it would in the future. Tim sat back, the beginnings of a contented smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The Andes. A little piece of home. Maybe the world they raced towards would not be so alien as many feared. Of course, the longest mountain range on the earth in which Tim had grown up would not be as mankind had known it. He found an article in which a prominent geologist postulated that the Andean mountains began to form in the late Triassic period, fairly early in the Mesozoic era, and a time of extraordinary tectonic movement, roughly 200 million years before man. Although it was widely held that the Andes of the modern era began to rise around 40 million years before man, during the Eocene epoch of the Paleogene period, there had been several pre-Andean orogenies throughout the Mesozoic and Cenozoic eras. Despite his fascination, it occurred to Tim that he was going to have to break this down and simplify for his crash course in Cretaceous living. The people attending would not need, and if he was honest, probably would not want to know about uplifting, folding, and faulting rock formations sliding over the ancient Amazonian craton. Indeed, if he even spoke that sentence aloud in the presence of Woodsy, his life wouldn't be worth living. So he searched for an appropriate summary and found 3 key pieces of information which he thought people would wish to know. Firstly, geologists believed that during the Cretaceous, the pre-Andean deformations and convergences began to take on a similar form and composition to the Andean mountains everyone would be familiar with. Note 3. Almost 100 million years in the future, the word origin would be coined to describe the crumpling of a continental plate, an action which pushes up a mountain range, sometimes more than one range. Note 4. A craton is a large stable block of the Earth's crust. Often surviving the merging and rifting of continents intact, they are generally found within a continent's interior. Almost 100 million years ago, these would simply be understood as the best places to stand. Secondly, the rock should contain iron ore in vast quantities.
That might come in handy if we need to build anything, Tim thought.
Thirdly, and most worryingly, the place in which they were about to land was a region of near constant instability, or at least it suffered many phases of instability.
Fantastic,
he muttered under his breath.
That means earthquakes and, joy of joys, volcanoes. Great!
He sighed, thinking,
I hope you know what you're doing, Lieutenant Singh. I'm really not sure we should be landing here.
Tim knew that mountain ranges were always in motion, despite appearances. But to land in a known subduction zone within a landscape populated by dinosaurs, with no support, seemed foolhardy, to put it mildly.
And all this just to save fuel? But what do I know? I'm just a kid, right?
He rhetoricized anxiously. However, simply being able to pin a contemporary name on this ancient landscape lifted Tim's spirits a little. He sensed the permanent connection, the through line and proof of belonging with a world which in turn belonged to every creature born to it. Home, but there would be differences. Leaving aside any possible cataclysmic events which might overtake them, there would be other environmental distractions too, some of them potentially huge and yet easily taken for granted. A related article opened in a new window on Tim's screen. It discussed coprolites discovered in the early 21st century, which were found to contain grass minerals dating from the late Cretaceous. Further evidence of grass had been revealed in Egypt, going back perhaps another 20 million years still. However, from the unique viewpoint of Tim and his fellow castaways, grass would probably not be widespread globally for millions of years to come. He looked up from his notes, trying to imagine a world without grass. Elements of the robust Poaceae plant family were among the few that still thrived unassisted in the polluted 22nd century. Yet it was entirely likely that there would be none at all where they were heading. He would be willing to bet that this ancient world would be stuffed full of other oddities too, not to mention many new animals, all waiting to be discovered by the New World's crew. He accepted that his might be a lonely perspective, but he really couldn't wait to find out, despite his misgivings about Patagonia. If you had to be all alone in the universe, this really was the only way to travel. He linked into the ship's chrono for a moment. 20:04 hours. His mum would be in her meeting on the bridge by now. She had really put in some hours with Dr. Wright, attempting to wring further evidence from the bomb sites. The buzz about ships suggested that one of the engineers was being held for questioning. Everyone was gossiping about it. Tim had been told in confidence that both sites were clean, suspiciously clean. So naturally, the rumour mill was in full turn, producing tales to plug any inconvenient gaps in the evidence. He looked around expectantly.
Talking of gossips, he thought, Woodsy and Hank should be here any minute.
No sign yet. Part of him was glad as he returned to his notes, his mind once more flying with giant pterosaurs over the pre-Andean mountains, his eyes half closed in contented rapture.
I could give the pre-Andes a name, he thought suddenly. Something a little more imaginative than pre, perhaps. This led to mulling and pondering, even musing. Andes Mountains. Andes. 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 Who the hell is Andy? No. Who was before Andy? That's the question. Peter? Yes, Peter. St. Peter was the older brother of Andrew, I think. I'd better look it up. Ah, here we go. Yes, that's it. Roll fanfare.
I'll call them the Peaties. Now that's a good day's work, and did I get all smug about it? Never fear. I'm sure to be in the history books, or at least the prehistory books for that one. He pondered some more. Prehistory books. There's something wrong with that phrase, I think. Never mind. The details can be worked out later. All I really need to do now is to be the first to set foot on the PTs when we land, and stick some kind of a flag in the ground with Tim was ear on it, and a female voice shattered the vision. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? Tim, mildly irritated by the interruption, looked up into an entirely different vision. What? He stammered nervously. No, it's not taken. His face burned as he fought the urge to hide under the table. What was her name? Rose? Sorry, he tried again. I was expecting somebody else. So the seat is taken then? Asked Rose, enjoying the clumsy embarrassment she elicited from most boys her age, especially the less popular boys. That is, when she deigned to speak to them at all. No, it is, but it isn't yet, Tim spluttered. Would you like to sit? OK. Rose took the proffered seat, giving him a blinding smile that could have started a war. Tim stared for a long moment, then realised he was staring and briefly experimented with looking away. Realising he was now being weird, he finally remembered his computer and looked down with relief. After a quick mental check, he realised that by asking her to sit, he had actually used up his entire repertoire with girls. He decided saying nothing more might be safest. It could have been worse. At least he hadn't stepped on this girl's foot. Rose stared at him. He appeared to be concentrating just a little too hard on whatever he was reading. Eventually, she accepted that he wasn't going to speak to her. It's Tim, isn't it? She tried again. Tim was so surprised he looked up. Yes, he answered mechanically. Another silence. You're not much for conversation, are you? Rose asked, smiling. Her smile dazzled him. Unable to stand it, he cracked. What do you want? He blurted out. He had no intention of saying that, and closing his eyes, he cursed himself profusely and profanely on the inside. A small cloud drifted across Rose's expression. She had expected him to be clumsy, of course, even awestruck. That was her effect on boys. However, this one was either extraordinarily nervous, or he really didn't like her. Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you, she said, rising. No, I'm sorry, don't go, Tim spluttered, wishing he could take back the last few minutes and hit reset. Why can't you just restart people when they screw up, he thought angrily, like you can with computers. Could we start again, perhaps? How can I help you? Rose sat slowly. My father said that if I wanted to learn about the world we're going back to, no one knows more about it than you do. Could you teach me? Please, a little? Tim blanched, draining all the way from tomato red. Me? To teach you? He stuttered. Please, Rose answered genuinely. I know I've a lot to learn, probably more than anyone else on this ship. She frowned for a moment, thinking on that. Well, apart from my mother, anyway. But I really want to learn. I know my old life's over, and I want to be useful. I need to be useful. Not just taken care of by cleverer people with, she sought for the word, skills. Tim once again felt obliged to stick to his policy of saying nothing. He let her continue. I'm hoping to turn something good out of all this. At least if I can learn to be a part of this crew, then... She spoke haltingly, finally running out of words altogether. Making sure she had finished, he gave her an appraising look. Maybe there's more to this one than first meets the eye, he thought. Or maybe the eye likes what it sees and stops looking. What would you like to know? He asked evenly. It was Rose's turn to look uncomfortable. I could do with a little of everything, to begin with at least, starting with the basics. She sighed, exasperated by the time she had squandered in the shallows of her past. I suppose I was something of a school mascot, in danger of qualifying as a career trophy wife, like my mum. Although I doubt my dad sees her that way. He thinks he won the prize, bless his socks. Anyway, that future is utterly derailed, and a big part of me is glad, I think.
Really? Tim asked, fascinated by this reversal. From our first meeting, I doubted you'd talk to me, even if I was the last man alive.
He couldn't help remarking. You almost are, she replied with a girlish giggle that had torpedoed many an ego. He looked crestfallen, so she quickly added, Sorry, I didn't mean that quite the way it sounded. Tim sighed.
No, you're right, though. If it wasn't for this crisis we're in, you'd never have noticed my existence. Hardly anyone ever did.
Well, what might have been doesn't really matter for any of us anymore, does it? Rose pointed out. Can we agree that it's what we do from here on that counts? She asked, holding out her hand. Friends?
Friends, replied Tim, smiling as he took it. So who is your dad, then?
Jim Miller, the chemist in charge of the manufacturing team for the Mars mission. She paused, repeating, the Mars mission. Until just... I never gave a second thought to how incredible that sounds. And now here we are, going somewhere even more astounding. She shook her head in awe.
I know! Mad, isn't it?
And I only found out we were going on this mission a few days ago. No one told me. Tim looked surprised.
How did that happen? He asked.
It all happened so fast, and Dad was called away to NASA while I was still in school. He worked away a lot, so I never gave it much thought. Although thinking about it now, it will be great to spend more time with him. Anyway, he left a message for me explaining everything, but Mum forgot to give it to me. Long story short, I found out on my last day at school. The place was crawling with press.
Oh, said Tim quietly.
Rose frowned. Tim?
It's nothing really. It's just that the media didn't come to see me, even though my mum and my teachers were expecting it. I don't think I fitted their profile.
He gave her a rueful grin.
Still, can't say I blame them. Between the two of us, I know where I'd point my camera.
He chuckled, and then flushed bright red, realizing he may have just overshared. Rose was used to boys turning to sponge in her presence, so she barely noticed. I didn't even know what my father did until after the bomb, she admitted, feeling slightly ashamed.
Really?
Asked Tim, genuinely astonished.
I like to try and keep up with whatever my mum is working on. As much as I can understand, anyway. She is a bit brilliant, he added, glowing with pride.
Your mum is Dr. Patricia Norris, isn't she?
The same, Tim acknowledged. I'm only here because she's so clever.
I suppose you get your brains from her. I wish I'd paid more attention to my dad over the years, Rose admitted with a measure of regret.
Actually, I'm adopted.
Oh, sorry. She was suddenly embarrassed. I've put my foot in it again, haven't I?
Don't be, and not at all, Tim replied brightly. My real parents died when I was 2. Unfortunately, I don't know much about them, as I don't have any other natural family. As far as I know, anyway. My adoptive parents were just the best, though. I count myself very lucky.
Were the best? Asked Rose, noticing his tense. She seemed to be noticing a lot of things just lately.
My adoptive dad was killed in a works accident when I was 12,
said Tim, resentment crossing his young face.
Actually, it wasn't an accident. Act negligent would be more precise. A calculated and deliberate act of bone idleness by a complete bottom feeder.
What happened? Asked Rose. I mean, if you want to talk about it. The young man's eyes bore a faraway look. After a moment's introspection, he pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve pressure.
I suppose I've been both lucky and unlucky with parents, he began slowly. My real parents were killed by a terrorist bomb in the recycling factory where they worked. The killers justified the bombing by saying that recycling sanitary towels, lavatory paper, and many other secret little necessities, which are pretty crucial when nearly 50 billion of us all live within a few meters of one another, was offensive to several denominations of God. Apparently, they vouched safe that these little intimate perks of our civilization, the things we all take for granted, should only be used once. They reckoned that recycling and reintegrating them for a second or third outing to other places where the sun don't shine was tantamount to deviance.
He laughed, but his bitterness was clear.
I've always wondered if God could really be interested in such small earthly, let alone earthy, matters, What with running the universe and everything. Surely he's got enough on his plate already. He shook his head with honest bewilderment. So many crackpot sects like this have surfaced in recent decades. Damned if I can understand any of it.
Rose felt sad and a little confused. She was a little confused that she felt sad. For someone else. In her own mind, she thought, am I starting to care? Is it because almost everyone I've ever known is gone, and I need to hang on to the people I have left? What she said was, you're very deep, aren't you, Tim?
Well, it's not all doom and gloom, he continued with a brittle smile. Not long after I was orphaned, I was fortunate enough to be adopted by a couple of young scientists. Mum told me when I was old enough that they couldn't have a child of their own. So, instead of artificially creating another person in that crazy, crowded place, they thought it larger of spirit to give a home to one whom the world had discarded. Enter me. Ta-da! Whatever else had happened, I know I was very lucky to be taken in and loved by such great people.
His brief smile faded, the lump in his throat preventing him from talking for a moment. You okay? Asked Rose. Tim sipped his drink. Nodding bravely, he continued.
When I was 12...
He stopped, took a breath, trying a different tack.
One day, we got this comm call from Dad's work.
He shook his head sadly.
I'll never forget it. The call was actually from the police, stating there had been an accident and asking Mum to make her way to the hospital. They offered to collect her, but it would have taken 36 hours to schedule a police vehicle and counsellor, twice as long as for an emergency call, so she made her way as quickly as she could on the tube. Dad had been killed by a crane in the factory where he carried out his research in metallurgy.
Rose looked blank for a moment, so Tim supplied,
the study of metals. He specialised in the development of super-light, super-strong alloys. I've no doubt that he would also have made it here on merit if...
He trailed off, his teenaged Adam's apple bobbing, swallowing his emotions. What was his name? Rose asked cautiously.
Dr. Ted Norris, Tim replied proudly. Like Mum, he was a superb scientist. Just like Mum,
he repeated quietly, shaking his head in sad memoriam. Sounds like he was a great guy. Rose spoke to cover Tim's discomfort. She would hardly have noticed someone else's pain, let alone cared about it a week ago. Pondering these little changes, she was learning to like them. I feel like I'm more, she realised.
He really was, Tim answered. Obviously the accident rocked Mum's world, mine too. What made it even worse was that it could so easily have been avoided.
Rose was horrified by the view from the other side of the fence. What happened? She asked.
Tim snorted with derision. Well, the story goes that one of the factory crane operatives, in a hurry to attend a strike demonstration over some perceived slight to his lifestyle and his right to have rights, rushed out without locking his machine down first.
He looked away, reliving the memory.
The court case was a nightmare. When that man was questioned, he unashamedly stated that he hadn't parked the crane because, as he'd been technically on strike, he wouldn't have been paid to press the final button which would have allowed the crane to park itself. So he'd left it for them, whoever they were, to sort out.
He looked down at his hands, unable to meet her eye.
And so our world was smashed apart.
Rose wiped an unexpected tear from her cheek. You won the court case, though, surely? She asked, not knowing what else to say.
No.
Tim shook his head wretchedly, still looking away.
Compensation wouldn't have brought him back anyway, and Dad hadn't been able to afford life insurance on his salary, so there was no help there either. Dad's boss tried to help. He was a good man, to be fair. He spent a lot of time with us explaining the whole situation and the processes we would have to go through. It didn't help, really, but just the same, he didn't have to do it. It wasn't his fault. He lost everything too. You see, the company was still punitively fined under the government's latest employment policy, but we never saw any of it.
He laughed harshly.
I don't know whether this will make you laugh or cry, but the reason the owner of the company lost his shirt was for failing to have a sign on the crane stating, "In the event of a strike,
please be sure to lock all plant into a safe position and switch off before abandoning your post. He covered a few months' rent for us, whilst Mum found her feet again, all paid from what was left of the smoking ruin of his life's endeavour, because the courts shut the company down soon after.
Tim shrugged sadly.
I suppose it often happens during hard times. Instead of being content to have a job when so many haven't, some people still have to push for more, and this time everyone lost everything. And I lost my dad. The only dad I'd ever known, anyway. He finished in a small voice.
Rose was shocked and appalled by the hardships visited upon Tim and Patricia. Weren't the company insured, though? She couldn't help asking.
Ah, well, that's another story right there. Apparently the company had recently lost so much money due to all manner of taxes and permits, increased labour costs, strike actions, power outages, and another massive hike in employers' national insurance. Most people don't even know what that is, that the company's bank account had been too overdrawn to cover that month's grotesque insurance payment. What's worse is that if it hadn't been for the recent strike actions, they would have met a delivery deadline and received a large payment before the direct debit was due. The insurers did send a letter, though. We received a copy of it. That's something else I'll never forget. It said, "We were very sorry to learn of the death of Mr. Edward Norris. However, a missed payment by the claimant puts them very clearly in breach of contract. Subsequently, there can be no possibility of an insurance payment to cover the loss."
Tim shook his head in disgust.
They hadn't even noticed that he was Dr. Edward Norris.
He let out a shuddering sigh.
Lastly, and probably worst of all, his killer was not a viable target for litigation. He was worth little or nothing personally, but more significantly, because he was just a lowly employee, he was not deemed responsible for his actions whilst on the company's time. So he was protected from criminal prosecution by the law. Mum was devastated. I remember thinking, even then, that within our ever more litigious society, there's always someone who could be held accountable for just about anything that happens. Trouble is, they're less and less likely to be the person at the scene who actually caused the thing that happened. Still, I suppose none of that matters anymore, given our current predicament.
Rose leaned forward, squeezing Tim's hand. I'm not surprised he seems pessimistic, she thought. She spoke softly. I'm really sorry, Tim. You've had a rough time so far, haven't you? And I've been so lucky and didn't appreciate it, didn't even know it. The young man took a deep breath, exhaling some of the pain.
Anyway, we're here now, and this is certainly a new start. So where did you grow up? What sort of things did you like to do before all this?
He gestured around them. Rose felt embarrassed, and not a little ashamed as she remembered her own upbringing, particularly when she recalled some of the things she used to regard as important. Her reply was circumspect. Well, I'm just starting to realise that I had it pretty easy. Still, things have changed now, haven't they? I think I have too. Dad knows lots of brilliant people on board. I'm hoping to try and pick up as much stuff as I can from them, so I can explore the crustacean, she finished with relish.
You mean the Cretaceous?
Tim corrected, laughing heartily, relieving some of the tightness in his chest. Rose began laughing too, at herself. Something else new. Well, I told you I needed your help, she replied.
I like your dad, said Tim, still smiling. He seems a really nice guy, and clever too.
My dad's amazing. I didn't appreciate how special he was until all this, Rose added awkwardly. He deserves better than my mum, I realise that now.
That's harsh.
That's true. Have you met her?
No, Tim admitted. I saw her, though. She's very,
Gorgeous? Asked Rose, smiling knowingly at the teenaged boy sitting opposite her. Oh, she's that all right, but I don't want to talk about her. I need to know more about the Cretaceous, she floundered.
Shuss,
Tim finished for her. Yeah, that. Rose smiled her dazzling smile once more. Tim was suitably bedazzled. So tell me what got you into all this stuff, she asked him.
Huh?
He grunted.
Oh, yeah.
Rose squeezed Tim's hand again, making his temperature gauge spike again, which led to his cheeks starting to burn again.
Dinosaurs, right? He said, pulling himself together. Well, I think my true love has always been life, really. I mean, not the love of life that makes people jump off bridges attached to a rubber band or dive off a mountain strapped to a kite.
Rose laughed, and Tim enjoyed this unaccustomed female attention.
I always thought that sort of loving life was hard to understand and probably even harder to sustain, he continued. No, I'm just in love with the mystery of life itself, from the very beginnings of the life on Earth which we all share. From over 3 billion years ago, all the way through to what we've left of the natural world back home. I suppose that with almost 50 billion of us, well, it just breaks my heart to know that in the last 100 years, the unchecked proliferation of mankind has led to the extinction of more than half of the mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fish on the planet. Did you know that?
Rose shook her head, realizing that despite growing up in a city-state, she had somehow lived in isolation from the real world.
The devastation wrought has been just as bad for the plant life too, Tim continued. The only creatures in our own time which seem to have profited by the mess we've made are some of the insects and similar invertebrates, such as arachnids. They seem to be not only thriving, but, in some places, quite literally colonizing. All except the bees, anyway. When they almost became extinct, we had to begin building nanotech bugs to assist with cross-pollination. Then that technology began to self-replicate in ways beyond our control and... Tim noticed that his audience was beginning to politely glaze over and return to topic. Anyway, it's been theorized for many years that the next dominant species on Earth will be from the insect kingdom. It's their hardiness to pollution and radiation, etc., you see?
He sighed with feeling.
Maybe we were living through the beginning of that phase of Earth's evolution back home. Or perhaps we've given birth to the nano-monster and all life will be replaced. Who needs asteroids with us around? He mumbled to himself.
If we do get back, do you think we're almost out of time? Humans, I mean, asked Rose intently.
No one can say for sure, but it's not good, is it? I believe that our numbers should be in sync with the natural world's ability to keep us. It's pretty ironic that in our there's sod all left world, politicians use the word sustainable in connection with just about everything but the numbers of people. And you've got to admit, now everything is recycled and reused, even food and drink. It made life for the vast majority of people pretty grim. The apartment I shared with Mum consisted of 4 rooms, of which the largest was 2.5 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.2 metres high. The food processor served the same grey slime, protein, enzymes and supplements every day. In fact, last month, just before we left, Mum hadn't even been able to afford flavourings, thanks to another increase in public transport costs. Unfortunately for us, that meant that the grey processed mush from the machine stopped us from dying of starvation, but that's all it did.
Now it was Rose's turn to blush, remembering their full fridge and larder back home. She thought it best not to mention it, but the more she found out about this extraordinary young man, the more she could see why Tim was such a deep thinker for his age.
That's why I can't wait to see the world of nature we're returning to, completely unspoilt.
Tim allowed some of the excitement he always felt when discussing his favourite topic to brim to the surface.
My dad loved the natural world too. I grew up on old television broadcasts by a 20th and 21st century writer and documentarian named David Attenborough. He was a real visionary. I think he still holds the record for the most honorary doctorates. A remarkable man and a real gentleman too by all contemporary accounts. I would love to have met him. Growing up around scientists with a passion for natural history, I was hooked when mankind created an opportunity to transport life to another planet for a fresh start, as I'm sure you can imagine. We all were. Since then, we've followed the news feeds on the Mars program avidly. When Mum got the chance to apply for a place on the Mars mission itself, I was blown away. Obviously, I pushed really hard for her to go for it.
Not to mention it got us out of that dreadful place and away from all the bad memories. You know, whatever happens next, I'm glad I'm here."
They fell silent for a few moments, considering all that had transpired to drop them into this place and time. Eventually Rose spoke, gently. "I'm sorry you've had to deal with so much loss, Tim. Maybe this new life will be what we both need, eh?" The forest provided thick cover. Little, bird-like Buitreraptor hopped lightly onto a low branch, making it sway gently. Its tail countered the movement naturally, its poise perfect. Saliva dripped from its long, ravenous jaws onto the face of one of its brethren below. The animal made a tiny, rattling growl of disapproval and shook its head, spraying spit over its packmates. Knee-high to a man, the pride of 7 were easily chased away from their last kill by a larger predator, having done all the work. Now they were hungry, and they were angry. The young man had no idea he was being stalked as he chopped wood to make a fire. A fire would keep animals away once lit. But at the moment, he was vulnerable. He swung the hand axe back to strike again, and cried out in shock and pain as Buitreraptor leapt from the branch, clamping its jaws around his arm like a set of serrated shears. Screaming in agony now, the youth flailed and failed to break the predator's grip. The tiny hunter hung on, going to work with its other weapons. Grasping its victim's shoulder and neck with its clawed forearms, it ragged great bloody furrows in the boy's side with the enlarged, sickle-shaped claws on the second toe of each foot. A crimson spray hit the other attackers in the face as they came on, working them into a frenzy. Thomas couldn't move, terror paralyzing him completely. As the lad turned, he realized he was looking into the terrified, screaming face of his only child. "Christian!" "What?" asked Woodsy, wearing an expression of mild surprise as he held out a cup of coffee. Thomas was drenched in sweat. It had been a very long day, and he had fallen asleep at his desk. He wiped a sleeve across his face, taking the proffered cup. Woodsy nodded to himself. "Fell asleep? I thought you were sagging. That's why I went for coffee. I was getting tired too, but I think for me it was just boredom." He grinned. "I said I'd meet the guys this evening. I think I'll go after I finish my drink." Thomas nodded. "Those damn dinosaur movies," he muttered, taking a long draught of caffeine. He stood and pulled his boy to him, thanking his lucky stars. His boy naturally found this all very irritating. Chapter 7. Getting the Band Together. "What kind of link?" asked Douglas. Baines opened her mouth to explain about Sargo Lemelisk and his possible connection to the chief engineer when the door chimed. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Douglas tried to keep the irritation from his voice as he called, "Enter." Lieutenant Singh appeared at the door. "The councillors and the department heads are all here, Captain. Shall I show them in?" Douglas looked back to Baines. "This will have to wait until later," he told her quietly, taking his seat at the head of the table as captain. "Show them in, please, Lieutenant." Mother Sarah Fellows took her usual seat on Douglas's left, with Dr. Satnam Patel to the right. The officers and team leaders took the remaining seats, as they had on previous occasions. "Thank you for coming, everyone," Douglas greeted them. "We know you're all enormously busy at the moment." Glancing to his fellow councillors on either side, he added, "And we're very grateful for all your efforts." He waited for everyone to be seated, and for crewman Mary Hutchins to serve drinks and dispense a few plates of nibbles. "Firstly," he continued, "we would like to start with an issue that's been on all our minds lately." He looked to Patricia Norris. "Doctor, did your examination of the forensic evidence from the crime scenes turn anything up?" Patricia linked her fingers together and placed her hands on the table as she spoke.
"I'm sorry, Captain. We found only a small amount of Lieutenant Lloyd's DNA on the wormhole drive mounting brackets, as collected by the EVA team."
She appeared uncomfortable for a moment and continued delicately.
"Dr. Wright did find some evidence of crewman Bacchini on the walls as residue from the blast, but no fingerprints."
Norris shrugged.
After such a powerful explosion, this is perhaps not surprising.
So it's as we thought, then? Asked Baines. Mario didn't touch anything prior to the blast?
Not as far as we can tell, replied Norris. We found nothing at all in the core reactor. The only thing that stands out about this is that the whole area should have the fingerprints and DNA of at least 6 engineers all over it. The complete lack of, well, anything has to be classed as suspicious, to put it mildly. But that's all we have, I'm afraid. Our only evidence of foul play is the lack of evidence.
Douglas shared a secret, uncomfortable look with Baines. Thank you for your hard work and diligence, Doctor. This wasn't unexpected, but we had to try, he said simply. Major White put his hand up to interject. Captain? Ford, replied Douglas, inviting the Major to speak. Just a small point I would like to make about this evidence, or deficit. Firstly, 2 bomb sites, but only one has any incriminating evidence around it. Why would that be? Secondly, the only suspect we have can't easily be placed at the second bomb site at all. Now, assuming we even have the right guy, does this mean that he made a careless mistake at the first site and pulled himself together for the second one? Or does it mean we have 2 criminals working in tandem, one of whom is more, shall we say, professional than the other? Or, and this may be even more scary, folks, do we have 2 criminals working separately with 2 entirely separate agendas? The silence greeting this statement fairly rocked the room. Baines and Douglas shared an even more uncomfortable look, both measuring the Major's description against both of the engineers potentially incriminated. Baines cleared her throat. If that's a small point, Ford, please be sure to warn me if you ever want to make a big one. I might want to get to a lifeboat or something. A nervous titter circulated, but the tension remained. Douglas looked at Major White. Ford, that's a pretty terrifying prospect, and I'm sure my colleagues will all agree with me when I say we can't ignore the possibility you might be onto something. Can you take this on? For those of you who don't know, he addressed the gathering, we are fortunate in that Major White has an ex-copper on his strength, a detective no less. He looked back to White. Can you get Rick Drummond to start sniffing about and see what he can turn up by walking back through the 36-hour period between takeoff and the explosion, please? White nodded, making a note on his pad. Of course, Captain. I'll talk to him as soon as we're done here. The next item on the agenda is weapons. Dr. Patel's team have been working with Major White's security force to come up with some new toys, we understand, said Douglas, nodding for Patel to continue. Yes, Patel began. Together we've re-engineered some of our stun rifles into something more powerful. We upgraded all of the power cells, transformers and conductors to produce a weapon capable of delivering almost 50 times more punch than the original was capable of. Baines whistled. Impressive. Will that be enough, or too much perhaps, depending on what we find on the ground? You may well ask, Commander, Patel nodded, acceding to a point. We are not really sure what we will find, but as these weapons can now kill, us at least, great care will be required in their use. Training will be made available for the crew and passengers as we bring more of them online. I know arming everyone isn't ideal, but it may be a fact of life soon for anyone leaving the ship, although I'm sure the Americans among us will feel right at home, he added with a wry smile. It will be like a very, very Wild West. I'll unpack my chaps. White offered his customary lopsided grin. The guidance of Mr. Norris has been invaluable to our preparations, continued Patel. We would have been completely in the dark otherwise, having no other experts in this field aboard. He nodded his appreciation to Tim's mother, Patricia. However, it would be folly to rely on one man alone, so I strongly suggest we all try and learn as much as we can about this time, this world. The ship's library has some information, and Mr. Norris has copied his personal data onto the network for anyone to view. He is also working on a Cretaceous induction course so that we can spend a few quality hours with him in the schoolroom in small groups over the next few days. Hopefully, this will help every one of us to get to grips with what we face. Now, moving back to the rifles, we have fitted a dial controlling the power setting to each one. At the moment, these are gaffer taped to the stock of each weapon. They may look a little, what is the phrase, jerry-rigged, but they work. At minimum setting, they may still be used in an anti-personnel capacity. As Major White has rather worryingly suggested, there may still be an enemy in our midst. These weapons will stun an adult human easily. Our hope is that, when set to maximum, these stun rifles will give even the biggest animals a nasty enough shock to make them leave us alone. He looked directly at Mother Sarah. Most importantly, they will provide us with defense, but also with alternatives to killing.
That's encouraging, said Douglas. How many do we have? Just 7 at the moment, Captain, interjected White. But we and Doc Patel's team are working with Jim Miller's people to begin production of new rifles and sidearms using this technology as we speak. However, for now our taped-together Heath Riflesons, as we call them, should at least give us an edge.
Weren't you working on some kind of grenades as well? Asked Douglas. Patel answered. We are working on a stun grenade which will be capable of emanating a subsonic frequency. It is our hope that a blast of infrasound will stun or at least scare away any animals which may threaten us. However, we've hit a snag in that regard.
Oh? Asked Douglas.
Yes, thanks to the information provided again by Tim Norris, we now understand that some of the larger animals may possibly use these very low frequencies to communicate, rather in the way that elephants used to before they were driven to extinction in our own time. Patel looked slightly abashed. And? Prompted Baines mischievously, sensing his discomfiture. Patel loosened his collar uncomfortably. It's possible they may use infrasound as part of their mating call and ritual, he finished awkwardly. Baines burst out laughing. Ford White joined in the merriment, asking,
I guess we'd better be careful what message we're sending them then, huh?
And hope to God they don't RSVP, quipped Baines. Patel smiled weakly, his dark face flushing with embarrassment. Let's just say we'll need to work on it after we've managed to run tests on the ground. If we can isolate a frequency they use to signify a warning, that would of course be preferable to one they use to... I'm sure there will be quite a bit of trial and error. As we shall be dealing with such large animals, they... He realized he was digging a hole. Anyway, we do have a temporary fix for this problem in the shape of a device created by Captain Gleason, our explosives expert. Major White knows more about them than I. Patel gestured open-handed for White to continue the briefing, gratefully sitting back in his seat.
Captain Gleason, said White, taking up the baton, has created a grenade which has very limited explosive power but makes one hell of a bang. It's kind of like an electronically operated firework. He gave his best imitation of the Australian. You throw the switch, and then you throw the stick, as Gleason puts it. Throw it as far as you can in 5 seconds, and bang! White mimed the explosion with his hands. Gleason calls them his dingo wingers, because he says they'll put just about any wild critter to flight. Oh, and he reckons they're beaut.
The Major finished, eliciting smiles around the table. The Australian seemed to be very popular despite his outspoken, occasionally coarse ways. Perhaps because of them.
That's a very positive start, thank you, commended Douglas. Now we move on to the vehicles. How are we progressing, doctors?
He aimed this question at Dr. Samantha Portree and Dr. Sam Burton.
Burton spoke first.
My people have been working with elements of Dr. Portree's team, specifically her expert welders, to lighten and reinforce some of the vehicles for reconnaissance. My fellow Kiwi, Dr. Tom Wood, and I have put our heads together to begin shedding weight from a couple of large four-wheel drive people carriers. Tom's still working on the details, but we've already begun the prototypes. Hollow box ladder struts will provide more structural strength and support than the vehicles had originally. They aren't pretty, but they should protect the drivers and passengers. We can't increase the power output at this short notice. That would require extensive upgrades to the motors, so we've opted for a structural solution to the problem. The introduction of crumple zones should improve their ability to handle a pounding without passing the shock through to the people inside, which is, of course, our primary concern. Again, Patricia's son has been showing us images, animations and fact files illustrating the types of threats we're likely to face. He terrified poor Tom half to death, he added, chuckling.
You should try being his mother, said Patricia. When he was younger, the books I read to him at bedtime used to keep me awake.
Well, with the help of Mr. Norris's shock tactics, we now have 2 vehicles undergoing the process, and we expect to have them ready by tomorrow, Burton continued. We should be able to bring a couple of lorries with cranes online soon after. We'll need them to carry any loads we may need to move, timber and such. After that, we're going to need to alter the diggers and some other equipment as soon as possible for the next stage of our plan. I'll let Samantha explain that as our construction and mining expert.
Thank you, Portree acknowledged. The large screen built into the glass wall at the far end of the meeting table shimmered to life as the American linked it to her tablet. Calling up diagrammatical representations showing the new world on the ground, she explained her plan for ringed enclosures. We see it like this. One of the first priorities upon landing will be to create a small D-shaped enclosure against the ship to provide a safe area outside for our personnel. Once complete, we can begin work on a much larger perimeter earthwork to protect the ship from damage by large animals. The hull plating is pretty tough, but despite over a century and a half of sci-fi movies to draw on, we still haven't invented shields yet. Mother Sarah leaned forward, speaking for the first time. Is the ship likely to be in danger once we've landed? She asked. It seems amazing that something so huge could be threatened by animals. It could possibly be damaged by a stampede of 80-ton sauropods, or even by a concentrated attack from some of the huge pack hunters that terrorize these times, answered Portree seriously. If animals glimpse us through any of the windows or portholes, they may react aggressively. The New World is not a warship. She was designed to meet only the very specific stresses and strains of flight, landing, and cargo haulage. I'm sure the engineers amongst us will agree with me when I say that although she's a behemoth, she's also fragile in many ways. Anyhow, our plan is to use the diggers, load lifters, and lorries we have, once they're adapted, to create an earthwork around the ship. We even have a bulldozer we can deploy if necessary, although bringing all of these vehicles into service will take time if we are to guarantee the safety of operatives and passengers.
When you say earthwork, are you suggesting something like a hill fort? Asked Douglas, thinking of the myriad forts atop the Cheviot Mountains and the Eildon Hills near where he grew up.
Exactly, Captain, answered Portree. Once we have our ditch and earthwork, we'll begin tree felling to produce a palisaded stockade with gates. We may also need to redirect a stream through our compound for fresh water if there's no spring. We'll just have to see how the land lies when we get there. If we do have to redirect a stream into the first ever man-made reservoir and let it out again, we can easily weld together a couple of steel grills to keep the wildlife out of the watercourse. However, I think it's only fair to mention that after speaking with Tim, I strongly suggest that no one goes swimming.
Major White took up the baton. As more vehicles become available, my team will patrol the site offering protection for the workforce. There's even talk of building some dirt bikes to aid travel through the rough terrain we're likely to find. The vehicles we have will initially be needed for foraging and mapping expeditions in conjunction with the shuttle, and I think I'm right in saying,
he looked to Burton and Singh for confirmation,
that the New World's escape pods can, with a little modification, be pressed into service as small reconnaissance craft?
White took a drink whilst Burton and Singh voiced their agreement.
This will leave the shuttle free for more heavy-duty assignments, Captain. Fortunately, the fuel used by the lifeboats is the same as the shuttlecraft, and we have reasonable supplies of this. As some of you may be aware, we were scheduled to deliver a large consignment of shuttle fuel to Township 4 on Mars.
White smiled wryly.
I'll bet the chief quartermaster was bouncing when we didn't show. It won't be helping their logistics any. He must be out there right now, cussin'.
Ford tailed off thoughtfully.
An introspective moment followed as everyone considered all that must somehow still be going on in their own century. Even for the extraordinary minds sat around the briefing table, this was a very difficult concept for any mortal to grasp across such a breadth of time. They had left these people and their lives behind just a few days ago, but now none of them would exist for almost 100 million years. Possibly not even then, if the New World's crew messed things up in their subjective now.
I think right now is a loaded term these days, Major, Douglas noted calmly, calling everyone home. Anyway, what's the timescale for all this?
Tentatively 6 months,
replied Portree, looking around the table for any contradictions. None came.
That's best guess anyway, Captain,
she concluded.
Thank you, Doc.
In the middle of his reply, Douglas's comm beeped persistently.
My apologies,
he said, activating the device.
Douglas here.
Captain, Sergeant Jackson, sir.
In the background, Douglas could hear what sounded like an altercation.
We're in council at the moment, Sarge. Is this urgent?
I'm sorry, Captain, but I would have to say that it is. We have a very serious situation down in engineering, and I really think you need to double down here, sir.
Very good, Sarge. I'm on my way. Douglas out,
he said, rising to leave.
Sorry, everyone. This sounds important. Commander Baines will take over for me until I can return. Thank you.
Baines flashed him a look of concern.
I'll be in touch. Carry on, Commander.
The vast bulk of the USS New World shone brilliant white, drenched in the light of her star. The Earth, from which she was made, was close now. She was almost home. But the previous owners were still in residence, with no intention to sell for a very long time. Tim Norris was the only person aboard who really understood what awaited her crew. But at the moment, he was more concerned about a girl holding his hand across a table in a bar. After spilling his life story and revealing so much of himself, he began to feel a little self-conscious. Realizing he was still holding hands with Rose, he felt a little more so. When Woodsy finally walked in, he got the hat-trick.
Oi, oi, how long's this been going on?
Shouted the young New Zealander.
Hey, Sokar, get a look at this,
he called across the room to Hank Bernstein Jr., also approaching them with the face of the rising grin.
Way to go, dude,
Hank added appreciatively. Tim released Rose's hand quickly.
Trust you two to barge in.
He stopped, looking puzzled.
Sokar?
He asked, looking to Woodsy for explanation. Woodsy, already laughing, jabbed a thumb over his shoulder towards Hank.
Son of Captain America. It's like Son of Godzilla, but the suits are even bigger.
Dick, said Hank, play-punching his shoulder. Laughing and pushing each other around boisterously, they made their way to the bar. Woodsy turned back.
Hey, Tim, what are you two drinking? A nice bubbly, perhaps? Would you like me to arrange some candles for the table? Maybe an Italian waiter? Roses! A violinist!
He shouted, completely unabashed.
No,
Tim rejoined.
Just
He jumped ship.
Pint, please. Just the usual, thank you.
Hank and Woodsy continued to laugh raucously at Tim's discomfort.
Hey, don't get too sloshed,
Woodsy called back.
We've got some important business to discuss tonight. This dump still needs a name.
Rose was also enjoying Tim's embarrassment, but hid her grin behind her hand. She was really growing quite fond of him. But, like a bolt of lightning, she realized that she liked Hank, the quintessential tall, square-jawed, all-American boy, a lot. The 4 teenagers sat around the table. Hank sat next to Rose. She couldn't help wondering if this was intentional.
Tim, when we get back to Earth, will there be any cavemen?
She asked. Hank smiled indulgently as Tim and Woodsy looked at one another.
You're joking, right?
Asked Woodsy. Rose merely frowned in puzzlement.
Ha ha!
He laughed loudly.
The 1970s live!
Rose's frown went double or nothing.
Eh?
She asked.
What Woodsy means, offered Tim, in his obliquely insolent way, is that in some fairly deadly ancient movies, they used to show cavemen and dinosaurs together, thinking that the public wouldn't know any better. There may also have been a human-centric angle too. Nothing could possibly have existed before us, that kind of thing.
Woodsy was still sniggering, and Tim elbowed him in the ribs.
Of course, people were less well-educated then,
He added delicately.
Unlike now,
Laughed Woodsy sarcastically.
Well, things do change.
Hank noted politically.
Rose said, "Yeah, totally."
Douglas entered engineering fully expecting to find some kind of fracas in progress, but despite his preparedness, he was still shocked. Chief Engineer Hiro Nasaki stood to one side, using a console for support while nursing a bleeding lip and a respectable shiner. Sergeant Jackson, a little out of his comfort zone, attempted to offer tender support by asking Nasaki if he still had his wits. In the opposite corner, completely out of control, crewman Giorgio Baccini kicked and scrambled in vain against the hydraulic strength of Private Jones' necklock. Jones was clearly trying not to damage the young man, which left him open to minor injuries himself as the engineer flailed like a mad thing, completely incensed. Of course, hitting the nail-hard Jones was as likely to hurt the hitter as the hittee, and as the adage went, Baccini's actions were only hurting himself.
what the hell is going on here?
Bellowed Douglas in a quite uncharacteristic flash of temper. The Sarge snapped around into attention in one lightning movement.
Sir,
He said,
we were making one of our regular duty tours of the ship when Private Jones and myself heard what sounded like a heated argument in process. We doubled into the room and found Mr. Nasaki on the floor with Mr. Baccini about to launch himself onto him. We wrestled Mr. Baccini away, and I calmed you immediately. I wouldn't normally have interrupted your meeting, Captain, but as our two remaining engineers were going at it, just a day or so before we have to land a damaged ship on a hostile planet, I didn't think it could wait, sir, he finished.
Douglas rubbed his hand down his face in disbelief.
It's all unraveling,
He thought, but kept it to himself.
Quite right, Sarge. At ease, he said.
He walked over to where Giorgio was still writhing, but the energy of anger was beginning to leave him.
Thank you, Dowie. Release him, please.
Private Jones relaxed some of the pressure, waiting to see how Baccini would respond before letting him go completely. The young man suddenly found his mojo again and launched himself at the chief, but Douglas was ready for it and caught him.
Stop!
He commanded. Baccini, panting heavily with anger and the onset of exhaustion, stopped struggling. Douglas drew his attention, looking him in the eye.
Now, I want you to sit in that chair and then calmly explain to me the meaning of all this.
He pointed to the seat at Baccini's usual station.
But, Captain,
The young man shouted, moving forward again.
That's an order, crewman,
Snapped Douglas, louder, and with steel in his voice. Baccini sat.
Now, what's all this about, Giorgio? Why would you possibly want to hurt Hiro?
he did it, Captain. He killed Mario. Tried to kill all of us.
The young engineer spat out, his voice rising.
Whoa, said Douglas. Calm down. Now tell me, from the beginning, what makes you believe that?
Nasaki was shaking his head in disbelief.
He just flew at me, he said from behind the captain. I was working under that console. As I stood and turned, he was there, and he hit me with that box. The next thing I knew...
Douglas turned to face the chief, raising his hands placatingly.
All right, Hiro. I know you're upset, but you'll get your turn, he said. Please, you need to go and get that face looked at.
Hiro looked genuinely shocked and outraged. Eventually, mumbling his assent, he left. Douglas nodded after him, saying,
Go with him, Sarge, and stay with him. Bring him back when he's fixed up, please.
Are you sure you'll be okay, sir?
Asked the Sarge. I've got a soldier next to me who's the size of a horse. I'll be fine, Sarge.
Jackson saluted and strode out after the chief engineer. Jones stood behind Baccini, ready to act should the engineer lose control again.
Now, start at the beginning, Georgie,
said Douglas, his more usual kindly manner restored. Baccini sniffed, wiping his eyes.
Lieutenant Nasaki asked me to fetch a multimeter he'd left in his quarters last night. So, I went to get it.
Was Hiro's door locked? Douglas interrupted.
No, Captain. Hiro never locks his door.
The only things he owns, other than what he stands up in, are usually to do with his ship and her workings anyway. You know what he's like.
Douglas nodded, considering his one-track-minded engineer.
I do, he said. Well, I thought I did too, snapped Pacini vehemently. When I entered his quarters, I started to look for the meter. Hero keeps engineering spotless and woe-betide anyone who leaves one of his tools out of place, but his quarters are a nightmare of half-finished electrical projects and spare parts.
Douglas' expression softened slightly, as he imagined how the most committed workaholic on the crew must spend his spare time.
Continue, he urged softly. Well, I couldn't find it at first, but then I noticed the red probe of a meter sticking out from under his bed. I knelt down, and there it was, said Pacini, looking meaningfully at the captain.
The meter? Asked Douglas.
Yes, the meter, he said, waving a hand distractedly. But also that box.
Now he pointed to a small black mild steel container with one side completely caved in. Probably from contact with the chief's head, Douglas mused.
The box was open on its side under his bed, and inside it...
He stood and walked across to the box. Private Jones made a move to restrain Pacini, but Douglas held up a hand, forestalling him.
Inside it was this remote,
the engineer said, returning to his seat and passing the box to Douglas.
I wasn't sure what it was at first. I mean, clearly it's a remote controller of some sort.
Douglas looked at the inoffensive little item in the box. Clearly, he thought dryly, not having a clue what he was looking at.
I don't know why I did it, continued Pacini, but I thought I'll put the meter across it and see what frequency it sends out. When I did, I couldn't help but notice that the frequency was 60,174.138792 hertz.
The captain waited, but nothing more seemed to be forthcoming, so he prompted the young engineer. Giorgio, you're going to have to make allowances for us non-geniuses and explain a little further, please.
But that's the exact frequency, Captain. The one used by the bomb Captain Gleason disarmed. If you recall, I was asked to inspect the unit after it had been made safe to see if there might be any clues in its manufacture as to where it may have come from or who made it. I scanned the operational frequency of the unit at 60,174.138792 hertz myself, not 2 days ago, he said,
as though this should be obvious even to a child.
There was a memo, sir.
Douglas sat back, all amusement fading from his eyes. He suddenly felt 20 years older. Are you sure about this? He asked eventually. In response, the young man merely nodded, not breaking eye contact. You should have brought this straight to me, Georgie, Douglas admonished, trying not to let too much irritation show in his voice. The young man was clearly already in the emotional red zone and nodding vigorously, still charged on nervous energy.
I know, Captain, he replied, but I didn't know a quarter of an hour ago. I didn't know anything then, other than I was holding the thing that was meant to kill us, and it was hidden in the quarters of one of my best friends. The bomb which killed Mario must have been made by the same person, or if not he, then he must have had something to do with it. I knew nothing other than that, sir, and I went mad.
Pacini began to sob gently, his last vestiges of composure collapsing.
Why, Captain? His voice cracked. Why would Hero kill Mario? Why would he want to hurt any of us?
The young Italian put his head in his hands.
Mio fratello, my poor, poor brother.
The name Sargo Lemelisk sprang into the captain's mind unbidden, and would not be shunted aside. Questions, questions, damned questions, without answers, he thought. He leaned forward to place a fatherly arm around the young engineer. I know, son, I know. Let it out, he soothed, as tears ran down Giorgio's face. But we've nothing conclusive yet. I know it looks bad for Hero at the moment, but there are still many questions. He released Pacini, holding him at arm's length. For starters, why would Hero leave something that damning lying around in his unlocked quarters, eh? The man's no fool. Let's hang on to that. I'll find the person who killed your brother, Georgie, I promise you, but I'm not going to give up on Hero yet. It's hard,
but can you try and keep an open mind? Until we know for sure. Like you pointed out to me, Mario would never want us to blame the wrong man for this, would he? Giorgio sniffed and wiped his eyes, fixing the captain with a stare loaded with the much older man's sadness and jade. I can't think any more. Prove me wrong about this, Captain, please. Douglas left Boccini with Private Jones, asking him to take the engineer to the bar for a stiff drink. Needless to say, don't get him squatty legless. He waved a finger. Jones smiled slightly in his grim way. Yes, sir.
Baines broke up the meeting with the councillors and department heads roughly an hour after Douglas left. She was keen to get down to the captain and find out what had happened. The comm call, with background accompaniment of violence, had really taken the fire out of the discussion as everyone began worrying about this latest calamity.
I'm starting to feel like I'm on one of those ill-fated cursed sailing ships from days of yore,
Burton commented on his way out. He smiled to cover his unease, but Baines understood the sentiment well enough. You wish, she said, attempting to lift their spirits. Some of those guys got to go to Bermuda. He laughed and nodded.
Night, Commander.
Night, Sam. Douglas had changed his mind on the way back to the bridge meeting room, instead redirecting the Sarge and Hero to apartment 2 of the New World's guest quarters. The three now sat on comfortable sofas around the suite's coffee table. Douglas studied his chief engineer, and, it had to be said, one of his closest friends. After an abrupt and rather unsympathetic checkup, Hero had been dismissed from sickbay by Dr. Schultz and bundled to this alternate venue by the chief of security. The black eye Boccini had given him was blossoming beautifully now, and if he wasn't already at maximum truculence, then he was certainly on a steep approach vector. Douglas could fairly commiserate with the engineer, if he was indeed innocent. All of the New World's crew, with the possible exception of Lieutenant Lloyd, were like family to the captain, and he loved each one of them in his way. He felt like his home was being torn apart, and there didn't seem to be a damned thing he could do about it. Can you tell me anything about this, Hero? He asked quietly, hardly needing to state what he was referring to. The chief looked down at the floor sadly before answering. Nothing, sir, he admitted wretchedly. I just don't know what got into him. We've never had so much as a cross word since Giorgio and Mario joined us 18 months ago. His work's first rate, and we've always gotten along fine, better than fine. He's one of my closest friends, Captain. He shook his head, confusion giving way to emotion. But I know it's hard to lose a brother, he added heavily. Do you remember when I lost my own 3 years ago, Captain? Aye, I do, Hero. Douglas nodded with understanding. He remembered how long it had taken Hero to seem like himself again. It was about the only time the engineer had taken any leave without being forced. Strangely, it was the Italian twins joining the crew which put the spark of the living back into the chief. The brothers clearly loved one another, despite the usual ribbing of siblings, but rather than being jealous of their relationship, Hero had been nourished by it. Douglas thought back to that time. He had marvelled at the Japanese engineer's largeness of spirit, recognizing that despite his hopeless interpersonal skills, Hero was a genuinely good man.
You've really no idea what sent him off?
He asked eventually. Nasaki shook his head miserably, so Douglas told him about the device Boccini found in his quarters. Baines compiled her meeting notes for the captain after the last of the department heads had left. Her work complete, she hailed Douglas to request an update. He invited her to join the gathering in guest apartment 2, but along the way a comm call redirected her down to the pod. She was yet to receive any details of what had transpired in engineering, and subsequently this second incident took her rather by surprise. The door to guest apartment 2 chimed.
Come,
said Douglas. Baines entered the room to find Douglas, the Sarge and Hero seated on easy sofas with drinks before them on the coffee table.
Ah, bad luck. You've just missed Mary delivering the refreshments,
Douglas stated mischievously. Au contraire, mon capitaine, retorted Baines. I just nabbed her down the corridor on her way out.
My order will already be en route by now, if I know Mary and her high-speed chalky trolley.
Serves me right for underestimating the cunning of a woman where coffee and chocolates are concerned, eh? Douglas quipped. I'm glad you're here.
Sorry for the delay, Captain. I was called to a disturbance in the bar down in the pod, replied Baines.
Douglas gave her a quizzical look of concern.
What now?
He asked.
Baines looked amused. Well, it turns out that young Mr. Baccini had taken a drink or two with Dowie Jones.
The Sarge put his head in his hands.
What have they done?
He asked. Actually, this may have been my fault, admitted the captain with a slightly pained expression. I told Dowie to take Giorgio down to the bar for a stiff drink and to look after him.
You told a squaddy to take an emotionally unstable young man to a pub and look after him, sir?
Asked the Sarge with absolutely enough said. Douglas smiled weakly. Maybe not my best command decision to date, he admitted, looking at Baines. What have they gotten up to?
Nothing bad, but the singing was quite loud. Apparently some of the other patrons were a little put out by the lyrics, she said.
Why, what were they singing about?
Asked the Sarge, concerned.
Please tell me it wasn't the one about the Wellingtons.
Baines smirked. No idea. You know I don't speak a word of Italian, and I've never even met anyone other than Dowie who speaks Cymraeg. But the gestures were pre-Babel. I got those. Anyway, Dowie is assisting the poor lad back to his quarters now. I said I'd talk to them both in the morning, but maybe I'll let it slip my mind.
A better command decision, Douglas stated ruefully, nodding his tacit consent.
Baines seated herself comfortably, leaning forward towards the Sarge. Wellingtons? She asked innocently, before noticing Hero's face. What the hell's happened to you? She burst out. Douglas explained the earlier situation and Baccini's revelation about the items found in Hero's quarters.
I've asked Doctors Wright and Norris to make this new evidence their top priority, he said tiredly. Hopefully the forensics may show something up this time. But I know for a fact that Georgie touched it, and even my dabs will be on the box. We can but hope.
Chief Naseki was just about to tell us about Sargo Lemelisk. So much has happened in such rapid succession that I've been chasing on the tail of the information,
said the Sarge, his manner, as always when admonishing his superiors, exquisitely polite. Baines couldn't help but notice that the Sarge's body language towards Hero was subtly changed too, more like a cat watching a mouse. He made no move, but should that mouse venture too far?
Yes, said Douglas, cutting into her thoughts. I'm sorry, Sarge. As security chief, you should have been made aware of any new information or suspicions straight away. It's just been so damn frantic putting out one fire after another. There hasn't been a moment to get together.
The Sarge nodded magnanimously. Baines looked back to Hero. So, what can you tell us about Sargo Lemelisk? She asked indirectly. She wondered how the engineer's story would tally with her own research gathered earlier in the day. Hero looked into his coffee cup, but saw only the past. Sargo Lemelisk was... He paused, looking for the right translation, distastefully deciding on an acquaintance of my brother, Aito. I think he was Russian, but I couldn't swear to that. I only met him once, and we conversed in English. He seemed like a lunatic, to be honest. The 2 hours I spent with him... Actually, I'll rephrase that. Spent with my brother in his presence. He did nothing but rant. Rant about what? Asked Baines. You know, communistical, hard-left fanaticisms or fantasies, if you'd prefer. He was very much for the total capitulation of the capitalist West, which, considering his birthright, is probably no great surprise, I suppose. What he was doing in Japan, though... Hero sat up straight, puffing his chest out a little. A proud nation of free enterprise, who knows? But there was something more about him, something dangerous, insidious even. I remember thinking at the time that this man, who talks so casually about killing the men of the West, might possibly do more than talk. If you placed a gun in his hand and a convenient row of innocent bystanders for target practice, then watch out. He wanted to kill? Asked Douglas. Who knows for sure? Many of his sort can be all windy trousers, but I have to say, he gave me the creeps.
replied Hero. His mangling a couple of British metaphors brought the twitch of a smile to Douglas's face for the briefest instant.
My father owned some very large business interests, Captain, and through them had a lot of dealings with leading politicians across the spectrum. I suppose growing up around this may have sent my brother towards a love of politics. I don't know. It sent me towards engineering. My girl has never lied to me,
he said, gesturing all around, intimating the ship which carried them faithfully through the stars.
She always lets me know exactly what she wants, he continued. My older sister, Himari, runs my father's business empire now. I never wanted it, and my brother, well, that's another story. Anyway, after what my father described as the tipping of democracy into chaos last century, back in our own time, that is,
he corrected, his analytical mind not able to let the statement lie.
I was brought up to believe that extremism in anything political is inherently suspect, and that extreme left policies are every bit as dangerous as anything from the extreme right. He used to tell my brother and I that exponents of the far left seemed even worse to him somehow, always imagining themselves on some sort of moral high ground. Needless to say, Ito disagreed, but I never forgot the way Father described it to me. He likened this kind of politics to a nouveau religious intolerance for the modern age. So convinced of their righteousness, the noisier types can't be reasoned with, and are capable of all manner of atrocities against any who disagree with their often insane ideals. They may even seek to bring down their own nation, if they don't get what they want. Often, they operate well outside the boundaries of self-interest or even self-preservation, with concepts of law and democracy meaning little to them, unless it suits their purposes at that moment. It seems the proof is still with us, even when you throw man into the Mesozoic. Lunatics. I think Lemelisk was such a man. I still hope we can prove that Jeff Lloyd is not.
He looked down at his hands, slumping further into his seat.
My brother bought into the beliefs of the group he'd fallen in with at university. Father was convinced he would grow out of it, but of course, he never got the chance.
Hero paused again, struggling against weariness and painful memories. He continued.
Hard-right schism, division, and hierarchical bullying without conscience represent one form of evil, but are usually based in self-interest. All politics aside, self-interest is something most of us can understand deep down, to a degree at least, whether we like to admit it to ourselves or not. And if you understand something, you can fight it, out in the world or within yourself. Father told me that good men open their minds and drive these primitive, basic desires from their hearts.
Hero smiled to himself.
I do my best, Father,
he added quietly in Japanese.
But when someone's political agendas make no sense, he continued in English, are perhaps even self-destructive, you can really find yourself at sea.
He drank to ease his throat. He couldn't remember the last time he had talked so much.
We may have no idea what kind of insanity we're up against here, or who's really pushing the buttons. My father's companies supplied much material for the Mars program, and this may have been the reason why my brother came to Lemelisk's notice, given recent events. Father would never have given him the time of day. Growing up, I remember the ceaseless political maneuvering around this mission. I couldn't understand why anyone would put the importance of money or politics before the saving of our entire race. By the time I got to university, this was still before my brother met Lemelisk, I think I had just started to work out for myself that the pendulum never stops in the middle. Sensible men are rarely militant men. Casting their votes quietly, they make little noise, even though their numbers are usually greater. People like Sargo Lemelisk slavishly follow leaders who lie or preach this and that, but whose only real interests are themselves and their own power. Although maybe I'm underestimating him there, perhaps he just bought into the ranting to get a slice of the power himself.
The anger on the engineer's face was replaced with sadness as he drifted back to conversations and days gone by with his father and brother.
When I met Lemelisk, I remember feeling dirty, almost tainted, just being around the guy. The way he spoke about people, simply because their beliefs differed from his, was contemptible. It was like his understanding was absolute, and we were merely fascists. As is often the case with his type, the facts he touted wouldn't have convinced a child. As long as they are kept from power or responsibility, they're laughable, really. He was a fool, and I would have walked straight out the door had it not been such a while since I'd seen Aito, and I'd been really looking forward to spending time with him. He sighed. Anyway, long story short, my brother became more and more involved with Lemelisk, who, in turn, seemed to become ever more radical and dangerous. I believe this association may have been what got Aito killed.
I'm sorry to ask, but how did your brother die? Inquired Baines gently.
Hiro tugged at his ear again, a faraway look in his eyes. The tension in the room was palpable as he gathered his thoughts. He opened his mouth to answer, but was interrupted as the door chimed.
"Come,"
said Douglas. A large border collie barreled into the room, followed by a tea trolley and further back by a red-cheeked Mary Hutchins.
I'm sorry he followed me up here, she puffed. I just came for your empties. Would anyone like a top-up while I'm here?
The dog made an exuberant round of the seated two legs, slamming chair and human legs alike with his tail. He finally settled next to Hiro, with his back to the sofa leaning slightly against the engineer's shin, occasionally glancing up over his right shoulder into Hiro's face. Hiro had little experience with animals, but felt strangely comforted by this.
He knows you're upset,
said Baines, thinking of a dog she had known as a child. It belonged to one of her English cousins. How she wished for one of her own, but moon-based New Florida didn't allow animals in those early days. If you're ill or feeling low, they sense it, or smell it, or whatever they do, but they know. They're really good at sensing people's character, too. He seems to have acquitted you. Now all we need is the evidence to back it up, she finished, her eyes twinkling at the pair. Or should I say, bark it up. Douglas gave her a patient look of sufferance, but Mary spoke before he could answer. I'm real sorry, she said, clearly embarrassed. He belongs to Dr. Natalie Pearson. She tried to get the dog to move. Come on, boy, come on! Reaver appeared to have lost all of his hearing. When Hutchins stood in front of him, he looked away, studying a fascinating chair in the corner of the room. Baines laughed at the dog's impudence. Don't worry, Mary. Tell Natalie I'll bring him back down to the pod later. She watched the young engineer stroking the dog's head awkwardly and being rewarded with a look of guileless friendship. Hiro was smiling as he looked down into Reaver's innocent and yet uncannily wise brown eyes. Reaver reciprocated his smile in that distinctively border collie, white teeth and lolling tongue kind of way, as he tolerated the clumsy affection of a new two-leg friend not yet fully trained. Tell her that Reaver's presence is required at a top-level staff meeting, Baines said jovially. Sometimes animals can tell us all we need to know about each other, she added, glancing meaningfully at Douglas, who caught her implication. As for the Sarge, perhaps he would have been more open to doggy charm had he not still been in full cat mode.
I suggest we continue this conversation tomorrow after we've slept, said Douglas. We're all exhausted, and it's not like Lemelisk is a priority for us out here.
He waited for Mary to leave before continuing quietly. Look, Hiro, the evidence against you may be circumstantial and far from conclusive, but it is alarming. We have to treat it with the utmost seriousness. He raised his hand to forestall any comments. Although, as captain, I've got to look into this rigorously for the sake of all the souls aboard this ship. Speaking as your friend, I don't believe any of it. Hiro's relief was palpable.
Thank you, Captain. I can't tell you how much that means to me. I would never knowingly hurt anyone, especially not my friends on this ship.
Ah, yes, said Douglas. And that's the rub right there.
Captain? Asked Baines. Douglas looked at Hiro for a long moment before speaking.
We'll go through all this tomorrow, but very simply, we may not believe that Hiro would cause harm to this ship or this crew knowingly,
But what if there are other forces at work here?
At the risk of repeating myself, Captain? She asked again.
Douglas gave her a half-smile. We were all at Canaveral for weeks before our launch. If someone managed to smuggle a bomb on board, and we know that Captain Gleason's mining explosive haven't been tampered with, I checked with Gleason and then double-checked with the pod's quartermaster who works under Burton, just in case Gleason might be under suspicion himself. If someone could get a bomb on board, then what else could they do to us whilst we're swanning around Civvy Street, eh?
You thought Gleason might be a suspect?
Asked Baines, surprised. Yes, if a rather obvious one given his background in explosives, replied Douglas.
But he risked his life disarming a bomb and saved us all.
Yes, but who's to say he didn't plant it to disarm it? It was found and disarmed in very short order, and we've only his word that it was ever live. Baines whistled.
Remind me never to play poker with you.
He gave her a tight smile. You'll lose.
I don't doubt it,
Baines confessed, a little taken aback. Don't worry, Commander, replied Douglas calmly. I believe that Captain Gleason is the real deal, but that's exactly my point. Given a fistful of facts and a whole lot of people who don't know each other very well, you could point anything at anybody. However, that's not going to happen here. We know Hero very well, and the sort of man that he is. I believe you knew nothing of this, said Douglas, looking directly at the engineer.
Thank you, Captain, Hero replied seriously.
Is there a butt peeking around the corner here? Asked Baines.
Douglas sighed.
I'm sorry, but there is, he admitted. When we were living at Canaveral, the terrorists who plotted the attack on our ship may have been able to get to us. I'm sorry, Hero, but what if you were drugged, or manipulated, for God's sake, hypnotized? Who knows for sure, he said, throwing his hands in the air.
An uncomfortable silence fell.
Do you think that I did it, but don't remember, Captain? Asked Hero, his nervousness obvious from the quiver in his voice.
Reva snuggled closer, looking up, scanning equipment as sensitive as anything imagined by the genius of man, spotting the change in his new friend instantly.
I'm saying, Douglas said carefully, that it's no impossible.
Hero nodded thoughtfully.
I don't believe I've done anything wrong, Captain, but I understand your position. What do you suggest we do? Well, I'm not going to chuck you in the brig with Lloyd, if that's what you're asking. The truth is we can't say with any certainty how that remote detonator came to be in your quarters yet, but, to be on the safe side, I'm going to ask you to stay in these quarters under guard for the time being.
Captain,
Hero pleaded. Sorry, Lieutenant, but I'm responsible for all the lives on this ship, including yours. The commander will arrange to have some of your things brought up here tonight. You'll have to remain here until this is over.
Can't I at least stay in my own quarters, Captain?
Douglas's expression was a mixture of sadness and discomfort as he answered. Hero, we need to search your quarters with a full forensic sweep. You must see that. The engineer deflated further.
I understand, Captain. I won't make a fuss.
He acquiesced in a small voice. Douglas looked at his friend, feeling his heart break. He almost wished the man would rail against him. I hate this, Hero, but it's only until we can get the situation cleared up. However, that leads me on to our next problem. He sat upright. The New World is damaged. He held his hand out flat, tilting it left and right. Aerodynamically, despite running simulations, we're not really sure how she's going to behave in atmosphere. Hero nodded assent. Also, Douglas counted on his fingers, we've got one ship's engineer in the brig, my chief's confined to quarters, a third who is bent all out of shape with grief, and worst of all, one deceased. As he spoke, his voice broke with exhaustion. We have 2 stand-in engineers from the pod, sterling fellows I don't doubt, but with only a rudimentary knowledge of the ship's architecture and systems. Despite having a first-rate pilot in Sandeep, we are likely to have to monitor, adjust and repair literally on the fly as we descend. We're going to be fighting to stop the ship from being atomized on entry, and we'll worry about the entry-re-entry tents later. And all without an engineering staff? The truth is, Douglas held his hands open, palms up to the room. I'm not sure we can land this bird the way things are. 0812 hours, the bridge. With Earth looming closer every hour, Captain Douglas and Lieutenant Singh huddled around the pilot's console, checking systems and planning their eventual descent. Commander Baines entered the bridge looking bleary-eyed. Douglas turned to her.
Sleep well, Commander?
He asked wryly.
Sorry I'm late, guys. I was dead to the world and managed to sleep straight through the alarm. I better have the computer make it louder from now on.
Don't have it too loud, Jill, replied Douglas. I'd rather you were late than arrive on a crash cart. Besides, your quarters are next to mine, and I don't want you disturbing me.
He took a sip of coffee and grimaced.
Ugh, and Sandeep has tried to poison me.
Sandeep looked up from the console.
Sorry, Captain. I'm a tea man. You know that.
Baines looked from one man to the other with mild exasperation. Thank you for your concern, gentlemen, but there was really no need to send out the search party. And for your information, Captain, Sandy only makes coffee radioactive so that you don't ask him to make it.
It was an emergency. You hadn't turned in to make me a proper one.
Singh's grin broadened.
And I'm no poet, but that's slander, Commander.
Oh, very good, replied Baines, tousling the pilot's hair affectionately. So what do we know, gentlemen?
I know I need another coffee before we have this conversation, Douglas chunted moodily.
That good, eh? replied Baines. I'd better put the kettle on. I could use a shot in the arm myself.
You do know that we don't use kettles anymore, right, Commander?
Offered Singh helpfully.
Has it been that long since it was your round?
Ha ha, she replied sarcastically. My mum was English. You can't break that kind of indoctrination. Once the senior staff had their hands wrapped around a caffeine fix, Douglas stated,
We need to continue our conversation with Hero this morning, but at 0845, I'm joining the lecture in the pod schoolroom with Tim Norris.
Is it Meet the Captain Day again? Asked Baines sweetly.
Nice, said Douglas. As you well know, Mr. Norris has worked hard putting together a briefing for the whole crew and staff to give everyone more of an idea about what we're likely to face when we land. Sarah and Satnam have already sat through it and both said it was helpful, if a little worrying. As captain, it would be remiss of me to no-show.
I've booked a seat for the 1300 hours class, said Singh. Have you sat in yet, Commander?
I haven't, she looked at Douglas. But if you can spare me this afternoon for a while, I wouldn't mind tagging along with Sandy.
Aye, Jill, said Douglas. We should all make the time. God knows we could use any edge at all right now.
Douglas entered the schoolroom aboard the pod at 0850 hours to find the briefing already in session. Tim and 10 seated adults all turned to look at the late arrival. Douglas disliked tardiness in others and was slightly embarrassed.
Sorry I'm late, Mr. Norris.
This instigated a mild titter of amusement, as the 16-year-old magnanimously accepted an apology from the seasoned ship's captain.
I thought you'd been caught up in something, Captain, so I gave your seat away. Sorry, can you manage at the back? Tim asked.
Aye, I'll be fine. My fault. Forgive the interruption. Please continue,
Douglas said, leaning against the rear wall. Turning back to the large screen at the front of the small classroom, Tim scrolled through a plethora of information, using a combination of hand movements through the air and touch icons. The main display showed a vista of subtropical forest and rolling fern plains, with smaller pages arranged radially around the focal image.
We were only just getting started, Captain, so you haven't missed much, he said. As most of us know by now, I'm sure, we find ourselves about to land back on the Earth, but during the late Albian stage of the Cretaceous period of the Mesozoic era. That's about 99.2 million years ago in English, he added, smiling mildly at the looks of confusion. Don't worry, from here on in, this briefing will be in plain language, excepting a few Latin animal and plant names. We're expecting to put down in Patagonia. what we believe of this place in this period is that the climate was warm, is warm, and fairly humid. Sorry, keeping our tenses straight is a problem we're experiencing a lot."
A ripple of laughter and agreement went around the room. Tim continued.
"We can expect lots of forest, scrub, and fern prairie, rivers, lakes, valleys, and mountains. If we are correct, and with a little bit of luck, it should look like a paradise compared with the Earth we left a few days ago. Indeed, we should be landing very close to what would be the southern Andes in our own time, if not actually within the foothills."
"Will the Andes exist?" a woman asked out. "I thought the continents were very different in this period."
"That's perceptive," Tim answered kindly, "and technically you're right. However, the tectonic plate movement, which, shall we say, laid the foundations for the Andes, began around 100 million years before we find ourselves now. Due to the geology of this region, I still expect us to find mountainous areas. Science has imaginatively dubbed these early ranges as the pre-Andes."
He decided not to unveil his plans to rename them the PTs at this juncture, especially while in danger of being raked over the coals in public by Woodsy.
As we're landing in the Americas, can we call them the New Andes then?
Asked Woodsy. Tim sighed. "It begins," he thought.
That would be one school of irony, certainly. However, Old Andes would probably be more accurate.
"Olden days?"
asked Woodsy, upright and alert in his seat, as if expecting praise.
"Oh, God,"
Tim mumbled under his breath.
"So, we expect to land on a vast savanna quite near to an impressive, if as yet unnamed, mountain range."
He glared pointedly at Woodsy.
"Of course, there will be many differences from the world we're used to, but I'm sure it will be majestic. What we may find a little strange is that there will probably be no grass, not for millions of years in all likelihood."
A man at the back of the room put a hand up.
"If there's no grass, what do the large herbivores eat?"
he asked.
"The herbivorous animals, particularly the large herd animals, eat the full range of ground foliage up to, in the case of the very large animals, whatever happens to be growing in the tops of the trees."
"Do you mean flying animals?"
the man asked again.
"Well, not exactly," said Tim. "We'll have those too, but I was referring to animals that can graze 20 metres or more in the air. That's 65 feet if you're from one of the states that still use imperial measurement. Think giraffe, only 80 tons and possibly over 130 feet, 40 metres long."
The same man whistled in awe. Tim was finding this to be a common reaction. Everyone had seen movies and documentaries, but there would be nothing abstract about actually standing in the shadow of such a force of nature. The reality of their situation was clearly beginning to dawn on his audience.
"We'll come on to the animals in more detail later. The first thing I wish to explain is that we are about to join an ecosystem in which mammals have barely made any impact yet. Our ancestors are, mostly small rodent-like creatures living in holes. They probably
Tim sighed,
feed on nuts, cones and seeds, maybe worms and small insects as well, as they do today."
He stopped again.
"As they did last week," he gestured with a hand. "Back in our own time. Or should I say forward?"
He laughed ruefully.
"I hope this is all making sense."
Sympathetic laughter tinkled through the group. The man who asked the previous questions had one more.
"So, if most of the plants are not, as far as we know, being consumed by our ancestors, will we be able to consume them?"
"Now that is an excellent question," Tim replied, "and unfortunately we've no way of knowing until we get down there to take samples. But you've preempted my next point, which is this. Don't eat anything you find down there until we know what's what."
Hank Bernstein Sr. read his family the Riot Act red-faced. There was nothing actually new about this, but for the first time in his life, and within this changed reality, Hank Jr. was just beginning to think, "I don't have to take this crap anymore. So what? He'll cut me off. Cut me off from what? Everything we own is 100 million years from here." He remembered the promise made to himself just before leaving home, that one day he would stand up to his father. His anger simmered just below the surface. This latest tirade was angled at him and Clarissa, Hank's younger sister, especially.
I saw you making eyes at that British kid,
Bernstein battered on, staring his own daughter down.
You're not getting involved with someone that far down the food chain, Missy.
Missy was the nickname that Clarissa's father used. Needless to say, she hated it, and Bernstein knew it.
Tim's brilliant,
Hank Jr. tried reasonably, despite his exasperation.
His mother is one of the leading minds aboard this ship.
Bernstein rounded on him.
I'll tell you when to speak, you little sumbitch.
Barely pausing for breath, he spat out derisively.
Scientists! What the hell do they know about making money? And don't think I haven't seen you with that cute little blonde chick either. Her daddy may have businesses back home, but no way are they in our league. You have your fun with her if you gotta, but don't get involved and don't dare bring any problems to my door.
Problems? Hank Jr. asked in disbelief.
You know what I'm talking about, goddammit. I can't get that sort of problem fixed all the way out here,
snarled Bernstein. Fixed? Snapped Hank Jr., standing up and growing red in the face himself.
But Tim and me, we're just friends, Daddy,
Clarissa argued tearfully. She looked to her mother for support, but found only her usual sympathy.
Not now, darling. I'm sure your daddy's right.
Friends?
Laughed Bernstein nastily.
What the hell do you know about friends? You don't know squat. I know what teenage boys are after, and it ain't friends, you stupid kid. If he comes near you, I'll have him on a sex offenders list.
He's only 16, Daddy. I'm nearly 15.
Clarissa tried again in vain.
Exactly. He's old enough and you ain't. I'll ruin him.
I've had enough of this. Leave her alone, Dad,
shouted Hank Jr., for the first time in his life allowing his anger towards his father to show. He shook with distress, but also with pent-up rage.
We have no voice. We have no choice. It's always the same. Your way or the highway. You've no respect for anyone else. None whatsoever. Never even so much as knocked before entering our rooms. If Clary and Tim are friends, that's great. And if they become more than that over time, good for them. I'd welcome Tim Norris as a brother-in-law. But as usual, you've made up your mind without even bothering to get any of the facts. Tim's a great guy, and he's not leching over Clary. They just get on. Besides, there's no sex offender list in the age of the dinosaurs. You're unbalanced.
Hank saw his father's colour darken in wrath, but refused to back down.
You didn't even tell Mom we were leaving the planet, Dad! Leaving the planet!
Chelsea looked away.
Why don't you stand up to him, Ma?
Chelsea Bernstein appeared weary and well beyond her years.
Your father only did what he believes is best for us, Hank.
He's doing what's best for him, just like always, you know that. He treats us, you, like he treats the help, disgracefully.
Hank looked away, his face burning.
One day, Ma.
Chelsea stood now, shaking her head nervously.
No, Hank. It's our duty to obey him. Whilst we're under his roof, remember that.
We're not under his roof, Ma. He saw to that himself, and now here we are.
He looked back to his father, who looked as if he were about to explode.
Shut up and obey, or what? You're gonna beat us again?
The young man couldn't remember ever being so angry in all his life. He strode up to his father.
Damn your money! I'd like to take those towers you built all around the world and shove them up your... Hank!
Chelsea called to her son. He tried his best to let some of the steam out of his temper, for his mother's sake. But Bernstein Sr. chose that exact moment to go off.
You ungrateful little son of a bitch!
He grabbed his son roughly by the scruff of the neck and balled his other fist.
Go on, Dad! Hit me again!
The younger man screamed back.
Better make it a good one, because haven't you noticed I'm getting bigger and you're getting older, huh? And where's your army of sycophants and security now? Or are you gonna disinherit me like you keep threatening to do? Disinherit me from what, huh? We've got nothing, Dad! You've got nothing! You are nothing!
He spat the last words, eyes brimming with tears.
I'm one of the most powerful men in the world,
bellowed Bernstein.
You're nothing, and you're no son of mine, you little...
Most powerful men in the world!
Hank laughed, mocking his father's tone as tears streamed down his cheeks.
What world? There's no world! It's all gone!
The laughter, crazed though it was, proved to be too much for Bernstein, and he pulled back his fist once more, his face furious.
Don't you back-answer me, you little bast...
No!
Screamed Chelsea, desperately trying to force herself in front of her son. The door chimed and continued insistently, interrupting Bernstein's reprisal. For a moment, the three of them froze as if time had stopped. But outside the door, the universe was still counting, and the chime was soon replaced by loud, repetitive banging. Clary sobbed inconsolably as Hank Jr. wiped his face on his shirt and strode to the door, hitting the open button angrily. He was surprised to see ship security in the doorway.
"Bore da, Mr. Bernstein,"
Private Dowie Jones greeted, lapsing into his native Welsh. He stood with one of the Major's men in his shadow, as it were.
Private Jones?
Hank Jr. blinked.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Jones looked behind Hank, observing the two women back on the sofa, both in tears, and Hank Sr. on his feet, looking like he was about to birth a buffalo.
"We've had a complaint about a disturbance on this floor. Is everything all right, sir?"
A complaint? By whom?
Shouted Bernstein. Jones looked at him blankly.
"Just a complaint about a disturbance, sir,"
he answered, tonelessly non-committal.
Well, tell whichever busybody it was to mind their own goddamn business. And that goes for you two as well,
bellowed Bernstein at the security men.
If I was back home, I'd have you busted for intruding on my private apartment, soldier.
Jones scrutinized him with little emotion, tilting his head back just slightly. Hank Jr. saw the danger signs.
Dad, just cool it, will you? You're going to get us into a whole bunch of trouble.
Bernstein grabbed his son's arm and pulled him around with force, throwing him down onto the sofa with his mother and sister.
Nobody tells me what to do. You got that?
Jones tapped him on the shoulder.
"Please calm down, sir,"
he said. He had a strangely high voice for such a huge man, and his lack of concern coupled with his Welsh accent made the request sound almost comedic.
Don't tell me to calm down. Don't tell me anything, you bottom-feeding SOB,
shouted Bernstein furiously.
"Right, very well,"
said Jones calmly, laying a hand to Bernstein's shoulder now.
"Come with me, please, sir."
Get your goddamned hands off me, loser,
bawled Bernstein. Chelsea ran to her husband, trying to pull him back into their quarters, but Jones had Bernstein by the arm and was moving away like a man-o'-war under full sail. Eventually, he looked around, surprised to find a woman alternately hanging on and beating him with her small fists. Hank and Clarissa grabbed at their mother and pulled her away.
"I'm real sorry about this, Private,"
said Hank Jr., getting control of his mother.
"I'm sorry for all of it."
Jones nodded to the younger man, sympathy in his eyes.
"Will the lady be all right, sir?"
he asked politely.
"I believe we have a counsellor on board should any of you need to talk with someone."
We don't need no goddamn shrink,
bellowed Bernstein the elder.
If I want a psych evaluation on my family, I'll pay for one. And the trick cyclist will say whatever I damn well tell him to.
"I can see that's worked out well so far, sir,"
replied Jones unemotionally. Bernstein kicked out.
Let me go, you son of a bitch!
This time Jones spun him around, his arm up his back, nose squashed into the wall. Bernstein was a big man, but the strength of the Welshman was appalling.
"You can walk, sir, or you can be cuffed and dragged. Choose,"
he stated calmly.
I'll walk,
Bernstein acquiesced seethingly. Jones increased the pressure on Bernstein's arm to show that he meant it.
I said I'll walk, damn it!
"Very well, sir."
Jones released the pressure, turning Bernstein back in the direction they were heading.
But your superiors are going to hear about this victimization, damn you,
sputtered Bernstein.
"Very good, sir,"
Jones replied impassively.
"You can put it all in writing for Sergeant Jackson. I believe you've already met him. You'll have plenty of time to write him a nice little letter from your cell in the brig, sir. He'll be glad to help, I'm sure."
That limey douchebag. I'm not dealing with that sumbitch.
I'll be glad to pass that along, sir. I'm sure he'll understand, Jones acknowledged courteously. Although the Sarge is probably the only person on this ship who frightens me. So, on second thoughts, I think I'll let you tell him that yourself, isn't it?
Hank Jr. watched as his father was carted away, contempt on his young face. Ushering the women back into their quarters, he closed the door.
Why do you always side with him, Ma? He asked. He treats us like property, and not property of value.
You know why, honey?
She said, looking meaningfully at her son.
We have to obey him. We have to stay together. The three of us are all we have.
But don't you see? He has no power over us anymore,
Hank tried. But Chelsea was already locked into her usual abused spousal excuses for Clary's benefit. Hank was not willing to listen anymore. Having lived in a cocoon of his father's making, where all the rules were laid out and God help anyone who disobeyed, any kernel of rebellion quashed before it could form, he had had enough. It was the same all across the Bernstein Empire. But now all was changed, and so was Hank Jr. He could feel it. The young man realized, without his trillion-dollar corporations, bodyguards, and bands of toadies, his father was... What was he? Just some bad-tempered middle-aged guy, like a superannuated spoilt kid, willing to ruin all around him if he didn't get his own way. Hank realized that his fear of his father had always been only that. Fear, never respect, and now even that was gone. He felt both sad and free, freedom without elation. After calming his sister, he decided to go and find his friends. The new world would attempt a landing very soon. If anything went wrong, this could be their last day in this life. He knew Tim and Woodsy were busy in the schoolhouse, so he would find Rose. Woodsy put his hand up for teacher.
Sir, please, sir. Can I ask a question, sir?
Tim sighed, leaning on the desk at the front of the classroom. With emphasized patience, he smiled, inviting his friend to speak. Mr. Wood?
Will we recognize the animals, or will there be stuff with 3 heads or something?
Asked Woodsy.
Thank you for that well-conceived and concisely worded question. No, we're well past fractal life forms, Tim replied patiently. We're not lost in the Precambrian. Every creature we encounter should be of the normal bilateral symmetrical design. Just like the birds and the bees or you and I. The larger fauna having 4 limbs, a head, a mouth and a butt. Only you have those last 2 the wrong way round.
Woodsy laughed, raising his hand again. Tim groaned inwardly.
Yes.
A philosophical fistfight between Giganoses and Mappa-what's-names. Who wins?
Do you know, I was asked that exact question by another passenger only yesterday. Of course, he was only 6 years old, and he did at least get the animals' names right, answered Tim, arching an eyebrow.
So, who would win?
Woodsy pressed. Tim shrugged.
I haven't the foggiest. You'll have to ask Del Bond if it's the result of a philosophical fight you're after, won't you?
Others groaned at the mention of Derek and his dubious philosophies.
Are there any questions?
Tim asked in conclusion.
Clever clogs,
muttered Woodsy.
No, if I was being clever, answered Tim sweetly, I would have pointed out that they can't fist fight, as they don't have any fists. No thumbs, you see.
Tim looked away from his friend to the other members of his audience, adding,
The half-wit has, albeit accidentally, raised another valid point, though.
Hey!
And this may actually be useful to know. It has long been the belief of paleontologists that many large carnivores would have avoided full-on physical violence with one another, both within their own kind or interspecies conflict with other predators, as much as possible. You see, in the Cretaceous, a serious injury, especially if it affected an animal's ability to walk or run, would almost certainly have meant death. It's more likely that most confrontations were more about making noise and posturing. He gestured to his friend. I believe that Mr. Wood is running a masterclass on this subject down the corridor, and who knows, it may even help you in the lunch queue if things get really tight. Are there any final questions? Tim asked one last time. Woodsy raised his hand once more, and when he was ignored, straightened up in feigned desperation. Tim looked at him. "Are there any other questions?" he added pointedly. There was a general scraping of chairs as the briefing closed. Several people approached Tim, thanking him for his hard work and for sharing his knowledge. The captain was last to leave. Shaking the young man's hand, he said,
"That was well done, Tim. Thank you. Are there many crew left who haven't seen this yet?"
"I'm seeing everyone in groups of 10, Captain. Sorry you were in the group with the heckler, by the way. It was slow at first, but since Commander Baines sent a memo round urging everyone to sign up, it's picked up a lot. I reckon I've seen about 2/3 of the people on board over the last couple of days, and I've 2 more classes booked for today. Hopefully, I'll have briefed most of us by the time we land. I just hope my compressed course in basic Cretaceous paleontology is enough, sir. Who knows how close to the mark our scientific guesswork is?"
"It's all we've got, Tim, and it's a hell of a lot better than nothing. Well done,"
Douglas repeated heartily, and patting the young man on the shoulder, he left. Chapter 8. Plain Sailing. Major White looked up distractedly from the report he was typing.
"Come,"
he said, frowning at his office door. One of his security team entered.
Sir!
He saluted. White returned the salute.
"What can I do for you, Paolo?"
I don't think I can take this next duty shift, sir,
the man replied exhaustedly.
"Why not, Private?"
asked White, looking concerned.
"You coming down with something?"
I think I'm exhausted, sir. I haven't slept in 3 days, and I'm worried I'll make a mistake.
"Well, we're all exhausted, Paolo. It's not like I can spare anyone right now. What's your duty?" White asked.
I've got to watch the prisoner in the brig, sir,
answered Paolo wearily.
"That's about the lightest duty we've got, Private,"
the major snapped.
"If you can't sleep, get something from Doc Flanagan after your duty shift. Now, I've got a hell of a lot to take care of, okay? So don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out."
Yes, sir.
Paolo saluted and left dejectedly. Douglas stood outside guest apartment 2, nodding to the guard. He hit the call button and waited for an answer. Within moments, the doors opened, revealing Lieutenant Nasaki. "Please come in, sir," he invited. Following Hero into his temporary quarters, Douglas saw Baines already seated on one of the sofas. He couldn't help thinking that the situation looked like a perfectly innocent coffee break in the staff canteen. Sighing, he took a seat himself.
"What we've all been through this week," he thought.
"How was Tim's briefing?" asked Baines.
"It was good,"
said Douglas encouragingly.
"His friend Mr. Wood seems to be a handful, but Tim controlled the situation well. Despite his shyness, I think he's got real leadership potential. If we're stuck here, he might be the new me one day."
"Praise indeed. So who'll be the new me?" asked Baines hopefully.
"Probably Mr. Wood."
"Oh," Baines deflated theatrically.
Douglas chuckled. "Don't concern yourself, Commander. Long before that, you'll have enough to worry about being the interim me. I can't go on forever. I'm an old man, you know."
He winked, making her smile.
"You really must make time for Tim's course, though, Jill. It's worth it."
"I will," she answered. "We've been waiting for you to arrive before continuing, Captain. Hero was just about to speak more about Lemelisk and how he may have been involved with this mission from the shadows, and possibly with Ito's death." Douglas looked searchingly at his chief engineer. He seemed to have slept badly, and his bruised face was a fright morning after.
"Are you okay this morning, Hero?"
he asked kindly, glancing at his watch to confirm.
"Yes, still morning, just about."
The engineer nodded tightly, saying, "I'll be better when I can get back to work, sir. I don't like twiddling my thumbs when there's so much to do." Douglas was about to respond when Baines reached forward for her mug and kept on going. "What the hell?" she cried out in shock. Turning over in the air, she grasped the coffee table as an anchor. "The artificial gravity generators must be offline," Hero echoed her alarm.
"Did you have any work planned in the bottom of the ship?"
Douglas asked him, equally perturbed when suddenly his comm binged into life.
"Sir, artificial gravity is offline,"
Singh reported anxiously.
"We know, Lieutenant,"
snapped the captain, probably a little more harshly than he intended. Grabbing Baines and pulling her back down, he added,
"Stand by."
"No, sir," said Hero, answering Douglas's question while beginning to float above his seat.
Nothing planned. This is bad, Captain. There are 2 generators, one fore and one aft, as you know, and between them they provide artificial gravity across both the ship and the cargo.
Of course. The pod will be 0G as well, Baines completed the statement, pulling herself into a near-seated position once more.
Yes, agreed Hero simply. There was never any need to give the pods artificial gravity, as they share ours for the trip and will be subject to Mars standard once we drop them off. The mission planners decided it would be safer for the inhabitants to get used to the weaker Martian gravity rather than swapping between Mars and Earth standard. The risk assessment illustrated a high possibility of disorientation or making unthinking mistakes when working.
Yes, said Douglas impatiently. But here and now, will the temporary staff we have in engineering be able to get it back online?
Before the engineer could answer, the whole ship shuddered. Looking out of the apartment's window, the 3 officers were shocked to see laterally spinning stars.
What the hell was that?
Shouted Douglas. Hero thought frantically for a second before the answer came to him.
Our port engine has been disengaged, sir,
he said, his concern now replaced with fear.
The ship has been sent into a flat spin, wind nose to tail.
Okay, said Douglas. Let's calm down. It's not like we can hit anything in space.
No, sir. You're wrong.
Hero's mind was jumping ahead.
If we're caught in Earth's gravity well, which I would expect us to be by now, our speed will continue to increase and will spin right into her.
Baines looked from one man to the other.
Oh shit. Ship's brig?
Private Jones spoke clearly to the elevator while opening a comm link to his superior.
Sarge here.
The response was typically swift.
Sarge, it's Jones. I'm escorting a man to the New World's brig for aggressive behaviour. I thought it best to get him off the pod for now, so he can't distress the other passengers.
Who is it?
Mr. Bernstein, causing a fracas he was,
explained the Welshman. Contained within the lift, Hank Bernstein Sr. had been released for a few moments to slump against the wall awkwardly.
Bernstein again? Book him into one of our nice quiet little rooms. I'll talk to him tomorrow.
Yes, Sarge. Jones out.
Jones signed off just as he, Weitzman, and Bernstein began to float away from the deck plates. The ship shook violently, stopping the lift automatically.
Fabulous, Bernstein commented dryly. The clowns are running the circus again.
Jones instinctively grabbed the handrails installed in all the cars and corridors to aid balance in the event of the pod being moved. He did this reflexively, as the New World also had handrails down both sides of her corridors in case of artificial gravity failure. As a seasoned spacer with millions of miles under his belt, Jones had drilled and trained for this many times. Reaching out for his counterpart, he helped the man back towards the deck and the handrail. Bernstein he let drift until his head connected with the ceiling before stretching out to pull him back too.
Sorry, sir. Got away from me, you did.
Bernstein cursed. Jones tried the doors. When nothing happened, he prized them open manually. They were stuck between 2 floors. Bending to take a quick look, the Welshman turned back to his prisoner with a grim smile.
Ha! Champion! It's your lucky day, boy. This is our floor.
He forced Bernstein through the bottom half of the hatch with a shove before following himself. Hands cuffed behind his back, it would have been a very unfortunate leap for the prisoner had the gravity chosen that moment to return. After the way his day had begun, Bernstein was so busy bracing for this exact outcome that he even forgot to swear at his captors. When he alighted softly, he was genuinely surprised, but before relief could even find a spark, it was smothered by the sweaty blanket of misery once more. A yelping and barking echoed down the corridor. Bernstein had never met a dog that liked him. However, always a man to steal any opportunity, he noticed that Jones too was distracted for a moment. Seeing his chance, he kicked out against the larger man's grasp, launching himself down the corridor.
You're not locking me in the tank overnight,
he snarled triumphantly.
Come now, sir,
replied Jones mildly, shaking his hand and blowing on his knuckles where Bernstein's foot had caught him.
Let's not be doing anything silly.
At that moment, Reaver sprang around the corner, leaping from floor to ceiling to floor, apparently having a whale of a time. Natalie Pearson attempted to follow, pulling herself along the handrails and calling after the errant collie. "Reaver! Reaver! Come back!" As the newcomers approached, each travelling in a bizarrely improvised manner, they saw a large, shouting man kick an even larger man in the hand. Reaver, at the zenith of his trajectory, sprang off the ceiling directly at the provocateur, grabbing a mouthful of rump on the way past.
Ah!
Bernstein screamed.
Ah!
As the collie locked his jaws on the man, his momentum carried them both down to the deck and into the waiting arms of Private Jones. "Da wachen," he whispered, patting the dog's head kindly and fussing his ears. "Good boy." Seizing Bernstein, he said, "I think I'll have to lock you up for your own safety, sir."
You can't take me to the brig,
shouted Bernstein.
That monster has mauled me. I'm lacerated.
"Sorry, sir. You heard the Sarge's orders," replied Jones calmly.
I demand to be taken to sickbay. I'm bleeding out,
Bernstein protested. "I'm sure it's not that bad, Hank Bach. It was only a little doggy," Jones placated.
He's a monster. I want him destroyed. I need a doctor,
bellowed Bernstein as the two security officers gripped opposite rails and sailed him down the corridor. Reaver snapped a parting shot at his trouser leg.
Ah! Get that sumbitch off of me!
Natalie frowned at the American in annoyance. "He can't help who his mother was, can he?" she snapped crossly.
I'll have him put down,
cursed Bernstein over his shoulder. Reaver curled his lip, showing the shouty man a very impressive set of pearly naturals. "Reaver, no, come on," said Natalie, calmly but forcefully. Reaver disregarded Bernstein like the throwing of a switch, gently pushing off towards his mistress, tongue wagging at one end, tail wagging at the other. Bernstein continued to shout and complain as he was led away.
I'm bleeding to death, damn it,
he insisted. "Well, if it's really as bad as that," said Jones, "I'll ask the lovely Dr. Schultz to pay you a visit in your cell. Beautiful she is." Bernstein's colour drained.
No, not her.
Hero pushed himself towards the captain, grasping his arm with the vice-like grip all engineers attain through years of tool use and tightening nuts by hand. He looked into Douglas's eyes. "Captain," he said as calmly as he could manage, "I need to be in engineering." Douglas stared back at him for the shortest moment, before returning the forearm clasp. "Save the ship, Hero," he said. "Go." The engineer launched himself at the door, hitting the open button in one fluid movement. Once outside in the corridor, he gripped the handrail and pulled himself onward, running along the wall on all fours like only a career space monkey learns to do. Douglas returned his attention to Baines. "We need to get back to the bridge," he said. After sentencing Bernstein to a day and a night in the cooler, the Sarge continued his routine check of the New World's storage hold. As he tightened a strap securing a storage container, his boots left the deck and began to float.
Uh-oh,
he said. A moment later, the ship shook alarmingly.
Here we go again,
he continued, speaking to himself as he secured 3 other cargo crates as best he could. They had clearly not been lashed down after the indefinite postponement of their Mars landing. Presently, the captain's voice boomed over the ship-wide PA.
"Please remain calm, everyone. As you will no doubt have noticed, we are experiencing some difficulties with the artificial gravity. If you are on duty or working your shift, please remain at your station. For all passengers not on duty, please remain in or carefully make your way to your quarters until further notice. The repair teams and ship's crew will need the corridors clear. Thank you."
Mere moments later, the Sarge's comm binged.
Sarge here,
he answered automatically. "Sarge, Douglas," said the captain's disembodied voice. "I need you to take a security detail to main engineering on the double and send 2 men to the gravity balancing nexus, just 4 of engineering. Liaise with Major White."
Yes, sir,
replied the Sarge.
Are we under attack again, sir?
"We don't know yet.
Could just be an equipment screw-up, but I'm taking no chances. Hero's on his way to engineering too. Watch his back, Sarge. I'll be on the bridge if you need me. Douglas, out.
Private Jones left the pod, steering a struggling and complaining Bernstein towards the brig located aboard the New World herself. Eventually, they reached the locked entrance, and Jones hit the door chime, waiting for a response from the duty officer. Nothing. He hit the chime once more. Again, nothing. Wearing a puzzled frown, the Welshman waited a few more seconds before typing his security override into the panel. The door slid open, and all three men entered the brig, albeit one under duress. The sight which greeted them caused even Bernstein to shut his mouth.
"Oh, bloody hell," said Jones. "The Sarge'll do his nut, he will."
Major White pulled himself into engineering at the head of a 5-man team. The Sarge turned, saluting as best he could, despite the weightless state in which they found themselves.
Thank you for responding to my call promptly, sir,
he said.
No problem, Sarge,
replied White with his lopsided grin.
Running around's all we seem to do these days. I'll just be happy if we can stop floating around, sir,
replied the Sarge, nonplussed. At that moment, Hero launched himself into the room, nodded to the Sarge, and immediately got down to work removing panels from consoles. The Sarge's comm binged again.
"Sarge, this is Jones. Got some hellish bad news, boy."
Douglas and Baines made all possible speed towards the bridge after their abbreviated meeting with Hero, weightlessness significantly hampering their progress. The captain's comm binged.
"Douglas,"
he answered.
"This is the Sarge, Captain. We've got another situation, sir."
Douglas sighed. "What in the world has happened now, Sarge?"
"Dowie just delivered a prisoner to the brig, sir."
"A prisoner?" interrupted Douglas excitedly.
"A minor misdemeanor, sir,"
continued Jackson, flicking the point aside.
"Getting no response from the duty officer, he overrode the door to get in and found one of Major White's men down, sir."
"What? How?" asked Douglas anxiously.
"Not yet clear, sir. The Major has taken a man with him to secure the area, and I've ordered Jones to wait on station until he gets there."
"Who's been hurt?" demanded Douglas.
"His name was Paolo. Private Paolo. Poor sod's dead, sir,"
Jackson replied.
"Another young lad,"
he added sadly. "Oh, my God," said Douglas, closing his eyes.
"There's more, sir,"
the Sarge continued.
"Lloyd's gone too."
Douglas snapped alert once more.
"What? He's been sprung?" "Again, not yet clear, sir. He's gone, and there's a man dead. Those are all the facts so far, Captain."
"Okay, Sarge," Douglas replied wearily. "Make sure the gravity nexus and engineering are permanently manned, and you stay pinned to Hero. And I mean you personally, Sarge. For God's sake, don't let anything happen to him, or we're all doomed."
"Yes, sir. Sarge out."
Douglas ran his fingers through his hair, exhaling loudly. "Ah, good God almighty, Jill. What's happening to us?" he complained angrily. Baines shook her head, for once at a complete loss for words. "I'd better get down there," Douglas decided. "I think I should go, Captain." Baines stopped him, finding her voice.
"What's your thinking?"
he asked. "Anything we do for poor Paolo can only be done posthumously now," she answered sadly. "And I'm sure Sandeep will be in a flap with the ship out of control. You're the better pilot, James. He may need your help to bring her about."
"All right, but Jill,"
he caught her arm as she turned to leave.
"Be really careful. We have at least one nut job running around the ship, maybe two."
She nodded her understanding. "You too, Captain." They parted. Douglas burst onto the bridge to find his pilot and second officer was indeed in a flap, but a controlled flap, overridden by years of training and discipline. The pilot launched himself from one console to another, throwing switches and calling up information. As Douglas approached, Singh turned to face him. "Thank God it's you, sir," he said, his relief obvious.
"What state are we in, Lieutenant?"
"The ship was thrown into a lateral spin. If it hadn't been for the inertial dampeners, we'd all be smears across the bulkheads now, sir," Singh replied. "I've disengaged the main engines. The whole system is all over the show, but I was able to use thrusters to control the spin. It took a few minutes to correct our trajectory, but even so, Our course is now mainly ballistic towards the Earth. We're caught in the planet's gravity well and still accelerating. I'm using the bow thrusters to slow us down as much as possible, but without main drive, it will be very difficult to control our point and angle of entry." He tailed off.
Douglas nodded his understanding. If they failed to regain full control of the ship, they would likely burn up in the atmosphere or worse, end as a smoking crater. Immediately after that thought flashed through his mind, another followed in hot pursuit. If they caused a huge ecological disaster, they could even alter the history of life on Earth to such a degree that the human race might never come to be.
"Get a grip, Douglas, for God's sake," he told himself. "One crappy scenario at a time." "Hero is working back in engineering," he said, causing Singh to look at him quizzically. "No time for doubts now, Sandy. It's do or die."
Singh flashed a quick grin.
"I never had any, Captain."
Douglas nodded his agreement and opened a comm channel to crewman Bacini.
"Giorgio?"
"Here, Captain," the young Italian responded slightly breathlessly.
"I know you're in a bad place right now, but I need you to get to engineering and help save the ship. All right?" Douglas asked.
"I'm already on my way, Captain," Giorgio replied. "I spotted the telltale signs that we were in trouble again almost at once," he added dryly. Which was remarkable, as his next words were, "I was in the shower." Douglas snorted gently. Despite their predicament, he couldn't help wondering where all the water had ended up.
"That's my boy. Listen, there's something else."
He paused for a moment, not sure how his news would be received.
"I've released Hero."
Silence.
"Georgie?" he prompted.
"I'm here, Captain. You want me to work with him?"
"No. We need you to work with him," Douglas stated emphatically. "The evidence against him smells of a fit-up to me, and when measured against the man we know, well, I don't buy it. I can walk you through it when we have the time, but for now, I'm asking you to trust me and trust Hero too. Can you do that?" A pause.
"I'll do everything I can to save the ship, sir," he replied carefully. "After that, I'll hear what he has to say."
"Thank you, Giorgio. We have to work together to save all our lives. When we get to safety, we will get to the bottom of this. But first, we have to land this bird. Douglas, out."
Baines entered the brig with as much dignity as possible, given zero gravity, and found Major White kneeling at the side of Paolo's body. "Ford?" she asked, gently squeezing his shoulder. White stood, slowly turning towards her, his face ashen.
"This is my fault," he said dully.
"No one could have seen this coming," she answered compassionately.
"Paolo did, Jill. He came to me just before his shift, told me he was exhausted and hadn't slept in 3 days."
He looked down once more at the lifeless body.
"He wanted to see Doc Flanagan and get something to help him sleep. If I'd just given him a few hours to get help, to get himself together. If I'd just listened."
"We're all exhausted, Ford. You weren't to know it would come to this," she replied, trying to comfort him. "Even if he'd been fully rested, it may not have made any difference."
"Instead of trying to help the man,"
White continued, lost in his guilt, not hearing her,
"I basically told him to get the hell out of my office. And now, this."
He shook his head sorrowfully. Dr. Flanagan stood up from the body and approached the commander.
"Heavy blow from behind, Jill," he stated. "Terrific force was applied with a square-edged implement."
"Dave," she nodded, acknowledging the doctor. "What sort of implement?"
"Well," replied Flanagan, scratching his chin, "I've come across similar injuries before, although this was the first fatality I've seen. If I didn't know better, and that no firearms were permitted on board, I'd say it was a pistol grip. You know, you can just see a double mark where the clip is inserted into the handle. Post-mortem will tell us more when I've cut the hair, but make no mistake, Commander, this was deliberate, deadly force. Stunning the man was never an option. It was murder, pure and simple. Maybe he saw his assailant, or maybe they're just psychotic, who knows? He won't tell us now."
Baines blew out her cheeks in frustration. So how did Lloyd get out? She asked.
With Paolo's security key, answered White. Dr. Wright and Rick Drummond are on their way here to look at the scene for DNA, dabs, that kind of thing, but...
It's unlikely they'll turn anything up, Baines completed. Whoever this is, they're highly trained. The disruption to the ship is expert. The question is, how involved is Lloyd?
Could Lloyd have disrupted the ship like that? Asked White.
He's a senior engineer, replied Baines. Maybe not in the same league as Chief Nasaki, but he certainly knows his way around enough to have put this together with a little help from someone on the outside.
Right, so this gets Hero off the hook then, huh? Asked White.
I certainly hope so, Ford, replied Baines, her face full of concern.
Was there ever anything seriously against him?
Asked Flanagan. Circumstantial, replied Baines. Quite possibly to cause further discord, but let's not talk about that here. She looked meaningfully at the doctor. There will be time to go through absolutely everything that's happened, but that time is not now. Flanagan sighed, exasperation getting the better of him.
There are only a handful of people in the whole universe now, and we're still having to focus most of our resources on the prevention of crime and disorder. How did we ever get down from the trees in the first place without being tripped or pushed to our deaths?
There was no answer to that, so no one tried to provide one.
Once Wright and Drummond have looked the scene over, I'll get this poor fella into our cold store until we can arrange a proper burial, he said sadly.
I hope that wasn't his preference, Baines could not help noting.
What do you mean? Asked Flanagan.
We'll have to cremate anyone we lose, either on the ship or on Earth, she elaborated. When Flanagan looked confused, she suggested, timeline, by way of explanation. If any 100-million-year-old human remains get found by the people in our own time, however unlikely, it could change history, start a holy war, who knows? No matter how clever persons may be, people will almost always do something stupid. So, we'll have to do everything possible to preserve the future as best we can. Bernstein sat in the corner, looking lost in the middle of a murder scene. Baines called Jones over to her. Get him back to his quarters, Dowie, she ordered quietly, but tell him to keep his mouth shut and behave or he'll be back. Jones nodded, making for the American magnate when she called him back. And Dowie, take one of the security team with you. When you're done, we need to sweep the ship. I want everyone in pairs as a minimum. She gestured to the body. Whoever did this is extremely dangerous. Jones nodded again. He and the security officer who helped bring Bernstein in left to return him. Baines turned back to the Major. Ford, can you tell the Sarge and all security personnel that there may be a gun on board, as well as a crazy?
Sure, White replied. And what do we do when we find them? He asked sharply.
Baines thought for a second. We still don't know if Lloyd is behind this or being used as a blind, so minimal force until we're sure.
And the other guy? He may not come quietly.
White pushed. Baines looked up from the corpse of the young man, her eyes flashing with anger. Open season, she said. Huddled on the bridge, Douglas and Singh were beginning to piece together what had caused the recent malfunctions.
So, we've been hacked, stated Douglas.
Singh nodded. With an elbow on the workstation, he held his brow in frustration. Whoever did this has inserted a relatively simple little program into the protocols controlling main drive and navigation. As you know, Captain, during normal spaceflight, once we're up to velocity, the engines only cut in sporadically, and then only when course corrections are necessary. Navigation then fires the engines, making adjustments to trajectory with small controlled bursts. This new program, possibly because of its simplicity, propagated through the entire operating system in moments, rewriting our original nav procedures. It seems to work by cutting power at opportune moments. Our main engines are clustered in a diamond formation so that directional manipulation left and right is made fairly simple, with the upper and lower points of the diamond providing attitude control up and down, straightforward. Unfortunately,
All this software needs to do to send us spiraling out of control is hijack navigation every time a course correction is required. The new program simply cuts one of the engines altogether. A split second is all it needs for the ship to be sent off course. Naturally, the more the system tries to regulate itself, the more protracted the error becomes until, within just a few seconds, a lifetime in computing terms and taking into account speeds of 50,000 kilometers per hour, the ship is in a flat spin. By the time I'd cut power to the engines, the Earth's gravity, already part of the equation, took us over completely.
So, we're heading straight for the planet, said Douglas, resigned.
Yes, sir, replied Singh, rubbing his eyes exhaustedly. His night shift should have ended 5 hours ago, but there had been no one else to man the bridge.
Anything we can do? He asked.
We need to get that program out of the system, Singh replied simply.
Can you do that?
Maybe, with Hero's help, a full engineering team, and a few months. The program has corrupted our operating system in 1,000 tiny ways and is buried amongst millions of lines of code. He banged his fist on the console angrily. I'm sorry, Captain. The only other solution I can think of is not good.
It's okay, Sandy. Douglas placed a reassuring hand on the pilot's shoulder. What do you have in mind?
We take her back to factory settings, but we'll lose all of the tweaks and improvements we've come to rely on over the last few years, sir. Singh turned his seat to face the older man. This is not the same bird that came out of space, Doc. I doubt even Hero would know exactly how many modifications we've made, he finished glumly.
Douglas was almost afraid to ask. When you say rely on, might these tweaks be things we need to land a damaged ship?
Possibly. Even probably. There's hardly a system we haven't altered or augmented. It's like a personal computer, sir. They all start out the same from the factory, but everyone's ends up completely unique in terms of software and system architecture. If you put even someone as brilliant as Chief Nasaki in one of the other 4 Mars vessels, he would certainly be a useful man to have around, but it would take him 12 months or more before he'd really have her measure. He ran his fingers through his hair in agitation. And on top of that, the ship is damaged. Moreover, she's aerodynamically damaged, and we've got to land on a planet with no airfields, no satellite navigation, and no ground support.
If we regained basic control, we could park in orbit, suggested Douglas, trying the idea out as he spoke. We have reasonable food stocks for several weeks. We wouldn't have unlimited time, but... He lapsed into thought.
We also have seed stocks enough to feed thousands of people for years, though, sir, said Singh. They were meant for the hydroponics pod on Mars, but the longer we leave it to plant them, the longer we go hungry. And if we miss the season down there on the planet, we could find ourselves in a lot of trouble.
We could take a shuttle on a foraging mission and hunt meat, if nothing else, said Douglas.
That would be brave, but extremely dangerous, Captain, replied Singh. Forgetting what's waiting down there for us for a minute, we don't even know how our shuttle's jet engines will perform in the atmosphere of the Cretaceous. If the oxygen mix is off, it could make all the difference.
But by that standard, wouldn't it be even more dangerous to take the New World down? Asked Douglas.
Singh shook his head gently from side to side, mulling it over. Maybe, he said. But the New World relies on rocket propulsion primarily. Also, she has a lot more power, a lot more. She's made for hovering, while picking up or dropping off a 200,000-ton payload. Added to that, we have resources on this ship, not to mention expertise that a shuttle wouldn't have.
So you're saying we're better off going for it and not messing about with small-scale trials? Asked the captain, surprised.
Possibly, sir. I know that sounds crazy at first, but I'm not sure a trial with a shuttle would tell us much. The scale, even the technology and fuel sources are different. As you know, the New World can draw on solid fuel for 100% output and continuous burn requirements, whilst using hypergolic fuel for the control we're going to need to lower her safely and land without ending up in smoking ruins, sir. Even the electronically controlled air brakes and flaps which allow her to fly in atmosphere generate enormous stopping power.
I don't doubt we'd have a good chance of putting down in the shuttle if the oxygen mix in the atmosphere is similar to the world we left last week. But this ship would have to go down anyway, so there doesn't seem much to gain. I believe the new world can do it, sir. I just wish we could use the systems we have now instead of factory settings, which were merely—"
He searched for the word adequate. He finished distastefully. As with the chief engineer, the pilot had poured a lot of himself into the ship they loved. The captain and pilot subsided into a thoughtful silence. When the comm binged, it made them jump.
"Bridge," Singh answered.
Sandeep, this is engineering, said Hero's voice. I'm about to reinstall gravity control.
That was quick, remarked Douglas. Well done, Chief.
Well, we're still in a mess down here, sir, but it's something, replied the engineer. We need to warn the crew and passengers that the gravity is about to come back online, but also that it may go off and on for a little while. Do you remember the last time we changed the coils, Captain? The reinitialization took time to balance out across the ship. Everyone will need to stay put for a couple of minutes minimum while she sorts herself out. Sir, can you make the announcement from the bridge?
Of course, Hero. I'm right on it, said Douglas.
I'm ready to go down here, replied the engineer's voice over the comm. But I'll wait for your announcement. Please state that the gravity will come back online 30 seconds after your message. That should give everyone time to get back to a secure position on the deck, preferably seated. There may be dizziness and nausea issues.
Very good, Chief. Making the call. Douglas, out.
The captain's voice was heard in every part of the ship and pod, giving the crew and passengers half a minute to get their feet back on the deck or to otherwise brace themselves. Douglas and Singh pushed themselves into their seats, awaiting the heaviness. Then it came, stomach-lurching, and was gone again. After a few more seconds it returned, this time to stay. The bridge officers waited out the mandatory 2 minutes ordered by the chief, just to be sure, before getting up. Luxuriating in the simple act of walking around the bridge instead of hurling himself across it, Douglas said, "Well, it's a start." Hero worked in the gravity control nexus near the front of the aft section of the ship, just behind the rear pod docking clamps. The Sarge, on full alert, watched over the engineer as he stuck his head into all sorts of hatches and compartments. The chief had been banging at a jammed valve for several seconds before popping his head out to comment.
I ordered Lieutenant Lloyd to change this a fortnight ago. Hopeless. He told me,
"Shh." The Sarge held up his hand for silence, and then they both heard it. A groaning sound. Hero traced the moaning to a smallish compartment. Looking around to check with the Sarge, he mimed that he was about to open it. Jackson nodded, pointing his stun rifle at the door. Hero pulled the hatch quickly, throwing himself out of the way as Lloyd's head lolled out. The prison-breaking engineer had been stuffed unceremoniously into an access tube, just about managing to turn himself over before being sick, everywhere. There was a nasty gash across the side and top of his head. In his condition, he clearly offered no threat, so the Sarge lowered his weapon slightly, stepping forwards. As he did so, another compartment door flew open with a force clearly intended to stun him, and it would have, were it not for Jackson's lightning reflexes. He threw himself clear as the door's arc reached its zenith. A slight figure, completely clad in black and wearing a ski mask, jumped out of the access tube, aiming a kick at Jackson's head before he regained his posture. The force of the kick would surely have broken his neck had he not managed to roll with it. As it was, he fell back towards the exit, dropping his weapon as he fought for balance. He shook his head once to clear it, and in lightning retaliation, jumped up to kick full force at the masked figure, connecting with his attacker's midriff to the left lower rib cage. He expected his assailant to fly across the room winded, possibly with a couple of broken ribs. But they merely crumpled. All the energy sapped from the blow, the masked figure continued their backwards roll in a single fluid movement. Recovering with extraordinary grace and dexterity, they crouched and spun, taking the Sarge's legs from under him. Using the angular momentum of this savage arc, the Sarge's adversary seemed to pirouette up into the air, fairly dancing over the prone soldier to run away down the corridor.
What the?
The Sarge hit his comm, shouting,
All security staff, intruder alert, aft gravity control nexus. Figure in black wearing a ski mask. Do not engage hand-to-hand. Repeat, do not engage hand-to-hand. Shoot on sight.
Jumping to his feet, he ran to the door, rifle in hand, but the corridor was already empty.
Turkish delight,
he spat, shaken. Hero opened a channel to sickbay.
Chief, to Dr. Flanagan.
Go ahead, Hero, the doctor's voice responded.
Dave, we found Lieutenant Lloyd, but he's injured. A head trauma. Please attend the aft gravity control nexus. I don't want to move him in case it causes more harm, but please, come quickly. I really need him to stop throwing up on the gravity balancing controls.
Douglas stood at the head of the table in the bridge meeting room, leaning on his knuckles and looking seriously at his fellow councillors and senior staff.
We're 6 hours from Earth, he said. The ship's operating system has been compromised, and we're coming in hot. Sandeep has come up with a, shall we say, unpalatable but necessary plan to prevent us from smashing into the planet at 50,000 kph.
He sat, gesturing for Singh to elucidate his plan, which involved resetting the whole of the ship's navigational array and operating system back to factory standard.
Of course,
the pilot concluded after a brief explanation,
if that doesn't work, re-entry will kill us. Or should I say entry, as we won't have left for 99.2 million years.
Douglas cleared his throat and gave him a look to stay on topic.
However, if we reinitialize successfully,
the pilot continued nervously,
we should be able to limp down as long as the atmospheric flight controls can compensate for the damage we sustained in the initial bomb blast. If not, the ship might break up, which will kill us. But if we do manage to land, and assuming that the substrate we land on is stable enough to support the ship, we should be all right. If it's not, the ship might break in half, which might kill us.
Good pep talk, Sandy, Baines commented dryly as he finished. I can't wait to get started. What do you think, Hero? Is this the only way? As I understand it, we'll lose all our custom mods.
Hero nodded once. It's certainly our only option within the time we have left. We must bear in mind that we have to power down, reinitialize the whole ship, get to grips with the old system, and get control back before entering atmosphere. I can't see any way of doing that quicker than Sandeep's plan.
The engineer wore a sullen expression.
We'll be lucky if we're even done in time. I just hope we're not reaching for systems we've come to rely on but won't have any more.
He looked to Douglas.
Captain, if we're going to make this work, we must move now. Even if everything goes our way, it will feel like someone's stolen half the spanners from our toolbox, and the chances are, when we reach Earth, we'll be approaching at well over the recommended velocity.
So we won't be able to maintain orbit?
Asked Douglas.
Sir, we'll be lucky if we are even down to re-entry speed by the time we get there. There almost certainly won't be time to stop.
But I packed my camera,
said Baines. Mother Sarah smiled at the commander.
You're always trying to keep our spirits up, aren't you, Jill? She said.
But we really need to get this ship down, Satnam Patel stated acerbically. Hero, is there anything at all my team can do to help? Hero thought for a moment, but it was Singh who supplied an answer.
We could use our entire engineering and science staff as spotters at key locations, he said animatedly. I should be able to talk them through the basic reinitialization process for each station. That might give Hero and Giorgio time to focus on the big problems.
Hero stood.
That's a good idea. If nothing else, it will save traveling time around the ship. At 550 meters, she's a big girl. We can't be everywhere at once. If Sandeep can organize that, I really do need to make a start, Captain.
Dismissed, Lieutenant.
He stood too, offering his hand to the engineer.
And good luck to us all.
Hero shook it and left the room at a jog. The Sarge, who was waiting by the door, silently fell in behind him. Douglas turned back to the remaining crew and councillors.
I know this sounds crazy,
but we simply haven't got time to discuss the murderer we have on the loose. Just make sure that we all take extra care. Everyone not involved with the effort to reinitialize the ship should lock themselves in their quarters until further notice. No one should go anywhere alone." He looked at Sarah and Satnam. "You are, of course, both welcome to stay on the bridge for the duration of the emergency."
Sarah nodded.
Thank you, James.
Patel shook his head. "I will work with Lieutenant Singh and see what I can do to help around the ship."
"Very good," said Douglas.
Just before we split up,
Asked Sarah.
what is the condition of Mr. Lloyd?
Baines answered. "A cracked head again, and another concussion. Doc Flanagan expects a full recovery, but as ever, we've got to tie up a security officer to keep watch over him at a time when we need them all so badly." She shook her head, clearly irritated. "However, on the plus side, several members of the pod crew have volunteered to act as special security officers. Many of them are ex-military and can bring useful skills to bear, but let's face it, we need everyone we've got, whether they are up to it or not."
Has Mr. Lloyd spoken?
Asked Sarah again. "No," replied Baines. "We still don't know where we stand for sure with the man. He could be up to his armpits in this, or he may actually be an innocent patsy. Part of me hopes he's one of our men, just so we can maroon him somewhere, but who knows?" She finished with a sigh.
"If we are going in hot, as we've heard," said Sam Burton, "shouldn't we aim for the ocean?"
"If we don't get the velocity in check, it won't matter," Singh answered. "Even hitting the sea will be like slamming into concrete. Concrete full of monsters."
"No curious dolphins or dewy-eyed seals, then?"
"Ask Tim," replied the pilot. "And on that note," said Douglas, "we'd better all be about our business."
Dr. Flanagan ran himself and his medical team ragged. Along with Dr. Heidi Schultz and Nurse Justin Smith, he travelled the whole ship handing out a cocktail of pick-me-up drugs to the engineers, scientists and security personnel drafted in to help with the crisis. Everyone was dead on their feet, and it occurred to Flanagan that he would pretty soon have to dose himself, because when they reached Earth, he could not even finish the thought. Instead, he tried to focus his tired mind on the man in front of him.
"When was the last time you slept?" he asked. 22 hours, the security operative replied. "We'll just take one of these now and another when we reach Earth."
He gave the man 2 pills, watching him swallow the first.
"We're all going to need to be wide awake for that kickoff."
Hiro burst into engineering with the Sarge at his back and ran straight into Giorgio Bacchini. The two stepped back, staring intently at one another. After a long moment, both men spoke at once. Hiro bowed slightly, saying, "You first, please." Giorgio thought for a moment before looking sideways at the chief. Tiredly, he asked, "Was it you? Did you kill Mario?" Hiro shook his head and stepped closer to the younger man.
"No, Giorgio, no,"
he said, clasping both of Bacchini's arms.
"I swear I would never do anything to harm any of my friends on this ship, and I would never harm the New World on purpose. Mario knew that. I hope you can believe it too."
Giorgio moved quickly. Grabbing the chief in a bear hug, he squeezed tight with his head on Hiro's shoulder.
"I'm sorry,"
he cried softly.
"I'm sorry."
Hiro recovered swiftly, also throwing his arms around his friend.
"There's nothing to be sorry for. I understand how it looked."
Hiro broke the embrace.
"But now we've got to save everyone. Do you know what's happening?"
Giorgio nodded.
"We're pointed towards Earth at messy death speed."
The Japanese engineer grinned at his Italian friend. Outlining Singh's plan, he also explained that the killer had shown but not revealed themselves, and Lloyd was unconscious again, but still not in the clear.
"So it's down to us to orchestrate this miracle."
He looked behind him to the Sarge.
"And the Sarge will make sure we live long enough to carry it out. Or at least," he added sardonically, "until we go splat."
Bacchini clasped his friend's hand in his right and took the Sarge's hand in his left.
Let's do it,
he said. Roughly 4 hours remained before the new world careered into the old world with extreme prejudice. Hank Jr. made his way along a corridor in the residential area of the pod as stealthily as possible. He had failed to catch up with Rose earlier in the day and was determined to find her now, before the clock ran down entirely. Even so, he was nervous. The captain had recently ordered everyone to remain in their quarters, and Hank knew it. Rounding a corner, he saw a dark man and a blonde woman at the far end of another, shorter corridor. He stepped back, glancing around sneakily to see what was going on. His teenaged hormones could not fail to notice that the female was young and absolutely stunning, although his teenaged eyes naturally registered an absolutely stunning older woman who must be at least mid-20s. Hank watched as she gave the man something small. He put whatever it was to his mouth and swallowed, watching her stride away. Luckily for Bernstein Jr., the man took a moment to admire the view and continued facing away from him, whilst he looked for an escape or runaround. Damn, Hank thought. He was beginning to panic when he noticed a janitor's cupboard just down the hall back the way he had come. Stepping like a cartoon burglar in his attempt to move silently, he arrived at the door and tried the controls, panic rising again. The door opened. Relief flooding through him, he threw himself inside, just as the man turned the corner. The door closed, lights coming to life automatically. As he glanced around, something jarred, at odds with the otherwise orderly nature of the storage area. He was drawn, almost against his will, to a bag stuffed behind one of the shelves. Leaning forward, he pulled it out. Unable to resist, he opened it. Inside the bag were a few hand tools of the sort an engineer might attach to his belt whilst on duty. There was also a data clip, and something which made the young man's eyes widen in alarm. Rose sat on a sofa in the miller's quarters. Her mother was in the bathroom making sure that if she died, she would look dead good doing it. Rose, on the other hand, had opted to read through some of Tim's survival course informational handouts. He had created a short e-zine called Cretaceous Living, and seemed to think that the title was ironic. Rose didn't understand why. Being honest with herself, something else she was trying to get a handle on, she didn't get a lot of the things which made Tim and Woodsy snigger themselves into near suffocation. Her lips moved as she took a run at a long name. Agustinia ligabue. What is that? Latin? She read the footnote aloud. Sauropod dinosaur Middle Cretaceous period. Fossils found in Argentina. I'm never going to remember this stuff. Hang on a minute. I thought Tim said we were going to land in Patagonia, she said, shaking her head in confusion. If I ask him, I'm just going to feel stupid again. I just know it. Still, maybe a little embarrassment is better than being eaten by a, what was it? Agustinia? Better check what they ate. Herbivore. I think that means plant eater, and he's got a kind face on this picture, so that must be right. She frowned. Hope he doesn't have a taste for roses. Lost in deep concentration, the door chime startled her. Who could that be? Her father was on duty attempting to save the ship with the rest of the technical staff, having stated that he would not be back until A, the ship was saved, or B, the ship was lost, and they would be together for the end. Charming, Dad. Thanks for that, she muttered, getting out of her seat. Everyone else is meant to be in their quarters now, she thought. Doors locked and, as Lara put it, being good and doing as they're told. Rose walked to the door and, with more than a little trepidation, activated the small view screen to see who was outside. To her surprise, she knew the face well. Hank? She asked in disbelief. What are you doing out? Let me in, he said, desperately looking right and left. Let me in! Rose hit the pad, activating the door. As it slid open,
Hank virtually launched himself into the room, but was snatched out of the air by a burly security guard. "What are you doing out?" The man repeated Rose's question, grasping the struggling teenager by his collar. I just needed to see my girl," Hank sputtered. Rose looked astonished. "Your girl?" she asked reflexively. The officer, whose name badge said Thomas, noticed the surprise on the girl's face and was immediately suspicious. "Let's see what you've got in the bag there, lad," he said. "No," said Hank more forcefully than he intended. "I mean, it's nothing, just stuff." But the damage had been done. Corporal Thomas gave a double click on his comm, and within seconds the sound of booted feet ran down the corridor as his partner ran to join him. "Hold him, Pete," said Thomas, "while I search his bag. He's out against orders, and—" The man tailed off. "What's this?" he said at last, looking up at Hank in shock. "You're coming with me, matey." "No!" shouted Hank. "Rose, I was just coming to see you," he called as he was being dragged away. "I just wanted to ask you out in case we died." Rose was stunned, for a couple of reasons. "Hank?" she called.
"Lock the door, miss,"
said one of the officers as they dragged the young man away, struggling like a sack full of cats. Rose's mother entered the lounge just as the door was closing. "Have I missed someone?" she asked, looking disappointed. Having spent 3 hours in the bathroom, she was feeling the need for an audience to her magnificence. Rose simply stood, gaping like a fish's first glimpse of sky. She closed her mouth and opened it again. Eventually she declared, "I've got to go." Activating the door control, she ran down the corridor after the guards. Lara Miller shook her artful curls and tutted. "Kids." "Bridge," Singh answered the comm automatically.
"This is Corporal Thomas, sir. I'm with Major White's security team,"
said a voice Singh did not recognize. "Go ahead, Corporal," he replied.
"Sir, I've brought a young man to the brig. He was out of bounds, but that's not why I'm troubling you. He was carrying a black sports bag." This caught the captain's ear, and he walked to stand behind Singh. "And in it were a few engineer's tools, a data clip, and 1 9mm round, sir." Douglas and Singh stared at one another, astounded. At a loss for words to describe everything that needed his attention, Douglas seemed at sea for a moment. Singh picked up on his hesitation.
"I can hold it together here for a little while, sir. It's not crunch time yet, and this could be crucial. You should go, sir."
Douglas nodded.
"Good man. I won't be long. Call me if you need to, and I'll double back. The bridge is yours, Lieutenant."
Rose approached the forward connecting hatch between the pod and the ship. Naturally, there were a couple of burly security types barring her way. Before they could apprehend her for being out of her quarters, she asked, "Can I come through, please? My friend has just been carried off by a couple of guards." The security people looked nonplussed, but one of them made a call. Douglas arrived at the brig on the run, hitting the door chime. In but a moment, the small view screen lit up. The duty guard identified him, and the doors unsealed and slid open.
"Captain,"
Thomas greeted him with a salute. Douglas returned his salute, asking,
"What's all this then, Corp?"
Thomas led the captain to a cell holding a frightened-looking young man.
"And who might this be?"
asked Douglas.
"Hank Bernstein," replied the corporal. "Junior."
Douglas's eyebrows rose.
"Bernstein? Again? We should reserve your family a suite in here. Maybe your daddy would like to sponsor it? We understand he enjoys putting his name on things. The Bernstein wing, perhaps," he cracked. "The bag's over there, sir," Thomas said, pointing. "Unfortunately, due to the nature of its discovery, it's been handled. We haven't searched its pockets yet. I've put a call out for Dr. Wright to look it over for genetic traces, but with the crisis, well, we won't be getting an answer today," he finished.
Or maybe ever, thought Douglas darkly. He nodded, striding back to the young man. "You'd better start talking, and make it fast, laddie. We're properly under the gun here," he demanded. Hank stood and walked to the bars.
Sir, he stammered, "I don't know anything about it."
Douglas gave him an old-fashioned scowl, leaning closer to the bars himself. "Try again, laddie,"
he added dangerously. Hank swallowed.
I was afraid that we might all die soon, he blurted out. And I had to tell her. Well, you know.
Douglas frowned, in confusion this time. He wasn't really sure what he had been expecting, but this was completely out of left field. What are you babbling about, son? Hank took a breath and tried again.
Rose Miller, Dr. Miller's daughter,
he said as if this explained everything. When Douglas didn't respond, he tried a third time.
Well, I just wanted to ask her out, before it was too late.
He trailed off under the blaze of the captain's glare. Douglas grabbed his shirt through the bars. If you think I've just left the bridge of a ship in crisis to run down here to listen to your teenage angst about some slip of a lassie, you can think again, he shouted, shaking the young man. Tell me, he added slowly, about that bag.
I found it, Hank said quickly. In a janitor's cupboard, in the res area of the pod.
He went on to explain how he had finally worked up the courage to go to Rose, reasoning that if they were all about to die, then why not? While on his way, he had found the bag, panicked, and ran to Rose's quarters, hoping to find Dr. Jim Miller in residence so that he could hand it over to someone senior.
It was all I could think of to do, he said desperately. That was when I was caught out of bounds by security, and well, here I am, and no one will believe me.
Hank finished his delivery just as a young woman was ushered into the brig by a guard. She ran over to his cell before anyone could grab her, holding his hands through the bars.
It's all right, said Douglas, waving the guards down. So you would be Rose, Jim Miller's lassie, he asked.
Yes, she said.
Douglas nodded. How did I guess? He asked rhetorically.
Rose turned to him. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him, she said, and turning back to Hank, repeated, Yes. This time Hank's befuddled mind got her meaning, and he whooped. The teenagers smiled at one another through the bars, temporarily alone in their world. Douglas stared at them in turn, wondering what the hell was wrong with them. He's not been caught pinching pies from the church picnic here. This young man has been arrested in connection with acts of terrorism and murder. He sputtered at last, outraged. He doesn't know anything about that, replied Rose matter-of-factly.
Oh, well, if that's the case, maybe I should just let him go, eh?
Douglas responded sarcastically.
It's all right, he continued to the room at large. We can stand Detective Drummond down. Chief Superintendent Miller here has cleared it all up for us.
There's no need to be grumpy, Rose answered, in a way that no lad that age would ever have gotten away with to a senior man like the captain. Hank was just coming to see me, that's all. Douglas's comm binged with a message. Singh needed him back on the bridge within the next 15 minutes.
Right, he said, returning to the teenagers. You can stay here until we're able to sort this out. He gestured towards Hank. And you, he pointed a finger at Rose, can go back to your quarters to collect your mother before heading down to embarkation with the rest of the passengers. I want everyone in one place and strapped in.
No!
Both of the teenagers cried in unison.
Douglas raised an eyebrow, indolently tapping a finger against his captain's insignia.
Please, sir,
said Hank.
If we're in that much danger, can I be with my mother and my sister?
Douglas logged the omission of Bernstein Sr. from the lad's list of people he wished to spend his final moments with. And I want to be with Daddy, announced Rose. If this is it, he'll need me there. Douglas thought for a moment before answering. He spoke to Rose first.
You get your father's permission, and I'll consider it, he said.
She turned away to calm her father.
As for you, he continued, turning back to Hank, I'm sorry, laddie, but I can't release you now.
But, Captain, I don't know anything about this. I just found the bag,
Hank pleaded.
Douglas nodded. And for myself, I believe you. But I'm responsible for all the lives on this ship. So you must understand that I can't release you whilst there's any doubt. You're a clever young man. I'm sure you see it. I'm sorry, really.
He finished regretfully. I've messaged my father. He wasn't answering his comm, said Rose. Can I go to him now?
Not until we hear back, said Douglas.
It won't be a problem, Captain, she said, smiling sweetly. He's never said no to me. Is that a fact? Remarked Douglas sourly. A moment later, his comm binged with a message which he scanned quickly. It's Jim Miller, he said.
Great, said Rose. So can I go to him then?
Actually, no. Douglas looked up with a satisfied smile. He writes, Captain, we are all under enormous pressure, as I'm sure you know, to learn these systems and bring them online in sequence with everyone else. Added to this, I am informed that a murderer is on the rampage. It will be difficult enough to focus on the task at hand without worrying about the safety of my daughter. As I cannot leave my station, I therefore entrust my wife and daughter to your care in the surety that you will have them safely delivered to embarkation with the main group prior to starting our landing cycle. Thank you. And he signs it, J. Miller, Ph.D. Chem. That is your father, is it no? He asked sweetly. That was succinct, Hank commented with a sheepish grin. Both Douglas and Rose glared at him. Sorry, he mumbled.
But he never says no.
Rose looked like she had been slapped across the face. Douglas chuckled. Looks like he's learnt more than just our engine restart protocols this afternoon then, doesn't it? Rose frowned. I shouldn't have spoken to him like that, she said, almost to herself, shaking her head. Upset the old man, did you? Made him cross? Asked Douglas.
No, worse than that, answered Rose thoughtfully. I think I might have encouraged him to become... She wore the expression of someone chewing on something disgusting as she sought the word. Independent, she added at last.
Douglas chuckled again, calling Corporal Thomas to him. Corp, what's your next duty? He asked. I'm due to take over security in sick bay in a little over 20 minutes, sir, replied the soldier. Before you do, would you take Miss Miller back to her quarters, please? Douglas saw the look of despondency settle on Hank's face, making him seem impossibly young. And whilst you're down in residential, could you call on the Bernsteins and invite them to spend the next few hours in the brig with their son? Make it clear they're invited as guests only. He quirked a little smile. Don't want to give Bernstein Sr. an ulcer, do we? As Mr. Lloyd isn't using the other cell at the moment, 2 of them can stay in there, not locked in, of course. And 1 other can stay with young Hank here in the locked cell. He emphasized the word, making sure that Thomas caught his meaning. As you will have observed already, Hank, these cells have 2 secure seats in each, all with safety harnesses so that any prisoners can be transported safely, yet securely, during takeoff and landing maneuvers. You and your family will be quite safe here while we attempt to land the ship. He tried to smile kindly at Bernstein Jr., but the thought of none of them being safe in any way whatsoever at the moment soured it a little, so that it came off as more of a grimace. Try not to worry, laddie. He tried again with a little more success, but the young man had already brightened. Thank you, Captain, said Hank. Rose looked intently at Douglas. Captain, she asked, if I can't go to my father, can I stay here too? Douglas gave her an appraising look. Sorry, Miss Miller, he said, but there are only 5 seats, 4 for the Bernsteins and 1 for our security guard over there. He gestured to the chair Thomas had been using until the captain entered the room. There might be a way, Captain, suggested Hank. I doubt my father will come. Douglas looked genuinely surprised. Really? He asked. He knew Bernstein was a piece of work, but this actually shocked him. Hank nodded. Douglas evaluated the young man, a sad understanding registering in his eyes. I have to go. Thomas, let the girl stay here for a while. If the big cheese doesn't deign to show, she can have his seat. He turned to leave when a thought struck him. Miss Miller, what about your mother? He asked. Oh, she'll be all right, Rose answered scornfully, as long as she's got her makeup bag and, most importantly, her mirror. If we die, the last person she'll see will be herself. You can be sure of that. Douglas raised his eyebrows again, but decided not to comment. Carry on, Corporal, he said instead. Nodding to Thomas, he walked away, shaking his head. Yes, sir, replied Thomas. Rose turned back to the cell. Oh, Hank, I wish these weren't here, she said, gripping the bars. Call me Henry, Hank Bernstein Jr. said with a sudden spontaneity.
Affiliation to my father's name used to open every door back home, but here it only seems to close those with bars, he frowned. It's Henry, he said again, trying out the sound of it. It was another tiny freedom from his past, like a hint of blue on a grey day, offering the promise of more.
Yes, Henry.
Hero and Giorgio ran around engineering like the beheaded hens of Proverb into everything. All the while, the Sarge kept station, trying to maintain a view of them both where possible. Speaking via a secure comm channel, Douglas quickly brought him up to speed, outlining Bernstein Jr.'s finding of the bag and their subsequent conversation in the brig.
Bernstein?
The Sarge blurted angrily.
Aye, I know, Douglas sympathized. Stay with the engineers at all costs, Sarge. They're our lifeline.
Closing the channel, Jackson approached Hero.
Lieutenant, he asked, how long will it take to reinitialize the system?
Now we've powered everything down, we have to restart 236 essential systems in just 4 hours,
Nasaki replied.
That's 1 a minute, Giorgio chipped in morosely.
Jackson sensed both engineers' gloom.
I can see you're worried, he said. Forgive my ignorance, but isn't any of it automated? It all sounds a bit old school.
That's the thing, Sarge, Hero answered. Most of the computing power on spaceships is pretty ancient. That's deliberate, because the technology is simple, reliable, and proven. Basically, it's about as bulletproof as computer tech can be. Do you see? Unfortunately, the downside is that it's unsophisticated and a bit rubbish.
What we have to do,
Giorgio said, continuing the explanation, whilst Hero stuck his head into another bulkhead in order to access some old-fashioned switchgear,
is get the systems back online, one at a time and in order, like an electronic daisy chain. Now, this wouldn't be a problem in a normal maintenance situation. We would simply amble around the ship over the next 24 hours, 36 if the captain was too busy to notice, making sure everything came online with all overlapping systems joined up neatly. There would be plenty of time to rerun an operation should a complication or confliction arise. Unfortunately, our situation means we have to bring everything back to life in rapid succession with an extended, inexperienced team strung all over the ship. A team who've had just a couple of hours remote training via a comm channel by the pilot.
Be careful what you ask for,
Jackson thought. Bridge to engineering. The comm came to life with Singh's voice.
This is Hero, Sandeep. Go ahead.
All our teams are in place and He paused uncomfortably. Ready? He stated while asking.
That good, eh? Giorgio observed sourly.
They'll do their best, and their best will have to do, Singh assured, attempting to prop up their mood with a little optimism.
Hey, that's pretty good, said Hero. You should write it down the next time we're not all about to die.
Thank you, replied Singh. Any idea when that might be? Hero snorted.
All right, we're as ready as we're going to be. I'm routing a comm channel to all teams. Team 1, are you on station?
Affirmative,
said a voice which sounded like Patel.
Okay, everyone, concluded Hero. Let's see if we can win the prestigious 99,200,000 BC Gates Networking Award.
Singh monitored the engine restart process from his station on the bridge. It was frustratingly slow. Gradually, he became aware of a voice speaking his name.
Sandy?
Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. We're 3 minutes behind schedule after the first hour and a half, he reported to the captain.
Thank you, but that wasn't actually what I asked you.
Sir?
How are you doing, Sandy? You've been staring at that screen for over an hour without a word.
Singh took a deep breath and let it out. I'm sorry, Captain. It's just hard to sit here waiting for our turn with so much going on, he said.
I know what you mean, but we dare not move, replied Douglas. Aside from periodic prompts and acceptances, when our turn comes round again, we're going to have it all to do to get back on track. But I didn't have to tell you that.
Yes, sir.
The bridge elements of the setup are second only to engineering in terms of scope and complexity.
He turned his seat to face Douglas.
Ordinarily, this operation is mind-numbingly dull and long-winded. What I wouldn't give for a little boredom now, he added ruefully.
Mother Sarah was pacing.
And are you okay, Sarah? Asked Douglas.
Yeah,
she said.
No,
she followed up immediately with a little smile.
I would like to go and see the crew, Captain, especially the passengers. My mission here is to provide comfort to people in times of trouble, and I don't seem to be doing that at the moment. Would it be okay for me to make a tour of the ship? Even the restart crews, if possible. Only the ones who are waiting and not immediately involved, of course,
she offered, stalling his complaint.
Please, Captain, I need to be with the people who are afraid for their lives, trying to give them hope. That was my promise to God.
Douglas understood.
Trouble is, Sarah, I can't spare any guards for you at the moment. They're all assigned to protect the work crews, and there's still a killer out there who may have plans to stop us from saving ourselves.
Why would the killer care about me with all these important engineers and scientists carrying out essential work?
She answered soothingly.
I don't need an escort, James. The Lord is with me. Besides, you have so many temporary security all over the ship at the moment that I doubt I'll be able to walk 30 paces between posts.
Douglas rubbed the new stubble on his jaw uncomfortably.
Okay, Sarah, if you're sure. I suppose we all have our duty, and it would be unfair of me to stand in the way of yours. I must ask you to stay away from the teams who are working, though. They must not have their focus broken, however well intended.
I can do that. Thank you, Captain.
She nodded, leaving the bridge with a victorious smile on her lips. Patricia and Tim Norris waited patiently at their allotted station with a female security officer named Jennifer O'Brien. Major White had flat refused Tim's presence on the restart team at first, due to the danger of attack. He had ordered the young man down to embarkation with the other passengers until the crisis was over. Tim had argued that if his mum was in danger, he wanted to be with her, and if the whole ship was going down, he wanted to be with her. This was such an unassailable logic that White had finally relented, albeit with reservations. Patricia was glad to have her son where she could protect him, with her life, if necessary. It also became clear very quickly that Tim had more of a knack with these old-fashioned style computer interfaces than his mother, scientist or no. This caused Patricia to wonder how her contemporaries were faring, probably wishing they had a kid with them to make them feel slow and plodding, she mused. Few of them would have any experience with such old-fashioned gear, but kids can intuit anything. She watched her son with pride as his fingers flew over the disconnected panel in one last practice run. Yes, he's got it, she thought. The elevator doors near their station opened. O'Brien snapped into action instantly, placing herself in front of the Norrises, her stun rifle raised at hip height, with the stock folded down to keep the weapon short for close-quarters combat. A tea trolley trundled out of the elevator, blocking the open doorway. O'Brien stepped cat-like to the side of the door, her weapon tucked into her chest, barrel pointed at the ceiling. She took a last breath, preparing herself to turn into the lift and fire if necessary, when a grunt, followed by a massive heave, sent the trolley out into the corridor. "These wheels always get stuck in the darn step between the lift car and the deck," complained Mary Hutchins, flushed. "You'd have thought NASA would have given more thought to the supply of coffee and donuts, wouldn't you? Oh, my." She trailed off, staring down the barrel of the stun rifle. O'Brien relaxed, but only slightly. "What's your business here?" "Tea and biscuits?" Mary offered nervously. "Ah, momentous!" said Tim, springing up from where he had been sitting and pushing O'Brien's rifle aside in his haste to inspect the contents of the trolley. "I'll have a Coke, please." O'Brien scowled, nonplussed. Momentous?" asked Mary. Patricia rolled her eyes. "It's the way kids speak at the moment back home. Last year anything good was sinister. This year it's momentous," she explained, shaking her head. "Ah," Mary nodded, understanding.
Well, I don't know about momentous, she added, smiling indulgently at the teenager. But I can rustle up a pretty awesome cup of British tea, if you prefer something warm to keep you going.
Tim raised an eyebrow.
British tea? Will this one be made with brackish water, too? Ow!
His comment was truncated by a clack around the ear from his mother.
Sorry,
Patricia apologized. To Tim's annoyance, she was speaking to Mary, not him. Mary laughed good-naturedly.
It's all right. Tim has a point,
she said.
You should have seen the rubbish NASA tried to palm off on us. But I had a word with Captain Douglas. He told them to sort their act out, refusing to go anywhere without a stock of genuine Earl Grey from Northumberland. That's near where he grew up, I understand. That's my favourite place, said Tim wistfully. I saw a stag and one of the last red squirrels there when I was 7,
he recalled with animation. He was about to elaborate on their family trip to the Great Cheviot Nature Reserve, one of the last green places in Britain, when all the lights went out. Dr. Dave Flanagan plodded into sickbay, exhausted. All he wanted was a 5-minute sit-down with a cup of black coffee. The security guard posted to watch Lieutenant Lloyd straightened and saluted as he entered. Flanagan returned the salute. "All quiet, Corporal?" he asked.
"As the grave, sir."
Let's not jump the gun, eh?" replied the doctor deadpan as he glared at Lloyd's repose. "I see Sleeping Beauty hasn't stirred. Has Dr. Schultz or Nurse Smith returned yet?"
"Not for a time, sir," replied Thomas. "They've both been in separately to get a stack of stimulants. Dr. Schultz was the last to come and go. That would have been about 10 minutes ago."
Flanagan nodded.
"I suppose I'd better just check on our perennial resident. Anyone would think he was collecting coupons or something,"
he muttered sourly.
"Is that care miles, sir?"
asked Thomas. Flanagan chuckled appreciatively as he walked over to Lloyd's bed. Lloyd had not fully regained consciousness since the head injury. After running all the usual scans, Flanagan had put him into a light, healing coma for 48 hours.
"He'll miss all the fun, sleeping like a baby in here, drifting off easily while we burn alive, or waking up back on Earth, after all the terror and hard work's over."
He shook his head in annoyance.
"Of all the people aboard this ship that I would love to save from fear and danger, I get this guy. The trouble with swearing to help anyone and everyone, Corp, doing no harm, is that when all you really want to do is kick their asses, the Hippocratic Oath starts to feel more hypocritic. Still, I signed on to help 'em all, so I better do my duty."
Flanagan was suddenly distracted, staring in puzzlement at the monitoring equipment.
"These readouts are showing diagnostic results for the machine, rather than his vitals," he continued, almost to himself as he played with the settings.
Thomas walked closer. "Doctor?" he asked.
"He's not breathing!"
Flanagan shouted, as all the lights went out. Hero was also concerned about how long the operation was taking. They were already a few minutes behind, which would be critical at the end of the process. He was just about to hand over from one restart team to another when engineering was plunged into darkness. Giorgio looked at him in surprise as the dull glow of emergency lighting came to life.
"What caused that?"
asked the Sarge. Both engineers turned back to their consoles, typing frantically.
"It's ship-wide," said Giorgio. "Of all the timing!"
"This was no accidental breakdown,"
Hero called across the engineering station whilst opening a channel to the bridge.
"We're under attack. Again."
"Douglas here."
The captain's voice returned through the speaker.
"Captain, Hero, someone has taken the lighting circuit offline."
"We're on emergency too. Other than the bridge and main engineering, where else can they access those systems?"
asked Douglas.
"From the very next point in our restart chain," replied Hero anxiously. "Sir, this is bad. Not only do we need those people online in the next 60 seconds, but if our saboteur is there, they could stall the entire restart program. Captain, we need guards there on the double, or we've had it."
Douglas didn't need telling twice and opened a channel to Major White immediately.
"I'll need to go and sort this out,"
said Hero.
"No," said Giorgio. "We need you here. I'll go."
Jackson broke into the conversation.
"I can't go with you and be here with the chief.
I know, Sarge, but it's not far, said Baccini. I'm just going to have to chance it.
The Sarge gave the younger man a sideways look, clearly suggesting,
This is a bad idea.
No choice, the Italian stated. Chief?
Hero nodded.
Go,
He said,
but be careful.
Baccini skidded to a halt at the station in question, panting after his jog through the ship. Fear clutched at his heart. Just 15 seconds remained before this system had to be online. But when he saw the bodies, he froze. The flickering of an emergency light added another layer of nightmare to the scene of carnage before him. A feeling of faintness threatened to overwhelm the engineer when running, booted feet provided a timely distraction, bringing him back from the edge. Private Jones and Major White arrived quickly from the opposite direction, faltering as they too saw what had become of the team in charge of the area.
What happened?
Snapped the Major.
I don't know,
Giorgio answered.
I got here just seconds ago.
There were 4 bodies on the floor, all within 10 meters of one another. 2 were scientists from the Mars pod, a third was a security temp. The 4th, and furthest away from the group, was Dr. Heidi Schultz. Jones knelt to check the neck of the 2 scientists. The male had a massive contusion to his lower jaw.
This one's unconscious,
he said, reaching across to the female.
This one's...
White gave him an anxious, questioning look. Jones shook his head.
Dead, sir.
Turning the body, it was easy to see why. White was an experienced soldier, but he winced all the same. The right-hand side of her face had been caved in, her eye completely crushed. Worse, the pool of blood from the head trauma was considerable and appeared black in the strobing light, suggesting death had not been immediate. He walked to the security temp a few meters away, kneeling down. The man's head lolled at a grotesque angle.
This one's dead too,
he reported sadly.
Neck's broken.
Giorgio gagged, turning away. Jones moved on to Schultz.
Sir, she's breathing.
Great, stay with her, replied White, whilst putting a gentle hand to the engineer's back.
You okay, son?
Baccini was far away, completely unresponsive. With no time available for mollycoddling, White grabbed him, pulling him up straight.
Get it together, crewman. You're here to do a job, so come on, he barked.
Baccini nodded.
Yes,
he said dully. White shook him again.
Engineer,
he snapped. This time the light came back to the young man's eyes.
Yes, Major. Sorry.
Making a strenuous effort to bring himself under control, he walked towards the access panel where the science staff had been working. Jones dragged the bodies together near the prone form of Dr. Schultz, whilst the Major moved the unconscious man gently out of the way too. Turning back to Baccini, White asked,
What state are we in, crewman? I need to report to the captain immediately.
Give me a second here,
replied Baccini, struggling with the breaker.
That's it,
he said through gritted teeth, straining, and the lights came back on, everywhere. White's comm binged.
Major White?
Inquired the captain's voice.
White here, Captain, he said. Crewman Baccini is here with me, hence the lights are back. He's looking over the equipment. In the meantime, I need Flanagan down here immediately. We have 4 crewmen down, 2 unconscious, including Dr. Schultz, and 2 dead.
Douglas's sigh could be heard through the comm.
I'll get straight on it. Who've we lost?
He asked tiredly.
Not sure yet, Captain.
Very well. Keep me appraised, Major. Douglas out. In his command seat, Douglas opened a channel to sickbay, rubbing his fingers hard into his eyes to relieve exhaustion.
Doctor, we've an urgent situation.
Captain, I'm a little busy here,
answered an irate Flanagan.
What's happening there?
Asked Douglas, stacking incredulity atop an already tottering pile of disbelief.
Someone's tried to kill Lloyd,
the harassed response shot back.
Someone who knew exactly what to do, too. They switched the monitors onto a diagnostic routine so that, to the casual observer, it looked like it was working normally. The guard didn't know any better, so he assumed nothing was wrong.
What did they do to him? Asked Douglas. I think they injected him with a large dose of epinephrine, that's adrenaline, and sent him headlong into tachycardia. He was just starting to arrest when I got back here. It's a miracle he's still with us. And we all thought he had no heart. I'm just giving him a shot of vasodilator phentolamine.
Will that save him?
It's what we've got. Thanks for getting the lights back on, by the way. At least I can see which end I'm inserting the needle. It's largely up to him now, but I'll have to keep a close eye on him just the same.
Well, there's something I need you to do for me, Dave, said Douglas. Get your bag and get down to Major White in Corridor 9, stat.
I can't leave him, Captain. He's still well and truly in the woods, replied Flanagan.
I'm willing to take that chance, Davy.
But if he dies, it's on me, James.
But if you didn't help the team bringing the ship back online, it will nae matter. You'll be able to play Lloyd a really sad song of contrition on the harp from the next cloud over. If it eases your conscience, I can make it an order.
No need, Captain, said Flanagan, realizing he'd been trumped. I'm on my way, bag and all.
Oh, no, said Baccini quietly. What is it? Asked White, kneeling down next to the engineer. By shutting down this panel, they've completely screwed up the protocol, Giorgio replied exhaustedly. Can you fix it? Asked White.
I don't know.
Baccini closed his eyes, sitting back on his haunches. Well, do something, White snarled.
I am doing something, snapped the younger man. I'm thinking. Please shut up.
As an afterthought, he added,
Sir.
Okay, my bad, said White, standing up. Patting the engineer on the shoulder, he went to check on the two survivors. Watch his back, Jones. If I'd known this station was so important, I'd have posted more men.
Yes, sir,
Jones answered.
But there's probably another dozen stations just as sensitive all down the line, and all as underprotected as this one. We're spread pretty thin.
White sighed. I don't know enough about the ship to make these calls, he said.
If anything more could have been done, the captain would have seen to it, sir, replied the Welshman loyally. He's a very clever man, he is.
White nodded. Of course, I don't speak against the captain. Over the last week, I've learned to respect and trust him a lot. I just wish there was more I could do.
Jones now stood with his back to the wall opposite Baccini, with a clear view both ways down the corridor. Yes, sir, he agreed. If it helps, I reckon half the people on this ship feel the same way right now, isn't it?
White was kneeling next to the stricken man and woman when Dr. Flanagan rounded the corner at a run. He stood to greet him. Am I glad to see you? Flanagan nodded to the Major.
What have we here?
He asked, bending to examine the victims. The man with the impressive bruising began to groan. Flanagan held smelling salts under his nose, making him jump and shake his head as he came the rest of the way to.
What? He said groggily. Easy, son. It's Doc Flanagan. You've had a good knock on the head. Can you tell me your name?
Parrott. Donald Parrott,
he murmured. Unsure if the fellow was in his right mind, Flanagan raised an eyebrow to the Major. White shrugged, a lopsided smile tugging at his lips. I don't know, he mouthed.
Okay, Donald, tried Flanagan kindly. Let's see if we can get you sitting up.
What happened?
The man said a little more clearly. We were hoping you could tell us, said White, kneeling once more. The man rubbed his head again to clear it.
I heard someone approach. I turned and...
He struggled against dizziness for a moment before continuing.
A pain, a bright flash in front of my eyes, and then that stink you just put under my nose. Oh, God, my head. Where's Jamie?
Jamie?
Asked Flanagan.
Jamie Ferguson,
he repeated blearily.
She was working with me at this station. Is she okay?
Then he saw the bodies.
No!
He cried, his voice breaking wretchedly as he tried desperately to get up and cross to her, but Flanagan held him gently in place.
I'm so sorry, son, he said with feeling, but the whole ship's in extreme danger. Can you remember anything else?
Tears streamed down the man's face as he gulped and spoke haltingly.
Black. A black mask. Someone slight in build, not tall. That's all, I'm sorry.
Flanagan and White shared a glance. That sounds like the perp who attacked the Sarge, said White. He immediately turned away to report this to the bridge. Flanagan proceeded to check on Dr. Schultz. There was a deep cut on her brow, but her breathing was steady. Looking around, he spotted a blood stain smudged across the bulkhead above where she had fallen. It was at roughly head height for the German woman. It looked as though she had collided with the wall with enough force to stun her, splitting her skin. Her skull seemed intact. The blow had not been strong enough to fracture bone. Lucky, he concluded. Parrott reached across the corridor floor to one of Ferguson's hands, sobbing quietly. Flanagan watched him sorrowfully for a few seconds. Sniffing and swallowing his emotion, he put his back to the grieving man, providing Parrott with a modicum of privacy. He pulled out his comm, opening a channel. "Justin, come in."
"Smith here, Doctor,"
the ship's nurse answered.
"Are you anywhere near sick bay?" asked Flanagan.
"Close enough, Dave. What do you need?"
"Good. Bring a stretcher down to corridor 9, please. I'll need a hand to get Heidi back to sick bay. She's okay, but she's had a nasty knock on the head. See if you can rustle up a couple of helpers, too. We have casualties to move."
"On my way. Smith, out."
Just a few meters further down the corridor, Boccini was barking into the comm angrily.
"They knew where to hit us again. Can we change the order and come back to this station? I'm thinking somewhere around power management."
"We could," Chief Nasaki answered from engineering after a brief pause for thought. "But it would mean unlocking the protocols in the power regulation routines again, before we can plug the application back in. It will eat a bit more of the time we don't have."
"Got a better idea?"
asked Boccini. "Well, no," Hiro admitted honestly. "All right, you'd better stay on station there, because I'll need to slice you in between power consumption and power conduit diagnostics control. It will be about 10 minutes before it's your turn. This is the only other place we can slot that protocol in without starting again, so you'll need to be ready. If we miss it, the restart schedule is a bust."
"I know,"
said Giorgio. "I know you know," replied Hiro. "What I'm saying is, good luck."
"You too. I'll be waiting for your prompt in a little over 9 minutes. Boccini, out."
Help arrived quickly, and White watched the medical team carry the dead and wounded away, assisted by a few hastily drafted stretcher-bearers. He heard Boccini wrapping up a heated conversation with his superior via the comm, and could tell that the young man was very concerned about their situation. The engineer closed the channel and stood, turning to White and Jones.
"Gentlemen," he said seriously, "for the next 9 minutes, this terminal is one of the most tempting targets on the entire ship for anyone who knows what we're doing."
White nodded his understanding.
"I'll stay right here with Private Jones," he said. "We've got your back, crewman."
"Thank you," replied Giorgio, and got back to work without another word. Flanagan and Smith laid Dr. Schultz down carefully on a spare bed in sickbay. Flanagan activated a scanning device, pulling it down over her unconscious form. He talked to Corporal Thomas over his shoulder.
"Did you see anyone go near Lloyd over the last half hour?"
he asked.
"No, sir," said Thomas. "Only you and Dr. Schultz, of course."
Flanagan paused what he was doing while Smith continued to clean the wound on Schultz's brow.
"Heidi was over here?"
he asked.
"Did you happen to see what she did?"
"Not really, sir,"
said the corporal.
"My attention was mainly on the entrance to sick bay, in case we were attacked by the killer. I just assumed the doctor was checking on him. She's not one for explaining herself," he added.
Flanagan raised his eyebrows briefly, tilting his head in acknowledgement of the point, and then frowned in thought. After a few moments, he shook it aside, continuing with the job in hand.
"Not sure if she's going to be able to help us in the next couple of hours, but I'm going to try and wake her. Maybe she'll surprise us. She's a tough one, sure enough."
He gave the German woman an injection. Within a few seconds, her eyelashes fluttered as she regained consciousness. Douglas opened a ship-wide channel, addressing everyone on the New World and the pod simultaneously.
"This is the captain.
In a little over 2 hours, we'll be entering the Earth's atmosphere, and it's likely to be a rough ride. As you know, it's standard practice for all passengers to be in the embarkation lounge during takeoff and landing, and this situation will be no different.
He paused for a moment, thinking. Now for the unpleasant part of the message.
As many of you may have already heard by now, we have a killer on board, but there should be no danger to passengers if you follow my instructions. There is no need for panic or confusion. My orders are as follows. All passengers will make their way to embarkation within the next 30 minutes. There will be security in the corridors for your protection. It is vital that everyone remain in as large a group as possible. No one should stray off anywhere alone. You will certainly be aware that our crews are extremely busy with ship's operations at the moment, so we need to rely on all of you to watch out for yourselves and for each other. Everyone, please make sure that all friends and neighbours are accounted for and that no one is left behind. Once everyone is in embarkation, a couple of security guards will be left with you for your protection and the embarkation lounge will be sealed. I will make a final announcement 15 minutes before we enter atmosphere. This 15-minute warning will be your last chance to strap in. Please proceed in an orderly, controlled fashion, and we should come through this safely. Thank you. Douglas out.
He sat back feeling a modicum of relief, glad that particular chore was out of the way. He just hoped that no one started a panic. Singh was speaking with Nisaki over the comm.
20 seconds until Giorgio's intercession, he said.
Understood, the chief replied. Douglas realized he was squeezing the arms of his command chair so hard that his hands were cramping.
The power regulation protocols are unlocked, Singh was saying. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Giorgio, it's now or never.
They waited. After 50 seconds of gut-wrenching anxiety, the comm came back to life.
Got it! Lock it down, Sandeep!
The pilot complied immediately, exhaling his relief.
Well done, Georgie. You too, hero. Outstanding. On with the next. We're still over 3 minutes behind.
Can we do it, Sandy?
Asked Douglas.
We're still in with a chance, Captain, he said.
Douglas tried to relax. He felt like a bowstring. If we pull this together, you're all getting a commendation. I've no idea how anyone will read it, but you're getting one anyway. I'd promote you if we had any jobs to promote you to.
I'll be more than satisfied if we escape being promoted to glory, Captain,
replied Singh, his boyish grin returning fleetingly.
I'll raise a dram to that,
agreed Douglas. The next couple of hours flew by, with everyone living on their nerves. The engineering staff especially forced themselves on to new heights of speed and accuracy, the fear of imminent death spurring them like a whip. The USS New World was 16 minutes from the top of the Earth's atmosphere, and they were still nearly 3 minutes behind schedule. That elusive 3 minutes which had dogged them from the beginning of the process. The whole crew had risen to the task and performed exceptionally, especially considering their exhaustion and lack of proper training. Douglas knew the hastily cobbled-together engineering teams would continue to work frenetically right up to the last second. Well, he thought, it's time for the final announcement. Let's hope final is only relative. He stole a brief moment to compose himself before accessing the ship-wide address system once more, making sure he was also patched into the pod.
This is Captain Douglas with your 15-minute warning. Be sure to strap yourselves in and secure anything which needs securing. Please take particular care to check the children and any pets are safely strapped in too. That's 15 minutes, people. There will not be time for any further warnings, so let's all get to it. To all the teams working hard to bring the engines back online, we salute you and thank every one of you for your tireless dedication. Remember to clip your emergency harnesses to the wall rails. Good luck, everyone, and may God be with us all. Douglas, out.
He let go a juddering sigh, all too aware that the moment of truth was vaulting implacably towards them.
Amen,
Mother Sarah added simply. Douglas looked around, startled. He hadn't heard her return to the bridge after touring the ship.
So what happens if we don't get the systems back online in time?
She asked. We enter the atmosphere on a ballistic course at more than 3 times the recommended speed, he stated flatly.
It's all right, honey,
replied Sarah, laying a hand on his shoulder.
No need to sugarcoat it for me.
Sorry, he answered ruefully. I think we're all on the limit.
So that 3 minutes were astray?
She asked again.
Will it make it impossible for us to land?
Frankly, he spoke quietly so as not to be overheard, I doubt even Sandeep and Hero know for sure how it's going to go down. All I can say is that we'll be pushing our luck entering the atmosphere at such velocity. He sighed again, running his fingers through his hair and back down over his stubble. The ship was built with tolerances, of course, but even if the new world were in tip-top condition, I wouldn't give much for our chances. With hull damage and the heat from that sort of friction. He left the sentence unfinished.
So we need to pray?
She asked kindly. Well, I'm in the right company for that, eh? He smiled. And that may be the last and only thing that's gone right for me this week. Captain, Singh called urgently. Engineering have done their best. Now it's on us. I need you at Science Station Alpha now, sir, as we discussed. Douglas jumped up, crossing the bridge in wide strides to his station for the next little while. He began working urgently, in tandem with the pilot, to bring systems back online in order. The prompts flew from one console to the next without a human word spoken, and 7 frantic minutes later, Singh called engineering once more. Hero, back to you for the final tie-up. Good luck. Got it, Nasaki responded. The pilot sat back exhausted, taking a deep, steadying breath. He let it out, spun his chair around, and walked towards the captain with his hand outstretched. Whatever happens next, that was one hell of a performance, sir. Douglas stood to shake the proffered hand. Did we claim back any time? Oh, yes. Singh was shaking his head incredulously. Over 1.5 minutes. We're only 1 minute 20 out at this stage. Hero may be able to narrow that still further, now that Giorgio is back with him. He also has Commander Baines down there too. If they can get under the minute, our reduced deceleration time will lower the stresses on the hull by an order of magnitude. Great, said Douglas. Better take your pick-me-up pill, Lieutenant. We need you sharper than you've ever been in your life for the next few minutes. Yeah, I'd hate to miss the fireball. Douglas smiled sincerely. You're the best, Sandy. You can do this. Singh returned to his seat. They sat in silence for a little while, each contemplating the next few minutes, and hoping the engineers might yet pull a rabbit from the hat. A slight buffeting began, growing more intense with each passing second. This is it, Singh called out. Buckle up! We're going in! Chapter 9. The Death Card. Come rain in anger, bend arboreal bough. This child's reigning tantrum, a new god for now. Bringer of the storm, driving clamour and row. A lost world unmade, the night the new world fell. Excerpt from the private diary of Tim Norris. That's it, said Wright. Now hit return and... Yep. He activated his comm. This is Wright and Gleason, Station 234 to Chief Nasaki. We're all done here. Over to you. Thank you, Doctor and Captain. Got it, Hero replied, a tinny voice through the small speaker, followed by a click as the comm disconnected. So what now? Gleason asked. Now we wait on station, in case it all goes to hell, I suppose, answered Wright. They were very specific about us hanging around until the end. Doesn't inspire one, does it? You're a right comfort to me, do you know that? Gleason realised what he had said and chortled softly, trying to cheer himself. A right comfort, get it? Wright raised an eyebrow. You're welcome, Elvis. Hey, there's no need for that, sport. Sorry, Percy. You're a really unfriendly bloke, do you know that? Gleason commented plaintively. Wright grinned. You got that? Right? He said, chuckling too. Not because the joke was in any way funny, it was simply laugh or cry time. Gleason frowned. Do you think they can land this bucket? We'll soon find out, Wright replied, holding his hand out. Captain? Gleason took it and shook it.
Doctor?
Good luck, they said together. Within moments, the first tremors began. They experienced weightlessness for a few seconds in the corridor where they were stationed, before being slammed back down to the deck hard.
Ah! Me bloody backside!
Gleason bawled as Wright's head collided with the rail to which their safety harnesses were tethered. It hurt like hell, but he somehow remained conscious as blood from his brow began to obscure his vision.
You okay, Righto?
Gleason shouted with concern above the ambient roar which was beginning to fill their world.
I felt better,
Wright replied miserably. The ship bucked again, throwing them sideways as well as up and down.
I wish we were in proper crash seats. Don't use the C word, mate,
bellowed Gleason above the howl of wind and the now constant groan of strained metal. Wright was feeling a little confused by the blow to the head.
I didn't, did I?
He asked, mortified. Gleason laughed, but his levity was rewarded with another plunge.
Ah!
He shouted again as his buttocks struck deck once more.
I wish I'd taken that bloody number down,
he wailed. The buffeting grew worse, shaking them like rag dolls, and Wright was struggling to remain conscious.
The number?
He managed through gritted teeth.
The one on the back of the ship,
bellowed Gleason. The noise was cataclysmic now. Wright tried again, with the last of his strength, shouting,
Which damned number?
How am I driving?
Gleason screamed as they descended into blackness. Huge, blue. Douglas's perception of planet Earth stripped to the most basic as it headed straight for him at many tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. Time seemed to dilate, natural order postponed. Huge and blue warmed up through the oranges to red, with a supplementary hot. Red, hot. Atmospheric friction scored glancing blows at first, gradually gaining purchase on the hull and causing the ship to shake with escalating violence. Douglas felt like an observer, his unconscious mind working a side action processing sound, heat and light as ruby red seared to blinding white. Vibration numbed his whole body as white hot and white noise became one. Later, he would be left with a vague recollection of people moving about the bridge of the New World and someone shouting, the voice far off. Douglas wondered who it could be as G-forces swept him to a meta-reality just this side of oblivion. The greater the force crushing him to his core, the more he stepped outside himself, outside events. He hazily contemplated the possibility that he might be dying. As the universe raced by at impossible speeds, he seemed to have all the time in the world. Rebecca Mawar had filled the minutes preceding their descent by seeking the advice of Spirit. Lowering the small table from the back of the seat in front, she laid out the tarot cards, always her go-to when personally anxious, calming her through habit. On this occasion, however, the cards offered little comfort. For Beck, reading tarot had always been part tactile experience, part emotional connection, but now she merely turned the cards. She understood their message intellectually, yet it meant nothing to her. It was the strangest sensation, like someone had severed a comlink while she continued talking to herself, eventually realizing there was no one there. However, all such concerns became secondary as the ship began her descent. The whole of embarkation seemed to rattle and shake, the passengers lurching from side to side in their crash webbing as the new world fought the friction, air made almost solid by speed. The roar of fire outside was matched only by the roar of fear inside, the viewports showing nothing but white flames as a brilliant surreality cocooned the passengers completely. All was screams. 1,000 shades of white assaulted Beck's senses as she fought the blackness seeking her. Her consciousness was hanging by a thread when a curious sound penetrated the tunnel walls of her awareness, working inwards for her attention. A dog? While her fellow passengers alternated between blacking out and waking up screaming, the primal howling of a dog's distress cut across it all. This single constant, amid the fading in and out of human perception, gave her a focus, a connection to the world at the basic levels of instinct and emotion. She grabbed it like a lifeline. Managing to turn her head slightly against the G-forces, she saw him. Reaver. Was that his name? A harness around his shoulders was clipped into the seat's safety belt arrangement, and standing behind him, from Beck's perspective, were the people. She had been holding on so tightly to the deck of cards that they sprang from her grasp, flying everywhere in chaotic collusion with the madness all around her. Grappling for them, she was able to snatch just one from the air and hold on to it. Invisible forces pulled her head back, her arms down. She couldn't read its face. Reaver's commentary continued, but through a haze Beck realized it was not for her or indeed her companions. He was communicating his distress to the ethereal figures at his side in the aisle. There were 4 of them, completely unaffected by the jarring motions of the ship. 3 men and a woman. 2 were soldiers, 1 was middle-aged, the other fairly young. The 3rd man looked younger still, boyish even. An expression of great sadness marred the woman's face, but she held out a hand to calm the distressed animal. Reaver whined, crouching and conscious amid the maelstrom. Hunter's reflexes, honed through 100,000 fathers, kept him planted. Conversely, the rows of seated passengers were thrown back and forth in vicious synchronicity, like ears of wheat in the wind. Bang! The whole ship rocked. Everything not tied down flew through the air. Douglas experienced the vague notion of a cup and a saucer seeming to hover for a moment. Bang! Time returned, and he was in the middle of it. The same man was still shouting. My God, he thought, it's me. I'm shouting. Listening to what he was shouting made sense of the last few seconds. The bridge came back into focus suddenly and sharply. His ship, his crew, surrounded by fire and clamour. Reverse thrusters to maximum, he heard himself cry. Years of conditioning brought forth his next order without need of conscious interference. Bring main engines online. I'm trying, shouted another voice. 5 seconds. The heat was suddenly unbearable. Douglas, falling irresistibly back inside himself, could see white flames engulfing the forward viewports of the bridge. Huge and blue were gone. A console exploded somewhere off to his left. That won't help, he thought peripherally. The new world bucked savagely, flinging pieces of hull past the windows, all instantly vaporized on their way to oblivion. Blackness reached for Douglas once more. Instinct told him it was the final darkness, and he fought with all his remaining strength to stay in the light. When he heard the prayer, he was not sure if his mind was playing tricks on him. Someone was praying. Would that help? Maybe he should try it. Bring the engines online! Someone roared from a distance. He was disconnected again, unsure if the voice was his own. Engines online! An answering bellow filled the bridge, followed instantly by pain. The sudden forces pushing Douglas into his safety harness were intolerable, and despite his effort of will, he blacked out. Only to come round, to black out again. Failure's embrace seemed to close all around him, when a subtle change drew a new fate for his crew, like a drop in pressure prickling his skin. The deafening roar became merely too loud for comfort, as white returned to red, gradually reintroducing blue. Huge was everywhere. He was merely too close to see it. Cooling enveloped the battered ship like a balm, quenching the sudden nova as the last few minutes' insanity bled back to reality. Remnant ticks and pings of contraction were the only testimony to the crucible survived. Where are we, Lieutenant? His voice again. Good. He recognized it now as normality crashed back in their wake. Bringing the ship around onto our pre-calculated trajectory, sir, replied Lieutenant Singh. You mean we're going to make it, Sandy? Douglas asked, afraid to believe. The pilot flashed a quick grin over his shoulder. Was there ever any doubt, Captain? Steady as she goes, Mr. Singh, said Douglas, sighing with relief. Something snagged at his memory, making him look around.
Where's my damn coffee gone? That was my favourite cup.
After a seemingly endless time, the ship began to calm. A healing blue gradually replaced the fires of hell at the window, and with it their terrors began to subside. Despite much groaning and vomiting, a relative peace settled over embarkation. The forces pushing Beck down relented. She lifted her head to find the ethereal woman staring directly at her. When she spoke, it was across the room as across the void. Tell Donald it wasn't his fault, and tell him that I love him. I will always love him. Beck was left with a sense of the familiar. Sudden understanding followed. The four had found her, and would remain ever near. With that realization, a name shunted into her foremind. Jamie. The apparition of Dr. Jamie Ferguson flashed a last inscrutable smile, before fading from the medium's sensitivity once more. Feeling dazed, Beck's confusion was more physical than spiritual, the belated effects of a teeth-rattling re-entry. She knew the 4 dead crew members had reached out to her for a reason, but at the moment it eluded her. She closed her eyes in relief and drifted for a while, grateful that she was no longer alone among all these people. As the roaring outside petered away to ordinary wind noise and buffeting, Beck remembered the card still clutched in her hand. She knew in her heart that nothing would ever be the same. Almost afraid to look, she unfolded it, revealing the grinning skull of the death card. Roughly 99.2 million years ago, Earth, mid-Cretaceous period. Pre-dawn Gondwana languished in deep blue stillness, the clean night air heavy only with the scent of pine. At the edge of a vast plain, a huge neck craned over the canopy just inside the tree line, a pair of docile eyes turning gently skyward. Sniff, sniff. Darkness always bred fear in the forest. The nocturnal hunter, epicenter to each ripple of dread among the trees, was ever close. Of course, for some, these pygmy wars were of little consequence. For some, their natural enemies were simply too small to hurt them anymore. Bang! The silence was ripped by a sound louder than any of the ears to hear it had ever heard. Bang! Bang! Again. The sky was instantly smaller. Blackened and bulky, it encroached upon treetops bent double by the sudden and colossal winds tearing between them, around them, at them. Something beyond huge clipped, cropped, and collected the topmost boughs, with a rending as terrifying as it was unexpected. And then came the flames. Shocked awake, every creature in the forest stared up into the night, fire reflecting in 1,000 wide eyes. Even giants, barely able to recall fear, began to realize that size was suddenly no protection at all. A crack of lightning, followed immediately by a rolling boom of thunder, shook the ground, providing the final aid to memory. The stampede was born in the white of an eye, but swiftly matured into madness. Roar! The panicked herd moved, unstoppable. A sluicing rain began all at once, adding misery to turmoil as the bellows of living titanosaurs inflated to a deafening crescendo. Driven by terror, they smashed their way through the forest's edge, each massive footfall compressing sodden ground to sucking, drowning mire. Lethal traps for their much smaller neighbours, startled from slumber just moments before, only to be sent running or winging for their lives, desperate to escape the trail of death and destruction left by these gentle giants turned monstrous. Above it all, the black, westerly sky swallowed the USS New World whole, completely unseeing of mankind's first ever scar upon the planet. The bridge rang with the latest round of warnings and alarms.
Turn that damn row off!
Douglas shouted above the din as Baines burst through the doors. She had done all she could down in engineering during entry to atmosphere. When the New World gained the relative calm of the lower stratosphere, she took the opportunity to return to the bridge for the final landing. "Where are we going?" she called over the buffeting, strapping into her seat and silencing the noise.
Who the hell knows? Singh shouted into the post klaxon,
relative quiet, his barely checked panic palpable.
Trust us to land on the night side after all that blue sky and sunshine. Could anyone call up a map? We made sensor passes days ago.
The commander called up the scans taken from a few million kilometers out and frowned with concern. They're not very detailed. Did we manage to get anything closer? She looked towards Douglas hopefully.
We didn't have time to look around, he snapped reproachfully. We were too busy diving at Mach 50 with the computers down.
I didn't say anything, she replied, holding her hands up. Oh no, Singh muttered. The two senior officers snapped back round.
What?
They asked in unison.
It's raining.
Sandy, shouted Baines. You scared the hell out of me.
Well, when we get back, I'm going to have a few choice words for the engineers at NASA, Singh called over his shoulder.
Why, what's wrong?
Asked Douglas. Singh turned around for the briefest second.
No bloody windscreen wipers, he snapped. I can't see a damned thing, but if either of you has any preference for a crash site, now would be the time to call out.
Didn't he crash my ship? Bellowed Douglas over the wind noise. That's an order, Lieutenant.
Can't you land by instruments? Asked Baines, fear overriding rational thought for a moment.
What, using all these handy triangulating satellite feeds we have, you mean? The pilot retorted.
Oh, mumbled the digital girl, lost in a pre-analog world, adjusting quietly.
We are also short of a few landmarks, Commander, what with no human being ever seeing this continent before.
Right. Sorry, Sandy. Stay calm.
Stay calm? Certainly. Now it's too dark to see. Maybe we should stop work and hold a poetry evening, perhaps,
All right, keep your hair on, Baines rejoined, scanning the topography ahead.
Our proximity to the ground is becoming intimate, people, Singh pointed out, the high-pitched edge of fear in his voice.
All right. 5 miles straight ahead, a large clearing in the forest with a nearby river. She glanced at Douglas. This could work for us, for now anyway.
He nodded. Sandeep, head for that clearing and hit the brakes, or we'll be drilled into the earth.
No, Captain, that was Jules Verne. This is Journey to the Middle of God knows where, sir. Don't panic. We're all right, said Singh, fighting a war on 2 fronts, one against the ship, the other against himself. If only one of the other fleet pilots were here.
You'll do fine, Sandy.
Instead of me.
The clearing in the forest was before them almost at once, the ground terrifyingly close. Singh gave an involuntary ululation of dread, stuttering into silence as the USS New World miraculously came to a full and final stop. The rain smashed off her hull, flowing down her flanks and over her wings like flying waterfalls as she hovered.
Well done, Mr. Singh. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I'm glad you were here.
Douglas spoke quietly into the brand-new calm. Now, set her down gently, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Singh slowly and expertly lowered the 550-metre-long behemoth towards the ground, her enormous mass mocking, flicking away the natural laws of the world, offering her safety and respite as if they were mere guidelines.
100 metres.
The pilot counted down, back in the office now, after the wild ride.
50 metres. 20 metres. 15.
A slight shudder gave the impression of resistance.
10 metres. 5, and...
There was no boom, nor really even a bump. Squelch sort of described it, magnified by over 200,000 tons of mud displacement. Douglas released the straps from his safety harness and cautiously walked over to the pilot. "You did put the landing struts down?" he asked. Singh looked up at him.
"I did, but I reckon they're probably about 15 metres under the mud now, Captain," he answered.
"Ah, that was the..." Douglas began.
"Yes, sir."
Singh cut him off, preempting the question. The bridge crew breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Are we really 100 million years in the past?" Baines asked into what felt like an unnatural silence. There was a quaver to her voice, which could have been awe, or perhaps even a little hysteria after the day they had survived. "Aye," replied Douglas, his focus out through the viewports. "We're really early. Way too early."
It's just not right. He was unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he fancied that black was paling to the blue of a rapidly approaching dawn. Guests who arrive too early are never welcome, Baines commented distractedly. She was still a little stunned. They all were. Aye, repeated Douglas gravely. But our situation is a wee bit more serious than merely surprising Mother Earth while she's still in her bathrobe pushing the Hoover around. Someone began to laugh, and before they knew it, they were all laughing, jumping out of their seats and slapping each other on the back. Baines even tried a little victory dance. It wasn't well done, but that didn't stop everyone from joining in and hooting for the sheer joy of a life continued. Mother Sarah jigged around like a novice left in charge of the keys to the communion wine on New Year's Eve.
Thank you, God!
She called out in jubilation and absolute sincerity. Douglas pulled Baines and Singh into a hug.
I can hardly believe it,
he cried. We had to make it so we can leave a little something for the future, Baines replied quietly, as Singh grabbed Sarah, dancing the priest around the bridge.
Knowing about that has kind of got me through all this.
Douglas nodded his understanding and opened a channel across the whole ship.
This is the captain speaking. People, we are down. All stations, please report.
Cheers erupted across the new world and the pod. Everywhere, people released safety harnesses and jumped from their seats to hug friends and loved ones, joy pushing back any exhaustion in a willing suspension of disconsolation. A dog barked like all his tea times had come at once, wagging his tail so hard that he and his mistress went down in a flailing of limbs, laughter and licks. Outside, the world wrapped up its last remaining secrets in protective darkness before the new dawn consumed them. Within an hour of the new world's arrival, the sun rose over the old world, and it was magnificent. Almost 5 days of constant worry and tension left the crew like a dam burst. Eventually their exuberance calmed, as did the storm outside, and anyone not hospitalized, in jail, or guarding those unfortunates crowded around the windows in embarkation. Refugees from a world of smog, steel, and concrete, they took it in turns to press their faces against the portholes, each marveling at this completely unsullied landscape and its fantastic creatures. Theirs was a vista aglow with every green of plain, forest, and mountain, while snowy caps sealed away all the emeralds of the earth from the azure touch of a brand new sky. This was a place none of them had ever seen before. This was the planet Earth. Douglas stood alone on his bridge, lost in thought. The crew and passengers needed a little time to take in their surroundings. He understood that. Meanwhile, he used that time to work out just what he was going to say to them. Staring through the front viewports, he found himself distracted by what he saw. How could anyone be immune to such beauty? Whoever said blue and green should ne'er be seen had ne'er the plains of the Cretaceous been. He smiled to himself as he corrupted the old saying in his mind, perhaps not brilliantly. It was something he remembered from his childhood back in Scotland. That had been a beautiful cloudless day too, in many ways like this one. His parents had taken him on a day trip to Abb's Head. He remembered his father explaining how the place derived its name from St. Ab, the first abbess of the abbey founded in the 7th century and the remarkable sister of a remarkable brother, King and posthumously Saint Oswald. Here now, he understood the yearning of his ancient forebears to seek and comprehend the face of God, to find meaning in the relentless grind of time. He recalled the warmth of the sun on his little boy's face as he tried to scale the rocky cliffs at Coldingham Bay, weird and otherworldly shaped. He could still picture the blueness of the North Sea, ancient beyond his imagining, until today. What a mystery it had all seemed. And now he was lost in a past, well over 16,000 times the age of the very sea that little boy had believed was eternal. Perhaps 8 or 9 at the time. He recalled pulling a green sweater over his shirt with blue jeans. His mother had told him to change it because blue and green should ne'er be seen. The great North Sea, he mused. The sea,
and even the cliffs themselves as he knew them were once unfathomably old to human eyes. Now they all waited to be taken out of the box, brand new, but not for a mountain's age to come, possibly several. It is remarkable how children soak up facts and names so easily. In his mind, Douglas could still hear his father reading from a plaque.
The Coldingham Rock Stratum may have been laid down as early as the Ordovician period.
He wouldn't have remembered the name for 5 minutes now, nor Ab, for that matter. From when he stood today, those rocks had begun their long existence 350 million years ago, so that 100 million years from now, a little boy could climb them and get into trouble for tearing his jeans. He smiled again, staring down his past, hindsight all in the future. Understanding that even the North Sea's time on this earth would be fleeting at best, he just hoped and prayed that it would be at all. Everything was so mixed up, even the days. The explosion which destroyed the wormhole drive was last Sunday now. If Singh was correct about his dates, after less than 5 days in space, it was Sunday again. His head ached. He held it in his hands, trying to massage some life back into his tired mind. Almost anything they did would alter something. Who knew just what kind of changes might be wrought by his band of castaways?
My God, we're going to have to be so careful,
he thought somberly. The enormity of their responsibility fell upon Douglas like an acme anvil. People are fond of the expression, "In 100 years, who's going to care?" And it's easy to be flippant when the future is unwritten. But he was all too aware that one balls up here could mean there would never be anyone to care. The realization made him feel at once old and yet like a lost child. How could he guide his people through this time and place when virtually none of his memories or experiences had even happened yet? What could he draw upon? A wave of homesickness and despair crashed over him, and it took a while for his natural determination to slowly reassert, allowing him to lock the inner little boy away in his heart for a better day.
"We are going home," he vowed. "I don't know how, but we're going home, and Scotland had better damn well be there when I get back."
Chapter 10. Sundays. 22:06 hours, 31st of July, AD 2112. The door chimed. This was it, the culmination of the first stage of the master design. Years of planning, work and sacrifice, all leading up to this moment. The old man stopped pacing and turned to face the double doors leading into his private study and apartments.
"Come,"
he commanded. They swung open automatically, allowing his aide to enter. The woman was of highly selective stock. Blonde, tall and elegant, she was almost unnaturally beautiful. Practically all of his minions were terrified of his displeasure, and she was no exception, so her confident demeanor suggested that this was going to be good news. He relaxed a little, straightening to his full and still considerable height despite his age. She bowed slightly. "Good evening, sir."
"Well?"
he asked tersely. "We have just received word from our contact. NASA has satellite confirmation that the New World made her wormhole jump at 2000 hours, but did not arrive at her destination near Mars."
"Excellent,"
he acknowledged, stroking his chin thoughtfully.
"This is good. This is very good. It will certainly take the Mars mission staff a few months to realize what has happened to her. They will doubtless attempt some kind of rescue, and we know who they will send, don't we? The USS Newfoundland has been something of an embarrassment since Canada pulled out of the project. Such a shame they're clinging to the superstition that it's bad luck to change a ship's name." He chuckled nastily. "Weak fools. They play more into my hands by the day. They will have to send Bessel. When he returns to Earth, have our operatives begin processing his crew. Are our Middle East assets in place?"
"Yes, sir. We have confirmation that the last word would be ready for action in approximately 90 days.
So we're on schedule,
he muttered.
Fortunately, our prize is now safely stored in the past, which gives us all the time in the world. And the fleet?
The Sabre and Heydrich are approximately 3 to 4 months from completion, sir. Just a little behind the last word. The Eisenes Kreuz, though almost complete, developed engine problems during tests. Nevertheless, the Kreuz should still be ready within the next 10 to 15 days, sir.
Very well. When we move, I don't want our prize damaged. We will assist NASA in their rescue attempt. Do not engage the last word unless they fail.
Yes, sir. And, sir?
Yes?
The woman clapped her hands. Presently a maid brought a trolley into the room carrying champagne in a silver bucket loaded with ice. Taking a glass from the trolley, the aide waved the woman away. She popped the cork and poured a glass, handing it to the old man. He smiled coldly, but accepted the drink. Congratulations on the success of Stage 1, sir. He nodded, giving her permission to pour one for herself, and raised his glass in salute.
To Operation Dawn.
Clink. Almost 99.2 million years earlier, James Douglas, captain of the USS New World, stepped up onto the dais at the front of the embarkation lounge.
Well, we're here,
he stated confidently.
And I suppose you might say, we're home.
A raucous round of applause greeted his words as 100 souls let off steam, overjoyed just to be alive. He raised his hands for calm.
Thankfully, despite the roughness of our descent, we've only a few cuts and bruises to show for it. Of course, now we have to think about putting our plans into action for what comes next.
The crowd quieted as people drunk on survival turned their minds back to the predicament in which they found themselves.
However, the very first thing I would like us to do is spend a minute in silence to honor our brothers and sister lost on our epic and terrible journey from Earth to Earth. Crewman Mario Bacchini, Private Andreas Paulo, Sergeant Bud O'Neill, retired, and Dr. Jamie Ferguson.
The silence opened up into a void as the seconds stretched away, the quiet sobbing of the bereaved disappearing without echo or trace.
We remember them, said Douglas solemnly. It's fair to say that as of today, at least for a little while, our old lives are over and our new lives begin.
He paused to let this sink in.
This is a time of change, but I'm sure we'll all face our new lives with hope, courage, and camaraderie. There may well be one amongst us who does not belong within our new family, but as long as we work together and look out for one another, we will bring them to justice. How prophetic they were in naming this ship the New World, to honor the Founding Fathers. The irony that we were all set up and on our way to literally colonize a new world, Mars, was lost on none of us, I'm sure. But this, he gestured out of one of the viewports. I think it's safe to say, nobody saw this coming.
A few nervous laughs tittered amongst the crowd.
However, all of this is for tomorrow, he continued in happier tones, because today we've all earned a holiday, and as Lieutenant Singh assures me it's Sunday morning, a day of rest.
Thunderous applause and calls echoed around the cavernous space. He raised his hands once more for calm, waiting and judging his moment.
We should celebrate our safe arrival and usher in a new age for our little family. Remember this, everyone. We will survive.
Cheers erupted once more, and Douglas waited, letting them quiet naturally.
And if any of you would like to join me in the bar, he let the silence build. The drinks are on me.
He waited for another deafening roar of appreciation to abate before continuing.
Just one thing before we celebrate and drink to the memories of our fallen. I'm sorry to say that this is a critical omission which has dogged our journey from the very start.
Embarkation fell very still as people looked around nervously, wondering what else could be wrong. Eventually Douglas put them out of their misery.
What shall we call the bar?
The sound and volume of the laughter lifted Douglas's spirits. He couldn't help cracking a wide grin as he said, "Surely we should name it something auspicious, after the manner and place of our arrival. Any ideas?" A male voice called out,
The Mud Hole!
Laughs and catcalls greeted his suggestion. The captain sought out the voice in the crowd, and was unsurprised to find that it belonged to the young Mr. Wood. He might have known. "Now careful," said Douglas. "That's the sort of name that might stick. Oh no," he added quietly, realizing what he had just said. The passengers processed this in silence for a moment, before bursting into a storm of laughter which rang off the bulkheads. Douglas put his head in his hands, shaking it slowly. "What have I done?" he mumbled, but no one heard. So off to the mud hole they went, to drink a good deal of their supply of alcohol. Fortunately, the following hangovers would make the rationing to come, if not exactly welcome, then at least more tolerable.